Dawn. Zhushan Immortal Market. Fine strands of sunlight poured down from the high heavens, casting a gentle glow over the entire Zhushan Immortal Market. As the sun slowly rose, the whole market seemed to gradually come to life. Silhouettes intertwined. On a street that was not particularly wide, cries of hawkers rang out from all directions. Low-grade thick earth talismans, a must-have for protection at home. 5 spirit stones per talisman. Spirit rice. Homegrown spirit rice, 1 spirit stone for 10 gene. Low-grade demonic beast meat, 1 spirit stone for 2 gene. A spring breeze carrying a trace of chill swept past as pedestrians hurried along the street. Only the stall owners remained rooted in place, gazes filled with eager expectation as they watched the passing crowd, hoping for business to come their way. Hisong tightened his sleeves and let his gaze sweep over the surrounding crowd. He paused briefly in front of the spirit rice stall, then reluctantly withdrew his eyes and turned to look at the ordinary rice placed to the side. Spirit rice was indeed delicious and could even enhance one's cultivation. Yet with his purse so pitifully light, filling his stomach still had to take precedence. "Senior, please weigh out 20 gene of ordinary rice for me." Coming up to the rice stall, Hisong spoke. "All right, that will be 2 spirit sands." Spirit sand was a smaller currency than spirit stones. A single spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 spirit sands. As for mundane silver or gold, they were utterly worthless in the cultivation world. Here, anything imbued with spiritual power served as currency, and the smallest unit was spirit sand. The rice seller was an old man who appeared frail and on the verge of collapse, yet the spiritual pressure emanating from his body made Hisong's heart secretly tremble. Seeing that Hisong only bought 20 gene of ordinary rice, the old man said nothing more. He simply poured the rice into a cloth bundle, then lifted his hand and passed it over to Hisong. Hisong reached into his sleeve and took out the 2 spirit sands he had long prepared, completing the transaction, with one hand giving money and the other receiving goods. Lifting the 20 gene of rice, he felt as though a heavy stone in his heart had finally settled to the ground. He did not spare so much as a glance for the other stalls. Turning around, he headed straight toward the exit of the stall area. For a first time going out, things went rather smoothly. Carrying the rice in his hand, Hisong walked on while secretly letting out a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had already learned from his predecessor's memories that killing was forbidden within Zhushan Immortal Market, merely knowing was one thing. Stepping into a strange world for the first time still left Hisong inwardly ill at ease. Hisong was a transmigrator. 3 days ago, he had crossed into this world and taken over the body of a Chi refinement first-layer cultivator. Fortunately, this body's previous owner had also been named Hisong. After obtaining his predecessor's memories, Hisong remained at home for a full 3 days, painstakingly reproducing the former habits and countless little quirks of that life. This was the cultivation world. Soul-seizing and body-snatching were commonplace. With his own life and death on the line, there was no way Hisong would step outside without sufficient preparation. If anyone discovered that he had seized this body, he would likely be branded an evil cultivator and hacked to death on the spot. Only after 3 days of mimicry and reinforced memory, once he was certain he would not easily arouse suspicion, did Hisong finally step outside, using his own eyes for the first time to take in this cultivation world that felt both familiar and strange. Hisong's residence was not far from the stall area. After walking for a while with the bag of rice and confirming that no one was following him, he finally returned to his home. He closed the door, locked it. Leaning his back against the wooden panel, Hisong slowly let out a long breath. A society governed by law really is better. At least you don't have to worry about losing your life for no reason. Still, if I hadn't transmigrated, I'd probably be racking my brains right now over how to turn myself in to get the best possible protection, wouldn't I? Eternal life is not easy to hide in modern society, he muttered. Casually setting the rice sack down to one side, Hisong suddenly saw a black panel with white characters appear before him, visible only to his own eyes. Name Hisong. Lifespan infinite. A transmigrator granted a golden finger. Such a thing could not have been more commonplace. Hisong had read plenty of novels and was hardly unfamiliar with the notion of a golden finger. Yet this black and white panel before him did not bestow some heaven-defying power that could shatter sky and earth. On the contrary, in Hisong's eyes, its function seemed rather underwhelming. An endless lifespan. Immortality. It all sounded exceedingly wonderful. Countless mortal emperors and illustrious nobles had pursued longevity in their twilight years. But for someone at the very bottom of the cultivation world, possessing only first-layer Chi refinement and this so-called immortal lifespan, the gift felt somewhat tasteless. Since ancient times, what kind of people had pursued immortality? Mortal emperors, illustrious nobles, wealthy merchants, clans of 1,000-year heritage. These people shared a few things in common. Their status was exalted, they enjoyed all the beauties the world could offer, and they held power over the realm. if they lived on and on their delightful lives could be enjoyed without end. Had there ever been an ordinary person at the very bottom of society who sought immortality? An old beggar praying for eternal life so he could continue begging for 10,000 years. A brothel woman yearning for immortality so she could receive clients in the pleasure house for 10,000 years. A farmer hoping for eternal life so he could toil in the fields for 10,000 years. An office worker dreaming of immortality so he could haul bricks of labor for 10,000 years. Was their taste for suffering truly so intense? Even with immortality and limitless lifespan, one still had to live. Injuries could still kill, poison could still kill, and hunger or sickness could also bring death. On top of that, eating cost money, medical treatment cost money, rent cost money. Everything cost money. Under such conditions, an immortal being trapped at the lowest rung of society would hardly find life as glorious as one might imagine. Of course, if one were already a prince or noble, that would be a different story entirely. And in truth, it was almost always princes and nobles who yearned for longevity. Seen in this light, this golden finger did seem rather tasteless to Hisong. Even so, Hisong did not lose heart. This world possessed something his previous one never had, something capable of defying fate itself. Cultivation. Cultivation was unlike anything else. So long as one had time and could continuously draw in spiritual energy, returning it to one's body, one's cultivation would steadily grow. Once cultivation began to grow, one's status, social class, and strength would all rise in turn. At this moment, Hisong's cultivation was only at the first layer of chi refinement, his status at the very bottom of the cultivation world. But if he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, Hisong's identity and status would undergo a dramatic transformation in an instant. Climbing further upward, his position and standing would naturally change again and again. This was the true means of defying fate. So long as he lived long enough, his status could keep rising and no one would question it, and no one would dare suppress him. Strength was the fundamental root of all status and standing. For now, the most important thing is still earning spirit stones. Shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, Hisong let out a light sigh, then grabbed the rice bag at his side and stood up. He poured the rice from the bag into a rice jar that had nearly reached the bottom. Hisong's gaze roamed over the room that had already grown intimately familiar to him. This would be his home from now on. The place was rented. 10 spirit stones per month, hardly cheap. To Hisong as he was now, it was very expensive. The immortal market never cared whether itinerant cultivators could afford housing. Such exorbitant rent was a test the market used to filter for qualified cultivators. If one could not even afford rent, one simply had to leave the immortal market and become a wandering cultivator outside. The spiritual energy out there was indeed thinner. The outside world was indeed more dangerous. The mortality rate outside might indeed be higher, but at the very least rent would not be so exorbitant. After searching his person and the room for quite some time, Hisong finally fell into deep thought as he gazed at the 30-odd spirit stones laid out on the table before him. If he only paid rent, this amount of spirit stones would last for 3 months. But once food and drink were added in along with the cost of learning a trade, Hisong felt he would soon be swept right out the door. What could a little over 30 spirit stones be used for? They could buy 6 earth-thick talismans. They could buy 300 gene of spirit rice. They could buy 60 gene of low-grade demonic beast meat. And that was all. If he truly spent them on these things, he would probably be unable to afford even his next meal. In order not to be thrown out, and in order not to starve to death, he could not squander them. Learning a craft that could earn him money as quickly as possible had become Hisong's most urgent priority. Following the memories of this body's former owner, Hisong once again began rummaging through boxes and chests. When he returned to the only table in the room, several new items had appeared before his eyes, 2 crumpled earth-thick talismans. There was a book titled Techniques for Planting Spirit Crops. There was a cultivation method, earth-thick art, which could be trained up to the 9th layer of the chi refining stage, together with the more than 30 spirit stones already on the table. These items constituted Hisong's entire worldly possessions at the moment. In my previous life, I finally managed to leave the countryside, settle down in a big city, and now after transmigrating, am I going to start farming all over again? Gazing at techniques for planting spirit crops before him, a look of existential doubt flashed across Hisong's face and quickly vanished. Farming was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he had been a village child, and under constant exposure, he had become rather well-versed in farming techniques. Yet who would have thought that after transmigrating into a cultivator, he would still need to pick up his former life's farming skills? In the cultivation world, those who relied on planting spirit rice or other spirit plants to make a living were collectively known as spirit planters. Their income was not high, but it was relatively stable. So long as they carefully tended their spirit plants, they could count on a decent harvest each year. To cultivators at the bottom rung, this was considered a respectable path. The techniques for planting spirit crops that he had dug out from his room was something this body's former owner had acquired with the intention of developing in the direction of becoming a spirit planter. After pondering for a moment, Hisong picked up techniques for planting spirit crops and began to read. The book recorded only 2 planting methods for spirit plants along with the cultivation methods of 2 spells. The method of planting spirit rice. The method of planting golden bamboo. Spirit rain technique. Spirit arrow technique. Spirit rice, once mature, could be harvested as spirit grain. As spirit grain was the staple food of cultivators. Golden bamboo was a specialty of Jushan market, as hard as iron, and could be used in artifact refining, though it had a very long maturation period. The spirit rain technique was a spell for watering spirit plants with spiritual power. The spirit arrow technique was a spell used to kill pests within spirit fields. Moreover, techniques for planting spirit crops stated that once one had learned the spirit rain technique and spirit arrow technique, and had thoroughly studied this book, one could apply to Jushan market to become a spirit planter. Jushan market would then distribute 5 mu of spirit fields and corresponding spirit seeds free of charge. However, once one became a spirit planter of Jushan market, all spirit plants grown would be purchased by the market at 30% of the market price. If the market price of spirit rice was 10 spirit stones per 100 gene, Jushan market's purchase price would become 3 spirit stones per 100 gene. With such a cut, even if the yield of spirit rice reached 1,000 gene per mu after a year of hard work, a spirit planter could earn at most 150 spirit stones from 5 mu of fields. An annual income of 150 spirit stones would see the majority swallowed by rent, 120 spirit stones a year, if one lived within the market. After busying oneself for an entire year, once rent was deducted, only 30 spirit stones would remain. It truly was a case of the market making the money and the market spending it with not a single coin to bring home. Yet, even so, for those who wished to remain within the market, the profession of spirit planter was still something people. First, because there were foundation establishment cultivators stationed within the market, making it extremely safe. Second, because the concentration of spiritual energy within the market was far denser than outside, making cultivation faster. Forget it, staying alive comes first. Even if the earnings are meager, so be it. My lifespan is limitless anyway, and during the chi refining stage, I can become stronger simply by absorbing spiritual energy. Since the market is safe and secure and cultivation is faster here than outside, I'll just stay here for now. After carefully reading techniques for planting spirit crops, Hisong made his decision. Calming his mind, he quickly immersed himself in the knowledge contained within the book. Methods for planting spirit rice. Methods for planting golden bamboo. Spirit rain technique. Spirit arrow technique. As his gaze swept over the pages, threads of insight surged up like a spring, continuously emerging in Hisong's mind. Because he had experience planting rice in his previous life, Hisong quickly grasped the method of growing spirit rice. After all, spirit rice was in essence merely rice infused with spiritual energy. Compared to mundane rice, it shared many commonalities. However, spirit rice required the nourishment of spirit fields and the irrigation of the spirit rain technique. Once he had fully digested the planting method of spirit rice, Hisong quickly began to practice the spirit rain technique and spirit arrow technique. The methods of planting spirit rice and golden bamboo only needed to be understood. The spirit rain technique and spirit arrow technique were the true keys to becoming a spirit planter. Without these 2 spells, no matter how well one memorized the planting methods, one simply could not grow qualified spirit rice or golden bamboo. Spell cultivation required a relatively long time. Although Hisong sank into his practice, his cultivation was still too low and he still needed to eat. Thus, when the sky darkened, he was finally jolted awake by hunger. Casting his gaze toward the window, Hisong felt a slight startlement in his heart. Unconsciously, he had immersed himself in spell practice for an entire day. If not for the hunger in his belly calling him back, he might have continued to immerse himself. So this is the magic of the cultivation world. By mobilizing the spiritual power within his body and forming hand seals to cast spells, he could produce all manner of wondrous effects. As the mnemonic formula for the spirit rain technique flashed through his mind, Hisong exclaimed softly, yet his body instinctively drew upon the spiritual power within and began forming hand seals. It was a subconscious act, like a child who has just acquired a new toy and cannot help but play with it personally. With only half a day of learning a spell, an ordinary cultivator would not even have stepped through the door. No matter how simple the spirit rain technique was, a cultivator at the first layer of chi refining would still require 10 days to half a month of practice to execute it perfectly. Yet in the next instant, a humming sound rang out. Hisong felt his scalp tingle. When he raised his head, he was immediately startled. At that moment, above Hisong's head, a tiny cloud like a drifting mist was quietly suspended. As his gaze swept across it, wisps of water vapor began to spread from the small cloud overhead. Plop! When the first drop of spirit rain fell from the cloud onto his face, Hisong finally snapped back to himself. This was the spirit rain technique. Although the cloud above his head was extremely small, the spiritual power contained within it was undeniably real. It was only that because it was his first time casting the spell, and he was entirely unpracticed, the cloud formed by the spell was tiny. Still, the spirit rain technique was the spirit rain technique. The moment it was cast, it meant he had stepped through the door. From here on, with steady practice, he would soon be able to summon a proper spirit rain that could cover several mu of spirit fields. The cloud formed by the spirit rain technique soon dissipated above his head, yet Hisong's heart was burned. One day, just a brief span of one day, I successfully cast one of the two spells recorded in the spirit planting techniques, the spirit rain technique. Though the spirit rain technique is merely an introductory spell for spirit planters, its cultivation difficulty is extremely low. Yet a typical spirit planter usually requires 10 days to half a month to perfectly cast this spell. And I managed to cast it in just one day. Although the spirit rain I conjured is merely a cloud the size of a palm, this progress left Hisong both surprised and delighted. And I managed to cast it in just one day. Although the spirit rain I conjured is merely a cloud the size of a palm, this progress left Hisong both surprised and delighted. Casting speed. A flash of speculation crossed my mind. Hisong's gaze towards the spirit planting techniques in his hand changed slightly at that moment. If that's the case, then my future cultivation journey is likely to be much smoother than I had imagined. I should eat first. After diligently practicing these two spells for a few days, once I master them completely, I will go to the Bamboo Mountain Market to apply to become a spirit planter. After putting down the book, Hisong turned to cook. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye 20 days have quietly passed. Morning. The golden sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon Hisong. As my body warmed up, I opened my eyes at the right moment. Spirit arrow technique. A flash of spirit light sparkled in Hisong's eyes. With a flick of his fingers, he chanted a spell mobilizing the spiritual power within him, and soon a spirit arrow as thick as a chopstick appeared between his fingers. The spirit light flickered, resembling a sword's edge. This was the spirit arrow formed from the spiritual power condensed within Hisong. With a mere thought, the arrow shot forth from his fingers. Like a mundane arrow, the spirit light shot straight from Hisong's fingers, and in the blink of an eye pierced through the floor of the room, leaving a deep, bottomless pit in the soil beneath. With a soft thud, a faint sound emerged. Hisong gazed at the bottomless pit before him, astonished. This power, it could rival that of a handgun, right? If it hit someone, it would probably leave a hole in them. Furthermore, once the spirit arrow technique is practiced to perfection, it consumes very little of the internal spiritual energy. This spell is indeed suitable for pest control in the fields, allowing for repeated casting in a short time. Although the spirit arrow technique is less powerful compared to other spells, it is sufficient for pest control without engaging in combat. Having witnessed the power of the spirit arrow technique, Hisong stood up satisfied. At this moment, it had been 20 days since Hisong entered seclusion to practice the spirit rain technique and the spirit arrow technique. During these 20 days, Hisong initially believed that his speed of learning spells was much faster than that of his predecessor. Yet it was not excessively fast. For either the spirit rain technique or the spirit arrow technique, an ordinary cultivator would generally require about half a month of practice, yet it was not excessively fast. For either the spirit rain technique or the spirit arrow technique, an ordinary cultivator would generally require about half a month of practice to cast them normally without losing power. His predecessor probably fell within this range. However, the current Hisong only needed 20 days to master both spells to the point of normal casting without losing power. In this back and forth, Hisong realized his aptitude for spells had indeed improved, but this improvement seemed to fall within the normal range. Perhaps it is because I am a transmigrator and have absorbed my predecessor's memories, making my soul stronger than his. Hisong mused inwardly. A strong soul indeed has significant benefits for spell cultivation. Even in traditional cultivation arts, a powerful soul naturally cultivates faster than others. For instance, alchemy, talisman, crafting, weapon refining, and array formations, etc. These all favor those with stronger souls and heightened perception. However, at this moment, Hisong had yet to possess the ability to practice these skills, so he could only speculate in his heart without putting it into practice. After having breakfast, Hisong took all his possessions and opened the door for the second time. The morning sunlight brought a hint of warmth to Hisong's body. Before him stood rows of houses built side by side like matchboxes, which made Hisong feel a bit heavy-hearted. However, this heaviness quickly dissipated. Clenching his fists, sensing the reditoberalist spirit arrow technique and spirit rain technique, a faint smile appeared on Hisong's face. Today I go out not for any other reason, but to apply to become a spirit planter in the Bamboo Mountain Market. Once I become a spirit planter there, I will truly belong to Bamboo Mountain Market. This change in identity will greatly enhance Hisong's safety in the Bamboo Mountain Market. At the very least, as long as I do not intentionally offend anyone, hardly anyone will come to trouble me. Turning back to close the door, Hisong followed his predecessor's memories and soon chose a direction heading towards the place where he would apply to become a spirit planter. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion. When Hisong arrived here following his memories, there was only an old man on duty inside. At that moment the old man was engrossed in a book, and only when he saw someone come did he put it down. Old Meng, I have already learned the Spirit Rain technique and Spirit Arrow technique, and I have thoroughly studied the spirit planting techniques. I am here today to apply to become a spirit planter. He respectfully bowed to the old man before him. Hisong referred to himself as a junior. Old Meng's full name is Meng Guanachi, refining 6th layer cultivator, and one of the administrators of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion under the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. He is usually responsible for recruiting spirit planters and distributing spirit rice and golden bamboo seeds. According to his predecessor's memories, the spirit planting techniques he possesses was obtained from him. This path to becoming a spirit planter was also granted by Meng Guan. Otherwise, with his predecessors, Qi refining 1st layer cultivation, obtaining the spirit planting techniques would have been nearly impossible. Oh, it's you. Not bad you came so soon after just a month. It seems you haven't slacked off in your spell studies. It was not in vain for me to put in the effort. After taking a serious look at the respectfully bowing, Hisong, Meng Guan nodded slightly and praised him. But soon he changed the topic and spoke. Come cast the Spirit Rain technique and Spirit Arrow technique for me to see. If you qualify, you will become a spirit planter under the Spirit Medicine Pavilion from now on. To become a spirit planter, one must naturally demonstrate proficiency in the Spirit Rain technique and Spirit Arrow technique. Only with a firm grasp of these two spells, being able to cast them normally without losing power, can one become a spirit planter. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion under the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop is not a charity. There are standards to meet for entry. Yes, senior. Hisong once again cupped his hands towards Meng Guan, his eyes gleaming as he gestured to cast. Soon a cloud of spirit rain capable of covering several acres of spirit fields condensed into existence. As the gentle spirit rain fell, strands of spiritual energy were drawn and merging with the rain, soaking into the ground, and ultimately permeating the soil. The spiritual rain technique is a method to attract the spiritual energy from the air into the raindrops. Once it falls to the ground, it can be absorbed by the spiritual plants. As Hisong demonstrated this technique, Meng Guan, standing beside him, nodded slightly. Hisong executed the spiritual rain technique beautifully, clearly indicating that he had put in considerable effort. The spiritual rain technique was successful. Alright, stop. Don't disturb the others. Now perform the spiritual arrow technique once more. The slightly aged voice of Meng Guan drifted to Hisong's ears, prompting him to halt his spellcasting. While the spiritual rain technique was effective, its application depended on the location. In the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, killing was strictly prohibited. Casting spells was permissible, but if the fluctuations in spiritual energy were too intense and attracted the law enforcement team, one could be treated as an evil cultivator. Fortunately, many people frequently participated in applications for spiritual planters at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The fluctuations caused by the spiritual rain and spiritual arrow techniques were quite gentle, so there was no need to worry about attracting the law enforcement. Once again receiving Meng Guan's instruction, Hisong immediately changed his hand gestures. Spiritual arrow technique. He silently chanted in his heart, and as he mobilized his spiritual power, a spiritual arrow formed rapidly from the energy at his fingertips. The cold gleam flickered like a blade as Hisong completely unleashed the power of the spiritual arrow technique. With just a thought, he could release it. Good. You are quite diligent, I see. In just this month you have not wasted a moment, and have learned both spells quite well. Seeing that Hisong had mastered both spells to the point where their power remained intact and could be cast normally, Meng Guan's gaze towards Hisong thickened with satisfaction. A month ago, in search of a spiritual planter, he randomly chose a Qi refinement stage cultivator who had just entered the immortal world and gifted him the book's spiritual planting techniques. Originally, this action was merely a casual gesture with no expectations of receiving any feedback. He had done such things many times over the years. But who would have thought that a month later this spontaneous act would bring him considerable surprise? Hisong's diligence unexpectedly won his favor. With the senior guiding me, I shall certainly do my best. Faced with Meng Guan's praise, Hisong had no words to reply and could only echo back. What else could he say? Should he mention that he mastered both spells in just 20 days, and of the remaining 10 days, he had only spent 3 days while the other 7 days were before he had even crossed over? Such matters should not be spoken of. Yet at this moment Meng Guan was in high spirits. Even if Hisong spoke this way, his mood remained excellent. Not bad, not arrogant or impatient, you have the potential to be a spiritual planter. Meng Guan adjusted his meticulously groomed beard, and his gaze towards Hisong became even more amiable. Now, since you are so diligent and possess such a pure heart, you will henceforth be the spiritual planter of my Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Saying this, Mengguan rose and walked towards the backyard. He-song hurriedly followed. In the backyard, Mengguan first prepared 2 sets of clothing specifically for spiritual planters. Then he filled a small bag with spiritual rice seeds. After completing these tasks, Mengguan led He-song out of the backyard and specifically pointed out 5 acres of spiritual fields that would henceforth be He-song's responsibility. If he breaks through in cultivation in the future, he could apply for more spiritual fields here. After becoming a spiritual planter under the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, each time he breaks through, he can apply for more fields to cultivate. As his cultivation level rises, the amount of spiritual power within him will increase, and naturally, the number of spiritual fields he can take care of will also grow. This allows spiritual planters to earn more spirit stones. This is also the reason why so many people flock to be spiritual planters. The income of spiritual planters is not fixed. The more fields they care for, and the higher the tier of the spiritual plants they cultivate, the greater their income. Once they perform well, this can be considered a smooth path to foundation establishment. However, it requires time and patience. The amount of spirit stones that can be obtained each year is still too little. He-song is now immortal, so he naturally does not have to worry about time. The path of a spiritual planter is quite suitable for him. Moments later, after bidding farewell to Mengguan, He-song quickly arrived at the location of the 5 acres of spiritual fields he was responsible for, following the map provided by Mengguan. This place is not far from the Bamboo Mountain Market, practically adjacent to it. Spiritual fields naturally require spiritual energy for nourishment. Only with the concentration of spiritual energy around the market can spiritual fields be cultivated. In the outer regions, the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient to form spiritual fields. It can be said that wherever there are spiritual fields, the concentration of spiritual energy will not be low. Naturally, it will not be too far from the market. This place is not far from where I live, and there is a main road connecting it, so I believe safety won't be an issue. Looking back at the busy road behind him, He-song felt reassured. The surrounding spiritual fields seemed to have already been sown with spiritual rice seeds. It is spring now, and it's time to start farming. Glancing around, He-song raised his brow as if he understood something. I suppose the reason why Senior Mengguan provided the spiritual planting techniques a month ago was that he anticipated this moment. Now is the right time for spring planting. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and He-song suddenly realized that his previous self seemed to have had good fortune. Just after drawing in chi from the mortal realm into the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, he encountered Mengguan looking for spiritual planters before the spring planting, which led him step by step onto the path of being a spiritual planter. Had his previous self not met Mengguan, he would have probably been left staring blankly after his arrival. But He-song quickly cast aside these thoughts. What was most important now was to farm. With a gentle wave of his hand, streams of spiritual power scattered the spiritual rice seeds across the 5 acres of spiritual fields. After sowing the spiritual rice seeds, he cast the spiritual rain technique, covering the 5 acres of spiritual fields under his management. He allowed the spiritual rain to fall and nourish the fields. After sowing the spiritual rice seeds, he cast the spiritual rain technique, covering the 5 acres of spiritual fields under his management. He allowed the spiritual rain to fall and nourish the fields. Stimulated by the spiritual energy, the spiritual rice seeds in the fields underwent marvelous changes. Half an hour later, He-song, covered in sweat, ceased the spiritual rain technique. As an auxiliary spell, the spiritual rain technique consumes relatively little spiritual power, but unfortunately, He-song's cultivation level was low, only at the chi refinement stage. Under such circumstances, maintaining the spiritual rain technique for half an hour had nearly depleted the spiritual power in He-song's body. Nevertheless, he did not display any signs of discouragement. This is the nature of a spiritual planter. The growth of spiritual rice requires the planter to cast the spiritual rain technique for half an hour daily, while also ensuring that the fields are not harmed by pests. Only after a year can they cultivate spiritual rice. Such a tedious process of planting is what leads to the high price of spiritual rice. In a normal market, 1 spirit stone costs 10 pounds of spiritual rice. An acre of spiritual farmland produces 1,000 pounds a year, which requires 100 spirit stones for 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice. 5 acres of spiritual farmland yield 5,000 pounds a year, needing 500 spirit stones to purchase 5,000 pounds of spiritual rice. Such an exorbitant price means that only cultivators from wealthy families or disciples from sects can afford to eat spiritual rice daily. A spirit farmer like He-song cannot even afford to eat the spiritual rice he grows himself. Of course he cannot afford it, because He-song has become a spirit farmer under the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, which requires a 70% cut from the profits rather than cultivating spiritual farmland independently. To cultivate spiritual rice independently, one needs many resources, and He-song currently cannot bear the burden. First, a piece of land abundant in spiritual energy is required. Secondly, one needs the strength to fend off evil cultivators. Moreover, the danger for spiritual farmland located outside the spirit medicine pavilion significantly increases. Lacking sufficient cultivation level to go solo could lead to a tragic end. It is precisely for this reason that Hisong chose to become a spirit farmer under the spirit medicine pavilion. Although there is a hefty cut taken by the pavilion, the security it provides is undeniable. Additionally, it ensures that Hisong will not be bullied without reason within the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion. Now he only needs to change into the clothing of a spirit farmer under the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and he will be considered one of their own, having a powerful backing. After planting the spiritual rice seeds, Hisong pondered and changed into the attire of a spirit farmer. After scanning the farmland and finding nothing amiss, Hisong's figure promptly moved towards the main road, heading into the pavilion. Becoming a spirit farmer under the Spirit Medicine Pavilion had transformed Hisong's identity from a humble loose cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement to a spirit farmer under the jurisdiction of the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion. Although it was merely a change of status, the effects were immediate. On the way back from the spiritual farmland, familiar faces began to greet him warmly. Hisong also responded in kind, mimicking the demeanor of his former self. Just as Hisong reached his doorstep and was about to open the door, a door from a neighbor's house opened at that moment, and a young cultivator with a robust physique and a fierce aura walked out. At first, this person did not pay any attention to Hisong. However, when he instinctively glanced at Hisong, he noticed that the clothing Hisong wore seemed somewhat familiar, prompting him to look up at Hisong. "I am Lin Song. I have not seen you before, fellow Taoist. Did you just move here recently?" Lin Song said with a hint of surprise in his eyes as he regarded Hisong's attire, which was exclusive to the pavilion's personnel. In the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion, it is best to stay as far away as possible from anyone wearing such clothes. In the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion, it is best to stay as far away as possible from anyone wearing such clothing. Not for any other reason, but because if anything happens, the pavilion's people will undoubtedly side with their own. At that time, even if nothing happens, it could become a matter of life and death. Thus, even though Hisong's cultivation was merely at the first layer of Qi refinement, Lin Song did not show any signs of contempt. "So it's you, Lin Taoist. I am Hisong, and I have been living here for almost a month, but I have mostly kept to myself and rarely go out, so I hope I did not make you laugh at me, fellow Taoist." Seeing that the other party greeted him, Hisong naturally did not slack off, giving a slight bow and smiling. Lin Song had a strong physique with a fierce look in his eyes and bulging muscles all over. Coupled with the overwhelming spiritual pressure he emitted, Hisong felt a wave of menace wash over him, leaving him momentarily breathless. What a formidable man, Hisong thought in amazement. "From your attire, fellow Taoist, it seems you are on duty at the pavilion?" Lin Song asked, his expression becoming more amiable as Hisong paused to respond. "I just joined the Spirit Medicine Pavilion today as a spirit farmer under their jurisdiction," Hisong replied with a nod. Spirit farmers under the pavilion can indeed be considered as internal personnel, and the cultivators from the pavilion will not trouble them. However, in comparison to the law enforcement team of the pavilion, which holds the power of life and death over loose cultivators, his status is somewhat lower. "Oh, congratulations. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed fortunate." Upon hearing this, Lin Song congratulated him, and his gaze towards Hisong immediately carried a hint of envy. Although the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion was not large, it had Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed there. The Foundation Establishment cultivator at the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion was dispatched from the Qingyuan Immortal City, which is affiliated with the Golden Core sect, the Thick Earth sect. The Foundation Establishment cultivator currently stationed at the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion is also a disciple of the Thick Earth sect. Thus, by entering the Spirit Medicine Pavilion under the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion, Hisong is indeed backed by a Golden Core sect. Although in reality this does not hold much weight, mentioning this affiliation can indeed intimidate many. "You flatter me, fellow Taoist. My becoming a spirit farmer is merely a stroke of luck. I cannot compare to..." Hisong noticed the envy in Lin Song's eyes and felt a renewed determination about his pursuit of the Spirit Rain technique and the Spirit Arrow technique, as well as his decision to join the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and become a spirit farmer. His approach was undoubtedly much better than just being an ordinary loose cultivator. Lin Song did not seem like someone to be trifled with, and despite his cultivation being at the first layer of Qi refinement, Lin Song still looked at him with envy. If he were an average loose cultivator, it would seem impossible to even have a chance to become a spirit farmer. Perhaps the previous Hisong indeed had a remarkable fate. "Ah, fellow Taoist, you jest. As a loose cultivator, I can only team up with other cultivators to hunt demonic beasts and sell their corpses for spirit stones. Compared to your situation around the pavilion, the dangers of my line of work are quite significant." Shaking his head, Lin Song's envy gradually faded. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to remember something, glancing at the sky before continuing. "I have urgent business to attend to, so I will visit again next time. Farewell for now." With a slight bow to Hisong, Lin Song did not wait for a response, and swiftly darted away like a leopard. Watching Lin Sung's rapidly receding figure, Hisong, who had intended to modestly compliment him, was now filled with astonishment. This Lin Sung was indeed a person who walked a dangerous path. It seems that teaming up with others to hunt demonic beasts must have earned him quite a bit of spirit stones. However, it is likely that all the spirit stones he earned were used to improve his own strength. Otherwise, the fierce aura on Lin Sung would not be so pronounced. His strength was clearly superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Yet no matter how much Lin Sung earned, Hisong felt not the slightest temptation. Lin Sung was right. The dangers of their profession were indeed too great. If they encountered high-level demonic beasts, it would be manageable as long as one could run faster than their teammates. The real fear was if someone in the group turned greedy, or if they were targeted by higher-level cultivators seeking to kill and take their treasures. When it comes to that, even if one earns a lot of spirit stones, they would all become someone else's gains. In the eyes of Hisong, who has already attained immortality, nothing is more important than safety. Lin Sung's path is not suitable for Hisong. Rather than struggling desperately in the outside world, it is better to cultivate steadily within the immortal workshop. The concentration of spiritual energy in the immortal workshop cannot be compared to the outside world. Cultivating in the immortal workshop allows for a much faster cultivation speed than outside. This is why many loose cultivators aspire to enter the immortal workshop despite the exorbitant rent. Spiritual energy is never free. Shaking his head, Hisong abandoned the idea of venturing out. He pushed open the door and entered the room. First, he prepared a meal for himself, then he began to sit in meditation to practice qi. After just half an hour of using the spiritual rain technique, the spiritual power within Hisong's body was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the rich spiritual energy in the immortal workshop allows for quick recovery of spiritual power. However, it still took Hisong a full 15 minutes to completely restore his spiritual power. Next came the cultivation. In the early stage of qi cultivation, one simply needs to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy methodically to increase their spiritual power. Once a certain threshold is reached, one can break through to the next realm. For instance, breaking through from the first layer of qi cultivation to the second layer requires methodical practice with no bottlenecks during the breakthrough. Only when breaking through from the early stage to the mid-stage of qi cultivation or from the mid-stage to the late stage will bottlenecks appear. Many cultivators get stuck in the early stage of qi cultivation, making no progress for decades. Others struggle in the mid-stage, unable to break through to the late stage. For example, Mengguan from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion has been stuck at the 6th layer of qi cultivation for many years, unable to break through to the 7th layer, which is why he was assigned to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion as a low-level manager. The existence of such bottlenecks reflects the qualifications of the cultivators. In this world, one must possess spiritual roots to draw qi into their body and become a cultivator. Furthermore, spiritual roots have their own ranks. The 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth exist. Having all 5 is considered a pseudo-spiritual root belonging to the lowest quality. Lacking 1 element results in 4 spiritual roots, which is much better than a pseudo-spiritual root. Lacking 2 elements results in 3 spiritual roots, which cultivates faster and forms the backbone of various families and sects. Lacking 3 elements results in earth spiritual roots, which cultivates even faster than 3 spiritual roots, and are the prized seedlings that various families and sects will not overlook. Lacking 4 elements results in heaven spiritual roots. Due to having only 1 elemental root, the cultivation speed for techniques of that element is extraordinarily fast, making them coveted by any sect or family. In addition, there are some mutated spiritual roots that ordinary people cannot access. Generally speaking, one cultivates the techniques of the element corresponding to their spiritual root. For instance, Hisong has gold, wood, fire, and earth roots, making his talent that of 4 spiritual roots. Therefore, cultivating the earth technique, thick earth decision, poses no difficulty for him. However, if someone were to provide Hisong with a water technique despite having 4 elemental roots, he still could not cultivate it. The reason is simple: Hisong lacks a water spiritual root. Moreover, there are distinctions between different spiritual roots. The affinity for spiritual power is a crucial factor. The higher the affinity, the faster the cultivation speed. For example, Hisong possesses gold, wood, fire, and earth roots, but after testing, his highest affinity is for earth. Thus, when cultivating earth techniques, his speed is the fastest. Once he cultivates gold, wood, and fire techniques, Hisong's cultivation speed will decrease accordingly. As such, being able to select the technique that best suits oneself becomes a crucial element in overcoming bottlenecks. If one cannot find the most suitable technique and lacks other means to obtain it when faced with a bottleneck, they may have to resign themselves to fate, tormented by the stagnation. Thinking of this, Hisong couldn't help but sigh again. His previous self seemed to have had remarkably good luck. His highest affinity for spiritual power is the earth root, and being within the influence of the thick earth sect, he casually spent a spirit stone to purchase the thick earth decision, which could directly cultivate him to the 9th layer of chi. Now, while cultivating the thick earth decision, Hisong doesn't have to worry about difficulties with techniques for the time being. Following the operational route of the thick earth decision, he soon immersed himself in cultivation. Faint strands of spiritual energy were absorbed by Hisong, transforming into his own spiritual power, gradually strengthening the spiritual power within his body. In the blink of an eye, a day and night passed quietly. It was only when his stomach growled with hunger that Hisong finally opened his eyes again. A single cultivation session lasted a day and night. Feeling the slight increase in his cultivation, Hisong mentally calculated. At his current cultivation speed, it would take at least 2 years to advance to the 2nd layer of chi cultivation. 2 years to break through from the 1st to the 2nd layer. This cultivation speed is not considered slow. On the contrary, it is already quite fast. Hisong's earth root affinity is higher, allowing him to cultivate faster than the average 4 spiritual roots. Although it cannot compare to the speed of 3 spiritual roots, he is still among the elite of 4 spiritual roots. Additionally, it is due to Hisong's presence in the abundant spiritual energy of Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop that he enjoys such a cultivation speed. If he were in a place with sparse spiritual energy, Hisong's cultivation time would likely be even longer. Not bad. Being able to break through to the 2nd layer in 2 years is quite a fast speed compared to the average 4 spiritual roots. Rising after concluding his cultivation, Hisong was quite satisfied with his progress, nodded, and then began to prepare a meal. At this moment, he was merely a 1st layer chi cultivator incapable of living without food and drink like those powerful cultivators. As for the food replacement pills, those cost 2 spirit stones for 10 pills, and each only suppresses hunger for 10 days. For Hisong, they remain too extravagant for now. The ordinary rice he bought earlier is more suitable for a small cultivator like Hisong. Although it's somewhat troublesome, he only has about 30 spirit stones in total. After eating, Hisong once again went to the spirit field he was responsible for. After using the spiritual rain technique for half an hour, he carefully observed the growth of the spirit rice seeds and found nothing unusual before returning to the Immortal Workshop. Today is the day of rent payment every month. On the 1st day of each month, all cultivators residing in the Immortal Workshop must go to the Spirit Construction Pavilion under the Immortal Workshop to pay their monthly rent. The rent of 10 spirit stones per month cannot be lessened at all. If one cannot pay, loose cultivators will be immediately kicked out, falling into the life of scarcity outside the Immortal Workshop. Unless. This friend, you seem unfamiliar. Are you new to the Immortal Workshop? As Hisong, dressed in the attire of a spiritual planter, stepped into the Lingjian Pavilion, a voice resonated. Before Hisong appeared a young man similarly clad in the internal attire of the Xianfang, with a smile in his eyes and a gentle gaze, as if he were seeing a member of his own family, bringing a refreshing warmth. However, Hisong could sense a strong spiritual pressure emanating from the young man, suggesting that his cultivation level was likely much higher than his own. Realizing this, Hisong hurriedly cupped his hands. Indeed, I am Hisong, and I just became a spiritual planter yesterday. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Hisong did not conceal anything, instead speaking the truth. Having just become a spiritual planter, there was nothing about him that could attract envy. Judging by the young man's demeanor, he did not seem to be looking for trouble. I am Wei Fan, a steward of this Lingjian Pavilion. Since you are a spiritual planter, you are also a member of the Xianfang family, so there is no need to be so formal. A flicker of understanding crossed Wei Fan's eyes. As the steward of Lingjian Pavilion, he personally received nearly every internal member of the Xianfang who came to renew their stay. He had encountered many spiritual planters, and given that it was currently the spring planting season, with the Lingyao Pavilion recently hiring new spiritual planters, it was no surprise. Hidayo, please follow me. There are rules within the Xianfang that do not require you to mingle with these wandering cultivators here. As Wei Fan spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at a group of wandering cultivators queuing on the other side. Wandering cultivators. There exists a significant gap between them and the internal members of the Xianfang. In their quest for cultivation resources, wandering cultivators often resort to extreme measures, resulting in a persistently high mortality rate. In contrast, internal members of the Xianfang possess specialized skills and do not have to risk their lives, leading to a very low mortality rate. His attitude would naturally differ entirely when facing a wandering cultivator who could die at any moment, compared to an internal member with specialized skills and steadily increasing cultivation. Even if spiritual planters earn little in resources each year, they are unlikely to perish easily. Given enough time, one might even emerge as a mid-stage or late-stage chi refinement practitioner. Following Wei Fan's gaze, Song's eyes fell upon a group of wandering cultivators lined up to pay spirit stones differing greatly from himself as a spirit. Following Wei Fan's gaze, Song's eyes fell upon a group of wandering cultivators lined up to pay spirit stones differing greatly from himself as a spiritual planter. Wandering cultivators pay their spirit stones at a counter, handing over 10 spirit stones to receive a record of their rental location, allowing them to stay for another month. As for those who do not come to renew their payment, the law enforcement hall will reclaim their rooms. Want to stay for free? That is simply not an option. Following closely behind Wei Fan, Song was soon led to a quaint antique-style house, with exquisite wooden furniture arranged neatly and wisps of fragrant smoke swirling within. The rich aroma of the incense enveloped Song as soon as he entered instantly, making him feel a subtle difference. However, as the Lingjian Pavilion is located within the Bamboo Mountain Xinfang, offering excellent security, Song did not hold his breath and remained aware of his surroundings after a brief hesitation. Caution must be appropriate to the setting and one's status. His current status was humble, and considering he was inside the Lingjian Pavilion and that Wei Fan's cultivation was much higher than his own. To hold his breath and feign ignorance in this situation would only serve to add ridicule, which would be quite unbecoming. Wei Fan noticed nothing unusual, and after seating Song in the room, he began to speak softly. You have just become a spiritual planter and likely come here due to financial constraints. I won't hide it from you, this situation is quite common, and there is a solution. You simply need to leave a trace of your qi, and from now on you won't need to come here every month, just once a year. As he spoke, Wei Fan flipped his hand, and a contract appeared on the table in front of Song. Please have a look. Wei Fan's tone was calm and fluid, suggesting he had dealt with such matters many times. It seemed that there were quite a few internal members of the Xianfang like him, who were financially constrained. Song steadied his mind, cupped his hands in salute to Wei Fan, and then picked up the contract. As he scanned the document, he suddenly understood why Wei Fan seemed so familiar in his dealings with him. The contract stated that once one joined the Xianfang as an internal member, they could use the annual stipend issued by the Xianfang to offset their rent. Although spiritual planters do not receive an annual stipend, as long as everything goes smoothly, the spiritual rice harvested from 5 acres of spiritual fields will be purchased by the Xianfang, yielding an income of 150 spirit stones each year. After deducting the yearly rent of 120 spirit stones, Song would be left with only 30 spirit stones. This contract allows internal members of the Xianfang to reside first and pay their rent later after the annual stipend is dispersed. Once a trace of qi is left on the contract, even if a cultivator tries to default on payment, they will be tracked down by the law enforcement team based on the qi trace and forced to settle their debts. At that point, they might not die, but they will surely suffer. This also discourages any thoughts of defaulting. The consequences of voluntary payment versus being forcibly retrieved for payment are completely different. If you agree, just leave a trace of your qi on the contract. Wei Fan seemed confident that Song would accept, so he did not rush him, merely stating it, as if it were a fact, while raising his hand to brew tea. As the unknown tea leaves began to swirl in the teapot when the first cup of tea was placed before Song, he timely left a trace of his qi on the contract. There was nothing wrong with the contract. It simply shifted from the original pay for later to a now's first pay. Moreover, it changed from monthly payments to annual payments. The total spirit stones to be paid remained the same, merely facilitating the internal members of the Xianfang. Thank you, my friend. This is excellent tea. Song lifted the cup and took a gentle sip, praising it. Though he did not know much about tea, it would be impolite not to acknowledge the tea placed before him with a compliment. As Wei Fan served as the steward of Lingjian Pavilion, although Song did not know his exact cultivation level, it was certainly higher than his own. Naturally, Song would not be rude. Thus, even if he could not discern the quality of the tea, Song still expressed his gratitude sincerely. Ha, there is no need for that, my friend. My lifelong hobby is making friends. Even a pot of mediocre tea is fine as long as you do not mind. Seeing through Song's thoughts, Wei Fan smiled and responded. He then poured another cup of tea for Song. However, this time as he placed the tea in front of Song, his voice rang out again. Do you recognize Meng Guan from the Lingyao Pavilion? Meng Guan of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Song immediately recalled the image of the old man from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. It was Meng Guan who provided the book Spirit Planting Techniques to his previous incarnation. Becoming a spirit planter himself was also a favor owed to Meng Guan. Even if this matter was merely a small duty for Meng Guan, a favor is still a favor, and it must be repaid. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Construction Pavilion, Wei Fan mentioned Meng Guan right away. Could it be that these two had some conflict? Thoughts flashed through Song's mind, and after some consideration, he ultimately decided to remain unperturbed. Even if he offended Wei Fan before him, how could Wei Fan, being part of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, possibly reach him at the Spirit Herb Pavilion? At worst, he would simply visit the Spirit Construction Pavilion less often in the future. I recognize him. It was Elder Ming who guided and facilitated my becoming a spirit planter, otherwise I might still be just a casual cultivator at this moment. Without the slightest concealment, Hisong replied. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, already prepared to leave at any. Inside the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, even internal personnel are not allowed to engage in violence. Once the enforcement team is summoned, the crime of fighting within the pavilion is not something everyone can bear. Even if this Wei Fan is a steward of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, he too would find it hard to escape punishment. There is no need for concern, fellow Taoist. The Immortal Pavilion is very safe, and I am a fellow disciple of Mingguan. I merely wish to inquire about his well-being. Wei Fan smiled, and his gaze towards Hisong became noticeably more amiable. He was naturally aware that one of Mingguan's duties at the Spirit Herb Pavilion was to recruit new spirit planters. Thus it was clear that Hisong, having just joined the Spirit Herb Pavilion, must have been recommended by Mingguan. His initial question was merely to gauge the character of Hisong, to see if he was worth befriending. If Hisong had instinctively distanced himself from Mingguan, he would not have been met with the current friendly demeanor. However, the outcome now satisfied Wei Fan, who naturally began to treat Hisong with more respect. Seeing the situation, Hisong let out a sigh of relief. Shortly after, the two began to converse back and forth. Through their earlier inquiries, Wei Fan learned about Hisong's character. In return, Hisong was more than happy to accept Wei Fan's goodwill. With both parties interested in building a friendship, their relationship quickly grew closer. By the time Wei Fan personally escorted Hisong out of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, they had already begun to refer to each other as brothers. As Hisong left the Spirit Construction Pavilion, he gazed towards the direction of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. The Mingguan who had recommended him to join the Spirit Herb Pavilion and become a spirit planter should soon learn of Wei Fan's favorable opinion of him. In this way, he now possessed the friendship of both a mid-stage Qi refinement and a later-stage Qi refinement cultivator within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. He had learned during their conversation that Wei Fan had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This was stronger than Mingguan, who was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Associating with Wei Fan and Mingguan, while it might not guarantee future success, certainly provided a solid foundation. This was stronger than Mingguan, who was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Associating with Wei Fan and Mingguan, while it might not guarantee future. Without returning home to cultivate, Hisong quickly made his way to the market area within the Immortal Pavilion, guided by his memory. The last time he had been to the market area was when he first ventured out to buy ordinary rice. Back then, Hisong had been cautious, hurriedly buying 20 pounds of ordinary rice before rushing off without even a thought to stroll around the market for fear of being noticed by others. But now things were different. Dressed in the attire of a spirit planter, Hisong's status within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion was not something an ordinary casual cultivator could compare to. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being watched just for buying a little something. This time, Hisong took the opportunity to thoroughly explore the market area. Low-grade Earth Talisman 5 Spirit Stones, each with 13 left. Once they are gone, they are gone. Spirit Rice Homegrown Spirit Rice 1 Spirit Stone for 10 pounds. Refining Pills 2 Spirit Stones per bottle. Low-grade Magical Artifacts on sale for a loss, only 80 Spirit Stones. The cries of vendors reached Hisong's ears as his gaze swept across the various stalls before him. There were those selling talismans, with stalls displaying talisman brushes, inks, and papers appearing both abundant and varied. Some sold refining pills, with stalls filled with bottles and jars, though most contained low-grade pills that respectable alchemists would not sell in the market. There were also stalls selling magical artifacts, but seeing their battered condition, Hisong could easily imagine how many times those artifacts had suffered damage. Hisong spotted the old man from whom he had purchased spirit rice last time. At this moment, the old man's sleeve was continuously overflowing with spirit rice, quickly filling a cloth bag. Storage bag. Seeing the spirit rice spilling from the old man's sleeve, a term flashed through Hisong's mind. I didn't expect that an old man selling rice could carry a storage bag with him. After stealing a few more glances, Hisong withdrew his gaze, feeling a newfound confidence regarding the future of spirit planters. If even an old man selling spirit rice could have a storage bag, then he too would surely have one in the future. Continuing forward, Hisong found himself surrounded by more stalls, with the variety of goods increasing. With Hisong's knowledge, many of the items were unfamiliar things he had never heard of or seen before. However, Hisong didn't mind. The cultivation path for casual cultivators was inherently difficult, and compared to disciples from sects or families, casual cultivators' knowledge base was certainly lacking. The solution was simple. He looked up. Hisong immediately spotted a large sign. Spirit Technique Pavilion. This was the destination he had come to the market area for. Previously, during his conversation with Wei Fan, he had been advised to come to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to purchase some commonly used spells for cultivators. Additionally, there were many books on cultivation knowledge available for browsing in the Spirit Technique Pavilion. These books charged fees for casual cultivators. However, they were free for internal personnel of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Only when purchasing spells would regular fees apply. In this way, for someone like Hisong who had just entered the cultivation world and had already become an internal member of the Immortal Pavilion, it was truly a treasure trove. Glancing at the attire unique to spirit planters, Hisong stepped forward and entered the Spirit Technique Pavilion. This humble girl Pinger has met a fellow Taoist. May I ask if you require any spells? As soon as he entered the Spirit Technique Pavilion, a gentle female voice reached Hisong's ears. Looking towards the source of the sound, Hisong's eyes brightened. Before him stood a beautiful female cultivator smiling warmly at him. The voice he had just heard came from her. Female cultivators often possessed remarkable beauty, as those who cultivate tend to be handsome men and beautiful women. Hisong slightly nodded to Pinger and expressed his needs. After entering the foundation establishment stage, cultivators are still in their weakest phase. With too little spiritual power in the body and no means to protect oneself at this moment, even a cultivator facing a mundane warrior could easily find themselves in dire straits. Therefore, once reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators usually choose several basic spells for protection and other purposes as quickly as possible. Hisong previously did not know this. However, under Wei Fan's guidance, he understood the importance of basic spells to his own safety. Thus, he came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, wishing to learn a few basic spells. Additionally, he wanted to browse books that recorded common knowledge about the cultivation world, to ensure that his understanding of the cultivation world would no longer be so lacking. Basic spells. Please follow me, Dao friend, Pinger said, her eyes sparkling as she quickly led Hisong to the other side. In front of an empty desk, a cup of hot tea was poured for Hisong. After waiting for a moment, Pinger returned with a tray. On the tray lay a dozen jade slips looking quite exquisite. Setting the tray down, Pinger picked up one of the jade slips and began to introduce it. This is the Spirit Eye technique, which allows one to see the cultivation level of others at any time, avoiding provoking strong opponents. This is the Fireball technique, which condenses a fireball to strike enemies with significant power. This is the Sound Transmission technique, the first choice for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage to communicate with friends over long distances. The Paper Crane delivers messages swiftly and is rarely intercepted. If intercepted, the information self-destructs, ensuring high security. This is the Lightness technique, which increases walking speed, essential for long journeys and escaping. This is the Breath Concealment technique, which allows one to conceal their presence and be as undetectable as a rock. This is... With Pinger's introduction, Hisong's gaze deepened. He wanted all of these. These spells are indeed essential for every cultivator. However, before coming to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Wei Fan specifically advised Hisong that there were 3 mandatory spells to choose, while other basic spells could wait until he had ample spirit stones to purchase. The 3 mandatory spells are Spirit Eye technique, Sound Transmission technique, and Breath Concealment technique. The Spirit Eye technique allows one to sweep their gaze and know the cultivation level of others, preventing them from attracting strong enemies. Since the Spirit Eye technique can only detect cultivation levels and not other information, it does not provoke annoyance like Divine Sense scanning. The Spirit Eye technique is different from Divine Sense scanning. It is akin to the Qi observation technique, only revealing the opponent's cultivation level without causing annoyance. However, Divine Sense scanning is like reaching out to touch someone who would want to be suddenly touched by a stranger. Therefore, in the cultivation world, using the Spirit Eye technique is common and unremarkable, while employing Divine Sense scanning is a major taboo. The Sound Transmission technique involves exchanging breaths with a friend, allowing communication through a paper crane or bird, making it the premier choice for long-distance communication among foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, if the other party is within a defensive formation or has activated the Breath Concealment technique to hide their presence, the Sound Transmission technique will fail to locate them and will only remain where their breath has vanished. Exchanging breaths with a friend is akin to adding each other as friends, allowing contact through that breath without worrying about being tracked. If there is a special spell that alters one's breath, the Sound Transmission technique will become ineffective. Moreover, if the Sound Transmission technique is intercepted, the information will self-destruct instantly, and the user will be aware of it. The Breath Concealment technique allows one to suppress their breath, making it undetectable, an excellent choice for avoiding disasters. However, it only shields against perception. If seen with the naked eye, one can still be noticed. The Breath Concealment technique merely suppresses one's breath. It is not an invisibility technique. Therefore, when using the Breath Concealment technique, it is best to hide to avoid being seen. When observing someone using Breath Concealment technique with the Spirit Eye technique, it will also fail to reveal their cultivation level. If the other party does not use the Breath Concealment technique, a sweep with the Spirit Eye technique can reveal their cultivation level. Each of these spells costs only 10 spirit stones. Which ones do you need, Dao friend he? After introducing all the spells on the tray, Pinger looked at Hisong and gently asked. The spells sold in the Spirit Technique Pavilion are all contained within jade slips, ensuring that they cannot be unlearned or missing pages. Once purchased, simply pressing the jade slip to the forehead allows full reception of all the techniques of the spell. Additionally, there are insights and experiences from predecessors regarding these spells. This is sufficient to prevent a novice from taking many unnecessary detours while learning the spell. Such comprehensive service naturally comes at a price. However, rather than searching for cheaper hand-copied versions in the outdoor stalls, Hisong preferred to buy the original products from the Spirit Technique Pavilion. Not for any other reason, just because he feared being scammed. It was a minor issue if the hand-copied versions couldn't be cultivated. If he practiced incorrectly, it could lead to significant trouble. Nonetheless, the price of 10 spirit stones for a single spell made Hisong feel a slight sting. In his previous life, he had only spent 1 spirit stone to purchase a method that could cultivate up to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Now he needed 10 spirit stones for 1 spell. He only had a little over 30 spirit stones, which meant he could learn at most 3 spells. Thus, after learning 3 essential spells for cultivators, he would only have a few spirit stones left, barely enough for his meals this year. Spells that even a dog wouldn't want to use are ridiculously expensive, right? Hisong's hesitation quickly vanished. I need the Spirit Eye technique, the breath concealment technique, and the sound transmission technique. Thank you, Dao friend. Hisong nodded to Pinger and took out 30 spirit stones from his sleeve, casually handing them to her. Receiving the spirit stones from Hisong, Pinger picked out 3 jade slips from the tray and handed them to him. Simply press the jade slips to your forehead to begin. The gentle voice came again. Hisong said nothing more, directly taking the jade slips and casually pressing one to his forehead. In the next moment, all information pertaining to the breath concealment technique was firmly imprinted in Hisong's. Almost instantaneously, Hisong completely understood how to cultivate the breath concealment technique and its various functions once cultivated. After processing the remaining 2 jade slips, similarly, once he completed learning all 3 essential spells, Hisong finally opened his eyes. He had to admit, using the jade slips to learn spells was indeed very effective. Having just learned the 3 essential spells, Hisong felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if the memories of the 3 spells were even clearer in his mind. If you need anything else, Dao friend, please feel free to call me. Books on common knowledge about cultivation are on the bookshelf over there, and you can browse them freely. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. After leaving this remark, Pinger's figure gradually faded away. With a foundation establishment level, she wore the attire of the Spirit Pavilion's internal personnel, having only purchased 3 basic spells. Such obvious traits had already given Pinger some understanding of Hisong. Based on her past experience in receiving guests, she estimated that he would likely peruse some common knowledge books in the Spirit Technique Pavilion and wouldn't leave so quickly. Perhaps for the next few days Hisong would visit the Spirit Technique Pavilion every day, but he wouldn't purchase any more spells. Naturally, she wouldn't need to attend to him. Thank you, Dao friend Pinger. Hisong cupped his hands towards Pinger as she departed, suppressing his urge to immediately return home to practice the 3 spells. Walking to a nearby bookshelf, Hisong picked up a book and began to read silently. Titles included Spirit Herb Record, Spirit Mine Record, Monster Beast Illustration, Cultivator Realm Classification, and Factions Surrounding the Thick Earth Sect. As he scanned one book after another, Hisong began to gain a general understanding of the cultivation world he was in. Hisong was currently in the Thick Earth Sect within the territory of a Golden Core sect. The Thick Earth Sect governs 4 celestial cities. Each celestial city oversees 3 to 4 spirit pavilions. At this moment, Hisong was located in the Bamboo Mountain Spirit Pavilion under the governance of the Qingyuan Celestial City. In addition, surrounding the Thick Earth Sect are 4 other Golden Core sects. The 4 major sects are Jinjian Sect, Chun-In Sect, Xianghua Sect, and Qixing Sect. The Jinjian Sect, Chun-In Sect, and Xianghua Sect are situated to the east, west, and south, all being righteous sects. The Qixing Sect, however, is located to the north of the Thick Earth Sect and is a demonic sect. Aside from the distribution of forces surrounding the Thick Earth Sect, Hisong also learned about the sale of spells and techniques in the cultivation world. In truth, techniques are not very valuable. High-level cultivators can create techniques that will leading to a multitude of techniques across various attributes. In truth, techniques are not very valuable. High-level cultivators can create techniques that will leading to a multitude of techniques across various attributes. And powerful family. The techniques from one's own sect or family are remarkably cheap. For instance, the Thick Earth decision that Hisong practices was created by a powerful figure of the Thick Earth sect and can be cultivated up to the perfection of the Golden Core. Yet within the territory of the Thick Earth sect, a technique that can cultivate to the 9th layer of Qi refinement merely requires 1 spirit stone. Such situations are not uncommon. Almost all sects do this within their own territories primarily, because there are significant benefits. First, nearly all techniques released by sects or families will have contingencies after reaching the late stage of chi refinement requiring the purchase of unique resources from the sect to advance quickly. If you don't buy, then you can only watch others advance rapidly while your own cultivation speed remains as slow as a tortoise. This way they can continuously earn spirit stones from loose cultivators. Second, after cultivating the sect's techniques, if a loose cultivator happens to break through to foundation establishment, joining the sect becomes their best option. There is no need to switch techniques or leave home, and the sect offers even higher level techniques as gifts. Thus, the allure for loose cultivators to establish their foundation is immense. Third, it is precisely because of these benefits that the Thick Earth decision is so inexpensive within the territory of the Thick Earth sect. Other techniques in the Spiritual Technique Pavilion, however, all require 100 spirit stones each, which is relatively expensive. As for spells, spells are mostly monopolized by sects and families. The spells available for sale to loose cultivators are naturally not very profound. The spells for the chi refinement stage are fairly complete, as they are not very powerful. However, by the foundation establishment stage, the opportunities to acquire spells become significantly reduced. Only by joining a sect or family can one obtain a more comprehensive array of foundation spells. Even so, the transmission jade slips for chi refinement spells contain restrictions preventing the learned spells from being passed on to others. This is also why the previous person did not remind him of anything and simply left. The spells purchased can only be used by oneself. As Hisong continued to read, he became deeply engrossed in the books before him. Various common knowledge about the cultivation world surged into his mind, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of it. For several consecutive days, aside from going to the spiritual field to perform the spiritual rain technique, Hisong spent all his time browsing the books in the Spiritual Technique Pavilion. He naturally became increasingly familiar with the cultivation world. This situation continued until on this day, bright lights illuminated around Hisong as flames the size of soybeans gently flickered, lighting up the area around him. Putting down the book in his hands, Hisong turned with satisfaction. At this moment, the sky outside had already begun to darken. Within the Spiritual Technique Pavilion, bright lights illuminated the vast room, making it almost indistinguishable from daytime. Seeing this, Hisong thought little and directly walked towards the exit of the Spiritual Technique Pavilion. After several days of browsing, he had already read through all the books related to common knowledge in the cultivation world. At this point, Hisong's knowledge about the cultivation world was no less than that of the family cultivators or even the sect disciples. Leaving the Spiritual Technique Pavilion, the stall area outside was already desolate, as most of the cultivators. Although there is no curfew in Jushan Xianfang at night, the darkness and wind raise concerns about hidden dangers. While there are patrols, there are always blind spots. Not going out at night has almost become an unspoken rule among cultivators. Passing through the stall area, it was not far from Hisong's residence. However, just as Hisong was about to open the door to return to his room, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps rang out behind him. The urgent footsteps quickly approached. Upon hearing the sound, Hisong's expression changed drastically. He had returned home at this time for several days without encountering any danger. Initially, he had remained vigilant every day, but today he had let his guard down. In an instant, Hisong felt an overwhelming regret. He should always be cautious. The footsteps appeared too suddenly, and from the direction, it seemed to be coming straight for him. Though Hisong was anxious, he managed to pull out the two crumpled thick earth talismans from his sleeve. However, he had not yet activated them when the sound had already reached his side. In that instant, a gust of wind blew past, and Hisong caught a whiff of a sharp, bloody scent. A feeling of being targeted by a fierce beast made his eyelids twitch. The faint spiritual pressure emanating from the person next to him made Hisong's hair stand on end. This person is not someone he can contend with. However, just as Hisong instinctively wanted to activate the thick earth talismans to buy time for the patrol team to arrive, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Do not panic, he Dao friend, it is me, Lin Song." Lin Song's voice was somewhat weak, unlike the robust tone he had the previous days. However, at this moment, Hisong showed no signs of relief. Gathering spiritual power within his body, a surge of energy rushed into the thick earth talismans in his hand. Almost in an instant, a yellowish barrier enveloped Hisong completely. This is the defensive barrier that appears after activating the thick earth talismans. This layer of barrier may seem fragile, but its defensive power is quite strong. Even a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator would need some time to break through it. For a cultivator in the early stage of chi refinement, breaking this barrier would be far from simple. After completing all of this and ensuring his safety, Hisong finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze towards the newcomer. The newcomer was indeed Lin Song, the rugged, loose cultivator living next door who had greeted Hisong before and made a living hunting demonic beasts. At this moment, although Lin Song's physique remained robust, his expression was somewhat haggard. Upon closer inspection, Song noticed that Lin Song seemed to be seriously injured. Blood that splattered like raindrops stained Lin Song's chest, and the sharp, bloody scent Song had sensed earlier likely originated from him. Additionally, Song noticed that Lin Song's chest appeared to be caved in. There was no blood oozing from the wound, but it must have injured his internal organs. Looking at Lin Song's current weak demeanor, a stone in Song's heart finally settled. Thankfully, he was not. As long as it's not coming for me, it's fine. So it's you, Taoist Lin. I thought there might be some evil cultivator attacking. After confirming that the other party was Lin Song, and sensing no murderous intent, Song clasped his hands in greeting. After speaking, Song glanced at the earthy yellow barrier enveloping him. Although he felt relieved, he had no regrets about using the thick earth talisman worth 5 spirit stones. No matter how many spirit stones one has, one must be alive to spend them. Besides, carrying talismans is precisely to protect one's own life, right? Although this time it was a close call, Song did not believe he could always be so fortunate. It's just a talisman. If it's used, then it's used. My life is precious. From now on, I must remain vigilant at all times. If I were to die, that would truly be a huge loss. I apologize for startling you, Taoist friend. Lin returned injured and intended to rest at home quickly, but I didn't expect to disturb you. Seeing the bloodstains on his own body, and then glancing at the earthy yellow barrier surrounding, Song, Lin Song awkwardly remarked. Who would have thought that merely hastening his steps would frighten his neighbor into using a thick earth talisman? Are cultivators nowadays all this cautious? However, Lin Song's awkward expression soon faded as he pulled out 5 spirit stones from his sleeve and placed them in Song's hand. Here are 5 spirit stones from me, Taoist Lin. Consider it the purchase of your thick earth talisman, and I hope you don't mind. With that, Lin Song's face suddenly flushed. After coughing heavily twice, he bowed to Song again and turned to enter his own room. I will go inside to heal. Please make yourself comfortable, Taoist friend. Receiving the 5 spirit stones from Lin Song, Song was about to decline a few words. But he noticed that Lin Song seemed to be getting worse already at a critical moment to begin healing. At this moment, stopping him would likely cause Lin Song displeasure. So he refrained from saying anything more, opened the door, and entered his own room. He closed the door, locked it. In the dimly lit room, Song lit a lamp to illuminate his surroundings, and then quietly sat at the table. Only at this moment did Song's mind finally settle a bit. Even during his conversation with Lin Song, he had never let down his guard. He began to recall the scenes that had just occurred, and Song fell into contemplation. From the moment he first heard Lin Song's footsteps, to smelling the scent of blood and Lin Song's warning, activating the thick earth talisman, and facing Lin Song in conversation. After sorting through almost all the details, Song let out a breath of relief. It seems this incident was indeed just a coincidence. Injured Lin Song had no motive to attack him. At the same time, the clothes on his body could deter ordinary loose cultivators. It seems he was indeed overly cautious. But it wasn't a loss. Glancing at the 5 spirit stones on the table, a hint of helplessness flashed across Song's eyes. Though he lost a thick earth talisman, he gained 5 spirit stones. In relative terms, it's neither a loss nor a profit. Lin Song has some principles, but he likely compensated me with these 5 spirit stones out of respect for my clothing, right? 5 spirit stones are not a small amount for a loose cultivator in the early stages of chi refinement. The other party was so straightforward. Song felt it had a lot to do with the clothes he was wearing. If it were someone else, Lin Song might not have been so generous with the spirit stones. Shaking his head, he cast aside his thoughts. Song's gaze soon became profound. A few days ago, when he first met Lin Song, he was stout with a fierce gaze and bulging muscles, almost like a human-shaped beast. One glance revealed his formidable nature. Initially, Lin Song had said he was going out for an important matter. Yet just a few days later, he returned heavily injured. Although Song did not know what exactly Lin Song had encountered, he speculated that it surely wasn't anything good. Lin Song was merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Although he seemed extremely powerful in combat, any accident outside the immortal pavilion could lead to death, let alone Lin Song returning heavily injured. Even if Lin Song were to fall and never return, Song would not be surprised at all. However, the scene of Lin Song returning heavily injured only solidified Song's determination to stay quietly cultivating within the immortal pavilion. Loose cultivators, especially those who tread the knife's edge, the mortality rate has always been high. Even if one temporarily earns a lot, the vast majority will die an untimely death. Ultimately, very few can break through to the later stages of chi refinement, let alone to foundation establishment. That requires extraordinarily strong luck to achieve. While all he needed to do was stay within the immortal pavilion and cultivate slowly, he would eventually break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement, then the late stage, and finally, to foundation establishment. As a being destined for longevity, All he needed was a safe environment to continuously grow stronger, even if it took a long time. But does the now ageless self lack time? Thoughts surged in his mind. Meeting the heavily injured Lin Song today made He-song's resolve towards his future path even firmer. After pondering for a moment, He-song extinguished the lamp and began to meditate and cultivate. However, even while in a state of cultivation, He-song remained alert to the movements of Lin Song next door. In the first half of the night, He-song vaguely heard coughing and some painful moans from next door. In the latter half of the night, the noises from next door diminished and no sounds were heard. From then on until dawn, He-song did not hear any sounds from next door. As golden sunlight fell from above, when He-song's body was warmed by the sunlight, he timely opened his eyes. He glanced thoughtfully at the room where Lin Song was. He-song got up and stepped out. First, he headed to the spirit field under his jurisdiction to perform the spirit rain technique. After strolling around the spirit field and finding nothing unusual, He-song returned to the marketplace area within the immortal pavilion. Having used a thick earth talisman yesterday, he now had only one left. But Lin Song had compensated him with 5 spirit stones. Naturally, He-song needed to exchange those 5 spirit stones for a new thick earth talisman. Having only one thick earth talisman felt quite unsafe. In the marketplace area, He-song haggled with the stall owner selling talismans for quite some time. Ultimately, he failed to negotiate and had to spend 5 spirit stones at the original price to purchase a new thick earth talisman. There's no way around it. The talisman business is tough. The price of 5 spirit stones for a talisman has been stable for a long time. Holding a new thick earth talisman and the already crumpled one, he had He-song carefully place them in the most easily accessible part of his sleeve. From now on, he must not let something like last night happen again, where the enemy came right beside him and he hadn't had time to activate the talisman. After placing the spiritual talisman properly, He-song turned and left the stall area, returning home. However, as He-song arrived home and maintained his vigilance while practicing his spells, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. The sound of footsteps from outside the house immediately alerted He-song. In an instant, he held his breath and concentrated, pushing his senses to their limits as a cultivator, trying to discern the source of the footsteps. At the same time, 2 thick earth talisman papers quietly appeared in He-song's hand. Should any unexpected event occur, He-song was ready to activate the talismans for protection at the first moment. After completing all this, He-song's mind finally settled. Soon after, he heard the faint footsteps circling around the perimeter of the adjacent house, several times stopping for a long while at several places before gradually fading away. Once the outside fell silent, He-song's expression relaxed. The 2 thick earth talisman papers he had held were once again tucked into his sleeve. This sound, doesn't it resemble someone surveying the area? With his guard lifted, He-song's mind flashed back to the path traced by those footsteps, his gaze turning towards Lin Song's house next door. Next door to He-song lived Lin Song. Last night, Lin Song returned home severely injured, and today someone had come to survey the area outside his residence. This made He-song ponder. Last night, he had heard the painful groans and violent coughs coming from Lin Song. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the sounds from Lin Song's room gradually subsided, and now there was not a single sound. Naturally, Lin Song's other neighbors could hear it as well. In a row of houses, each house had 2 neighbors and sounds could be heard quite clearly between them. Given this situation, He-song's gaze towards the adjacent house deepened. It seemed that the person who came to survey the area was another neighbor of Lin Song. Could it be that Lin Song has died from his injuries in his room? Otherwise, how could one explain the prolonged silence? A flicker of eager curiosity flashed in He-song's eyes, but was quickly dismissed. Regardless of whether Lin Song was alive or dead, his belongings were not something He-song should take. If Lin Song were alive, and He-song rashly intruded given Lin Song's robust physique and his cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, it would be no more difficult for him to crush He-song than it would be to crush a chicken. Entering someone else's residence and being killed by the owner would be a case of self-invitation. Even the enforcement team would not say anything. Even if Lin Song was dead, He-song would have acquired Lin Song's possessions. However, another neighbor of Lin Song had already set his sights on those possessions. If He-song acted first and took them, he would likely attract the attention of an unknown cultivator in the future. It was merely the possessions of a 3rd layer chi refinement cultivator. It was not worth the risk of offending another unknown cultivator. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, He-song pondered for a moment before ultimately closing his eyes again, continuing to practice the 3 basic spells he had just learned. The concealment technique, the spiritual eye technique, and the sound transmission technique. The difficulty of practicing these 3 basic spells was not high. Although they required more time than the spiritual rain technique and the spiritual arrow technique, it wasn't excessively longer. He-song took 10 days to practice the spiritual rain technique until he could cast it without losing power. The spiritual arrow technique took a similar amount of time. For the concealment technique, spiritual eye technique, and sound transmission technique, Hisong felt that each spell would require half a month to be cast normally without losing power. Half a month is merely an additional 5 days compared to the 10 days needed for the spiritual rain technique and spiritual arrow technique. This indicates that the difficulty of practicing these 3 basic spells is not particularly high. The first basic spell Hisong practiced was the concealment technique. Not for any other reason, but because the concealment technique could hide his presence and prevent others from discovering him. After glancing thoughtfully next door, Hisong quickly immersed himself in the practice of the concealment technique. Time flowed by. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, aside from practicing the concealment technique, Hisong also took time to visit 2 seniors he had just met in the Immortal Workshop. Meng Guan from the Spirit Herb Pavilion and Wei Fan from the Spirit Construction Pavilion. These 2 were originally from the same sect and knew each other well. As members of the Immortal Workshop, although Hisong's cultivation was somewhat low as a spirit planter, he still held certain value for connections. Moreover, his character had also gained Wei Fan's recognition. Under the circumstances where both parties were willing to befriend each other, Hisong found it smooth to interact with them. After several visits, the relationship between Hisong and the 2 gradually grew closer. At the very least, without any interests entangled, Hisong found it easy to gather news from them. On this day, Hisong sat cross-legged on a mat in his home, his aura flickering in and out. But soon after, the aura around Hisong vanished without a trace, and he became as still as a stone, revealing no hint of presence. The concealment technique is complete. Opening his eyes, a fleeting look of joy crossed Hisong's face. Once the concealment technique was complete, with just a thought, Hisong could restrain all his aura. As long as he was not seen with the naked eye, Hisong would be like a piece of rock, completely devoid of any detectable presence. Hisong stood up from the mat, brewed himself a pot of tea, and savored a few sips. In the days he spent visiting Wei Fan and Meng Guan, Hisong's tea skills had also improved. He even received a set of tea utensils and some tea leaves from Wei Fan, allowing him to brew and enjoy tea alone at home. However, just as Hisong was savoring his tea, the faint sound of footsteps returned to his ears. In an instant, Hisong's body froze, becoming as still as a stone within the room, with only wisps of tea fragrance wafting at the tip of his nose, quietly listening to the movement of the footsteps. Half a month had passed, yet Lin Song's other neighbor had indeed shown great patience. Until today, Hisong had not heard him step into Lin Song's room. Each time the footsteps came, they circled around Lin Song's house, standing in several places for a long while before quietly leaving. It was always like this, to an extreme degree of caution. Even Hisong, in light of the others' meticulousness, raised his own standards for stability. What is caution? This is true caution. For the sake of a small gain, he was willing to survey for half a month. However, this time seemed different. It seemed that he had not sensed Hisong's aura and thought that Hisong was not home. This time the person surveying the area was obviously much bolder. The footsteps circling the house were not as faint as before. Listening to the change in the sound of the footsteps, Hisong pondered. Could it be that this person didn't act earlier because he sensed I was still at home? Now that I've learned the concealment technique and concealed my aura, he didn't sense my presence, so he's preparing to act. A thought flashed through his mind. Hisong looked down at the teacup before him, feeling a wave of silence in his heart. It seemed that the other party was not truly cautious. Rather, they sensed their own existence, which is why they did not dare to act. Perhaps they were worried that he would strike when they did, or maybe they feared that Lin Song was not actually dead. But now it seemed likely that the other party would strike today. Holding the teacup, without moving, Hisong listened intently to the footsteps next door. The faint footsteps circled the house, then stopped at the window of the adjacent room. After a brief pause with a soft sound, Hisong immediately realized that someone had opened Lin Song's window. The window was opened. The person who had been monitoring for half a month quickly climbed into the house. They closed the window, and then silence enveloped the surroundings. Hisong remained calm and collected, still holding the teacup as he listened quietly. He was waiting for the other party to succeed and leave, or for Lin Song to strike down the intruder. Regardless of how the situation developed, it did not greatly affect Hisong, and he naturally would not be too concerned. Next door, a frail man in a long shirt gently closed the window behind him, isolating most of the outside noise. His gaze swept around, and the man soon crept towards the only quiet room in the house. The rented rooms in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop had an outer room with windows and a quiet room. The outer room was built from ordinary wood used for entertaining guests and daily living. The quiet room was constructed with soundproof wood meant for daily cultivation and practicing spells without the worry of disturbance. Almost every room was designed this way. Thus the man moved with great familiarity. The sound beneath his feet was almost imperceptible, and he held a stainless steel dagger cautiously, making his way to the quiet room. After half a month, if this person is dead, the corpse in the quiet room shouldn't have started to stink. But that kid next door has been in his room every day not knowing what he's doing, causing me to wait in vain for half a month. If there's a chance in the future. As he approached the quiet room, a glint of ferocity flashed in the man's eyes. But then he shook his head. Forget it, that kid is an internal member of the Immortal Workshop. If I kill him, I won't be able to stay in the workshop. But luckily he's not home today. Oh, I shall gladly take his belongings. As he pondered this, a strong sense of greed appeared in his gaze towards the quiet room. An item belonging to a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining. Surely it must be worth several dozen spirit stones. He knew that Lin Song had a robust figure, clearly not an ordinary cultivator. It was difficult to open the quiet room from the outside when it was closed. But it posed no challenge for a cultivator. Under the condition of not worrying about being disturbed, it was quite easy for a cultivator to break into a quiet room. However, the noise generated might attract the attention of those nearby. This was also why he waited for He-sang to leave before making his move. Creak, creak, with a series of grating sounds, the door of the quiet room was slowly pried open. However, just as the door of the quiet room was pried open, revealing everything inside to the man's eyes, a surge of shock instantly flooded his heart. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Song grinned as he spoke, a hand as large as a fan suddenly grasping the intruder's neck. With the other hand, he casually formed a hand seal. A flash of sword light instantly severed the intruder's hands and feet. Immediately after, a magical sword under Lin Song's control aimed at the man's horrified eyes. The intense pain in his body, combined with the choking sensation at his neck and the sudden fear of being reduced to a mere stick, made the man who had initially intended to pick up some belongings widen his eyes in despair. He wanted to scream, but the pressure on his neck made it impossible for him to make a sound. He wished to beg for mercy, but found that he could not even speak. He could only continuously signal Lin Song for mercy with his eyes. At this moment, Lin Song's blood had dried, and although the indentation on his chest had not healed, it was much better than before. Not only was he alive, but Lin Song's injuries seemed to have healed significantly. With the cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refining along with his powerful physique, he easily subdued the man before him. You dared to enter the room after half a month. If you had come the very next day, I would have truly fallen into your trap. Looking at the man now reduced to a stick, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Song's eyes. Just before dying, the man heard the words whispered in his ear. He could not help but curse He-sang in his heart. If it weren't for the fear that He-sang would act like a mantis stalking the cicada, just before dying the man heard the words whispered in his ear. He could not help but curse He-sang in his heart. If it weren't for the fear that He-sang would act like a mantis stalking the cicada, he would not have waited until today to make his move. He could have directly come the next day after knowing that Lin Song was gravely injured. He also did not expect that He-sang was practicing spells and had hardly left his house for half a month. At this moment, he also had no idea what the man was thinking. He-sang was completely unaware that he had unintentionally caused someone's death. Nor did he know what happened to. At this moment, he also had no idea what the man was thinking. He-sang was completely unaware that he had unintentionally caused someone's death. Nor did he know what happened to the intruder after entering Lin Song's house. However, after waiting for half a day and seeing the sky darken without the other party emerging, He-sang had already come to a conclusion in his heart. This person must have died in Lin Song's house. Lin Song likely had not died, but was healing inside the room. As for why there had been no sound for half a month, he must have been consuming a pill for fasting, and since he was meditating to heal, did not need to move, thus naturally making no sounds. With these thoughts in mind, He-sang's expression quickly relaxed. Whether Lin Song was dead or alive had little to do with him. If he was dead, he would suffer no loss. If he was alive, he would gain nothing either. They had only met twice and exchanged pleasantries. A gentleman's relationship is as light as water. He-sang would not take such matters to heart. After tidying up the tea set, He-sang quickly began to meditate and cultivate. Time passed swiftly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month quietly passed. At this point, it had been a month and a half since He-sang became In the blink of an eye, another month quietly passed. At this point, it had been a month and a half since He-sang became This was a small technique recorded in the book, Spirit Planting Techniques, which could effectively increase the yield of spirit rice, quite similar to the planting he experienced in his past life. On this day, as usual, after having breakfast, He-sang performed the spirit rain technique in the spiritual field for. However, just as He-sang finished the spirit rain technique, feeling empty of spiritual power, and was about to return home to recover his strength, an unexpected figure blocked his path. Taoist He, I mentioned before that I would come to visit, but I was unable to do so due to my severe injuries. However, Lin has recovered today, and has come to disturb you a bit. Already fully healed, Lin Song stood at He-sang's door, cupping his hands in greeting. At this moment, Lin Song's injuries were completely unnoticeable. He had changed into a new set of clothes, and the bloodstained garments had likely been discarded. The dent in his chest had also fully healed, no longer as terrifying as it had been before. Now, aside from regaining his robust and fierce figure, Lin Song was no different from an ordinary cultivator. After a month and a half of recuperation, he had completely recovered. As he looked at Lin Song before him, Song's eyes sparkled with insight. Spirit Eye Technique. With a single glance, Song noticed that Lin Song's cultivation was still at the third level of Qi refinement, having not yet broken through to the mid-Qi refinement stage. After a month, Song had mastered 2 basic spells to the point where he could cast them normally, without losing their potency. The Spirit Eye Technique and the Sound Transmission Technique were now fully under his control. Thus, when he encountered Lin Song instinctively used the Spirit Eye Technique to check Lin Song's current cultivation. "Congratulations, friend, your injuries have fully healed, please come in." With a flash of spiritual light, Song smiled as he spoke. When a neighbor came to visit, Song naturally wouldn't distance himself. He opened the door. He invited Lin Song to sit down. There was nothing in Song's home to entertain guests, so he took out the tea set that Wei Fan had gifted him and brewed a pot of tea for Lin Song. Song was unsure of the quality of the tea. However, considering that it was gifted by a latest-stage Qi refinement expert like Wei Fan, it surely wasn't ordinary tea. It should be more than sufficient to entertain a cultivator like Lin Song, who was at the third level of Qi refinement. "This is fine tea, my friend truly knows how to enjoy life." After savoring a sip, a voice of praise escaped from Lin Song's lips. Upon hearing this, Song raised an eyebrow. This remark seemed reminiscent of something he had said in front of Wei Fan before. However, he was unsure whether Lin Song genuinely found the tea good, or was merely blabbering without discerning its flavor. Pouring another cup for Lin Song shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. "It was just a pot of tea after all. I cannot discern the quality of this tea, but the tea set and tea were both gifted by a senior. My humble abode is simple, and this is all I can offer, so I hope my friend will not mind." The tea was undoubtedly good tea. The tea set was also certainly of high quality. For a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator to casually gift such items was quite a substantial opportunity for someone like Song, who was at the early stage of Qi refinement. Although Song did not know the price of the tea and tea set, it certainly wouldn't be cheap. By saying this, he merely aimed to pique Lin Song's curiosity, prompting him to inquire about the identity of the senior he mentioned. Once Lin Song asked, Song would smoothly reveal that he had a friend who was a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, letting Lin Song know that he also had backing. A flash of caution crossed Song's eyes as he recalled what happened to the person who had intruded into Lin Song's home a month ago. Those scattered cultivators who licked blood from blades were too dangerous for him. If he couldn't instill some caution in them, he feared he would live in constant dread in the future. "Oh, a gift from a senior. May I ask what cultivation level that senior is?" Sure enough, upon hearing Song's words, Lin Song exclaimed in surprise. "7th level of Qi refinement." After a moment, Song personally escorted Lin Song out of the house. At this moment, Lin Song's attitude towards Song had clearly changed significantly. Initially, Song felt that although Lin Song was polite, it was merely because of the clothes he wore, and he only wished not to offend. However, now that he knew Song had a backing of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, Lin Song was in a state of wanting to befriend Song. Simply being a member of the Xianfang was not terrifying. What was terrifying was that this person had backing. Who could guarantee that Song could summon that latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator to take action? To befriend such a person meant that if anything happened in the future, there was indeed a chance of receiving assistance. With this thought in mind, Lin Song's change in attitude towards Song was only natural. Watching Lin Song leave, Song turned around to close the door. Sitting back at the table, Song picked up the still warm tea and quietly poured himself a cup. Backing and identity. They are merely illusory flowers in a mirror, and the moon reflected in water. The only thing one can rely on is oneself. Sitting at the table, Song's expression did not show any signs of complacency. Even though Lin Song now regarded him with newfound respect due to his mentioned backing, Song felt no sense of pride. He knew that backing and identity were all illusory. Only one's own cultivation was the true source of confidence. A backing could easily sever ties. Identity could also be stripped away by the Xianfang. But as long as one's cultivation improved, it was a permanent gain that no one could take away. However, even with these thoughts, Song felt somewhat satisfied with his actions. Individuals like Lin Song who licked blood from blades required some deterrence. If he didn't show some force, Song wouldn't even be able to cultivate peacefully at home. Only by making others know he was not to be trifled with would they refrain from harboring unnecessary thoughts. With this in mind, Song's objective had been achieved. The change in Lin Song's attitude before and after his arrival made it clear that Lin Song was unlikely to harbor any ill intentions. With all worries dispelled, Song took a large sip of tea. He then began his cultivation for the day. Days passed by like this, one after another. Song lived a very orderly life. After finishing his morning cultivation, he would go out to the spirit field to perform half an hour of the spirit rain technique. Then he would return home to sit in meditation to restore the spiritual energy in his body. If there was something to attend to, he would venture out after restoring his spiritual energy. If there was nothing, Hisong would occasionally visit the Lingjian Pavilion to chat and drink tea with Wei Fan, or go to the Lingyao Pavilion to chat and drink tea with Mingguan. Aside from that, Hisong immersed himself in cultivation every day. Time flew by. Years passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had quietly gone by. During these 5 years, Hisong lived quite steadily. There were no evil cultivators attacking him, no natural disasters or man-made calamities, and there were no sect wars. Everything was very peaceful. However, Hisong occasionally learned of some secret news from Wei Fan about the outside world. For example, a certain scattered cultivator purchased items within the Xianfang and was surrounded and killed by evil cultivators right after exiting. Or someone who was unwilling to remain ordinary resigned from their position in the Xianfang and headed towards Qingyuan Xinqing only to lose track halfway. Or news that a valuable mine was discovered in a certain place, attracting countless families to compete for it, but it was only with the intervention of the Hutus sect that the mine was secured. These various secrets deepened Hisong's understanding of the current cultivation world, and his cultivation had also progressed from the first level of qi refinement to the third level. Sitting on the mat, Hisong exhaled a long breath, his eyes flashing with spiritual light. Having just broken through to the third level of qi refinement, he was still unable to control the surging spiritual energy within his body. This resulted in strands of spiritual energy escaping from his eyes, creating the spectacle of flashing spiritual light in his gaze. The third level of qi refinement. Next comes the accumulation of spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck of the mid-qi refinement stage. Feeling the significantly stronger spiritual energy within him than before, Hisong's eyes flashed with a smile. The increase in spiritual energy allowed him to manage more spirit fields. Managing more spirit fields meant that the number of spirit stones Hisong could earn would also increase. In the realm of cultivation at the Ho-Tu sect in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, no matter which corner of the cultivation world one finds themselves in, cultivation level is always the standard by which everything is measured. The stronger the cultivation level, the more resources one can control. Naturally, the number of spirit stones one can obtain will also increase. Take Hisong for example. When he was at the first layer of qi refinement, his status as a spirit planter allowed him to manage only 5 acres of spiritual fields. The 5 acres of spiritual fields brought Hisong a mere 150 spirit stones each year, of which 120 had to be used for rent. Only the remaining 30 spirit stones were truly at Hisong's disposal. However, when Hisong's cultivation reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, after truly becoming a mid-stage qi refiner, the number of spiritual fields he could manage would increase. By then, the spirit stones Hisong could obtain each year would surpass his current earnings significantly. But now is not the time to think about these things. Having just broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, Hisong felt that he still had some distance to go before reaching the mid-stage. Rising from the cushion, Hisong joyfully brewed himself a pot of fine tea. Over the course of 5 years, influenced by Wei Fan and Mingguan, Hisong's tea-making skills had improved notably, and he had begun to delve deeply into the study of tea. He had explored which teas were good, which could only be consumed once, and which had special effects. Now he had developed the habit of enjoying tea occasionally. At the third layer of qi refinement, although I am still at the very bottom of the cultivation world compared to when I was at the first layer, I have a few more means at my disposal. During these 5 years, Hisong as a spirit planter had accumulated a total of 150 spirit stones. 30 spirit stones each year, totaling 150 spirit stones over 5 years. After deducting expenses for meals and the occasional visits to Wei Fan and Mingguan, Hisong did not squander his spirit stones, but saved them diligently. Now Hisong had saved up over 100 spirit stones. Although the identity of a spirit planter had brought him many benefits before, as an immortal, how could Hisong be content with merely farming? Cultivation encompasses 100 arts: alchemy, weapon forging, talisman, making formations, and beast taming. None of these arts is less appealing than farming. It is precisely because his cultivation level is too low that he cannot engage with these arts, leading Hisong to follow the path of his previous life and become a spirit planter. However, if Hisong were to remain a spirit planter, he would certainly be unwilling. Which immortal spends their days thus saving money to purchase introductory books on various cultivation arts became something Hisong constantly. My soul is stronger than that of other cultivators, and I learn spells more quickly. Now that I am studying various cultivation arts, I should also possess greater talent than others, right? Sipping tea, a thought flashed through Hisong's mind. A sudden urge to visit the Spirit Technique Pavilion to select books on cultivation arts took root within him. Now that he had broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, his life felt dull and uninteresting, filled with either tending to spiritual fields or meditating. It was indeed quite boring, similar to the price of tech. Now that he had broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, his life felt dull and uninteresting, filled with either tending to spiritual fields or meditating. It was indeed quite boring, It was time to find something to do for himself, to learn a new way to earn money. A determined light flashed in his eyes as Hisong sprang to his feet, putting all his spirit stones into his sleeve and striding out the door. It was time to find something to do for himself, to learn a new way to earn money. A determined light flashed in his eyes as Hisong sprang to his feet, putting all his spirit stones. After 5 years, Hisong had become indifferent to the awe-filled gazes of wandering cultivators around him. The disparity in status between the cultivators inside the immortal workshop and the wandering cultivators was nothing short of immense. However, in the outside world, the identity of those within the immortal workshop could even bring about disaster. The awe from the wandering cultivators was merely respect for the immortal workshop behind Hisong. It had nothing to do with Hisong himself. As he entered the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Hisong had not yet had the chance to look around when a familiar voice reached his ears. "Hello, Dao friend, long time no see. This is Pinger. Today have you come to check out some spells?" Pinger was the beautiful female cultivator who had attended to him when he first visited the Spirit Technique Pavilion. Cultivators generally have excellent memories. A person seen once can be recognized at first glance, even after decades apart. Furthermore, if one remembers the other's aura, even if separated by hundreds or thousands of years, they can still recognize the person at a glance, even if their appearance has changed. This was why, despite Hisong not having set foot in the Spirit Technique Pavilion for 5 years, Pinger still recognized him. 5 years had passed, yet Hisong's appearance had not changed. Pinger's appearance also remained unchanged. In the cultivation world, agelessness is the norm. Most cultivators in their 40s or even hundreds still present youthful faces. Only peculiar individuals like Meng Guan prefer to present themselves as old men. Thus, Hisong had never felt anxious about his appearance over the past 5 years. "I have met Dao friend Pinger before. I have come this time to look at the introductory books on cultivation arts." Hisong smiled and slightly cupped his hands towards Pinger. He had come specifically for this purpose, so he naturally had no intentions of hiding anything from the guide at the Spirit Technique Pavilion. However, just as Hisong's words fell, Pinger looked at him with a hint of surprise. But soon the surprise in Pinger's eyes vanished. "Dao friend, please follow me to the guest room for a chat," she said softly, leading the way ahead. At the same time, Pinger's mind was racing. Introductory books on cultivation arts that cost over 100 spirit stones each are not something everyone can afford. Especially for someone like Hisong, who had only been in the immortal workshop for 5 years and whose cultivation was still at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. To have saved such a considerable amount of spirit stones in just 5 years. Pinger suddenly felt curious about Hisong, wondering if he usually practiced without using spirit stones. Or perhaps he had some good fortune that allowed him to acquire a sum of spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as both currency and cultivation resources. Using spirit stones for cultivation enables cultivators to improve their cultivation speed. Thus, spirit stones have become the hard currency of the entire cultivation world. Simultaneously, this was the source of Pinger's confusion. Like Hisong, she too belonged to the internal personnel of the immortal workshop, receiving 2 spirit stones per month, which covered her lodging and responsible for entertaining cultivators who came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to purchase spells. Every time she received her monthly spirit stones, she used them for her own cultivation, hoping to quickly elevate her cultivation level in a short time. As a result, her spirit stones were always spent as soon as they arrived, and she had never managed to save up any. Given Hisong's ability to save 100 spirit stones in 5 years, it was inevitable for her to feel puzzled. Could it really be that there are people who cultivate without using spirit stones, rapidly improving their realm while saving spirit stones for purchases? In the heart of Pinger, acquiring a spirit stone immediately brings the thought of converting it into one's own cultivation. In the early stage of chi refinement, the speed of cultivation improvement is of utmost importance. However, she was unaware that Hisong was completely different from her and other cultivators. Cultivators contend with the heavens for their lives. To live longer, they must convert everything that can be transformed into cultivation into their own powers. If one cannot break through to extend their lifespan before the limit of life approaches, they will perish. Thus, under the threat of death, cultivators generally invest all the resources they obtain into enhancing their own cultivation. Only by continuously raising their own cultivation can they gain greater power and a longer lifespan. This is also why cultivators often proclaim phrases like "my life is in my hands," not dictated by the heavens going against the heavens, and those who do not strive will perish. Their lifespans are set in stone. Not striving means certain death. However, Hisong is different from them. Having achieved immortality and boundless lifespan, death is no longer his shackles. Knowing that he possesses an endless lifespan, Hisong still hopes for his cultivation to grow rapidly. Yet in reality, he does not feel as urgent about it. He naturally knows that using spirit stones can enhance his cultivation speed. But knowing is one thing, putting it into practice is another matter altogether. Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop is quite safe. In this area controlled by the Thick Earth sect, there have not been any large-scale conflicts among cultivators. Although there was an incident nearby where a mineral vein was discovered and a group of Foundation establishment families caused a ruckus, the conflict quickly subsided after the intervention of the Thick Earth sect. This shows that the 4 immortal cities under the control of the Thick Earth sect, as well as the workshops within them, are generally quite safe. In such a relatively safe environment, Hisong accumulating spirit stones and prioritizing the purchase of introductory books on various cultivation arts to earn more spirit stones is entirely reasonable. Hisong and Pinger view the issue from their respective perspectives. Neither side is wrong, but Pinger finds it difficult to understand Hisong's current thoughts. Thus, after leading Hisong into the guest hall and serving him a pot of fine tea, Pinger left with a heart full of doubts to prepare what Hisong needed. The guest hall is small, but the various pieces of furniture within are exceptionally exquisite. Hisong can even sense faint ripples of spiritual energy emanating from these furnishings. This indicates that the materials used to make these pieces of furniture are all spirit materials. While they may not appear to be of high-quality spirit materials, are infinitely more precious than mundane wood. Gently stroking the tabletop before him, Hisong felt a twinge of envy. When would he be able to use furniture made from spirit materials? This immortal technique pavilion is truly wealthy. He took a sip from the teacup in front of him. What a fine tea. Hisong's eyes lit up. As the tea slipped down his throat, it transformed into wisps of spiritual power that flowed into his body, granting a slight increase to his cultivation. If he could drink this kind of tea for years on end, Hisong felt that his cultivation speed would increase significantly compared to before. He just wondered what this tea was called. If he had spirit stones, he would definitely buy some in the future. Making up his mind, Hisong drank his tea while waiting for Pinger to return. Hisong did not have to wait long. Soon Pinger approached him carrying a tray filled with various books. Placing the tray on the table, Pinger casually picked up the nearest book and said, "This is the introductory chapter on alchemy, which includes recipes for the Piga Dan, Yanqi Dan, and Shaoxing Ling Dan, as well as various alchemical knowledge. This is the introductory chapter on artifact crafting, which contains methods for creating both offensive and defensive magical tools along with various crafting knowledge. This is the introductory chapter on talismans, which includes the crafting techniques for the Thick Earth Talisman, the Golden Sword Talisman, and the Divine Movement Talisman, as well as general talisman crafting knowledge. This is the introductory chapter on formations, which includes the layout diagrams for the Spirit Gathering Formation, the 5 Elements Formation, and the Distraction Formation, along with various knowledge about formations. This is the introductory chapter on beast taming, which includes methods for attracting, luring, and controlling beasts, as well as the crafting methods and knowledge for the items needed to lure demonic beasts. This is..." Listening to Pinger's pleasant voice narrating, Hisong's gaze swept over the books one after another. The alchemy introductory chapter contains 3 recipes. The Piga Dan is of no value. The Yanqi Dan is a pill used in the early stage of qi refinement to increase cultivation, and the Shaoxing Ling Dan is used to help cultivators break through the bottleneck in the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, the costs associated with alchemy are exceedingly high. Alchemy furnaces and various precious medicinal materials are beyond Hisong's means, so he simply disregarded them. Hisong also ignored the introductory chapter on artifact crafting. Crafting artifacts requires an artifact furnace and various precious minerals, which he still cannot afford. The introductory chapter on talismans, however, piqued Hisong's interest. The Thick Earth Talisman is used for defense, the Golden Sword Talisman for offense, and the Divine Movement Talisman for escaping. Simply perfect. But the existence of talisman brushes, inks, and papers made Hisong hesitate. They are too expensive. The introductory chapter on formations caught Hisong's consideration. Not for any other reason, but because learning formations does not require excessive expenditure of spirit stones. To set up a formation, one merely needs to inscribe the formation pattern on spirit stones or other carrier materials, then use special techniques to embed them in specific locations, thereby establishing the formation. Once a formation is set up, it only requires periodic replacement of spirit stones to keep functioning. Moreover, setting up a formation does not necessitate purchasing various expensive materials for learning. Thus, Hisong has given some thought to the introductory chapter on formations. As for the introductory chapter on beast taming, upon hearing about the various materials needed for attracting, luring, and controlling beasts, Hisong already had an answer in his heart. Luring demonic beasts also requires special materials. Moreover, because beast taming is quite common in the cultivation world, these special materials are also rather expensive. To truly complete a beast taming, the amount of spirit stones spent could have bought a beast token from the Spirit Beast Pavilion. The Spirit Beast Pavilion specializes in capturing demonic beasts and selling their corresponding beast tokens. As long as the beast token is in hand, the life of that beast is in the cultivator's control without any worry of rebellion. He did not interrupt Pinger. Hisong continued to listen. Soon he gained some understanding of the introductory chapters of the various cultivation arts. After a long while, until the voice in his ears suddenly stopped, He-song looked up at Pinger and saw her gazing at him with a look of longing. After pondering, he handed her a cup of tea. Being gazed at by a beautiful female cultivator, He-song maintained a composed expression, though he felt a hint of embarrassment within. He was unsure of what others experienced when they came to purchase the introductory volumes of various cultivation arts. However, just by looking at the sorrowful expression on Pinger's face at that moment, he realized that he might be the most peculiar guest she had ever received. From the moment the introductory volume on alchemy began, Pinger's mouth had not stopped. She continued to introduce all the introductory volumes of various cultivation arts on the tray before finally pausing. He-song lost count of how much she had said during this time, and he even felt a bit drowsy from listening. Fortunately, he had not fallen asleep. He-song felt relieved and glanced at Pinger with a hint of admiration. Such dedication. She truly continued without stopping as long as the guest did not call for a halt. Now a female cultivator as sincere as Pinger was truly rare. Thank you, friend. Have you decided which volume? As she took the teacup handed to her by He-song, Pinger's gaze softened considerably. He-song was indeed the only person she had ever hosted who had her introduce every single introductory volume of cultivation arts. When other cultivators came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, who among them did not already have a target in mind, immediately stating their needs upon entering? But He-song seemed as if he had come to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to listen to a lecture. The key was that since He-song did not call for a halt, she truly could not stop, for that was the rule of the Spirit Technique Pavilion. Her voice was nearly worn out, and she usually wouldn't speak this much in an entire day. Fortunately, He-song seemed to have realized something in the end, offering her a cup of spirit tea. This made her feel considerably better, and she even felt relieved in her heart. This friend before her surely did not mean any harm. As this thought flashed through her mind, Pinger's gaze towards He-song quickly became completely gentle. I would prefer the introductory volume on array formations. Thank you, friend. After such a long period of contemplation, He-song had already formed his thoughts. Array formations. The difficulty was indeed formidable. Even cultivators without talent, no matter how hard they studied for decades, might not be able to set up even the simplest gathering spirit array. Cultivators with some talent also need years of diligent study to even grasp the basics. It can be said that if there are no other stable sources of income, studying array formations is like falling into a pit for loose cultivators. During the study of array formations, most cultivators find their cultivation stagnating. All their focus is on the arrays, leaving little time for actual cultivation. Falling behind their peers in cultivation is one thing, but if they lack talent in array formations, and after decades of hard work still cannot enter the realm of arrays with their cultivation far inferior to their peers, that is truly the most crushing situation. Wasting so much time on array formations could make it difficult to seek foundation establishment later. Thus, few loose cultivators choose to study array formation. Wasting so much time on array formations could make it difficult to seek foundation establishment later. Thus, few loose cultivators choose to study array formations. Even disciples from sects or those from noble families, if they are not particularly interested in array formations, would not study them specifically. The reason is simple. It is simply too difficult. However, despite the challenges, once one enters the realm of array formations, they can bring immense rewards to the cultivator. Take the simplest gathering spirit array, for instance. Once one learns the gathering spirit array, they can set it up in their residence, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy for their own use. When the concentration of spiritual energy increases, the speed of cultivation will naturally surpass that of other cultivators. In addition, the gathering spirit array has other uses. For example, it can be used to nourish spiritual fields or to assist other cultivators in setting up gathering spirit arrays, thus earning substantial rewards. Becoming an array master is difficult, but once one truly becomes an array master, whether helping others set up arrays or using gathering spirit arrays to nourish spiritual fields, the benefits are immense. Scarcity increases value, and that saying is undoubtedly true. As for He-song, he possesses a soul more powerful than other cultivators and has endless lifespan. Moreover, he is also a spiritual planter capable of utilizing spiritual fields. With such numerous advantages, choosing the introductory volume on array formations became a logical decision. Please wait a moment, friend. I will fetch the jade slip for you. Picking up the tray, Pinger bid farewell and left. The large pile of books on the tray was merely an introduction to the introductory volumes of various cultivation arts. The true cultivation arts would certainly not be brought out without a confirmed intention. 100 spirit stones per book. There were at least dozens of books on that tray. If they were genuine, and someone were to snatch them, it could lead to a loss of several thousand spirit stones immediately. If such losses occurred several times, the Spirit Technique Pavilion within the Jushan Immortal Workshop would not be able to bear it. Pinger's statement was entirely reasonable. Soon Pinger returned once again. However, this time all the books on the tray had disappeared. Instead, there was a jade slip that shimmered with faint light. This jade slip looked exquisite and was clearly a valuable treasure. Hisong offered 100 spirit stones. After Pinger accepted the spirit stones, she placed the tray in front of Hisong. You just need to press the jade slip to your forehead, Pinger's voice quickly followed. Hisong nodded, then picked up the jade slip from the tray and pressed it to his forehead. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator's divine sense has not yet been born, and to read the information within the jade slip, they can only press it to their forehead. However, once they achieve foundation establishment and their divine sense is born, they no longer need to press the jade slip to their forehead. They can simply probe in with their divine sense. Moreover, the jade slip as a medium for storing information can only be crafted once one reaches the foundation establishment stage and possesses divine sense. It can be said that what Hisong was experiencing now was a service provided by a foundation establishment cultivator. As the jade slip pressed to his forehead, Hisong's mind suddenly swelled, and a torrent of vast information surged from the jade slip, swiftly imprinted in his memory, making it impossible for him to forget. This influx of information was somewhat overwhelming, causing Hisong to feel a slight discomfort at that moment. But soon his discomfort faded away. With a powerful soul, Hisong's processing speed in the face of such an overwhelming influx of information was naturally superior to that of other cultivators. It was merely a fleeting moment. Hisong, who had closed his eyes to receive the information from the jade slip, opened his eyes. All the content regarding the introductory volume on array formations had been thoroughly imprinted in his memory, incredibly detailed. After recalling all the content about the introductory volume on array formations in his mind, and confirming there were no omissions, Hisong looked at Pinger. Friend Pinger, may I ask where your pavilion acquires its tea leaves? Thinking of how drinking tea can enhance one's cultivation, Hisong hurriedly inquired. In the cultivation world, cultivation can be said to be the foundation of everything, and it requires time and accumulation. Daily meditation and cultivation, using spirit stones for cultivation, consuming pills to refine them into one's own spiritual power. These all require time. However, the tea leaves that Hisong had consumed today were not among those. Drinking tea can enhance one's cultivation. By having a few cups daily, isn't that just an increase in cultivation? Even if the gain is minimal over time, the accumulated cultivation can be substantial. Thus Hisong could not help but inquire. This tea is precious. On ordinary days, even the steward rarely gets to sip it. Only a small pot is provided for the esteemed guests. Today, thanks to your favor, I can enjoy a cup here. With her gaze shifting, a hint of a smile flickered in Pinger's eyes. If it weren't for the genuine rarity of this tea, and if Hisong hadn't offered her a cup, she wouldn't have so readily believed that he wasn't being intentional. Seeing Hisong's inquiry, she naturally had no reservations and spoke openly. After a pause, Pinger, this tea is called Baixianling tea, harvested from the Baixian tea trees grown in the herb garden of the thick earth sect. It is priced at 10 spirit stones per tael in the immortal workshop. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I shall take my leave now. With his purpose achieved, Hisong had no desire to linger any longer. After giving a slight bow to Pinger, Hisong turned and left the spirit technique pavilion. What? Baixianling tea. Unknown. Unfamiliar. Never seen it. Can't afford it. A hint of disappointment lingered. Hisong hurried his steps as if a beast was chasing him from behind. He needed to return home quickly. Then he could start to comprehend the introductory chapter of the array path from his memories rather than being here, facing Pinger's soft laughter. Hisong's figure quickly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Pinger covered her face with her hands, laughing uncontrollably. She was not mocking Hisong's lack of self-awareness, but rather found him quite intriguing. Any cultivator would understand the preciousness of spirit tea that can enhance cultivation. Yet Hisong, without a second thought, had inquired about it. After learning the price, he turned to leave, showing no signs of hesitation. Moreover, Hisong had been in the immortal workshop for 5 years, yet he had only managed to save 100 spirit stones with his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training. He could still spend 100 spirit stones on the introductory chapter of various cultivation arts. Coupled with the casual way he handed her a cup of spirit tea, it made Pinger view Hisong in a new light. If I see him again, I should befriend him, she murmured to herself as she quickly left the esteemed guest hall to attend to other cultivators. Hisong had left too quickly today. She wished to make friends, but due to her duties she could not leave and would have to wait for the next opportunity. Hisong sat cross-legged, and memories regarding the introductory chapter of the array path surged into his mind. What is an array path? At its grandest scale, it encompasses the heavens and the earth, and under boundless might everything becomes dust. At its smallest scale, it forms arrays with spirit stones, influencing the growth and decay of a region's spiritual energy. However, these are matters for the future. Having just begun to study the array path, Hisong still needed to grasp the basics. How to inscribe array patterns on spirit stones. How to execute special techniques for arrangement. how to observe the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, how to truly set up an array. These are the matters Hisong truly needs to clarify now. Fortunately, the information in the introductory chapter of the array path is quite detailed. Hisong's gaze swept over, and strands of insights quickly emerged in his mind. A spirit stone appeared in his hand, and Hisong began to study earnestly according to the memories in his mind. Thus a day and a night slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the following morning, Hisong walked out of his room deep in thought, heading towards the spirit fields he managed, ready to perform the spirit rain technique. After half an hour of performing the spirit rain technique, Hisong paused slightly, then quickly turned towards the spirit construction pavilion. Today is the day Hisong had agreed with Wei Fan and Mingguan for their monthly meeting. On the first day of each month, the three gather at the spirit construction pavilion to drink tea, chat, and discuss happenings in their respective circles. Most of the news Hisong gathered came from this place. As he walked towards the spirit construction pavilion, he continuously studied relevant knowledge about the array path in his mind. After a day and night of study, Hisong had developed some understanding of the array path. However, whether it was correct or not still required time for verification. Continuing on his way, Hisong soon arrived at the spirit construction pavilion. Ascending to the second floor, he found an old man and a youth already seated on cushions beside a table. Taoist, you seem to be a bit late today. Did you spend the night at Fengqi Tower yesterday? Seeing Hisong lost and thought the elder Mengguan was the first to tease him. Fengqi Tower, a place of indulgence run by the pure Yin sect of the Golden Core lineage. At Fengqi Tower, every female cultivator is a beauty, and among them is the top performer of dual cultivation techniques, who can also enhance one's own cultivation after a session. It is considered one of the few places in Zhushan Immortal Workshop that can drain a cultivator's savings. Given Taoist his wealth, you must have ordered one of the top performers who can help enhance cultivation, right? Oh, congratulations to Taoist for your significant cultivation progress. How delightful. Beside him, the youthful Wei Fan's eyes sparkled, and then he shook his head with a smile. Although he knew Hisong wouldn't waste spirit stones in such a place, the three shared a close relationship and often joked with each other, so it was harmless. Moreover, he had just used the spirit eye technique and discovered that Hisong had actually broken through to the third level of Qi training. Thus he made this remark to tease him. Hisong's breakthrough from the second level to the third level of Qi training was not something that could be hidden from others. However, he never intended to keep it a secret. Listening to the teasing of his two friends, Hisong was not in a hurry to argue. After sitting down at his designated spot, he suddenly let out a sigh. Sigh. As the sound emerged, the entire room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The two who had intended to say more were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances, both discovered a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. In the 5 years they had known him, Hisong had never sat down in silence like today, letting out such a deep sigh. Taoist, has something happened? He gently placed a cup of tea beside Hisong, and Mingguan quietly inquired, seemingly worried about startling this third level. Mingguan stroked his beard, but accidentally pulled out a few strands, causing him to grimace in pain. However, under Wei Fan's persistent urging, he still spoke up. Taoist, has something happened? He gently placed a cup of tea beside Hisong, and Mingguan quietly inquired, seemingly worried about startling this third-level Qi training cultivator. Seeing his demeanor, Wei Fan couldn't help but facepalm. Although he felt Mingguan was being overly cautious, his gaze remained fixed on Hisong. If this little friend of his was bullied by someone else, where would he, a latest-stage Qi training cultivator, put his face? He might have to step in personally to restore his little friend's dignity. Having known him for so many years, he still had the thought of standing up for Hisong. In the past, there were no opportunities to showcase his strength at the late stage of Qi refinement in front of Hisong. However, it appears that the chance may be right before him now. Thinking about the fact that he had not made a move since breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement, Wei Fan suddenly felt a surge of eagerness. Practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement were rare in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. Even though he was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he still belonged to that small elite group at the top of the pyramid. Usually, anyone who saw him would treat him with utmost respect. This led to the fact that he had not made a move since breaking through to the late stage of Qi refinement. But now it seemed that he had an opportunity to act, judging by Hisong's expression. Under the eager gazes of the two, the expression on Hisong's face gradually turned somber. It's nothing much, just that I spent 100 spirit stones to purchase an introductory book on the myriad arts of cultivation, and now I feel a bit lost. Sigh, this is all my possessions, and I don't know when I'll truly start my journey. Hisong's painful expression remained as he took the cup of tea that Mengguan had handed him and drank it down. Immediately, the look of pain vanished from his face. Good tea. Hisong was unaware that Wei Fan was already feeling eager to make a name for himself. Everything he said and did was merely a premeditated excuse. Even if Wei Fan and the others did not tease him as before, he would still behave this way. He first mentioned buying an introductory book on the myriad arts of cultivation. However, he did not specify which one. Then he claimed that 100 spirit stones were all he had. Now that he had spent it all, he wouldn't have to worry about being eyed by others. This way it was a win-win situation. He let people know he had purchased an introductory book on the myriad arts of cultivation, ensuring that when he showcased other skills in the future, he would not attract too much attention. He also indicated that he was now quite poor, having spent all his possessions on the introductory book, thus ensuring that no one would covet the few spirit stones he had left. Based on Hisong's understanding of Wei Fan and the others over the past 5 years, telling them was equivalent to informing the entire Immortal Workshop. This was not for any other reason, but because these two were the type to have many friends. Meng Guan, as the manager of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, was responsible for recruiting spiritual planters and distributing spiritual seeds. In the course of his work, he had met countless practitioners, most of whom were spiritual planters. As for Wei Fan, being a steward of the Spiritual Construction Pavilion, almost everyone within the Immortal Workshop would interact with him, and he himself loved to make friends. Thus, Wei Fan's network was exceptionally strong within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. With just these two, once he shared his situation with them, it wouldn't be long before the news of him being a poor fool spread throughout the entire workshop. Of course, although Wei Fan and the others had many friends, their true small circle only consisted of Hisong and the three of them. The rest were merely acquaintances without being part of their close-knit group. Therefore, Hisong's intention to spread his news through them was merely a trivial matter. Good. I thought the ladies of Fengshi Tower had a quick change of expression, but I didn't expect you to be even faster. I Meng Guan am impressed. The implication in Hisong's words was clearly not lost on these two seasoned individuals. Thus, as soon as Hisong finished speaking, Meng Guan began to tease him with a knowing glance. I'm also impressed. I thought a fight was about to break out, but it turned out to be just a matter of words. You young man are not being honest, Wei Fan remarked, realizing that his earlier intention to step in had been curtailed at that moment. They understood the meaning behind Hisong's 2 sentences very well. In fact, they could summarize it in 2 sentences. He bought an introductory book on the myriad arts of cultivation. He had no spirit stones left. Aside from that, the remaining expressions and changes of demeanor were second. Alright, we understand this. Don't worry, no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Even if they do, I will chop off their claw. In the end, Wei Fan waved his hand decisively, completely dispelling Hisong's worries. The words of a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement were certainly quite significant within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. The only practitioners Hisong needed to guard against were those at the early stage, at most at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. With a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement backing him up, Hisong's safety was naturally greatly enhanced. In response, Hisong cupped his hands in thanks. Networks should be utilized when needed. Otherwise, by the time someone truly set their sights on him, it would be a real trouble. In a situation where he had backing, letting a little information spread could also help avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Hisong had always adhered to the principle of caution. He possessed endless longevity and certainly did not want his safety to be threatened in any way. This approach not only kept him inconspicuous, but also leveraged his support to intimidate potential threats, achieving dual benefits. Once it was clear that Hisong had no other matters to discuss, the conversation among the three quickly fell into a proper rhythm. Hisong personally brewed the tea, yet Wei Fan's voice reached his ears. You all know about the mining veins that appeared near the Immortal Workshop, right? Many Foundation establishment families have been fighting over it. As soon as he spoke, Wei Fan's words piqued the curiosity of Hisong and Meng Guan. Of course, later on, wasn't it the Thick Earth sect that stepped in to take over the mining vein? Is there more to the story? Meng Guan asked curiously. Hisong's gaze turned towards Wei Fan, wanting to hear the rest of the story. Of course there is more. After the Thick Earth sect occupied the mining vein, they discovered that its value was very high. It is a small-scale red spirit gold vein. Wei Fan paused halfway through, noticing the blank expressions on the faces of the two, and quickly added, red spirit gold can be used for crafting magical tools. A small-scale red spirit gold vein is worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones, or even over 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the two, who had been somewhat confused, were suddenly taken aback. Meng Guan's hands grew more restless, but he remained oblivious. He merely muttered the words, several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The greedy glint in his eyes for spirit stones was almost overflowing. He had been stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refinement for a long time, and the breaking pill required to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of Qi refinement was exceedingly expensive. With his current funds, it would take a long time to buy. When he usually spent spirit stones, he wished he could split one into 2 to use. Now a mining vein worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones was right beside him. At this moment, it was impossible not to feel greed. Fortunately, he still had his wits about him. He knew that such a thing was not something a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refinement could covet. Having been in this world for more than 5 years, the most spirit stones he had ever possessed at one time was just over 100. How many years would he need to farm to accumulate? Having been in this world for more than 5 years, the most spirit stones he had ever possessed at one time was just over 100. How many years would he need to farm to accumulate such a wealth of spirit stones? 30 spirit stones in a year. 300 spirit stones in 10 years. 3,000 spirit stones in 100 years. 30,000 spirit stones in 1,000 years. In other words, if Hisong's income never increases, he would need to cultivate the land for 1,000 years to accumulate 30,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this requires Hisong to neither eat nor drink, not to spend spirit stones on cultivation or socializing in order to save up 1,000 years. The yellow flowers have withered, haven't they? Although he possesses endless lifespan, it should not be wasted this way. Just a thought crossed his mind, and Hisong cast it aside, continuing to listen to what followed. Currently, the Thick Earth sect is recruiting scattered cultivators for mining. Each scattered cultivator who works for a month will receive 30 spirit stones as wages. As Wei Fan's voice came again, the two who were already somewhat shocked widened their eyes once more. 30 spirit stones for a month. Isn't that 360 spirit stones in a year? This income, it surpasses even that of internal personnel like spirit planters. As an internal spirit planter of the Immortal Workshop, Hisong could only earn 150 spirit stones after a year's hard work. After deducting rent, he is left with merely 30 spirit stones to spend freely. But now, any scattered cultivator going to mine can earn 360 spirit stones in a year, as long as they do not rent a place in the Immortal Workshop. All of those scattered cultivators have income that can be freely spent. The difference between 30 spirit stones and 360 spirit stones is more than tenfold. Calculating this in his mind, Hisong felt that the 30 spirit stones he earned in a year suddenly lost their appeal. He worked hard for a year to obtain 30 spirit stones. Meanwhile, those scattered cultivators can earn 30 spirit stones in just 1 month. The disparity is immense, like heaven and earth. With such calculations, going to the nearby Chi Ling gold mine to mine is like picking spirit stones from a sack. Unfortunately, they only recruit scattered cultivators. People like us internal cultivators of the Immortal Workshop are not even allowed in. Sigh. Seeing the two's interest, Wei Fan immediately splashed them with cold water. He picked up his cup and took a sip, then continued. Don't think about leaving the Immortal Workshop. While it's easy to leave, getting back in is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you become a mere scattered cultivator, you will no longer have the security you have now. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Guan, who had been somewhat tempted, grabbed the teacup beside him and with a furrowed brow drank it all in one go. Hisong observed silently, not saying anything. But in his heart he had already made his plans. The Thick Earth sect is recruiting scattered miners and offering 30 spirit stones per month as pay. This indicates that due to the immense value of the mine, the Thick Earth sect wants to finish the mining as quickly as possible. As for whether there are any dangers within the mine, that is beyond what Hisong could know. However, having experienced the information explosion of his past life, Hisong remains vigilant about everything. Such a high pay for hiring scattered miners surely has its complexities. Moreover, the Thick Earth sect only recruits scattered miners and does not allow internal personnel from the Immortal Workshop to mine, which is quite ambiguous. The Zhushan Immortal Workshop is not far from that mine. If they want to mine quickly, it would be more trustworthy to employ their own internal personnel, since they only recruit scattered miners like this. The greed in Hisong's eyes dissipated completely at this moment. This mine absolutely cannot be approached. He was resolute, and a weight lifted from his heart at that moment. While miners can indeed earn more spirit stones, earning them requires one's life. What you focus on is that hefty reward. What they are focused on might be your life. Hisong naturally understands the weight of each. As a long-living person, living long is his greatest advantage. If he were to take risks for a bit of cultivation resources like other cultivators, he would be failing his role as a long-living person. Other cultivators fight for resources because their lifespans are short. If they do not compete, they will die. But he has already achieved longevity, which is entirely different from them. Pouring a cup of tea for Meng Guan, Hisong pushed the cup towards him. At this moment, Meng Guan, with a face full of age, looked extremely troubled. He has been stuck in the midst of qi refinement for far too long. So long that he feels his mindset has aged, turning him into an old man. But now, an opportunity to earn a large amount of spirit stones is right in front of him. However, to seize this opportunity, he would need to give up his identity as an internal personnel of the Immortal Workshop and become a mere scattered cultivator. This result is something he absolutely cannot accept. The gap between internal personnel of the Immortal Workshop and scattered cultivators is exceedingly vast. The death rate of scattered cultivators is high. When scattered cultivators are harmed, no one will seek revenge for them. The status of scattered cultivators is extremely low enough for anyone to step on them. The resources scattered cultivators can access are also incredibly limited. But as long as one is an internal personnel of the immortal workshop, all of these issues will not exist. They can cultivate steadily. Resources are distributed monthly or annually. Friends will seek revenge for them if they are harmed. They hold a high status within the immortal workshop and can act freely against scattered cultivators. Such a stark contrast makes Mengguan desire to earn high spirit stones while also unwilling to give up his identity as an internal personnel of the immortal workshop. This is the root of his current struggle. Old Ming, stop overthinking it. Just focus on saving spirit stones. When the time is right, we can go to Qing Yuan Immortal City together to buy a breakthrough pill for you. Wei Fan noticed Mengguan's struggle and spoke softly. Brother Wei is right, it's better to slowly accumulate spirit stones. Who knows, by then you might have broken through on your own before you even gather enough spirit stones. Hisong also comforted him with a few words. Mengguan could be considered Hisong's guide in the immortal cultivation world. If it weren't for Mengguan casually giving the previous body a book on spirit planting techniques, Hisong would probably have become a mere scattered cultivator upon his arrival. The survival methods of scattered cultivators in the immortal cultivation world are far inferior to those of spirit planters, let alone breaking through to the third layer of Qi refinement within 5 years. Whether he can break through the second layer of Qi refinement within 5 years is still a question. Not to mention the various dangers scattered cultivators must face, which Hisong has never encountered. That being said, Mengguan indeed owes a great debt of gratitude to Hisong, even though he himself is unaware of it. However, Hisong needs to remember this point. In immortal cultivation, having clear thoughts is also one of the key factors. Now that he sees Mengguan wanting to jump into the pit of the mine, Hisong definitely needs to persuade him as long as it doesn't affect himself. Mining in the pit might yield high earnings, but one's life might not be guaranteed. At the same time, he would need to resign from his position in the immortal workshop. After a long while, an ancient voice drifted from Mengguan's lips. "Sigh, the breaking through pill is indeed." Mengguan shook his head, picked up the teacup beside him, yet did not drink, his brow furrowed, as he seemed unwilling to let go of this opportunity. He had been stuck at the 6th level of Qi refinement for so long. He knew very well that he could simply accumulate spirit stones and go to Qingyuan Immortal City to buy a breaking through pill. But for a powerless and insignificant disciple of the immortal workshop like him, the treatment in Qingyuan Immortal City was not much different from that of ordinary loose cultivators. As an immortal workshop cultivator, one only had certain privileges within their own workshop. Once in a higher level immortal city, what difference was there between an immortal workshop cultivator and an ordinary loose cultivator when compared to the disciples of true golden core sects? At most, they might know slightly more than the loose cultivators. They had a fixed residence and a stable income. In terms of combat ability, immortal workshop cultivators were generally even inferior to those bloodthirsty loose cultivators. Moreover, the journey to the immortal city to purchase the breaking through pill was not smooth sailing. Not to mention the various dangers along the way to Qingyuan Immortal City. Even if he arrived at Qingyuan Immortal City without any hindrances, would he have enough spirit stones to buy a breaking through pill? Even if he was lucky enough to get one, he would immediately become the target of others. With the breaking through pill in hand, he would need to be cautious on the way back. However, there was a solution. He could simply spend more spirit stones to stay at an inn in the Immortal City and take the breaking through pill to break through his realm. Yet who could guarantee that after acquiring the breaking through pill, he would still have enough spirit stones to stay at the inn? If he wanted to ensure success, the time needed to accumulate spirit stones would be extended again. By then, even if he truly broke through to the late stage of Qi refinement with the help of the breaking through pill, he would have no time to touch upon the foundation establishment realm. For ordinary cultivators, establishing the foundation before the age of 60 was optimal. After 60, the difficulty of foundation establishment increased and the success rate decreased. If one could not reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement before 60 and obtain a foundation establishment pill, it would mean that foundation establishment in this life was nearly hopeless. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, achieving foundation establishment after 60 was a rare occurrence. Only a handful could achieve it in 100 years. Mengguan was already 43, and with his savings, if he hurried, he might still touch the threshold of foundation establishment. If he did not make an effort and continued to languish like this, it was likely that the late stage of Qi refinement would be the limit of his life. This was why Mengguan struggled so much in his heart. The life in the immortal workshop, which was so predictable, truly weighed heavily on his heart. Beside him, Hisong and Wei Fan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Having known each other for many years, Hisong and Wei Fan understood Mengguan quite well. At this moment, seeing Mengguan's expression, they feared he was still in a state of indecision. Although they had already advised him before, they also knew the predicament Mengguan faced now. It was a matter of whether to fight for a chance at foundation establishment or to take it slow and remain in the late stage of Qi refinement for a lifetime. This dilemma was indeed quite troubling. At the same time, Song and the others felt it was not the right time to persuade him further. Once was enough for persuasion. If he could listen, he would. If they spoke too much, it would inevitably annoy him and be counterproductive. Moreover, obstructing someone's path to enlightenment was like killing their parents. Such matters could only be advised among close friends. If their relationship were not this good, Mengguan might even turn against them. Time passed slowly. Song poured each of them another cup of tea. Mengguan still did not drink, his brow tightly knitted as he sank deeper into his own thoughts. Wei Fan raised his teacup to signal to Song, yet the helplessness in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Song similarly raised his cup to signal back, his own helplessness palpable. They had both advised him, but Mengguan's heart remained in turmoil. At this point, Song could only wait for the outcome of Mengguan's struggle. Regardless of whether the result was good or bad, he could only wish him well rather than forcefully persuade him. Obstructing someone's path to enlightenment was no joking matter. Even knowing that the location of the Qiling gold mine was a fire pit, Song could not use his guesses to stop Mengguan. This was the path he had chosen. Perhaps with Mengguan's cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he could protect himself in the Qiling gold mine, Song thought to himself. His gaze met Wei Fan's slightly worried eyes. For a moment, both fell silent, unsure of what to do. After a period of silence, Mengguan finally opened his eyes and poured the tea into his mouth, swallowing it down in one gulp with a sound. I, Mengguan, possess 5 spirit roots and have cultivated in the thick earth courtyard since childhood. Unfortunately, my aptitude is poor, and I could not enter the outer sect of the thick earth sect, being relegated to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. I once thought I would never achieve foundation establishment in this life, yet unexpectedly, I have encountered a glimmer of opportunity. His voice contained too many emotions, as if he were talking to himself or stating facts. At this moment, Song's expression grew heavy, and he felt increasingly uneasy. Wei Fan also hesitated, his face displaying clear anxiety. Time waits for no one. Rather than aging hurriedly here, I might as well stride forward and seize the moment. Ultimately, under the gaze of Song and Wei Fan, Mengguan spoke these words with firm determination. In that moment, Mengguan's determination was clear on his face. His right hand gripped the teacup tightly. Even as the cup began to crack, he felt nothing. A beam of sunlight streamed in through the window, perfectly landing on Mengguan's hand, as if he held the sunlight in his grasp. Silence. Song was silent. Wei Fan was also silent. For a moment, in the entire room, besides the faint sounds of the three breathing, one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, "Old Ming, after this parting, who knows when we will meet again? Do you have any last requests?" Seeing Mengguan's decision was firm, Song knew further persuasion was futile, so he asked about other matters instead. The Qiling gold mine is extremely dangerous. Mengguan's journey there is likely to be fraught with peril. Even though his cultivation is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and he has acquired many spirit stones over the years in the Immortal Workshop, he is not lacking in magical tools and spirit symbols. However, Song still could not be certain he would return alive. Rather than opening his mouth again to discourage Mengguan's morale, it would be better to inquire if he needed any other assistance. Nearby, hearing this, Wei Fan's face changed, but then he seemed to remember something and suddenly froze. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately only let out a sigh. He also realized, at this point, further advice would only leave a shadow in Mengguan's heart. It would be better to help him clear his worries and perhaps increase his chances of survival. Song's actions seemed reckless at first glance, but in reality, they were the best response to Mengguan. If it were him, he wouldn't have thought of this point before Song spoke. As he pondered these thoughts, Wei Fan looked at Song with a hint of admiration. This was a person who truly considered his friends. Indeed, he was a friend he had known for 5 years. On the other side, hearing Song's words, Mengguan was taken aback. He had originally thought Song would try to persuade him again, and he had already prepared how to refuse. However, he did not expect that not only did Song not persuade him, but he also offered to help him resolve his concerns. He glanced at Wei Fan, who was silent beside him, and then back at Song, who was looking at him sincerely. Mengguan's heart warmed. Although his aptitude was lacking, the friends he had made were all exceptional. However, since Song had already asked, Mengguan thought for a moment and quickly shook his head. "I grew up in the Ho-Tu courtyard without any relatives. Apart from you two friends in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, I have no Dao partner, so there's no need to trouble yourselves. However, if I become successful in the future, I will definitely not forget the two of you." As he said this, Mengguan stood up and deeply bowed to Song and the others. Seeing this, Song and Wei Fan quickly stood up as well, returning the bow. After they sat down again, the three of them exchanged glances and chatted aimlessly, each harboring their own thoughts. Mengguan was envisioning his future. From this day forward, he would resign from his position managing the Immortal Workshop's spiritual medicine pavilion. He planned to go to the Qiling gold mine to mine, accumulating spirit stones. Once he had enough spirit stones, he would head to the Qingyuan Immortal City to buy breakthrough pills. With the skills he had accumulated over the years, he felt confident in his chances of success. Once he successfully broke through to the 7th level of qi refining, becoming a figure in the later stage of qi refinement, he felt that he would be considered a strong individual at the Qi Ling gold mine. This way his chances of survival would rapidly increase. By then, not to mention glimpsing the Foundation establishment realm, a loose cultivator in the later stage of qi refinement, even without the status of an inner disciple of the immortal workshop, would still be able to live well after leaving the Qi Ling gold mine. This was his plan, and as long as he could quickly break through to the later stage of qi refinement, the world would be his oyster. Meanwhile, Wei Fan, while chatting, felt a tinge of worry. Meng Guan had only a 5 spirit root aptitude, and his cultivation had been stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for a long time. He could understand Meng Guan's risk-taking to change his fate, but he himself had only 4 spirit roots, and it would also be extremely difficult to break through to Foundation establishment in the future. If at over 50 years old an opportunity to take a risk presented itself, would he take it or not? One must be cautious even in times of peace. Now Meng Guan needed to take risks. As for his future, not knowing what the other two were thinking at this moment, He-Song wasn't overthinking. Meng Guan had made up his mind, which wasn't something he could be persuaded to change. He wanted to help alleviate his concerns, but since Meng Guan was not married, he naturally had no worries. In this case, if he had already done his utmost, and still couldn't change the outcome, then there was no need for him to worry any further. Even though he knew the Qi Ling gold mine was a pit of fire, it was clear that someone wanted to jump into it. He couldn't pull them back. So he hoped that Meng Guan would have divine protection and could turn misfortune into blessing. With Meng Guan's cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, He-Song still felt there was a glimmer of hope. After a lively conversation, the three of them parted ways. Walking along the bustling street, He-Song let out a slight sigh. He paused for a moment before continuing in the direction of his home. Today He-Song had received quite a bit of information. He needed to go home and sort it out to see if there were any connection. At the same time, he needed to assess the safety of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. If the safety level decreased, no matter what, He-Song would have to choose to leave and would not stay here any longer. With his mind filled with thoughts, He-Song quickly returned home. Brewing himself a pot of good tea, He-Song sat beside the only table in the house. 5 years had passed, and the scene in He-Song's home remained unchanged, with no extra furniture and nothing missing. Everything seemed as it had 5 years ago. Apart from his cultivation breaking through from the 1st level of qi refinement to the 3rd level, it seemed that nothing else had changed. Meng Guan is about to resign from the management position of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. This position shouldn't have anything to do with me. Although I have seniority, my cultivation is too low and I cannot compete for this position. He had learned in advance about Meng Guan's impending departure. However, this news held no value for He-Song. On the contrary, with Meng Guan's departure, He-Song would have no acquaintances left in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. However, with Wei Fan, who was in the later stage of qi refinement, backing him up, although Meng Guan would leave, He-Song was not worried about anyone in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion making things difficult for him. One could only say that Meng Guan's departure brought no benefits to He-Song, but it also didn't have too much of a negative impact. That was all. Thinking this, He-Song still let out a sigh. In the future, the 3-person gatherings of the Spirit Building Pavilion would probably turn into 2-person gatherings. A friend who had accompanied him for 5 years was leaving just like that, and whether they could meet again in the future remained uncertain. This sudden realization made He-Song feel a bit lost, but soon he regained his composure. In the future, there will be many such occurrences. I will just have to get used to them slowly. With a glimmer of light in his eyes, He-Song thought to himself. As an immortal, he would undoubtedly experience many such partings like this. At first, he would inevitably feel a sense of loss, but as he experienced it more, he naturally became more accepting. He-Song thought to himself and soon began to organize the various pieces of information he knew in his mind. He also began to unravel the threads of information to deduce whether the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop was still suitable for him to continue residing in. This was something He-Song did every month. Although it seemed somewhat redundant, it could actually avoid a lot of trouble. The Qi Ling gold mine seems to be a trouble. Even the Ho-Tu sect wants to exploit it quickly to avoid prolonged troubles. I should observe first. If the situation worsens, I will flee quickly. After summarizing all the information, He-Song came to a conclusion. Recently, there had not been many malicious events around the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, nor had anything significant occurred. Apart from the Qi Ling gold mine, overall, it was still relatively peaceful. However, even so, He-Song decided to keep an eye on the developments of the Qi Ling gold mine. Once the situation was not right, he would be ready to flee. After preparing himself to escape at any moment, He-Song pondered for a moment and finally closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. Time passed. A night slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the following morning, while He-Song was still in a meditative state, a paper crane swiftly flew through the window and stopped right in front of He-Song. The wings of the paper crane flapped, sending waves of spiritual power emanating from its body, instantly waking He-song from his meditation. Opening his eyes, He-song's gaze immediately locked onto the paper crane before him. Though made of paper, it contained spiritual power. It appeared unremarkable, yet held intriguing secrets within. The paper crane originated from one of the 3 fundamental spells, the sound transmission technique. Of course, true sound transmission is somewhat unrealistic, but by folding a piece of paper with written words into a crane and infusing it with spiritual energy, along with the aura of the person one seeks, the paper crane can reach that person with astonishing speed. The paper crane created by the sound transmission technique travels at incredible speed, making interception nearly impossible. Moreover, since the crane is made from a written piece of paper, the message naturally arrives along with it. Thus, it possesses the ability for long-distance communication. He-song extended his hand to take the paper crane, and a trace of spiritual energy appeared at his fingertips. However, upon sensing the spiritual energy at He-song's fingertip, the once vivid paper crane suddenly transformed into an ordinary paper crane, losing its previous speed and liveliness. In the next moment, a piece of paper with some writing appeared in He-song's hand. "Friend He, I do not know when I shall return. The situation is unpredictable. Although I had intended for you to take over my position, unfortunately, it was not approved by my superiors. Reluctantly, I can only suggest another chi refining layer for cultivator who is friendly with me. But do not worry, this friend Zhao Lin is amiable. Before I left, I advised him to take good care of you. His character is similar to yours. Both of you are rather cautious, so I believe you will get along well. Furthermore, Zhao Lin is well versed in talisman theory. If you need anything, feel free to seek him out." He-song remained silent as he scanned the lines of text on the paper. Meng Guan had left. After handing over his duties and packing his belongings, he departed from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop overnight. As for why he left in such a hurry, he did not even allow He-song and Wei Fan to organize a farewell banquet for him. He-song had his guesses about the reasons behind this. First, the sooner he reached the Qi Ling gold mine, the sooner he could start earning spirit stones. Second, farewells can be quite sorrowful. Instead of making all 3 feel uncomfortable, it might be better to leave without notice, thus minimizing the pain of parting. Third, putting down the letter in his hand, He-song thought for a moment, but ultimately decided not to throw it away. He folded the letter and placed it in the quiet room. Keeping it on him would make it too prone to damage. He-song did not possess a storage bag of such high quality, so he could only leave it in the quiet room for now, planning to transfer it later once he acquired a storage bag. Thinking this, He-song turned his gaze towards the window. At this moment, the sky was already bright, but the sun had not yet fully risen. A thin veil of morning mist enveloped the surroundings, significantly obstructing his view. However, voices from the outside could already be heard as the cultivators within the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop were about to start their new day. He stood up. He cooked. After finishing his meal, He-song first went to the market area to select some talisman ink, then carrying the talisman ink in hand sought out the address of Zhao Lin, the person mentioned in Meng Guan's letter. He naturally wouldn't give up the connections left by Meng Guan. As a spirit plant farmer, he would likely spend a long time working under this Zhao Lin. Thus, visiting right after Meng Guan's departure while his presence still loomed large would likely earn him some goodwill. After all, Meng Guan had handed over his position to him, and specifically instructed Zhao Lin to take care of He-song. If Zhao Lin were to ignore this, his character would undoubtedly be questioned by others. Meng Guan's cultivation was at Qi Refining Layer 6. Now Zhao Lin's cultivation stood at Qi Refining Layer 4. Although both were in the mid-stage of Qi Refining, one was just stepping in while the other had been deeply entrenched for years, making comparison impossible. Furthermore, with his character in question, it was likely that Zhao Lin would not make things difficult for him, and might even offer extra care due to his connection with Meng Guan. Throughout the journey, various thoughts flashed through He-song's mind as he moved quickly to Zhao Lin's residence. Zhao Lin also lived in a rented house within the Immortal Workshop, not far from He-song's home, only a few. Standing at Zhao Lin's door, He-song gently knocked. Tap, tap, tap. As the knocking sound resonated, an unusual noise suddenly broke the previous silence inside the house. After a moment, a wary voice emerged. "Who is it?" Inside the house, Zhao Lin held several thick earth talismans, his expression fluctuating. Last night, an old friend who had always been quite generous suddenly left, handing over his duties at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to him. This transition elevated him from merely a small spirit plant farmer to a position of managing the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. It is important to note that although spirit plant farmers are also internal personnel of the Immortal Workshop, they hold no real authority and spend the year merely farming. However, managing the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is entirely different. Meng Guan, as the manager, was responsible for recruiting spirit plant farmers and distributing spirit seeds. Who can be a spirit plant farmer? Who can obtain better spirit seeds? These decisions were solely in Meng Guan's hands. Now that Meng Guan had stepped aside, these responsibilities naturally fell upon him. Although the monthly salary for the Spirit Medicine Pavilion manager is not high if one considers the gray income, this revenue far exceeds what he could earn from a year of farming. However, wherever there are people, there exist rivalries. The lucrative position of Spirit Medicine Pavilion manager is also eyed by many. Now that he had suddenly risen to power, one could not be certain what others might think. Moreover, his cultivation had just broken through to Qi refining layer 4, lacking the combat strength of a true mid-stage Qi refining cultivator. Thus, when someone suddenly knocked on the door, Zhao Lin's first thought was to draw out his thick earth talismans for self. Friend Zhao Lin, I am Song. Before leaving last night, old Meng should have mentioned me to you. I have come to visit today, and hope you will open the door to meet me. Outside, Song spoke loudly while holding the talisman ink in his hand, which was naturally the first gift he needed to present upon meeting. He felt quite reassured about the connections left by Meng Guan. On his way here, Song had already prepared himself for a long-term relationship with Zhao Lin. The room fell silent for a moment. Song sensed a gaze sweeping over him from the shadows. Shortly after, the door before him finally opened. So it's friend Brother Meng indeed instructed me last night. Please come in quickly. Zhao Lin said, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he hurriedly invited Song inside. He closed the door and entered the room. Inside, by a cluttered desk, Song and Zhao Lin took their seats. A cup of hot tea was soon brought to Song's side by Zhao Lin. Rest assured, friend since you are a friend of Brother Meng, you are naturally also my friend. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Though it was their first meeting, Zhao Lin was quite warm. It seemed that his friendship with Meng Guan was indeed genuine. Seeing this situation, Song secretly nodded in his heart, picking up the teacup and placing it in front of him, yet he did not drink. It is better to be cautious during their first meeting. However, as Song listened to Zhao Lin's words, he felt a hint of interest regarding the way Zhao Lin addressed Meng Guan. In the small circle formed by Song, Meng Guan, and Wei Fan. Meng Guan's nickname is Old Meng, and both Song and Wei Fan refer to him as such. Wei Fan has no nickname, and is called Brother Wei by Song and Meng Guan. Due to his cultivation level and age, Song is addressed as Dao Friend, by both Wei Fan and Meng Guan. This is not due to estrangement, but because Song does not like being called Little He or Little Song, while the other two are older than him. Thus, after some discussion, the other two have always addressed him as Dao Friend. Now, hearing Zhao Lin refer to Meng Guan as Brother Meng, Song immediately understood. Zhao Lin has a good relationship with Meng Guan, but it has not yet reached the level where he can enter their small circle. However, it should not be too long before that happens. If Meng Guan had not left suddenly, perhaps in a few more years their small circle would have gained another member. Thoughts flashed through his mind, yet Song did not slow down in his actions. He placed the talisman ink he had been holding onto the table. Glancing at the cluttered desk before him, he thought to himself that he had indeed brought the right items this time. The messy desk seemed to be Zhao Lin's workspace for talisman creation, cluttered with various talisman-making tools. At a glance, one could see the remarkable talisman brush, a few dishes of dark red unknown talisman ink, and scattered sheets of talisman paper. The presence of these items made the desk appear especially chaotic. I hope I am not intruding you. I heard from Old Meng that Dao Friend Zhao is skilled in talisman making, so I brought some talisman ink. I hope you do not mind. Song pushed the talisman ink toward Zhao Lin while speaking. Indeed, Meng Guan's letter mentioned Zhao Lin's talent in talisman creation. Song simply catered to his interests by purchasing some talisman ink from the market. Though these items are not particularly valuable, they are certainly more impressive than arriving empty-handed. You have gone to trouble for me. If you ever need talismans in the future, just come find me, and I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. Upon receiving the talisman ink and glancing at it secretly, Zhao Lin's enthusiasm instantly increased. Although he did not lack such talisman ink, the difference between buying it himself and receiving it from someone else is entirely different. Previously, when he was a spirit plant master, he could not even find a way to give gifts, let alone receive them. Now that Song had come to visit and brought a gift, he felt genuinely happy. With the gift accepted, the two had established a connection. Thinking of Meng Guan's instructions to take care of Song before he left, Zhao Lin also speculated about the relationship between Song and Meng Guan. Perhaps Song could provide some clarification. With this thought crossing his mind, Zhao Lin suddenly asked, by the way, Dao Friend, do you know why Brother Meng left so suddenly? I noticed he seemed rushed, as if he had urgent business, but at that time I was a bit confused and didn't ask in detail. Zhao Lin's expression turned awkward for a moment as he reached the end of his sentence. It was not that he was confused and did not ask. Rather, he had been stunned by the unexpected windfall and had not asked at all. Before last night, he could never have imagined Meng Guan would leave so suddenly and hand over his duties to him. As a result, he had been in a daze all night last night, and it was only this morning that he felt somewhat better. This is not a secret. Dao Friend Zhao will naturally know in a few days. Not answering Zhao Lin's question, Song saw that his purpose had been achieved and had no intention of staying any longer. Thus, after managing to exchange a few more words with Zhao Lin, Song quickly took his leave. The news about the Qi Ling gold mine is indeed not a secret. However, there are certain insider details that Hisong would definitely not share with a fellow cultivator he had just met. His information came from Wei Fan, and compared to ordinary cultivators, the information Wei Fan could obtain is certainly more accurate. However, in a few days, the news about the Qi Ling gold mine recruiting scattered cultivator miners will undoubtedly spread throughout the Xianfang. At that time, Hisong was unaware of how scattered cultivators and the internal cultivators of the Xianfang would react. By then, Zhao Lin would naturally understand the reason for Meng Guan's departure. There was no need for him to inform Zhao Lin in advance. After bidding farewell to Zhao Lin, Hisong spent a few minutes returning to his doorstep. Gazing at the neighbor's house, a thoughtful expression flashed in Hisong's eyes. Within the Zhoushan Xianfang, he knows quite a few people. However, there are very few whom he could call friends. Wei Fan, Meng Guan, and Lin Song are among the only few friends Hisong has in Zhoushan Xianfang. Lin Song, the brawny man living next door to Hisong, is a scattered cultivator who makes a living by hunting demonic beasts in partnership with others possessing exceptional combat strength. Hisong had once had to move out seeking Wei Fan, a latest-stage Qi cultivation cultivator, as a support due to Lin Song's formidable fighting power. Fortunately, the latter did not harbor any ill intentions. Now they have known each other for over 5 years. During this time, their relationship has evolved from ordinary neighbors to friends with whom they can chat freely. They often sit together over tea discussing amusing stories from their experiences. It seems. I haven't seen him in half a month, have I? Thinking about the last time he met Lin Song, Hisong mused to himself. Half a month can be said to pass in the blink of an eye in ordinary circumstances. Yet Hisong clearly remembers that when Lin Song came to find him half a month ago, he mentioned he was about to break through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Now, after half a month, Hisong is unsure if Lin Song has successfully broken through. His gaze lingered on Lin Song's house for a moment. Then Hisong shook his head, deciding not to disturb him. If he were to go over now, Lin Song might be in the critical moment of his breakthrough, potentially affecting their relationship unfavorably. It would be better to congratulate him after he successfully breaks through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. With this thought in mind, just as Hisong was about to enter the house, a sudden sound of a door opening reached his ears. Hisong turned to look at the source of the sound. However, he found that the one opening the door was not Lin Song, but rather another neighbor on his other side. Lin Song lives to the left of Hisong's house, while this household resides on the right. Hisong turned to look at the source of the sound. However, he found that the one opening the door was not Lin Song, but rather another neighbor on his other side. Lin Song lives to the left of this old man, and the little girl had only moved in 2 years ago. The neighbor who previously lived to the right of Hisong had some acquaintance with him, but left in a hurry 2 years ago, and has not returned since leaving Hisong without seeing him again. It was not until a month later that this old man and little girl moved in, forcing Hisong to accept the reality of suddenly having new neighbors. As for what happened to the former neighbor, whether he is alive or dead, Hisong does not know. However, judging by the urgency with which the other party left, Hisong sensed that the situation was likely dire. Conversely, the elderly man and the young girl who had just moved in were amiable. The old man had a kind expression, and the little girl was lively and adorable. Hisong was somewhat familiar with them. The old man's name was Su Jin. The little girl's name was Su Yan. They were a grandfather-granddaughter duo. According to Su Jin, Su Yan was his biological granddaughter from the mundane world. Due to her possessing a spiritual root, he brought her from the mundane realm to teach her personally. In the world of cultivation, most cultivation families come about in this manner. The elderly man and the young girl before him were the embryonic form of a cultivation family. Such families relying on bloodlines were extremely reliable, especially if more cultivators with spiritual roots emerged. It would likely lead to the formation of another cultivation family in the realm of cultivation. Little Yin is truly obedient. Next time, Brother Song will bring you some delicious food. Hisong pinched Su Yan's chubby face, responding to her, while his gaze shifted to Su Jin. I visited a friend today. Are you planning to set up a stall, Senior Su? Su Jin's cultivation level was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and it was quite normal for Hisong to address him as senior. Although Su Jin appeared quite aged, and indeed was of considerable age, as a loose cultivator his means of making a living were similar to those of Lin Song. Lin Song had a low cultivation level and needed to partner with others to hunt demon beasts in the outside world for spirit stones. However, Su Jin was different. His cultivation had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and he lacked neither magical tools nor talismans, making battles a routine affair for him. This allowed him to venture out alone and still slay demon beasts to earn spirit stones. Moreover, all the spoils from hunting demon beasts went entirely to him. Thus, he could earn significantly more spirit stones than an average person. The stall that Hisong inquired about referred to Su Jin setting up a stall to sell the corpses of demon beasts after hunting them. Yes, Little Yin insisted on going out to play, so I took her to the stall area for some fun. With a doting glance at Su Yin, Su Jin spoke and nodded at Hisong, signaling for them to leave first. Hisong cupped his hands in salute. Even as Su Jin led her away, Su Yan's gaze remained fixed on Hisong. As they walked further away, she occasionally turned to glance back at him. It seemed she was checking if Hisong had any treats. However, Hisong did not notice this. He opened the door, and locking the door, Hisong soon immersed himself in the introductory text on formation techniques in his mind. Studying formation techniques was the most pressing matter for Hisong at present. Once he grasped the fundamentals of formation techniques and successfully set up a gathering spirit array, Hisong's cultivation speed would significantly increase. At that time, even without assisting others in setting up arrays for high rewards, Hisong could quietly amass wealth, allowing his own cultivation to rapidly grow. Mastering formation techniques was challenging, yet once he grasped it, the rewards would be plentiful. For instance, setting up a gathering spirit array typically offered a reward of 300 spirit stones. A single gathering spirit array yields 300 spirit stones. That could match Hisong's earnings over the past 2 years. The time required to set up a gathering spirit array is minimal, yet the profits are astonishing. There are numerous reasons for this. Firstly, very few formation masters can set up arrays. They are rarely seen under normal circumstances. Secondly, once a gathering spirit array or any other array is set up, it almost always remains effective indefinitely, needing only spirit stones to activate it continually. Thirdly, once a formation master sets up an array, the likelihood of being targeted as a lucrative target increases significantly, so most formation masters do not risk setting up arrays. If someone were to ambush them, they might not even escape. While studying the introductory text on formations, Hisong had already prepared himself not to assist others in setting up arrays. Although the benefits of helping others were high, the risks involved were equally considerable. As an immortal, Hisong sought safety and stability, not to take reckless risks just for profit. That was a path to death. It was not Hisong's way. Thus, even before purchasing the introductory text on formations, he had already devised ways to earn spirit stones using formation techniques. As long as he employed that method, even without helping others set up arrays, he could still have a steady influx of spirit stones. A thought flashed through his mind, and Hisong became even more motivated in his understanding of the introductory text on formations. In the time that followed, Hisong led a life of repetitive monotony. After finishing his morning cultivation, he would spend half an hour performing the spiritual rain technique on the spirit fields he managed. After the spiritual rain technique was complete, if there were tasks to attend to, he would handle them first. If not, he would immediately return home to replenish his spiritual energy. Once his spiritual energy was fully restored, he would begin contemplating the introductory text on formations. If his mental energy was overly drained, he would practice for a while before resuming his contemplation. Thus, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Time flew. Time passed swiftly. Half a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Hisong was pondering the introductory text on formations at home, he heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. But before Hisong could open the door, Lin Song's excited voice came from outside. Friend, I have successfully broken through to the mid-chi refinement stage. Today I will treat you. We will not return until we are drunk at the osmanthus flower pavilion. Upon hearing Lin Song's familiar voice, Hisong's expression brightened. A month ago, Lin Song had mentioned he would enter seclusion to break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. After so long, Hisong had thought Lin Song had failed to break through. Unexpectedly, on this day, a month later, Lin Song had succeeded and immediately sought Hisong to share the joyous news. Such a surprise filled Hisong's heart with both shock and joy. He was surprised by why Lin Song had taken a month to break through. He was delighted that Lin Song had truly succeeded in reaching the mid-chi refinement stage. Thus, he now had another friend at the mid-chi refinement stage, further solidifying his roots in the Jushan Immortal Pavilion. Simultaneously, Lin Song's breakthrough would provide Hisong with deeper insights into the bottleneck between the early and mid-chi refinement stages. He opened the door and welcomed Lin Song inside. The two sat at the table, and only then did Hisong congratulate him with cupped hands. Congratulations, my friend, on your significant advancement in cultivation. A future foundation establishment is to be expected. After bowing to Lin Song, Hisong handed him a cup of hot tea. At the table, upon hearing Hisong's congratulations, Lin Song's face displayed even greater joy. Even the neighbor who intended to befriend him had taken several years to finally establish a friendship with Hisong, allowing them to enjoy tea, and even the neighbor who intended to befriend him had taken several years to finally establish a friendship with Hisong, allowing them to enjoy tea and conversation together. Now, hearing Hisong's congratulatory words, Lin Song felt quite pleased. I am now a mid-chi refinement in this small Jushan Immortal Pavilion. While there were many mid-chi refinement cultivators, their status was still higher than that of early chi refinement cultivators. A surge of pride flashed through Lin Song's mind, and his smile widened. It was merely luck, just luck. Friend, do you have time now? We must celebrate at the osmanthus flower pavilion until we are drunk. Having made a living by hunting monsters in cooperation with others, he still had some savings. This time, having successfully broken through, his heart was filled with joy beyond words. Thus it was worth it to invite a friend to enjoy a fine meal at Hohhot Tower. Hohhot Tower was the most expensive restaurant in Jushan Xinfang without exception. The dishes at Hohhot Tower were made with spiritual rice, spiritual materials for the vegetables, and meat from monster beasts. Moreover, every ingredient was carefully selected, specifically choosing the best parts for cooking. Most importantly, a meal here allowed one to absorb enough spiritual energy to equal several days of hard cultivation. Eating could enhance one's cultivation level. As such, the costs at Hohhot Tower were extraordinarily high. Just for 2 people to dine, a meal would likely cost at least several spirit stones. And this was merely for 2 people ordering non-rare dishes. If there were more people and the dishes were rare, it would likely cost dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Such extravagant expenditures placed Hohhot Tower in a position of exceptional status within Jushan Xianfang. Generally, loose cultivators would seldom go there unless it was a major event. Those who could freely dine at Hohhot Tower were usually descendants of families or disciples of sects. The difference between such individuals and loose cultivators was akin to a chasm. Then I shall drink and not return until I am drunk. Faced with Lin Song's invitation, Hisong had no intention of declining and readily agreed. Lin Song's decision to invite him to Hohhot Tower was his own. It was not Hisong forcefully dragging him to have. If the invitee has expressed a desire to go, then one might as well follow along. Instead of feigning refusal, it was better to be straightforward, otherwise it would appear overly pretentious. As friends, there was truly no need for pretense. Seeing Hisong agree, Lin Song nodded in satisfaction, immediately setting down his teacup and pulling Hisong to head out. At this moment, it was the noon dining hour. Soon crossing the bustling streets, the two arrived at the renowned Hohhot Tower within Jushan Xianfang. As soon as they walked in, a figure dressed as a waiter approached them, and his voice rang out, "Esteemed cultivators, please come in. May I ask if you would like to sit on the first floor or the second?" "The second floor, please. The view is better," Lin Song casually replied. "Certainly, please take a seat on the second floor." Hisong and Lin Song then sat at a table. This was a window-side position, and with a slight turn of the head one could see the scenery outside. The view was excellent, and from afar one could even glimpse the towering mountains. Thin wisps of mist adorned the mountains, making them appear even more majestic. The waiter had already left, and Lin Song had also ordered the dishes. At this moment the two were chatting idly. "Do you know why it took me so long to break through this time?" Lin Song asked, his tone slightly somber as he looked down while waiting for the dishes. "I do not know. Could it be difficult to break through the bottleneck?" Hisong thought for a moment and casually guessed, "That's not it. However, I often heard other loose cultivators say that it is difficult for them, and I did not pay it much mind until I experienced it myself." Suddenly I understood sigh. He shook his head, speaking half of his thoughts before suddenly sighing. But he soon spoke again. "In the past month, I spent over half a month preparing to break through the bottleneck, yet when I truly faced the challenge, I discovered that with my 4 spiritual roots, breaking through was actually not difficult at all." Saying this, Lin Song bitterly smiled, yet the feelings within him were hard to express. He had prepared for a long time to break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation and had heard much about what was needed for the breakthrough. However, when he finally bought everything and began the breakthrough, he unexpectedly found that these items were of no use to him at all. With his 4 spiritual roots, breaking through from the early stage to the mid-stage of qi cultivation was indeed very easy. Fortunately, he succeeded. It was just that he wasted the spirit stones spent on those unnecessary items. Although he confirmed that the things he bought were of no use. His cultivation level, however, had indeed risen to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. This was also why he could recount these experiences to Hisong with a sense of humor. If he had failed to break through, things might have turned out differently. At the same time, after going through all this, Lin Song truly understood the hardships of loose cultivators. For loose cultivators, the majority of information channels relied on hearsay, and who could guarantee the truth of such information? Take, for example, everything he had encountered. If he had not experienced it personally, he himself would not have believed it. And the many issues that loose cultivators face during their cultivation process, such as how to break through, how to cultivate techniques, how to practice spells, and how to choose magical tools. Almost everything had to be explored by oneself. Compared to disciples of sects and descendants of families, it is genuinely very challenging for loose cultivators to continue their journey of cultivation. This stems from a lack of knowledge and the absence of guidance from elders. Breaking through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation with 4 spiritual roots is not considered difficult. Hisong was taken aback, murmuring to himself before his eyes brightened. He too had 4 spiritual roots. According to Lin Song, when he broke through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation, it should not be too difficult to break through the bottleneck. Reflecting on this, Hisong's gaze toward Lin Song suddenly held a hint of joy. Originally, he had thought that once Lin Song successfully broke through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, it would provide him with some assistance in his own future breakthrough. But he did not expect that after Lin Song's personal breakthrough, he would bring such news to him. This meant that when he needed to break through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, he would not have to take as many detours as Lin Song. In the cultivation world, everyone knows that wealth partners' techniques and locations are extremely important. Wealth refers to cultivation resources. Partners are companions or mentors with whom one can discuss the Tao. Techniques encompass cultivation methods, spells, and various arts of cultivation. Locations refer to places rich in spiritual energy. Hisong had originally thought that wealth partners' techniques and locations were important, but after hearing Lin Song speak, he finally understood just how crucial they truly are. If he did not know Lin Song, he surely would not have learned this information. If he remained unaware, he might have to tread the same pitfalls that Lin Song had when breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. If Lin Song were not close to him and did not tell him the truth, he also would not have known these things. Considering everything, Hisong had indeed benefited from Lin Song this time. To be able to share this information with him indicated that Lin Song was indeed a reliable person. Thank you for your guidance, dear friend. When I break through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation in the future, I will certainly invite you here to discuss. Facing this kindness, Hisong promised without hesitation. Spending some spirit stones was nothing. Showing a bit of gratitude to Lin Song was what Hisong wanted to do at this moment. One considers oneself a friend, even confiding in matters as secretive as breakthroughs in cultivation. If one were still to begrudge a few spirit stones, that would truly be ungrateful. Hisong reflected, glancing at Lin Song with a hint of sentimentality. Years of companionship. Through Lin Song's intentional friendship, the two finally became friends. Now Lin Song sharing his secrets of breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement indicates that at least in this moment Lin Song holds no ill intentions toward him. He believed that as long as the relationship between him and Lin Song continued to be maintained, and he treated Lin Song with sincerity, Lin Song would naturally not treat him poorly. A thought flashed through his mind, and Hisong suddenly had an idea of reciprocity. By the way, has Taoist Lin ever been to the Spirit Technique Pavilion? Recalling the time when he first entered the cultivation world and spent days reading miscellaneous books at the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Hisong directly asked. At the Spirit Technique Pavilion of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, aside from selling cultivation methods and spells, there are also a vast number of miscellaneous books available for reading. These miscellaneous books encompass a wide array of topics from basic knowledge of the cultivation world to introductions of various sects' influence, all included. However, for loose cultivators wanting to read, it costs 1 spirit stone per day. Hisong, being part of the Immortal Workshop back then, did not need to spend spirit stones to read. He saved a few spirit stones. Although these miscellaneous books cannot compare to the collections of sects or families, nor can they match the guidance of predecessors, they are invaluable for loose cultivators. If Lin Song had not visited, Hisong would recommend him to take a look. This way, he would gain some understanding of cultivation knowledge. At the very least, it would help him avoid being easily deceived in the future. Thinking of how Lin Song sought out various so-called breakthrough aids to advance in Qi refinement, Hisong couldn't help but chuckle. If Hisong were about to break through, he would certainly consult his friend before making any purchases. Meng Guan and Wei Fan, both at the mid or even late stages of Qi refinement, were all too familiar with the bottlenecks when advancing from the early stage of Qi refinement to the mid-stage. With Lin Song here providing on-site instruction, Hisong would surely not repeat past mistakes during his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The Spirit Technique Pavilion. He had previously bought some spells there, but they were too expensive, so he rarely went back. When learning spells, he generally bought them in the trading area, which was much cheaper. Lin Song pondered thoughtfully, but then, as if recalling something, a smile appeared on his face, and he continued, Taoist, here you thinking of going to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to buy spells? I advise you to purchase in the trading area instead. The spells sold there are much cheaper than in the Spirit Technique Pavilion. Hisong maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, loose cultivators are just that. Everything is viewed through the lens of price. Of course, if Hisong were a true loose cultivator, he would feel the same. However, Hisong is not a true loose cultivator. He is a cultivator of the Immortal Workshop, and also a transmigrator from the age of information explosion, knowing the value of knowledge. Thus, although he cannot compare to the disciples of sects or families, he is much better off than true loose cultivators. Knowledge also comes at a price in the cultivation world. Cultivation methods require spirit stones. Spells require spirit stones. Knowledge of various cultivation arts also requires spirit stones. Even the miscellaneous books in the Spirit Technique Pavilion require spirit stones. Given Lin Sung's current mindset, Song felt that even if he informed him that there were miscellaneous books in the Spirit Technique Pavilion costing only 1 spirit stone per day to quickly understand various knowledge of the cultivation world, he would likely decline due to the cost. After some thought, Song shook his head. Whether to say it or not was his own business. Whether to go or not was Lin Sung's decision. Some things, as long as one does them, one can be at peace with oneself. As for whether he could help Lin Sung, that would depend on his own fortune. He was not a babysitter and could not chase after him. It is not that, but in the Spirit Technique Pavilion, there are various miscellaneous books that can quickly provide an understanding of the cultivation world. If you have time, you might as well take a look. It only costs 1 spirit stone a day, and in a few days you can finish reading them all and gain a basic understanding of the cultivation world. He spoke truthfully, yet Song held little hope in his heart about whether Lin Sung would actually go. However, since he had already spoken, he did not think of taking it back. Just speaking the truth. As for what happens next, who knows? With such thoughts, Song scanned the surroundings and happened to see the waiter approaching with dishes. Thank you for the suggestion, Taoist. I will not get drunk today. Let's discuss going to the Spirit Technique Pavilion tomorrow. Lin Sung also saw the waiter and immediately set aside everything else, eagerly anticipating the food. Seeing this, Song said nothing more, setting down his teacup as he waited for the dishes to arrive. Soon a table of exquisite dishes was laid out before them. Threads of spiritual energy wafted from the dishes, allowing one to feel the refreshing sensation of spiritual energy entering the body with just a light whiff. The spiritual energy contained in the exquisitely prepared dishes should not be underestimated. At the same time, 2 bowls of spiritual rice were also served. Spiritual materials, spiritual rice, and beast meat. Together they formed this expensive spiritual feast. In the cultivation world, anything without spiritual energy is utterly worthless. However, if it contains spiritual energy, even an ordinary stone can be considered a spirit stone. Once the dishes were served, Song and Lin Sung quickly began to feast heartily. However, as they chatted idly, they overheard some rumors from other tables. The Qiling gold mine not far from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop had begun recruiting loose cultivators. Now recruitment notices for the Qiling gold mine are plastered all over the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. In addition to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, similar notices have also been posted in several nearby Immortal Workshops. Under the temptation of a high reward of 30 spirit stones per month, loose cultivators from various Immortal Workshops have flocked to the location of the Qiling gold mine. However, the recruitment for miners at the Qiling gold mine is not open to everyone. A cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is required. Cultivators at the 1st and 2nd layers of Qi refinement are completely excluded due to their low cultivation level. Only those who reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement have the opportunity to enter the Qiling gold mine. In an instant, numerous loose cultivators from the surrounding Immortal Workshops embarked on the path to the Qiling gold mine. 30 spirit stones a month. In a year, that amounts to 360 spirit stones. This income is significantly higher than what the internal cultivators of the average Immortal Workshop earn. Compared to Song, who only earns 150 spirit stones a year as a spiritual herb cultivator, this income is more than double. Ordinary loose cultivators mostly lead lives on the edge of danger. Now that a mining job has appeared that is neither dangerous nor low-paying, they naturally would not let it slip by. As a result, the number of loose cultivators coming and going in the Zhushan Immortal Workshop has greatly decreased. The once bustling Zhushan Immortal Workshop now appears somewhat empty these days. Do you know any news about the Qiling gold mine? Sitting at the same table as Song, Lin Sung naturally heard the same news. At this moment, Lin Sung's gaze became somewhat heated, seemingly showing great interest in the matter of mining. In his view, mining is certainly safer than hunting monsters in the outer world. Moreover, the profits from mining are not any lower than the risks of hunting monsters. Given this calculation, if possible, he would indeed like to give it a try. To earn spirit stones in safety, who would want to live a life on the edge? Qiling gold mine. Song's mind flashed with the image of Mengguan. He wondered how Mengguan was faring at the Qiling gold mine. Speaking of which, it has been half a month since Mengguan left Zhushan Immortal Workshop to mine at the Qiling gold mine, and there has been no news, which made Song feel a vague sense of worry. However, faced with Lin Sung's inquiry, Song thought of what Lin Sung had just said to him. After some contemplation, he quickly made a decision. Well, then he would persuade him again to prevent his friend from recklessly charging toward that mining area. Lin Dao, what I say to you, please don't spread it around. First, he spoke softly to Lin Sung. Then, under the gaze of Lin Sung's suddenly brightened eyes, Song casually took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. This paper was originally meant for folding a paper crane to use for sound transmission. However, with so many people around, it was easy for others to overhear. Thus, Song had no choice but to resort to this method. As spiritual energy surged through his fingers, strands of spiritual energy escaped and swiftly inscribed a line of text on the paper. The Qiling gold mine only recruits loose cultivators, not internal cultivators from the Immortal Workshop. After finishing the inscription, Hisong casually handed the paper to Lin Song, and then continued to enjoy his meal. However, after handing the paper to Lin Song, a stone in Hisong's heart finally fell. Previously, Lin Song had informed him of the secrets of breaking through from the early stage of Qi refinement to the mid-stage, which was a favor. He had originally intended to exchange this favor for information about books on immortal cultivation in the Lingji Pavilion, but it seemed Lin Song did not pay much attention. He was worried that he had no way to repay this favor. Now it was good. This piece of paper was enough for Hisong to repay that favor. At this moment, even if Lin Song no longer went to the Lingji Pavilion to browse those miscellaneous books, Hisong had already repaid the favor. Beside him, Lin Song, who had just taken the paper, opened his eyes wide. However, no matter how shocked he was inside after reading the inscription, a ripple of spiritual energy immediately flickered in his hand. Beside him, Lin Song, who had just taken the paper, opened his eyes wide. However, no matter how shocked he was inside after reading the inscription, a ripple of as if it had never existed. But at this moment, a storm of emotions surged within Lin Song. Just a hurried glance, and he knew what kind of shocking events were recorded in the paper Hisong had given him. Under what circumstances would a mining operation only recruit loose cultivators? Under what circumstances would they recruit loose cultivators for mining? Under what circumstances would a small mine dispatch several foundation establishment cultivators to oversee it? These were all unknown to him. But he knew one thing. The more tightly guarded a place is, the more likely it is to contain some kind of treasure, and the greater the hidden dangers. For a moment, realizing this, Lin Song was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Previously, he had thought that if possible, mining would be more comfortable than hunting monsters in the outer world. But now he understood. Such high rewards meant they were not recruiting miners, but cannon fodder. Perhaps within the Qiling gold mine, there were unknown dangers waiting for these cannon fodder. Under the suppression of several foundation establishment cultivators, even if the cannon fodder collectively rebelled, it would probably not stir up any waves. As for what exactly was within, that was beyond his knowledge. At the same time that cold sweat broke out, Lin Song's gaze toward Hisong was filled with deep gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." Deeply bowing in gratitude to Hisong, Lin Song felt that his past intention to befriend Hisong was indeed the most correct decision he had ever made in this life. If it weren't for his conscious attempts to befriend Hisong 5 years ago, he would have excitedly headed to the Qiling gold mine by now. And at that time, his fate. Thinking of this, Lin Song couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Hisong, and he felt incredibly uplifted to be Hisong's friend. To befriend Hisong could truly save his life. Lin Song thought to himself, while Hisong had no idea about this. But the piece of paper he casually handed over had startled Lin Song, which was precisely what Hisong had anticipated. This information came from Wei Fan, who was in the late stage of Qi refinement half a month ago. Although the news of the Qiling gold mine has spread throughout the entire Immortal Workshop, those who know the secrets like Hisong are few and far between. Thus, using this to intimidate a loose cultivator like Lin Song was certainly not a problem. Loose cultivators have very few channels to obtain information. Please do not spread this outside. This matter is secretive if someone investigates. Regarding Lin Song's character after 5 years, Hisong naturally had some assurance, but a warning was still necessary. In the time that followed, the two gradually exchanged cups, leaving everything behind fully immersed in their indulgence. This time Lin Song had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and was warned by Hisong, thus avoiding a life-and-death crisis. Hence he felt extremely pleased, and showed no concern for the spirit stones as they drank. And because of this, after downing one cup after another of fine spirit wine, he quickly became drunk and oblivious to his surroundings. Hisong, on the other hand, did not drink much. Although they were in the Immortal Workshop, Hisong maintained a sense of vigilance in his heart. Being at the bottom of the cultivation world, he did not wish to make mistakes due to inebriation. In this round of drinking, Hisong was merely tipsy and nowhere near being drunk. Fortunately, Lin Song had settled the bill earlier, and seeing him inebriated, Hisong naturally helped him back home. He brought Lin Song back to his own home. Hisong then left and returned to his own house. Being neighbors safe, time flowed slowly. Days passed. On a morning half a month later, Hisong received a paper crane for sound transmission. The writing on the crane was from Mengguan. "Fellow Taoist, I have been at the Qiling gold mine for a month now. Today I received 35 spirit stones, which should be cause for celebration. However, due to entry and exit restrictions at the mine, I cannot leave, and can only report this joy to you via sound transmission. Thanks to Brother Wei, when I arrived at the mine vein, there were not many people. The mine's manager learned that I was originally a cultivator from the Immortal Workshop, and allowed me to lead a team of loose cultivators to oversee their mining, thus increasing the monthly remuneration by 5 spirit stones. Calculating the days today is usually when the 3 of us gather. Unfortunately, I cannot return. Oh, please do not hold it against me, fellow Taoist. When I can leave in the future, I will certainly apologize in person and drink 3 cups as punishment. Meng Guan. Song's gaze swept over the lines of writing on the paper, and he remained silent for a long time. In the end, he folded the paper neatly and stored it properly in his quiet room. Stepping out of the room, Song made his way to the spirit fields he managed, feeling a sense of relief. Leading a team of loose cultivators on behalf of Meng Guan at the Qiling gold mine is not the lowest position, at the very least, it is a minor management role. This naturally increases his safety, and the chances of dying in the mine have greatly diminished. With this thought in mind, Song found himself feeling less apprehensive about Meng Guan going to the Qiling gold mine. Everyone has their own fate. Just like Meng Guan, he originally only wanted to go mining for spirit stones. Unexpectedly, he was promoted to a small leader as soon as he entered the mine. In this way, he directly avoided the dangers that were traditionally associated with miners. Perhaps there are other dangers in the mine, but as a small leader, he naturally has more opportunities to survive than ordinary miners. Furthermore, with Meng Guan at the 6th level of Qi refinement and equipped with sufficient talismans and magical treasures, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Thinking this way, Meng Guan's trip to the Qiling gold mine indeed could not be considered a perilous venture. The danger is indeed present, but the chances of survival have also increased significantly. As chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, Song quickly arrived at the spirit fields and began to perform the spirit rain technique. After half an hour of performing the spirit rain technique, Song turned and headed towards the Lingjin Pavilion. Today marked the monthly gathering. Although Meng Guan was no longer present, transforming the original 3-person gathering into a 2-person one, Song certainly still felt it necessary to attend this tradition that had lasted for several years. At the Lingjin Pavilion, when Song arrived, he found Wei Fan had already been waiting for a long time. At that moment, Wei Fan held a piece of paper, his gaze fixed on it, and his expression was uncertain, filled with both joy and worry. "Brother Wei, did you also receive a sound transmission from old Meng?" Song casually asked as he sat down beside Wei Fan. Meng Guan was able to send him a sound transmission. Naturally, he would not forget Wei Fan. Song's question was a deliberate inquiry. "Yes," old Meng said, "I helped him tremendously, and when he returns he wants to treat me to a drink." Upon hearing this, Wei Fan put down the piece of paper in his hand, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. In their small circle of 3, although Meng Guan seemed old and senile, his character was quite lively. He often joked around the most, so hearing Wei Fan say this did not surprise Song. However, thinking that Meng Guan still had the spirit to joke around suggested that his current situation must be relatively good. Song felt a little more at ease. As for the matter of treating someone to drinks, it was merely a joke and should not be taken seriously. Yet if Meng Guan really returned, he would probably indeed thank Wei Fan properly. Enough of that, as long as he can return safely. By the way, have you heard any other news regarding the Qiling gold mine recently? Shaking his head, Song paid little attention to this matter and instead inquired about news from the mine area. Wei Fan, being at the late stage of Qi refinement, could obtain much more information within the Zhushan Immortal Workshop than Song. A latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator was among the elite at the pinnacle of the pyramid in Zhushan Immortal Workshop. At the top, there were only a few cultivators stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement and 1 foundation establishment true person. There isn't any news, but I always feel that this mine vein is not as simple as initially thought. Taking a sip from his teacup, Wei Fan said thoughtfully. Logically speaking, a mine vein yielding only tens of thousands or over 100,000 spirit stones shouldn't have several foundation establishment true persons stationed there, he continued. Perhaps there are hidden messages we don't know about. They'll keep an eye on it, and if anything happens I will inform you immediately. By the end, Wei Fan did not forget to assure Song. His intuition told him that there must be something suspicious about the location of the mine vein. However, without concrete information, he did not dare to make any assertions. Nevertheless, if something were to happen, he would certainly inform Song at the first opportunity. As for whether anything would indeed happen, he could not be certain. On the side, Song's expression shifted upon hearing this. Several foundation establishment true persons guarding it. As these words flashed through his mind, Song's heart immediately became alarmed. The information he had heard previously was similar. It was said that there were several foundation establishment true persons stationed in the mine vein where the Qiling gold mine is located. However, he had not taken it seriously at first, thinking it was false information. Foundation establishment true persons are not like cabbages that can be dispatched easily. Even though the Thick Earth sect is a major sect of the Golden Core stage, the number of foundation establishment true persons within the sect is not many and cannot be dispatched at will. However, when Wei Fan confirmed this information, Song's heart immediately rang alarm bells. Moreover, with the Qiling gold mine not far from him, Song felt a prickling sensation on his back, a chill spreading throughout his body, making his hair almost stand on end. If something truly happened in the mine area of the Ling gold mine, it was likely that the Zhushan Immortal Workshop, where he was located, would soon be affected. Brother Wei is the Foundation establishment cultivator still stationed within Zhushan Immortal Market. Hisong suddenly entertained the notion of leaving this place, but after a moment's reflection, he asked once more. If the Foundation establishment cultivator guarding Zhushan Immortal Market remained, perhaps he need not flee just yet. Yet if that same cultivator had already departed for the Chilean gold mine, Hisong feared he would have to escape immediately. Otherwise, should calamity truly strike, while the market stood unguarded by a Foundation establishment cultivator, chaos would erupt without delay. And in such turmoil he, a mere early-stage qi condensation cultivator, would be left utterly at the mercy of fate. Such a scenario was precisely what Hisong wished to avoid. He sought only quiet cultivation, no entanglement in mortal combat, where life hung by a thread. Of course he remains. I saw him from afar just yesterday. Why do you ask? Wei Fan replied, surprised. The Chilean gold mine lies adjacent to the immortal market. I worry that should unrest break out there, and if no Foundation establishment cultivator stands watch within the market, malevolent cultivators may run rampant. Hisong's expression softened slightly as he responded. He remains. Good. Very good. A profound wave of relief washed over him. So long as the Foundation establishment cultivator remained within Zhushan Immortal Market, order would hold. Even were malevolent cultivators to assail, confronting a Foundation establishment cultivator would be like striking stone with an egg. Yet even upon learning that a Foundation establishment cultivator still guarded the market, Hisong began contemplating whether he ought to depart, seeking refuge elsewhere. To Hisong, the Chilean gold mine was little more than a powder keg, so long as nothing ignited it, life remained bearable. But should true calamity erupt, nearby immortal markets would surely face grave peril. Zhushan Immortal Market lay close enough to the mine to fall swiftly within its shockwave. Remaining here with only early-stage qi condensation cultivation carried unknown risks. Esteemed friend, there is no cause for concern. Zhushan Immortal Market falls under the jurisdiction of the Ruthless sect, a golden core sect of immense prestige. How dare any scoundrel dare disturb its peace? Your cautious nature, it seems, remains unchanged. Wei Fan smiled reassuringly. Then, as if struck by sudden recollection, his expression stiffened before he spoke again. Should you find no objection, you are most welcome to relocate and dwell with me. We shall watch over one another. Should chaos erupt within the market, I vow to safeguard you. Over the 5 years since their friendship blossomed, Wei Fan had grown intimately familiar with Hisong's, and indeed on one occasion, during their monthly gathering, Hisong's prudence had guided Wei Fan through a minor but perilous crisis, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. Thus Wei Fan held no objection to Hisong's wariness. Moreover, having himself already sensed something amiss at the Chilean gold mine, he now found himself quietly approving of Hisong's vigilance. That was precisely why he extended the invitation, to honor their bond, and because prudence, after all, often lengthens one's days. A companion whose instincts leaned toward caution could prove invaluable when unforeseen peril struck. The words had barely left Wei Fan's lips. Hisong's train of thought shattered instantly. Until then he had been weighing how best to depart the market, how with merely third-stage qi condensation cultivation he might survive among mortals, how to evade danger without drawing attention. Yet before his deliberation reached its conclusion, Wei Fan offered a solution. Hisong had never contemplated relocation, not beyond the market's bounds, but into Wei Fan's residence, to dwell together. His mind raced. After careful consideration, a spark of clarity ignited within him. Even should the Chilean gold mine descend into chaos, this land remained firmly under the dominion of the Golden Core Ruthless sect, and hosted several Foundation establishment cultivators besides. Any conflict that erupted would inevitably unfold near the mine itself. Though Hisong had never witnessed a Foundation establishment-level battle firsthand, he reasoned its devastation could hardly reach Zhushan Immortal Market. After all, though Zhushan Immortal Market lay relatively near the mine, the distance spanned hundreds of li, far beyond the effective range of any Foundation establishment cultivators' clash. And the Ruthless sect possessed Golden Core cultivators. Should true catastrophe strike the mine, a Golden Core elder would assuredly intervene. Thus, even if a full-scale Foundation establishment battle erupted at the mine, at worst, only the market's resident Foundation establishment cultivators would depart to reinforce it. This very contingency had haunted Hisong's thoughts. The market's safety rested entirely upon the presence of its Foundation establishment guardian, deterring malevolent cultivators outright. Yet should that guardian rush to aid the mine, the market's defenses would collapse, leaving it vulnerable to assault. There, amidst the ensuing chaos, he, a lowly early-stage qi condensation cultivator, would stand utterly defenseless. But when Wei Fan extended his invitation, Hisong's anxieties dissolved in an instant. Wei Fan cultivated at 7th stage qi condensation, firmly within the latest-stage realm. His abode nestled in the most spirit-rich sector of Zhoushan Immortal Market, closest to the Foundation establishment cultivators' dwelling. Nearly all neighbors there were latest-stage qi condensation cultivators. Those of lower cultivation were typically kin or confidants of such elders. Surrounded thus by latest-stage cultivators, even malevolent cultivators would hesitate to provoke trouble. A single latest-stage cultivator posed no great threat, but a congregation of them. None beneath Foundation establishment rank would dare challenge such unity. Very well, I shall impose upon Brother Wei. Without hesitation, Hisong paused only briefly before he had already laid roots in Zhoushan Immortal Market. Departure now would severely hinder his future advancement. Mortal realms teemed with scarce spiritual energy. Cultivation there would grind to a crawl. Spirit stones were likewise rare in mortal lands, depriving him of his annual stipend of 150 spirit stones. Worse still, malevolent cultivators occasionally prowled mortal territories. With his feeble cultivation detection would mean certain death. Moreover, should he leave now, rejoining the market later as an herbalist would prove far more difficult. Though his rapport with Zhao Lin, the herbalist recruitment officer at Lingyao Pavilion, had grown strong, who could say whether Zhao Lin would survive the coming upheaval? Relocating to live with Wei Fan, though less convenient, emerged as the optimal choice. First, he need not abandon the market. His cultivation pace would remain undiminished. Second, he retained his post, and with it his annual stipend of 150 spirit stones. Third, Wei Fan's presence as a latest-stage cultivator guaranteed his personal safety. Fourth, there is no fourth. With so many benefits laid out before him, anyone would know how to choose. Moreover, after 5 years of interaction, Wei Fan had a deep understanding of Hisong, and naturally Hisong also had a similar understanding of Wei Fan. This is also the reason why one could extend the invitation while the other could nod in agreement. Wei Fan knew of Hisong's situation and was willing to lend him a hand. Hisong, on the other hand, knew of Wei Fan's character, and living together was not a problem. Such mutual trust would be unimaginable without the 5 years of companionship. Given Hisong's caution, if it were another latest-stage qi refinement cultivator extending an invitation, he would probably suspect that the other party intended to harm him, let alone agreeing to it. Only with Wei Fan, after spending so long together, did Hisong finally agree after careful consideration. Since that's the case, Taoist, he should go pack his things first. I will wait here, and when the time comes we will return home together. Seeing Hisong agree, Wei Fan's expression brightened, and he urged without a second thought. For someone like Wei Fan, who had reached the late stage of qi refinement and could simply accumulate spiritual power, to continue cultivating to completion, the everyday monotony was the hardest to endure. Now that Hisong had agreed to live with him, did it mean that his future life wouldn't be as dull as it is now? Usually he would drink tea and chat with friends discussing various topics, and during leisure time, he would have friends to accompany him on strolls. Just thinking about such a life made Wei Fan feel it would be much more interesting than his current one. This was also the reason why Wei Fan openly expressed his fondness for making friends when he first met Hisong. Before breaking through to the late stage of qi refinement, his primary focus was on overcoming his bottleneck. However, after successfully breaking through to the late stage of qi refinement and feeling the tedium and monotony of daily training, he began to enjoy making friends. On ordinary days with so few friends, the dullness of life could even destroy a person's spirit. However, just as Wei Fan was urging excitedly, Hisong looked at him, but suddenly a hint of vigilance appeared in his gaze. This Wei Fan, it seemed, had shown no interest in women during their 5 years of acquaintance. But now that he had just agreed to live together, he suddenly became so excited. Could it be that, with a slight hesitation in his heart, Hisong ultimately cast aside the frightening thought? It seemed that he also hadn't shown any interest in women during these 5 years. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With this thought, the vigilance in Hisong's eyes quickly faded, and he then cupped his hands in farewell. Leaving Ling Jian Pavilion, Hisong first returned home to pack all his belongings. He initially wanted to say goodbye to Lin Song, who lived next door, but after thinking about it, Hisong decided against it. He was merely going to Wei Fan's home to evade calamity, although he would be relinquishing his room with Wei Fan as the steward of Ling Jian Pavilion. His room would still be reserved for him. The houses available for rent in Zhoushan Xianfang were not fully occupied every month. Leaving one room behind was actually a trivial matter for Wei Fan. After a while, once the calamity was over, Hisong would return to continue living here. Rather than greeting them now, it would be better to stay at Wei Fan's place for a while, and then inform Lin Song of the situation using the sound transmission technique. This way it would also alert Lin Song, ensuring he wouldn't receive no news at all in case of an attack by evil cultivators. Making the decision, Hisong contemplated for a moment, and quickly decided to give the rent saved during his time of evasion to Wei Fan. Wei Fan helping him evade calamity was already a significant favor. If he didn't pay some rent, Hisong would feel unjustified. Although the rent he planned to give wasn't much, it was still a gesture of goodwill. he couldn't just comfortably reside in Wei Fan's home without contributing. With this thought in mind, Hisong quickly returned to Lingjian Pavilion with his belongings. When Wei Fan saw that Hisong had returned with his luggage, he promptly led him to his residence. The place where a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator lived was far superior to where a beginner like Hisong resided. Wei Fan's home was a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there were artificial mountains and flowing water along with a two-story building. Inside the building, there was one master bedroom, two secondary bedrooms, and one servant room, totaling 4 habitable rooms. In the courtyard, there were artificial mountains and flowing water along with a two-story building. Inside the building, there was one master bedroom, two secondary bedrooms, and one servant room, totaling. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy here was much stronger than in Hisong's previous residence, allowing for faster cultivation. It was worth noting. The room Hisong previously occupied cost 10 spirit stones per month and had only one room and one cultivation quiet room. Aside from that, there was nothing else. And for that, he had to spend 10 spirit stones in rent each month. But now, looking at the scale and concentration of spiritual energy in Wei Fan's small courtyard, Hisong couldn't even imagine how much rent was needed for this place each month. Wei brother, how much is the rent for this small courtyard per month? Unable to figure it out, he asked. Hisong never felt embarrassed when talking to friends. The market price is 50 spirit stones per month, 500 spirit stones for an annual package, but since I live here, I don't need to pay spirit stones. After reaching the late stage of qi refinement, as long as one is a cultivator within the Xian Fang, they will be provided a small courtyard free of charge. Faced with Hisong's confusion, Wei Fan casually revealed information that Hisong had previously been unaware of. To Wei Fan, who was now a latest stage qi refinement cultivator, this knowledge was merely common sense. However, for Hisong at this moment, it brought a hint of surprise to his heart. It was worth noting. Zhushan Xian Fang was not a charitable organization. This point could be seen from his monthly rent of 10 spirit stones. A qi refinement cultivator in the early stage, after deducting 120 spirit stones in rent annually, would only have 20 to 30 spirit stones left to dispose of freely by the end of the year. This essentially treated early stage qi refinement cultivators as mere laborers. Yet once their cultivation reached the late stage of qi refinement, they would be provided a small courtyard for free, which left Hisong utterly perplexed. They truly do not regard the early stage qi refinement cultivators as human beings, do they? Don't be surprised. The rules of the Xian Fang are such that latest stage qi refinement cultivators residing here for extended periods enhance the safety of the Xian Fang, naturally requiring better treatment. But early stage qi refinement cultivators, being able to enter the Xian Fang is already quite fortunate. At least it's much safer than the outside world. Within the Xian Fang, they can at least pass through the most vulnerable period of a cultivator's life safely. Scattered cultivators cannot enter the Xian Fang. Every year, countless scattered cultivators die outside. Compared to them, being able to enter the Xian Fang is already a stroke of luck. Besides, as long as you reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, your treatment within the Xian Fang will also improve somewhat. You'll see when the time comes, so don't be surprised. While guiding Hisong to familiarize himself with the environment, Wei Fan also spoke about some matters concerning the internal affairs of the Xian Fang. Hisong was previously unaware of these matters. Although he had known Wei Fan for 5 years, their gatherings were mostly filled with anecdotes and bonding. However, today was the first time someone specifically informed Hisong about the internal affairs of the Xian Fang. As he followed Wei Fan to familiarize himself with the surroundings, Hisong quickly began to understand the Zhu Mountain Xian Fang. Zhu Mountain Xian Fang is affiliated with the Qingyuan Xian City under the prestigious Golden Core sect, the Ho-Tu sect. Within the Zhu Mountain Xian Fang, there are 2 sources of personnel. The first type consists of loose cultivators like Hisong who are recruited into the Xian Fang after being recognized. The second type includes those like Wei Fan and Meng Guan who come from the Ho-Tu branch. The Ho-Tu branch is a designated place established by the Ho-Tu sect to screen potential disciples. Within the Ho-Tu branch, if one does not achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement by a certain age, they will be assigned to various Xian cities or Xianfangs to fulfill positions. If they perform well, and their cultivation speed increases, these cultivators assigned from the Ho-Tu branch may join the Ho-Tu sect again as disciples. However, within the Zhu Mountain Xian Fang, there is hardly any significant difference between the 2 identities. Next comes the issue of treatment within the Zhu Mountain Xian Fang. But due to their low cultivation level, simply absorbing the spiritual energy within the Xian Fang can rapidly enhance their own cultivation levels. This is an unwritten rule that exists. But due to their low cultivation level, simply absorbing the spiritual energy within the Xian Fang can rapidly enhance their own cultivation levels. This is an unwritten rule that exists in almost all Xianfangs. The purpose of this is naturally to filter out cultivators with perseverance, determination, and vision. If one cannot endure, they can leave at any time. Loose cultivators earn more, and since they do not need to pay rent if they do not enter the Xianfang, they are naturally wealthier than internal cultivators in the early stages of qi refinement. The threshold of 10 spirit stones for monthly rent is also specifically designed for this purpose, aiming to expel unskilled loose cultivators and make them retreat. At the same time, it attracts skilled loose cultivators to contribute to the construction of the Xianfang. In the early stages of qi refinement, only by joining the Xianfang and becoming an internal cultivator can one reside in the Xianfang without restrictions. Some rely on their annual stipend, while others have their accommodations directly covered. Even if the spirit stones they receive are few, residing within the Xianfang itself is a huge benefit. During the mid-stage of qi refinement, the resources available to internal cultivators will no longer be as scarce as in the early stages. Cultivators who reach the mid-stage of qi refinement within the Xianfang will have mastered some skills to earn spirit stones, and with the annual stipend provided by the Xianfang, they will lead a satisfactory life. At this point, those who can endure the tedious and dull practice of the early stages of qi refinement have truly passed the most challenging hurdle of cultivation. Those lacking in perseverance, determination, and vision will have been filtered out in the early stages of qi refinement, becoming loose cultivators with a high mortality rate. This is exactly what various Xianfangs wish to see. To retain the true and discard the false, the cultivators who remain must possess exceptional qualities. As for the latest stage qi refinement cultivators, they are the backbone of the Xianfang and receive more resources. As long as they are within the Xianfang, they pose a significant deterrent to evil cultivators. Moreover, latest stage qi refinement cultivators generally strive for foundation establishment, which requires substantial resources. Naturally, they can obtain even more resources. Through Wei Fan's explanations, Hezong gained clarity on many matters he previously did not understand. He also began to feel more motivated to improve his cultivation. Once he reaches the mid-stage, or even the latest stage of qi refinement, his life is bound to be much better than it is. After showing Hezong around the small courtyard, and arranging for him to stay in one of the guest rooms while assigning him a quiet room for his use, the sky gradually darkened. I apologize for the rush today. Oh, please make do with a casual meal. Tomorrow I will bring good wine and dishes to welcome you. At the dining table, Wei Fan poured a glass of wine for Hezong while expressing his apologies. However, Hezong looked at the sumptuous dishes before him, glanced at the fragrant spirit rice in his bowl, and sensed the spirit wine in his cup, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, latest stage qi refinement cultivators live far better than someone like him, who is at the early stage of qi refinement. What Wei Fan referred to as a casual meal consisted of spirit rice, paired with spirit wine, along with gourmet dishes made from spirit materials and monster meat. Hezong had only experienced such luxurious meals once before in the Osmanthus Pavilion, and that was when Lin Song treated him after achieving the mid-stage of qi refinement. To be honest, Hezong rarely indulged in spirit rice, and spirit wine and spirit material monster meat were simply beyond the reach of a small cultivator like himself in the early stages of qi refinement. However, knowing the treatment that comes with being in the mid or late stages of qi refinement, Hezong felt no significant envy. Such things would come to him as he improved his cultivation. This is the beauty of cultivation. As long as one's cultivation level rises, all aspects of strength, status, identity, and power will undergo a qualitative transformation. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, anything becomes possible. This is also why Hezong can maintain a calm mindset. As long as he lives long enough, his cultivation will eventually rise. With longevity, Hezong fears no one. Come, let's drink. Ignoring Wei Fan's apologies, Hezong raised his cup and clinked it. With a clear sound, the two cups clinked together. Laughter and cheers soon filled the small courtyard. Hezong settled into Wei Fan's small courtyard. Originally, he used to visit the spirit fields every morning, but he stopped going. Before the crisis at the Qiling gold mine erupted, he didn't even want to step out of the Xianfang. This was due to his inherent caution, along with concerns that evil cultivators might take the opportunity to cause trouble, forcing him to adopt this cautious approach. However, as a spirit planter of the Xianfang, failing to fulfill the planting tasks assigned by the Xianfang also incurs penalties. If the yield from 5 mu of spirit fields does not meet the standards, the shortfall in spirit rice must be borne by the spirit planter. In desperation, Hezong paid a familiar spirit planter 20 spirit stones to take care of his spirit field. Earning an extra 20 spirit stones made the familiar spirit planter happy. His task merely changed from performing the spirit rain technique for half an hour to 1 hour. An unexpected gain of 20 spirit stones was indeed a pleasant surprise. Thus, after resolving a worry, Hezong began to immerse himself in hard cultivation within Wei Fan's small courtyard. The spiritual energy in Wei Fan's small courtyard was far denser than in the place Hezong previously stayed. This accelerated his cultivation speed, and the spiritual power within his body began to increase rapidly. At the same time, without delaying his cultivation, Hizong also started studying the introductory chapters on array formations in his mind every day. The introductory chapter on formation techniques is quite challenging. Yet no matter how difficult it may be, as long as one possesses the talent for formation with enough time and perseverance, entering the field is still relatively straightforward. As time continued to flow, Hizong diligently researched the introductory chapter on formation techniques, feeling that he was not far from grasping the basics of formations. Although he had not yet stepped into the realm of formations, nor could he set up even the simplest gathering spirit formation, Hizong remained undeterred. Through continuous study, he had begun to practice engraving formation patterns on stones, hoping that it would be easier for him to carve them on spirit stones in the future. After several days of secluded cultivation, Hizong sent out a paper crane for communication. Once the message was sent, he resumed his daily rigorous practice. Outside the immortal workshop, next to Hizong's home, a flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared, landing directly in front of a robust figure. Is that a communication technique? A familiar voice emerged from this person, and if Hizong were present, he would immediately recognize him as his neighbor Lin Song. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, Lin Song was originally consolidating his cultivation. However, the sudden flash of spiritual light jolted him from his meditative state. Releasing a hint of his aura, the paper crane transformed into a sheet of paper. As he picked up the paper, Lin Song's expression quickly turned serious. "Brother Lin, I apologize for leaving without notice. Please do not hold it against me, as there are reasons for the matter regarding the Qi Ling gold mine that we heard about at the Osmanthus Pavilion. After investigating multiple times, I have discovered that there may be changes regarding the mine, hence this letter. If any changes occur at the Qi Ling gold mine, the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop will be the first to face the consequences. At that time, with our low cultivation levels, we may encounter great peril. I have found a safe place to wait for the right moment." He continued, "I hope Brother Lin prepares early. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone else." Hizong. His gaze swept over the paper, and soon a wave of spiritual energy appeared in Lin Song's hand. Once the energy dissipated, the paper in his hand was scattered by the wind. "So I might as well leave for now." After a moment of mental struggle, Lin Song sighed and made his decision. At the same time, he firmly remembered Hizong. "So I might as well leave for now." After a moment of mental struggle, Lin Song sighed and made his decision. At the same time, he firmly remembered Hizong's letter. Once again, Hizong had saved his life. Lin Song departed. Just 1 hour after receiving the message from Hizong, he packed his belongings and stood at Hizong's doorstep for a long while, seemingly trying to memorize this place. After a considerable time, he finally shouldered his bag and strode towards the outside of the Immortal Workshop. Time gradually passed as Hizong continued to cultivate, improving his strength while deepening his understanding of the introductory chapter on formation techniques. During this time, Hizong led a very regular life. Aside from practicing, he focused on comprehending the introductory chapter on formation techniques. Occasionally, he would have tea and chat with Wei Fan to relax his mind. Other than that, Hizong did nothing. Each day, he immersed himself in cultivation and comprehension as if everything else had nothing to do with him. But for Hizong, external matters had never really been his concern. The spiritual fields, they were tended to by others. Mining. Thus, 3 months passed in this manner. Hizong maintained this routine, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Thus, 3 months passed in this manner. Hizong maintained this routine, rapidly advancing in cultivation, while deepening his understanding of the introductory chapter on formation techniques. On this day at dusk, upon Wei Fan's invitation, Hizong left his quiet room and went with Wei Fan to the attic of the small courtyard. The attic was not completely enclosed, it was well ventilated and offered a splendid view. There Wei Fan set up a round table along with a set of tea utensils. In their leisure time, the two sat in the attic sipping tea and chatting, and could clearly see everything happening around. "I wonder how old Meng is doing at the Qi Ling gold mine. He hasn't sent any messages in the past 3 months. Wei Fan sighed as he gazed at the breathtaking sunset in the distance. In the 3 months, Meng Guan had only sent a message via paper crane during the first month and then went silent. Wei Fan was worried. Hizong felt the same. Yet both understood that no matter how much they worried, it would be of no use. They were in the Immortal Workshop while Meng Guan was within the Qi Ling gold mine. Being in different regions made it nearly impossible for them to offer assistance. Moreover, Hizong's low cultivation level meant that even leaving the Immortal Workshop could be a dangerous endeavor. I have sent him a few paper cranes, but whether he received them is unknown. Hizong wore a worried expression, yet his gaze gradually shifted to the side. At the center of the area where Wei Fan lived, there was a beautiful courtyard. This courtyard was situated higher than all the surrounding small yards, standing out distinctly. It was the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the Immortal Workshop. Additionally, it was the only residence of a foundation establishment true immortal in the Immortal Workshop. This true immortal was known as Chengshan. In the past 3 months, Hizong had caught a distant glimpse of Chengshan once. Shan looked like most cultivators, appearing youthful, dressed in exquisite robes. However, Hisong had never seen any magical artifacts with him. Yet just from a glance, Hisong could feel a formidable spiritual pressure emanating from him. The pressure was so intense that upon sensing it, Hisong knew this person could easily crush him. This statement was far from exaggeration. Hisong felt that even if his cultivation broke through to the late stage of chi refinement, facing Shan would still result in being easily crushed without any surprises. This Shan was the only foundation establishment true immortal in the Immortal Workshop and served as its stabilizing force. As long as he was present, the Immortal Workshop would not fall into chaos. However, just as Hisong spoke and subconsciously glanced towards that exquisite courtyard, a streak of escape light suddenly streaked past before his eyes, carrying a strong spiritual pressure as it swiftly flew into the distance. The escape light was earth-colored. It appeared to have erupted from that exquisite courtyard. The intense spiritual pressure gave Hisong a strangely familiar feeling. The earth-colored escape light streaked across the horizon. In an instant, the two of them, who had been chatting over tea, fell into an eerie silence. 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 After a long while, Hisong exchanged glances with Wei Fan. From each other's eyes, they both saw a hint of shock. The Immortal Workshop is about to be thrown into chaos. Finally, Wei Fan managed to utter a sentence. Fortunately, Hisong had discussed with him the potential chaos in the Xianfang after the departure of Master Qingshan long before March. Now that Master Qingshan had indeed left unexpectedly, he was not flustered, for he and Hisong had made ample preparations during these 3 months. Talismans, magical tools, robes. These items used for combat were not originally prepared by him, as he had never encountered danger in the Xianfang and felt it unnecessary to expend resources on them. However, when Hisong articulated the pros and cons convincingly, he gritted his teeth and arranged for some for himself. Now this cultivator, who had just broken through to the late chi refinement stage, possessed considerable combat strength. He had also prepared several talismans specifically for combat. Thus, even if Master Qingshan suddenly left, at least their safety would not be a concern. Please return to the courtyard. I'll leave the outside matters to me. If any danger arises, use the Earth Escape Talisman to leave, he said. As he thought of the magical tools and talismans on him, Wei Fan spoke, his face revealing a composed expression. During these 3 months, he had not only acquired magical tools and talismans, but also enhanced his combat capabilities, even purchasing 2 life-saving talismans. The Earth Escape Talisman is a high-grade talisman that allows one to escape underground up to 10 miles in an instant, sufficient to evade the pursuit of chi refinement stage cultivators. Wei Fan had prepared one of these life-saving talismans for himself and had also lent one to Hisong. Although he was a late chi refinement stage cultivator, all those living nearby were also late chi refinement stage cultivators. But better safe than sorry. After becoming friends with Hisong for so long, his personality had also leaned towards caution. If he were to be overpowered and the nearby late chi refinement cultivators were unreliable, having these 2 Earth Escape Talismans would allow them to escape swiftly, possibly saving their lives and enabling them to make a comeback. These 2 Earth Escape Talismans were the trump cards they had prepared for themselves. All right, Brother Wei, take care. Hisong nodded, not contradicting him, and directly slipped into the courtyard, performing the concealment technique to dissipate his aura. In the outside world, he could do nothing to help and might easily become a target for evil cultivators. A small cultivator in the early chi refinement stage living among late chi refinement stage cultivators. From the perspective of the evil cultivators, their relationship must be quite special. If captured and used to threaten Wei Fan, it would be counterproductive. Rather than causing trouble, it was better to hide in the small courtyard, using the concealment technique to pretend he did not exist, which would allow Wei Fan to face the crisis with greater composure. In the attic, just as Wei Fan put away the tea set, he sensed Hisong's aura rapidly disappearing from the courtyard. Recognizing this, Wei Fan remained expressionless, but nodded internally. His friend, though not highly skilled, was among the most cautious he knew, making Hisong the one who exercised them. Wei Fan also felt the benefits of caution. Had it not been for Hisong's prudence, he would likely still be using the talismans and magical tools he had when he was in the mid-chi refinement stage. But now, all the talismans and magical tools he possessed, even his robes, had been replaced with those suitable for the late chi refinement stage. Thus, even though his cultivation was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, he need not worry about his safety when facing other late chi refinement cultivators. It can be said that if it weren't for Hisong's caution, he might not have been so composed at this moment, let alone waiting at home with such confidence. This waiting lasted a whole night. During this night, the Xianfang remained calm as ever, as if Master Qingshan's departure had stirred no significant waves. However, after dawn, the suddenly inflated prices of talismans, magical tools, and robes in the Xianfang alerted the keen-sensed cultivators to something unusual. Some scattered cultivators, unaware of the news, grumbled and complained about the shameless price hike in the Xianfang, while others who were more informed quietly took out spirit stones to purchase various life-saving items. The prices of talismans, magical tools, and robes began to rise again. To buy these life-saving items, many well-informed cultivators emptied their savings overnight. Most of the cultivators responsible for selling these items in the Xianfang were unaware of the reasons behind the price surge, but they could only sell to the many cultivators coming to purchase life-saving items as usual. Although they did not understand why the prices rose suddenly, being at the bottom of the hierarchy, they did not ponder much. On the contrary, they found it puzzling that the number of buyers had increased after the price hike. On the first day, Song and Wei Fan stayed shut in the small courtyard. Most scattered cultivators outside continued to live, cultivate, and break through in the Xianfang, as usual. The prices of magical tools, talismans, and robes began their upward trend. On the second day, Song and Wei Fan remained closed off in the courtyard. The prices of magical tools, talismans, and robes continued to rise. Some sharp-sensed scattered cultivators seemed to have noticed something and began to purchase life-saving items. Among the pedestrians on the street, there were more hurried figures. On the third day, Song and Wei Fan stayed shut in the courtyard. Some scattered cultivators discovered several corpses of their peers in the dark corners of the Xianfang. The law enforcement team arrived to investigate, but ultimately found nothing and had to conclude hastily. Meanwhile, most of the magical tools in the magical tool pavilion were sold out. Although scattered cultivators kept coming to buy, all that remained were the exorbitantly priced ones. Nevertheless, even so, they were quickly sold out. The talismans in the talisman pavilion were also sold out, and scattered cultivators surged into the stall area to buy. However, the talismans in the stall area had already been sold out. As for the robes from the robe pavilion, those items were not affordable for ordinary scattered cultivators. Only late Qi refinement stage cultivators or well-off mid-Qi refinement cultivators could afford them. On the fourth day, Song and Wei Fan stayed shut in the small courtyard. Some heard the sounds of fierce combat last night, but no one dared to investigate. By morning, someone cautiously ventured out and discovered several bodies sprawled on a street. Among the corpses were unknown masked cultivators and some nearby cultivators who had secretly come to check. When this news spread, the entire Zhoushan Xianfang became filled with panic. Soon the Zhoushan Xianfang law enforcement team issued announcements to every household. Evil cultivators have infiltrated Zhoushan Xianfang and are killing indiscriminately. The law enforcement team is in pursuit of these evil cultivators. Anyone who shelters evil cultivators will die. Anyone who protects evil cultivators will die. Anyone who knows and does not report will die. Anyone who takes the opportunity to rob will die. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will die. Anyone who colludes will die. A series of blood-red death sentences glaringly presented themselves, causing Song to frown slightly. It was his first time seeing such a bloody announcement. Any slight issue would lead to death. It was too tyrannical. Putting away the notice in his hand, Song directed his gaze towards Wei Fan, who was equally frowning beside him. Just moments ago, a cultivator from the Xianfang law enforcement team delivered the notice, and the two of them reviewed it together only to see a row of blood-red characters spelling out death. Although Song and Wei Fan had not ventured out in recent days, both belonged to the category of cultivators with a wide circle of friends. Thus, even though they had remained indoors, they had still received considerable news about the outside world from others. As of now, they were somewhat aware of the situation outside and understood what had transpired. As expected, chaos ensues the moment Master Qingshan leaves. Sitting at the table, Wei Fan let out a sigh, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. He had many friends aside from the small circle of Song Mengguan and himself. There were several others. These friends included both loose cultivators and members of the Xianfang, yet they all shared one commonality. They resided within the Zhoushan Xianfang and had contact with him, the steward of the Lingjin Pavilion. Now that the Zhoushan Xianfang was in turmoil, he couldn't help but wonder if his friends would survive. With that thought, the complexity in Wei Fan's eyes quickly faded as he shook his head with a bitter smile. His capabilities were limited. He could only protect those closest to him, while for the other friends, he had never even warned them with a single word. He had not thought to give a warning, even when it was safe, let alone now that chaos had erupted in the Xianfang. What use was it to ponder these matters here? Wei Fan quickly cast aside that thought. Like Song, he was no saint willing to take risks for a stranger. He would only choose to protect his closest friends when he had the ability to do so without jeopardizing himself, such as Song and Mengguan. The reason the three of them formed a small circle in such a short time was due to this very principle. Song, Mengguan, and Wei Fan were not cultivators filled with compassion for the world. They would only lend a helping hand to those closest to them when they had the capability, and it wouldn't affect their own safety. Perhaps it was due to their similar dispositions that the three of them got along exceptionally well. As for others, what did it have to do with Wei Fan? With the evil cultivators rampant, it would be wise for us not to venture out for the time being. We should wait until Master Qingshan returns, or until the Huta sect sends a new foundation establishment master here. He Song frowned and spoke after some contemplation. He was unaware of Wei Fan's current thoughts. He merely wished to ensure their safety as much as possible, which prompted this suggestion. In the face of Hisong's caution, Wei Fan had no objections. Thus, although they had seen the announcement, they did not venture out to investigate. Instead, they continued to stay quietly at home, waiting as they had in the previous days. On the 5th day, Hisong and Wei Fan were still at home. Last night, many loose cultivators living on the outskirts of the Xianfang heard the sounds of fierce fighting. The sounds made when cultivators wielded their magical tools to attack. The fluctuations of spiritual energy when cultivators cast spells. The angry shouts that erupted during their battles. And some strange sounds, sinister laughter mixed with a chilling aura, causing countless lower-level cultivators to tremble in their homes. Only a few bold cultivators dared to step outside to take a look. Of course, whether those who ventured out to investigate were truly checking or seizing the opportunity to loot remained unknown. Most of those cultivators who stepped outside did not return. As dawn broke, only then did the lower-level cultivators dare to open their doors and leave their rooms. However, they were soon shocked by the sight before them. In the streets lay corpses strewn about, some of which were members of the law enforcement team, while others wore black masks. But more were the ordinary loose cultivators who had stepped outside. By noon, only then did members of the law enforcement team arrive to collect their comrades' bodies, while the other corpses remained untouched. On the 6th day, Hisong and Wei Fan still stayed at home. Last night, there was no fierce fighting on the outskirts of the Xianfang. Yet the oppressive atmosphere had caused the cultivators living there to be on edge. Some wanted to escape, but soon their corpses were discovered by others at the roadside. Some sought to hide, but within the Xianfang, where could one possibly hide? Some wished to enter the inner circle of the Xianfang, but without any available homes, they were quickly driven back by the law enforcement team. However, those in the know realized that the law enforcement team had already abandoned the outskirts. After experiencing a fierce battle 2 nights ago, the law enforcement team suffered heavy losses and had to retreat to the inner circle of the Xianfang. It could be said that the current outskirts of the Xianfang were in a completely unguarded state. The loose cultivators living within, as well as those from the inner Xianfang, could only leave their fate to chance, praying that the evil cultivators would not target them. The entire outskirts of the Xianfang had been completely abandoned. On the 7th day, Hisong and Wei Fan remained at home. Last night, the law enforcement team retreated to the inner circle and clashed with the evil cultivators once again. The members of the law enforcement team suffered considerable losses, but since they were defending the inner circle, some latest-stage chi training cultivators among them came to help, successfully repelling the evil cultivators. Once the evil cultivators retreated, news from the outskirts of the Xianfang quickly ceased. Hisong and Wei Fan, residing in their small courtyard, had completely lost contact with the outskirts. The fate of those cultivators living on the outskirts was all but predictable. On the 8th day, Hisong and Wei Fan continued to stay at home, constantly monitoring the situation outside. After 2 fierce battles with the evil cultivators, the law enforcement team had suffered extremely serious. Given the offensive of the evil cultivators, if another battle were to occur and the latest-stage chi training cultivators within the inner circle no longer assisted, their defenses would likely collapse swiftly. However, after waiting a day, Hisong and Wei Fan found that there had been no sounds from the outside world for a long time. It was as if the entire Xianfang had turned into a dead city. The silence was eerily unsettling. Until rodents seeking death. A furious roar echoed from the distant sky into the ears of Hisong and Wei Fan. Hisong and Wei Fan were taken aback and hurried to the window to look into the distance. In an instant, cultivators from various buildings poked their heads out to see. In the distance, high above, Master Qingshan, clad in a brownish-yellow robe, looked down at the dilapidated Xianfang with a face of iron, his anger nearly boiling over. Tasked with guarding the Zhushan Xianfang, he had to temporarily leave when a distress signal arrived from the Chilean gold mine days prior. Yet he never expected that after merely a few days away, the once bustling Zhushan Xianfang would turn into such a state. As the guardian, he naturally could not escape responsibility. At this moment, seeing the fruits of his labor go to waste, anyone would feel anxious. Subsequently, Hisong understood why Master Qingshan was referred to as such. As the guardian, he naturally could not escape responsibility. At this moment, seeing the fruits of his labor go to waste, anyone would feel anxious. Subsequently, it was precisely because of the existence of this seal that the Taoist Qingshan took on the name Qingshan. This was the renowned magical artifact he had refined for a long time. The Qingshan seal flew from the hands of Taoist Qingshan, spinning in midair before quickly growing to an enormous size. From a miniature mountain that could be held in hand, it transformed into a giant stone several zhang in size. Such a massive green stone seal, when slammed down, would unleash unimaginable power. now wielded by a Foundation establishment expert. The power it possessed under the enhancement of their magical prowess was naturally beyond imagination. The Qingshan seal had yet to descend. Hisong saw a group of black-clad cultivators frantically fleeing from the outer periphery of the immortal workshop, desperately escaping towards the outside. These fleeing cultivators were the evil cultivators who had previously battled with the enforcement team, perhaps due to inaccurate information, or perhaps driven by greed. These evil cultivators had rampaged within the immortal workshop for so many days, yet they still had the audacity to remain. However, judging by their numbers, Hisong furrowed his brow. There were too few of these black-clad cultivators, only a dozen or so. A dozen or so should not pose such a great threat to the enforcement team of the immortal workshop. Filled with doubts in his heart, Hisong remained expressionless, his eyes unblinking, fixated on the Qingshan seal in midair. This was his first time witnessing a Foundation establishment expert in action. Previously, having never left the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, he had not even seen the full force of a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. This opportunity was naturally a chance to broaden his horizons. Under the gaze of groups of cultivators like Hisong, within the Immortal Workshop, the Qingshan seal, which had originally been floating in midair, began to move. It was not as heavy as Hisong had imagined. The enormous Qingshan seal moved as swiftly as lightning propelled by Daoist Qingshan's magical energy, crashing down towards the group of black-clad cultivators like a meteor. The black-clad cultivators proved to be quite astute. Upon seeing the Qingshan seal approaching, they immediately scattered in all directions. Hisong focused his gaze and noticed that the directions in which they fled were all different. Except for no one fleeing towards the Immortal Workshop, almost every direction had a fleeing cultivator. It seemed these cultivators were all adept at escaping, fully aware of the need to disperse. Boom. With a resounding crash, the giant stone formed from the Qingshan seal slammed into the ground, creating a massive pit in the formerly solid earth. The gigantic stone continued forward, plowing a deep trench into the ground due to inertia. However, the scene before him, though seemingly devastating, was not as lethal as it appeared. It was a case of thunderous sound, but little rain. The powerful attack that gouged a deep trench in the ground failed to touch a single hair of those fleeing cultivators. For a moment, the cultivators watching all of this in the Immortal Workshop were somewhat stunned. Even Hisong, when looking at Daoist Qingshan, could not help but show a hint of astonishment. A Foundation establishment expert. Just this. Can one even misfire when using a magical artifact? Where is your divine sense? However, just as Hisong thought this, a fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye caught something amiss. A nearly imperceptible golden thread had already linked all the fleeing black-clad cultivators together. If it were not for Hisong's peripheral vision noticing the difference between that golden thread and the surrounding environment, he might have overlooked this nearly invisible golden thread. Shifting his gaze away from Daoist Qingshan, Hisong's eyes darted around and quickly confirmed he was not mistaken. At that very moment, Daoist Qingshan snorted coldly. With a slight movement of his finger, the golden thread vanished from his hand. Immediately, the black-clad cultivators who had been fleeing suddenly found their bodies severed, collapsing to the ground like rolling blood gourds. They did not even let out a cry of anguish before falling to their deaths. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators had lost their heads, their bodies separated. Among these black-clad cultivators, some were latest-stage qi refining, and some were mid-stage. For Hisong and the cultivators living on the periphery of the Immortal Workshop, these individuals had high cultivation and strong strength. If faced directly, they would have had no chance to resist. They could only pray that the other party would not set their sights on them. Yet in the face of a Foundation establishment expert, these cultivators who had once been able to dominate the periphery of the Immortal Workshop were now, like ants, casually exterminated by Daoist Qingshan. Daoist Qingshan casually struck, and these cultivators instantly turned into heaps of corpses on the ground. For a moment, the entire Immortal Workshop was silent as a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Daoist Qingshan's display. Effortlessly annihilating more than a dozen evil cultivators, the power of Daoist Qingshan at the Foundation establishment stage was laid bare. Scanning over the bloodied corpses outside the Immortal Workshop, Hisong felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the power of Foundation establishment? What great majesty! What great presence! What formidable strength! However, after exterminating these dozen evil cultivators, Daoist Qingshan looked towards the distance and snorted coldly. Consider yourselves lucky to escape. After saying this, Daoist Qingshan turned his gaze towards the interior of the Immortal Workshop, his expression revealing a hint of urgency. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and rebuild the Immortal Workshop. Leaving behind these words, Daoist Qingshan casually waved his hand, causing dozens of storage bags to fly up from the ground and into his hands. At the same time, a yellowish escape light fell directly into the exquisite courtyard at the very center of the Immortal Workshop. until a quarter of an hour after Daoist Qingshan's figure completely vanished. The Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, which had been eerily silent, gradually came back to life. After days of rampant evil cultivators, the outer periphery of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop had been almost completely destroyed. The outer houses used for rentals were mostly in ruins, with only a few uninhabited rooms retaining their original. However, now that Daoist Qingshan had returned, the safety of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop had instantly surged to unimaginable heights. The enforcement team, which had once supported it, no longer felt the previous tension. Even Hisong dared to go out with Wei Fan to take a look at the outside world. The outside was very safe. When Hisong followed Wei Fan out, both their eyes flashed with a hint of joy at having survived the disaster. Yet when their gazes fell upon the dilapidated houses on the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop, they suddenly felt a wave of sadness. "Sigh, I wonder how many of my friends survived this calamity." Walking alongside, Hisong, Wei Fan surveyed the desolate scene around them and sighed. Although he had not warned his friends to leave the Immortal Workshop for refuge, though he had not chosen to protect those friends, though he had not done anything for them, his mouth was not lacking in sight. Ordinary friends were not like close friends such as Hisong and Mengguan. Their deaths did not hurt him, and their survival did not bring any benefit. In this cruel world of cultivation, only being alive held value. Simultaneously disregarding the lives of others had almost become the most basic common sense among oneself is the most important. In most cases, managing oneself is sufficient. It is also permissible to assist those very close to oneself as long as it does not adversely affect oneself. However, those who wish to play the role of a benevolent figure while posing a danger to themselves generally do not live long. Fate is such. If it were not for your caution this time, I might have perished in this calamity. Hearing Wei Fan sigh, Hisong's expression grew serious. If it were not for his own caution, along with Wei Fan's willingness to lend a helping hand, he would have had no choice but to leave the Immortal Workshop and become a wandering cultivator in the mortal world. If he did not leave, the fate of those wandering cultivators outside the Immortal Workshop would be his own. After this ordeal, Hisong began to awaken within himself. From now on, he must be more cautious. He absolutely cannot be careless. Once he is in this brutal world of cultivation, it might be his own life that is lost. Brother Wei, after today, I will return to the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop. It is thanks to your strong assistance that I managed to escape this calamity. I will not forget this kindness and this grace, Hisong. As they arrived at the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop, Hisong saw from a distance that his original house had not been damaged, so he hurriedly saluted Wei Fan in thanks. Although he had a backup plan in his heart, expressing gratitude, Hisong firmly remembered Wei Fan's kindness. As for the formalities, he had already taken care of them before leaving Wei Fan's small courtyard. With the return of Master Qingshan, the crisis of the Immortal Workshop had been resolved, and Hisong naturally would no longer reside in Wei Fan's small courtyard. It was inconvenient and made him feel like he was overstepping. This feeling made Hisong somewhat uncomfortable. Although Wei Fan was his friend, their coexistence was quite harmonious. However, once the crisis of the Immortal Workshop was lifted, Hisong was eager to return to his own residence. Not for any other reason, but simply for a greater sense of freedom. There is no need for formality between us. You can stay here for now, and on the first day of next month I will transfer the rights to this house to your name, and then we will start calculating the rent. Wei Fan shook his head, not trying to keep Hisong from leaving. However, he utilized his authority to save Hisong a few spirit stones. As a cultivator in the late stage of chi refinement, and an attendant at the Spirit Construction Pavilion, Wei Fan's words held some weight there, and a casual remark could exempt Hisong from nearly a month's rent. However, due to the recent calamity faced by the Immortal Workshop, most of the houses built by the Spirit Construction Pavilion had been damaged, and it would take some time to rebuild. That was why he was able to say such things. Under normal circumstances, even as an attendant of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, he would not have such authority. This was a small favor he gave to Hisong. After sending Hisong home, Wei Fan made an excuse to leave. As an attendant of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, many of the houses for rent at the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop had been damaged, and he would be busy for quite some time. It was solely to ensure Hisong's safe return home that he made this trip. If not for that, he would probably have already shown up at the Spirit Construction Pavilion as soon as Master Qingshan returned to the Immortal Workshop. Back at home, Hisong opened his door. Once inside, he discovered that the originally tidy room had become Hisong had tidied up the house before leaving, but now it was in disarray. It is likely that some rogue cultivators or others had come by to visit. These disordered items must have been disturbed by someone. However, Hisong had taken all his belongings before leaving behind only worthless items. Thus there was no real loss. However, even without losses, the chaotic state before him still made Hisong. With no other choice, he could only start tidying up. As a cultivator, his physical strength was certainly much greater than that of a mortal. Additionally, the spiritual power within his body could also be used for cleaning, so Hisong quickly restored the house to its tidiness. Soon the once messy house became remarkably clean. Hisong also sat at the desk he had used for more than 5 years and brewed himself a pot of tea. Memories of his experiences during this time began to flash through his mind. 3 months ago, due to a cautious mindset, Hisong had moved into Wei Fan's home. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Only today did Hisong move out from Wei Fan's home and return to his own. During these 3 months, he had felt no sense of wrongdoing. However, recalling the scene earlier today, when Master Qingshan rampaged outside, the market images flashed through Hisong's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Master Qingshan. Just hearing his Dharma name, one could probably guess that the magic weapon he excels at is the Qingshan seal. However, upon today's encounter, the massive Qingshan seal in Master Qingshan's hands seemed to have not exhibited its true power. Instead, Master Qingshan ultimately used an almost invisible golden thread to ensnare those rogue cultivators. In comparison, Hisong would prefer to believe that the enormous Qingshan seal was merely a decoy specifically designed to attract others' attention. He might even have used his own Dharma name as a cover. Unfamiliar individuals, upon hearing the Dharma name, would pay special attention to the Qingshan seal in his hand. However, it was the golden thread in Master Qingshan's hand that was truly his trump card. From the very beginning, whether it was Hisong, other cultivators, or even those rogue cultivators, everyone focused their attention on the Qingshan seal. Only later, when the golden thread displayed its might, did people marvel in bewilderment at Master Qingshan's formidable power. Yet apart from Hisong's slight awareness, it seemed that no one else realized what precisely had taken down those rogue cultivators. That golden thread-like magic weapon went completely unnoticed. Using a Dharma name and associated magic weapon as a cover, while seeking unnoticed magic weapons as a trump card, attacking unexpectedly and catching the enemy off guard. Hisong pondered for a moment, and soon had a sudden realization, completely understanding Master Qingshan's strategy. It was only because Hisong had noticed that barely visible golden thread that he could deduce so much information. If Hisong had not noticed that golden thread, he would have been at a loss to figure out how Master Qingshan had killed those rogue cultivators. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the people of the world. Even Foundation establishment cultivators can lay traps step by step, let alone those of higher cultivation levels. Having understood everything, Hisong's vigilance towards cultivators in this world heightened to its peak. In this cruel world of cultivation, concealing trump cards and creating illusions seemed to be practices every cultivator engaged in. This not only enhances one's survival rate, but also provides more means. It can even make it easier to slay. As the memories of his experiences during this time continued to flash through his mind, Hisong's expressions, aside from narrowly escaping a disaster at Wei Fan's home and discovering that Qingshan Jinren is quite the sly one, Hisong realized that he had no other gains after much contemplation. However, in the following days, Hisong gained some understanding of the situation surrounding the Xianfang. Although the area suffered from the rampage of evil cultivators, not all cultivators were killed. Some cultivators either lacked sufficient strength to attract the attention of the evil cultivators or had enough life-saving items to survive. Others managed to hide well and eventually gathered in small numbers, with about a quarter of them surviving. From the mouths of these survivors, Hisong learned about the events that transpired during the recent assault by the evil cultivators surrounding the Xianfang. The initial panic spread from the onset. Then came the departure of the law enforcement team, followed by the rampant actions of the evil cultivators, which unfolded in 3 distinct phases. The first phase was relatively calm, with cultivators merely feeling anxious and hastily spending their spirit stones on life-saving items. At that time, it was also when the prices of life-saving items in the Xianfang soared. The second phase began with the law enforcement team engaging in a fierce battle against the evil cultivators, ultimately retreating to the inner circle out of necessity. During this stage, the loose cultivators outside the Xianfang truly fell on hard times. Some cultivators practiced the concealment technique, hoping to evade the searches of the evil cultivators by hiding at home. However, the concealment technique merely suppressed one's aura and did not grant invisibility, so they were soon discovered. The outcome for them was naturally grim. There were also those who attempted to escape using other means. Most of these individuals were found by the evil cultivators meeting a tragic fate. Only a few cultivators, either powerful enough to counterattack the evil cultivators or skilled in hiding and avoiding detection, managed to survive. Some of those at the first layer of chi refining who were deemed unworthy by the evil cultivators also made it through. The third phase marked the period of rampant evil cultivator activities. By this time, the number of cultivators outside the Xianfang had dwindled significantly, with most hiding away. As a result, the evil cultivators struggled to find cultivators to plunder and turn their attacks toward the inner circle of the Xianfang. However, with the help of the latest stage chi refining cultivators within the inner circle, the evil cultivators' assault was thwarted. Consequently, most of the evil cultivators realizing their failure left, leaving behind only a few who clung to their luck, hoping to gain a small fortune in the outskirts of the Xianfang. The fate awaiting them was what Hisong had witnessed. Chungshan Jinren, in a fit of rage, captured all these evil cultivators. Nevertheless, among the cultivators who survived this calamity, there were some who became unexpectedly. After hearing all of this, Hisong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, secretly thanking his decision to follow Wei Fan to the inner circle. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the third layer of qi refining, he would likely have perished on the outskirts of the Xianfang. One could discern the nature of those who survived in the outskirts of the Xianfang. They were either strong enough to repel the evil cultivators, or exceptionally skilled at hiding to evade detection. Or they were merely newcomers at the first layer of qi refining who could not even scrape together a single spirit stone, making them unworthy in the eyes of the evil cultivators. Beyond that, those cultivators who were neither strong nor adept at hiding and were above the second layer of qi refining were simply the unfortunate ones in this incident. Hisong was certain that with his current life-saving capabilities, he might very well be one of those unfortunate souls. It seems that in addition to being cautious and cultivating, I need to enhance my life-saving abilities in the future. With a self-imposed goal in mind, Hisong shook his head and got up to head towards his spiritual field. His 5 acres of spiritual field were now under his own management again, as the spiritual planter, who previously helped him manage it, perished in this calamity. Originally, Hisong had promised to give him 20 spirit stones, but now he no longer needed to. The kind man had helped Hisong tend to the spiritual field for 3 months, only to end up with nothing, and lost his life during the disaster. It was tragic and lamentable. After returning to the outskirts of the Xianfang, Hisong sent sound transmission spells to several friends he knew. However, only Zhao Lin from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and Lin Song, who had long since fled from Zhushan Xianfang, replied to Hisong. The rest were all silent. It was unclear whether those individuals had died or were trapped somewhere, unaware of the sound transmission paper crane Hisong released. Nevertheless, Hisong suspected that most of them had perished. 3/4 of the cultivators outside the Xianfang had died, leaving only a quarter behind. Those with weak abilities, poor concealment skills, and middling cultivation were almost entirely wiped out. After this calamity, the Zhushan Xianfang was much emptier. Although the Lingjian Pavilion quickly restored the Xianfang to its original state, those scattered cultivators who had died would never return. The number of cultivators within the Xianfang could only be gradually restored over time. In the mundane world, every year some people became loose cultivators. After a few years, or a decade, Zhushan Xianfang would once again become bustling as it once was. Time flew by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hisong had spent exactly 3 years in Zhushan Xianfang since the departure of Chungshan Jinren and the attack by evil cultivators. During these 3 years, Zhushan Xianfang returned to tranquility, and Hisong continuously studied the basics of array formation, yet until now he had still not been able to set up even the simplest gathering spirit array. This was not due to a lack of talent in array formation. On the contrary, Hisong now possessed a profound understanding of how to set up the gathering spirit array. Hisong had begun attempting to engrave array patterns onto spirit stones, which had resulted in nearly all the spirit stones he earned over the past 3 years being consumed in this endeavor. Engraving array patterns onto spirit stones is one of the prerequisites for setting up the gathering spirit array. However, this process often damages the spirit stones, causing the spiritual energy within to leak, which Hisong could only absorb. As a result, Hisong had been unable to save any spirit stones. Nonetheless, due to frequently damaging spirit stones and inevitably absorbing their spiritual energy, his cultivation had reached the perfection level of the third layer of qi refining. Next, he merely needed to operate his energy to break through, and he could successfully advance to the mid-stage of qi refining, becoming a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, just like Lin Song did before. Moreover, due to regularly practicing with spirit stones, Hisong's technique for engraving array patterns had also become increasingly refined. It shouldn't be long before he could set up a gathering spirit array. In the quiet room of his house within the outskirts of Zhushan Xianfang, Hisong sat in silence with his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a dozen spirit stones. These spirit stones were the last he had left, and in order to successfully break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, Hisong was unreserved in placing them beside him. Today is the day Hisong has decided to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Since Lin Song had already paved the way and mentioned that breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement with 4 spirit roots was not too difficult, Hisong didn't prepare much else. After placing a dozen spirit stones beside him, he decisively began his breakthrough. Transitioning from the peak of the third layer of qi refinement to the fourth layer is actually not difficult. Of course, this not difficult is defined by Hisong's talent of having 4 spirit roots. The gap between 4 spirit roots and 5 spirit roots is quite evident. If one only has 5 spirit roots, breaking through from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the 4th layer will encounter a significant bottleneck. Take Mengguan for example. He has 5 spirit roots. When breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, Mengguan found it more difficult than cultivators with 4 spirit roots. Furthermore, during his breakthrough to the late stage, he was severely hindered by the bottleneck. To achieve his breakthrough, he had to leave the Immortal Workshop to mine, and he has yet to return even to this day. Notably, a month after the return of Master Qingshan to the Immortal Workshop, both Hisong and Wei Fan received a message from Mengguan via paper crane. The message revealed that Mengguan encountered a significant crisis. Fortunately, when disaster struck, he happened to be in a mine using the concealment technique to hide in a secluded cave for several days before surviving. At the same time, Hisong and Wei Fan learned what had happened at the Red Spirit Gold Mine in those days. The mine had been attacked by several Foundation Establishment Masters and dozens of latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The scattered cultivators recruited for mining were slaughtered in droves. Even the 4 Foundation Establishment Masters stationed at the Red Spirit Gold Mine suffered a surprise attack, resulting in one being killed. Fortunately, among the remaining 3 Foundation Establishment Masters, one was a hidden mid-stage Foundation Establishment Master who managed to withstand the pressure and sent out a distress signal. The distress signal attracted the guardians from several surrounding immortal workshops, and the 2 sides engaged in a battle of spells for several days with neither side able to gain the upper hand. It was only after several days, when the Foundation Establishment Masters from Qingyuan Immortal City arrived to support, that the attackers finally retreated. Meanwhile, the guardians from the surrounding immortal workshops returned to their respective places. However, what Mengguan did not know was that all the nearby immortal workshops had been attacked by evil cultivators. Hisong and Wei Fan learned afterward that not only the Zhushan Immortal Workshop had been attacked by evil cultivators, but also several other immortal workshops, without Foundation Establishment cultivators present, were similarly assaulted. After waiting for several days for the outside world to settle down, Mengguan cautiously emerged from the mine and rejoined the mining team. Having survived this ordeal, Mengguan sighed, deeply expressing both his gratitude for his good fortune and his thanks to Hisong and Wei Fan for their earlier advice. However, if it weren't for his lack of spirit stones and the desire to take a risk, he wouldn't have gone to mine. Thus, he continued to remain at the Red Spirit Gold Mine. At the Red Spirit Gold Mine, there were now several more Foundation Establishment Masters guarding it, making it much safer than before. Moreover, he had nowhere else to go. He could only continue to stay in the mining area. Now 3 years had passed, and Hisong only knew that Mengguan was still mining with no further information. But for those with 4 spirit roots like Lin Song, he faced no bottleneck when breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. When he decided to push through, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate rapidly. Then he broke through the bottleneck easily. By employing the thick earth technique, the spiritual energy around Hisong was continuously absorbed into his body. As the spiritual energy surged in, the spiritual power within Hisong began to grow at that moment. When the spiritual power reached its peak within his body, continuing to circulate the thick earth technique, Hisong instantly felt a sense of ease throughout his body, as if he had completely relaxed. A wave of ultimate satisfaction from the breakthrough washed over him. In the blink of an eye, Hisong had successfully broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Sensing the rapid increase of spiritual power within his body and the acceleration of external spiritual energy transforming into his own, Hisong felt a surge of joy. It worked. By merely using the thick earth technique, he effortlessly broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. After experiencing the exhilaration of successfully breaking through, Hisong continued to circulate the thick earth technique to consolidate his cultivation. Having just broken through, encountering any unforeseen circumstances could easily cause a regression to his previous state. Only by thoroughly solidifying his cultivation could he perfectly manifest it without any incidents. This was also the reason Lin Song decided to leave immediately after receiving Hisong's message. At that time, Lin Song had just broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and still needed to consolidate his cultivation. If he encountered any trouble within the Immortal Workshop, it could become quite troublesome. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, aside from spending half an hour each day practicing the spiritual rain technique in the spiritual fields he managed, Hisong remained at home consolidating his cultivation. Now a month later, Hisong's cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement had finally stabilized completely. At this moment, even if he casually performed techniques, his cultivation would not regress from its current state. It was only at this point that Hisong could finally rest assured, no longer preoccupied with the thoughts of consolidating his cultivation every day. However, since his cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it was now time for Hisong to head to the spiritual herb pavilion to increase the number of spiritual fields he managed. In the Zhushan Immortal Workshop, once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of qi refinement, their status and treatment undergo significant improvements. Take the spiritual planter for example. A spiritual planter in the early stage of qi refinement can typically manage only 5 acres of spiritual fields as the amount of spiritual power in their body is limited and the spiritual rain technique cannot cover a larger area. Calculating based on an annual yield of 30 spirit stones per acre of spiritual field that totals to 150 spirit stones. However, if a spiritual planter breaks through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, he would be able to manage 7 acres of spiritual fields. Compared to the original 5 acres, the increase of 2 acres may seem modest. However, in reality, the annual profits would significantly increase. Still, using the calculation of 30 spirit stones per acre annually, 7 acres of spiritual fields could yield 210 spirit stones. After deducting the necessary rent of 120 spirit stones, the number of spirit stones available for discretionary use would increase from the 30 spirit stones from 5 acres to 90 spirit stones now. The difference between 30 spirit stones and 90 spirit stones annually is substantial. Thus, mid-stage qi refinement cultivators have significantly more spirit stones at their disposal compared to early-stage cultivators. However, to officially receive the additional 2 acres of spiritual fields upon breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, one must report to the personnel at the Spiritual Herb Pavilion. Fortunately, the connections Meng Guan had initially prepared for Hisong were still intact. Zhao Lin, who took over Meng Guan's responsibilities at the Spiritual Herb Pavilion, had not perished in the earlier calamity. Additionally, due to the sudden decrease of scattered cultivators in the Immortal Workshop, the surviving cultivators felt a shared sense of loss, leading them to reminisce and chat whenever they encountered familiar faces. The relationship between Hisong and Zhao Lin thus underwent a transformation, from the initial poignant encounter to their later mutual familiarity. Eventually, their meeting transformed into a late-blooming friendship. Over the course of 3 years, Hisong and Zhao Lin's bond grew increasingly close, and their interactions became more frequent. Now the two could be considered friends. Although Hisong had not yet introduced Zhao Lin to his small circle with Wei Fan and the others, he was already preparing for it. Zhao Lin was familiar with Meng Guan, and now he was also a friend. It was something Hisong needed to consider letting him into the small circle. Today, after practicing the spiritual rain technique for half an hour in the spiritual field, he managed Hisong headed towards the herb pavilion. Since his cultivation had stabilized, it was time to acquire a couple more acres of spiritual fields. His annual income would be greater than when he was at the early stage of qi refinement. Soon Hisong's figure appeared at the herb pavilion. Inside the herb pavilion, it just so happened that Zhao Lin was on duty today. Thus, when Hisong stepped into the herb pavilion, Zhao Lin, who had been passing time reading miscellaneous books, immediately stood up. Congratulations, my friend, on breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Your cultivation has made great progress, and the foundation establishment is now within reach. A flash of light sparkled in Zhao Lin's eyes as he congratulated without hesitation. Although he was also at the 4th level of qi refinement, he felt it was natural to congratulate a friend on their breakthrough. At the same time, several spirit talismans quickly appeared in Zhao Lin's hands. Here, these are a few thick earth talismans that I personally drew. They aren't worth much, just consider them as a congratulatory gift for you, my friend. Zhao Lin handed over the several thick earth talismans, a fleeting joy appearing in his eyes. The breakthrough of his friend to the mid-stage of qi refinement represented a more solid foundation for himself in the Immortal Pavilion. If anything were to happen in the future, it would certainly be of some help to him. Therefore, in Zhao Lin's eyes, exchanging benefits with friends was indeed advantageous. Then I thank you, brother Zhao. I happen to be in need of these life-saving talismans. Therefore, in Zhao Lin's eyes, exchanging benefits with friends was indeed advantageous. Then I thank you, brother Zhao. I happen to be in need of these life-saving talismans, and you are so generous. Hisong did not decline, but directly accepted the thick earth talismans. Such critical items that could save lives at crucial moments, even if Hisong didn't particularly need them, he would certainly take. Moreover, Zhao Lin was a talisman maker, and the thick earth talismans he drew only required the cost price. He had not forgotten the great calamity from 3 years ago, and he needed to continuously enhance his life-preserving capabilities so he could survive steadily in this harsh world of cultivation. The spirit stones he had earned over the past 3 years were mostly spent on engraving array patterns, leaving only a few remaining. Now that he had income, naturally the more the better. As for the favor, well, it's just a favor among friends. He could find an opportunity to repay it later. Hisong, who had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, was no longer the same as before. He could save up 90 spirit stones in a year. A few thick earth talismans worth of favor didn't really count for much. You came here this time to acquire those 2 acres of spiritual fields, right? Seeing Hisong accept the thick earth talismans, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with Hisong's action of directly accepting his congratulatory gift. Hisong was just about to nod in agreement. But then Zhao Lin suddenly smiled and shook his head, continuing, "Ah, my friend, you are a bit late. Earlier when you mentioned you would go into seclusion to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, I had already transferred those 2 acres of spiritual fields to your name. Now the location of those 2 acres is right here." Zhao Lin, having taken a long route, grabbed a map from the side and pointed out the location to Hisong. On a large map of the spiritual fields outside the Immortal Pavilion, various areas were marked with names. Hisong was surprised and quickly scanned the areas, soon discovering his own name. The location marked with the 2 large characters, Hisong had 1 large and 1 small area. However, the 2 areas were connected with only a black line at the junction, representing that the smaller area was at. As his gaze swept around, Hisong quickly noticed that many people had names in both places. For instance, he saw a name Chunzhou and noted that there were 2 areas marked with Chunzhou's name. However, before Hisong could ask, Zhao Lin's finger was already pointing to the location of Hisong's name on the. "Look here, this large area originally represents your 5 acres of spiritual fields. The newly added small area is the new 2 acres of spiritual fields. The 2 patches are adjacent, saving you the trouble of running back and forth to cast spells twice daily." As Zhao Lin's words echoed, Hisong was taken aback, but quickly realized. A cultivator like him, who could have new spiritual fields adjacent to his original area, was probably rare. Thus those cultivators needed to run to 2 areas of spiritual fields every day to cast the spiritual rain technique, casting it twice, each time taking half an hour, and they had to run a long distance to reach the other. Thus those cultivators needed to run to 2 areas of spiritual fields every day to cast the spiritual rain technique, casting it twice, each time taking half an hour, and they had to run a long distance to reach the other spiritual field. As a result, those cultivators naturally spent significantly more time each day. And what about Hisong? Hisong only needed to cast the spiritual rain technique once at the location of his spiritual fields, and the area was just slightly larger, plus he didn't need to run around, taking only half an hour. In comparison, a cultivator like Hisong with a large and small patch of spiritual fields together was certainly much more comfortable than those who had to run between 2 areas daily, casting the spiritual rain technique twice. "Thank you, my friend." Faced with Zhao Lin's obviously generous gesture, Hisong felt warmth in his heart and grew even more appreciative of Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin not only transferred the additional 2 acres of spiritual fields to Hisong's name when he went to break through, but also helped combine the 2 patches, allowing Hisong to earn more without spending extra time. In this way, Zhao Lin had done everything he could for Hisong to an exceptional degree, whether it was the early transfer of the spiritual fields or combining the 2 patches. Both actions gave Hisong a new understanding of Zhao Lin and the cultivation world. It turned out that power in the cultivation world could be used this way. It turned out that Zhao Lin was truly capable of handling matters, and when it came to important things, he could really provide special treatment for Hisong. "You don't need to thank me. There's no need for such formalities between us. It's just a small matter. As long as I'm at the Her Pavilion, I'll certainly do everything I can for you beautifully." In response to Hisong's gratitude, Zhao Lin waved his hand without a second thought, not taking it seriously at all. It was no big deal. If others wanted him to handle these matters, they would certainly need to pay with spirit stones for connections. This was also one of the ways he could benefit from managing the Spirit Her Pavilion. However, if it were his friends, even if Hisong did not speak up, he would handle the matter with ease. The relationship between people is indeed different. There are distinctions in relationships and the intricacies of human affairs. Zhao Lin has always been quite adept in this regard. Now seeing Hisong express his gratitude, he naturally wouldn't take the matter too seriously. After confirming the location of his newly added spirit field, Hisong stayed a while longer in the Spirit Her Pavilion. It was only when someone came to handle affairs that Hisong took his leave. As the manager of the Spirit Her Pavilion, Zhao Lin had responsibilities while on duty today, so continuing to disturb would not be appropriate. He left the Spirit Her Pavilion. After a slight hesitation, Hisong quickly returned to the location of his spirit field. Previously, Hisong had only used his spirit rain technique above his original 5 mu of spirit field, unaware that he had already gained an additional 2 mu. However, now that Hisong was aware of this, he would naturally not let those 2 mu of spirit field go to waste. Fortunately, those 2 mu of spirit field were already planted with spirit rice, so Hisong did not need to cultivate anew. He only needed to come daily to perform the spirit rain technique. Arriving at the spirit field, Hisong surveyed the area according to his memory and quickly confirmed the location of the newly added 2 mu. Then, using hand gestures to cast the spell, the spirit rain technique was immediately unleashed, enveloping the new 2 mu with a cloud of spirit rain. With the activation of the spirit rain technique, fine rain began to fall from the sky, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and causing it to descend into the spirit field below, along with the rain. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the spirit rice thrived lush and pleasing to the eye. However, just as Hisong was performing the spirit rain technique to irrigate his newly acquired 2 mu of spirit field, a figure suddenly approached from a distance, coming directly to Hisong's side. Esteemed friend, I am Chenzhou. May I ask if you are the new owner of these 2 mu of spirit field? Chenzhou appeared frail, dressed in a blue robe that made him look somewhat delicate. Hisong had noticed this Chenzhou approaching him early on. Although the other person looked weak, it was clear he was coming towards Hisong. Hearing his words now, a thought flashed through Hisong's mind. With a flash of insight in his eyes, Hisong suddenly felt more assured. This person was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, comparable to his own cultivation level. Being at the same level of Qi refinement, even though he currently lacked sufficient means for self-defense with several thick earth talismans given by Zhao Lin on him, he need not worry about Chenzhou suddenly attacking. Knowing in his heart that there was not much danger, Hisong finally relaxed. However, his vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, Hisong's fingers hidden in his sleeves had already pinched a thick earth talisman. Should anything go awry, Hisong could instantly activate the talisman to protect himself. Yes, I am Hisong, who has just broken through to the mid-Qi refinement stage and has newly acquired these 2 mu of spirit field. Do you have some matter to discuss, friend? Facing Chenzhou's inquiry, Hisong acknowledged it openly. However, as he spoke, Hisong felt that the name Chenzhou was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After a moment of thought, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in Hisong's eyes. He had recalled it. Previously, when at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Zhao Lin had looked at a map with him, and he had seen a name Chenzhou on that map. At that time, Hisong had lamented that many people after breaking through to the mid-Qi refinement stage would have their newly acquired spirit fields in different locations, needing to travel to 2 places daily to perform the spirit rain technique twice, which was quite troublesome. Now unexpectedly, the person he had casually noticed by name had appeared before him so quickly. If Hisong the reason he had paid attention to the name Chenzhou was that the other person's spirit field was adjacent to his own. In other words, the 2 mu of spirit field he had newly acquired were likely forcibly taken from Chenzhou by Zhao Lin and unilaterally assigned to Hisong. As for Chenzhou, his newly acquired 2 mu of spirit field had been arranged elsewhere. One could say that Chenzhou was the only victim in this entire affair. Thinking of this, Hisong felt speechless and did not know what to say, merely standing in place, silently, using the spirit rain technique, awaiting Chenzhou's next words. No wonder Chenzhou walked directly towards him upon seeing him. No wonder Chenzhou seemed to have been lurking here for a while. No wonder Chenzhou immediately asked if he was the new owner of these 2 mu of spirit field. He had taken someone else's spirit field, and the person had come to find him. For a moment, Hisong's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't expected that he would become the villain in someone else's eyes. Friend, these 2 mu of spirit field once belonged to me. I dare to ask if we could exchange. I also have 2 mu of spirit field elsewhere. With a respectful gesture towards Hisong, Chenzhou spoke as he pulled out 10 spirit stones from his pocket. The 10 shiny spirit stones gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Hisong glanced at them and was almost captivated by the sight of these 10 spirit stones. However, as soon as Chenzhou presented the 10 spirit stones to Hisong, and Hisong finished listening to what he had to say, his expression quickly became serious. While maintaining his hand gestures for the spell, Hisong shifted his body to the side. 10 spirit stones were not a small amount. They could rent a room in the Immortal Workshop for a month. However, for a mid-Qi refinement cultivator like Hisong, 10 spirit stones were pitifully few. He could obtain 90 spirit stones from the spirit fields he managed in just a year. Moreover, if he agreed to the exchange, Hisong would definitely have to travel to 2 places daily, performing the spirit rain technique twice. The time spent on managing spirit field affairs would undoubtedly increase significantly. As a result, the time Hisong could allocate for cultivation would surely shorten. Trading so much time for 10 spirit stones felt unworthwhile to Hisong. Additionally, the division of this spirit field was a favor he had received from Zhao Lin. Was Zhao Lin's effort worth only 10 spirit stones? If he knew that Hisong would exchange with someone for 10 spirit stones, what would Zhao Lin think? Now this Chenzhou merely offered 10 spirit stones and wished to trade for these 2 mu of spirit field. It must be said that Chenzhou indeed underestimated Hisong, a mid-Qi refinement cultivator, as well as the value of Zhao Lin's goodwill. There's no need for spirit stones. If you want to exchange, just seek the manager of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. If he agrees, I will agree. In an instant, Hisong's expression turned cold, and he directly refused. After speaking, Hisong did not forget to warn him again. I forgot to mention the manager of the Spirit Herb Pavilion is a friend of mine, so do consider it carefully when you go. As the words fell, Hisong's figure had already moved aside. Although maintaining the spiritual rain technique while moving was somewhat challenging, Hisong carefully manipulated the spell to distance himself from Chenzhou. Faced with such an unclear-minded cultivator, Hisong remained cautious, but was not afraid in this immortal workshop. Chenzhou was merely a 4th-layer Qi cultivator. His cultivation was comparable to his own. Even in a surprise attack, given his constant vigilance, he would not be easily harmed. At the same time, Qinzhou appeared to have no connections or background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily have 2 acres of spirit fields transferred to his name by Zhao Lin. Moreover, instead of seeking trouble with Zhao Lin after his spirit fields were suddenly transferred away, he approached He Song seeking an exchange, indicating that this person had a character that feared the strong and bullied the weak. No background, no threat, no courage. Faced with such a cultivator, He Song could not think of any reason to fear him. Thinking like this, He Song soon decided that he would visit the spiritual medicine pavilion later to have Zhao Lin investigate this person's background. If there was nothing to find, that would be fine. But if he truly had some hidden agenda, He Song would have to ask someone to you. Hearing He Song's words, Qinzhou's face suddenly turned red, pointing at He Song, as if wanting to say something, but after a few moments of trembling lips, he ultimately held back his words. Stamping his foot, and seeing He Song focusing on casting the spiritual rain technique, without paying him any mind, Qinzhou hesitated for a moment before reluctantly leaving. He Song's cold rejection along with his friend who managed the spiritual medicine pavilion left Qinzhou angry, yet he did not dare to entangle himself further. The manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion was a powerful figure far above someone like him, a mere spirit. He could not provoke him. He could not provoke the manager of the spiritual medicine pavilion. He could not provoke He Song, who was a friend of the manager. Thus he had no choice but to leave. However, as he walked further away, He Song vaguely heard some muttering. Words like bullying the weak, committing evil deeds, tyrannizing the locals, and taking advantage of one's power were heard. He Song did not care about this, and merely followed Qinzhou with his gaze, secretly noting the direction in which he left. Soon He Song completely watered the 2 acres of spirit fields that had been newly transferred to him. Not continuing to the spiritual medicine pavilion, he leisurely walked in the direction Qinzhou had taken. Unfortunately, after walking a considerable distance, He Song still did not discover where Qinzhou resided. Left with no choice, He Song could only return home. However, upon returning home, He Song picked up a piece of paper. Brother Zhao, today, while watering the spirit fields, I encountered a person named Qinzhou, a 4th layer Qi cultivator. This person offered 10 spirit stones, claiming that the 2 acres of spirit fields previously belonged to him and wanted to exchange fields with me. I refused, and he left in frustration. I hope Brother Zhao can help check this person's background. My cultivation is low, and I fear retaliation. If there are any abnormalities, please inform me. He Song. At the spiritual medicine pavilion, Zhao Lin quickly received the message from He Song via paper crane. After carefully reading the message, Zhao Lin furrowed his brow and destroyed it. A surge of unnamed anger arose in his heart. He could not help but curse inwardly. After all that effort to help a friend, this Qinzhou is just adding to the trouble. I helped out, but left a loose, and now He Song sends me a message asking me to investigate this person's background to prevent retaliation. Isn't this just slapping my own face? I put in so much effort to help a friend, and now it seems the task was accomplished, but the aftermath wasn't cleaned up. I even said it would be fine at the time. Reflecting on what He Song said earlier, Zhao Lin now felt how could he hold his head high in front of his friends in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin's expression gradually. Immediately after, he took out a thick book and quickly flipped through it. After a long while, Zhao Lin finally raised his head, his heart tightening slightly. Qinzhou, a 4th layer Qi cultivator, a loose cultivator, aged 31. He joined the Immortal Workshop 3 years ago, becoming a spirit planter until today. I found it. Qinzhou joined the Immortal Workshop 3 years ago. 3 years. A glint of memory flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes, and his expression quickly turned obscure. 3 years ago, when was that? 3 years ago was when Master Qingshan left the Immortal Workshop, followed by the attack on the Zhushan Immortal Workshop by evil cultivators. Since then, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion has eased its recruitment of spirit planters. Many spirit planters died in that calamity, leaving the spirit fields uncultivated, and the Immortal Workshop's higher-ups urgently sought to recruit more spirit planters to fill the vacancies. And it was at that time that Zhao Lin, who was responsible for recruitment, brought in one loose cultivator after another. This Qinzhou must have also been recruited during that period. A hint of caution flickered in Zhao Lin's eyes. A loose cultivator. Born as a loose cultivator. To reach the mid-stage of Qi cultivation before joining the Immortal Workshop. This Qinzhou must have some extraordinary qualities. To successfully survive the highly lethal early stage of Qi cultivation among loose cultivators and break through to the mid-stage. The difficulty of this was enormous, yet Qinzhou still managed to break through. One can imagine that he is definitely not as simple as he appears. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin quickly produced a piece of paper. Qinzhou, a 4th layer Qi cultivator, a loose cultivator, aged 31. He joined the Immortal Workshop 3 years ago, becoming a spirit planter until today. I could only find this little information, but based on my speculation, this Qinzhou's success in breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation as a loose cultivator should not be as simple as it seems. I hope you will not blame me. Zhao Lin. Soon He-song, who was already at home cultivating, received Zhao Lin's. I hope you will not blame me. Zhao Lin. Soon He-song, who was already at home cultivating, received Zhao Lin's message via paper crane. As he scanned the words on the paper, He-song's brows gradually furrowed. 3 years ago, he joined the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, becoming a spirit planter. But before joining the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, this Chen Zhou was already a 4th-layer Qi cultivator. In other words, Zhao Lin's speculation was not entirely groundless. On the contrary, it might be very close to the truth. But the Chen Zhou he faced earlier had no background, no threat, no courage. How should he explain the Chen Zhou he encountered? If He-song remembered correctly, Chen Zhou had been quite timid in front of him, even daring not to say a harsh word. He only dared to mumble things like bullying the weak and taking advantage of one's power after walking far away. Is this truly something that a loose cultivator who has reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement can accomplish? Given the nature of a loose cultivator, they would likely start threatening themselves the moment they open their mouth to refuse. Is this truly something that a loose cultivator who has reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement can accomplish? Given the nature of a loose cultivator, He-song furrowed his brow. In his mind, the expression and actions of Chen Zhou flashed quickly, causing He-song to raise an eyebrow. He truly wasn't sure if Chen Zhou was acting at that time. Having lived in an era of information explosion in his past life, He-song was well aware that some individuals are naturally adept at acting. Such people do not usually act according to their thoughts. Instead, they often rely on performance, usually appearing submissive in public, while secretly acting with extreme ruthlessness. If he were to encounter Chen Zhou, and he truly was like this, perhaps the latter was already contemplating how to eliminate him. In other words, He-song's current situation was quite perilous. What good would being friends with the Spirit Herb Pavilion do? After death, one would still be a lifeless corpse. Given Chen Zhou's background as a loose cultivator, he was certainly no stranger to killing in secret. The high mortality rate of loose cultivators is not merely due to the perilous nature of their endeavors. More so, it is due to mutual slaughters among loose cultivators. Killing holds no burden for them. Moreover, He-song had clearly offended Chen Zhou. If it were He-song, when someone completely offended him, he would also choose to strike first. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, He-song felt his scalp tingle, and a sudden chill ran down his back. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger, but He-song's expression remained unchanged. However, he quickly stopped his cultivation and stood up, pinching a thick earth talisman between his fingers to ensure his safety. Only then did he open the door and walk outside. He could no longer stay in this house. He could follow the route Chen Zhou took to find him. Was he perhaps lurking in the shadows, observing him and following his path to locate his home? Faced with a loose cultivator who lived by the blade, He-song, as a Qi refinement cultivator, would likely struggle to defend himself. With such thoughts in mind, He-song quickened his pace. Upon reaching the street, bustling with people, he finally felt a bit calmer. Yet the thick earth talisman pinched between his fingers remained tense, still primed for activation. He walked along the street. Without a second thought, He-song headed towards Wei Fan's residence. He was not all alone. After years of careful management in the Zhushan Immortal Pavilion, He-song had connections and a backing. Now faced with a crisis, he temporarily had no means to resolve it. He definitely needed to seek his backing. He-song was not one of those who would suffer in silence for the sake of pride. Not seeking the backing when he had it, insisting on resolving things himself, would be too dangerous. One misstep could lead to total loss. Unlike others who could die and be reborn after 18 years, He-song was a cultivator of longevity. If he truly died, he would regret it immensely. Thus in He-song's dictionary, it was best not to offend anyone if possible. If one must offend, then one must ensure a decisive strike. It was best not to act personally unless absolutely necessary. If one had to act, they should leave no chance for retaliation. If one could eradicate the root cause, then they must do so. In any case, one must leave no future troubles behind. Their life is exceedingly precious. Soon He-song arrived at Wei Fan's home. Today Wei Fan was resting and was not on duty at the Spirit Construction Pavilion. Upon seeing He-song, Wei Fan was overjoyed, personally welcoming him into the courtyard and leading him to the loft where they often enjoyed tea together. As the two sat face to face in the loft, Wei Fan took the opportunity to speak. It has been a long time since you last visited, friend. Living alone in this courtyard has been dreadfully dull. He handed He-song a cup of tea and shook his head. Ever since He-song moved away 3 years ago, he had returned to his previously dull life. Without He-song here, he still somewhat missed those days. Although the outside world was dangerous, having He-song around made their time together enjoyable, and they could drink leisurely. Unfortunately, after He-song moved away 3 years ago, he had not experienced that feeling again. Now that He-song visited, he naturally had to mention it. Wei brother, I have come seeking your help for my life. After taking a sip of the tea, Wei Fan offered. A hint of helplessness flashed in He-song's eyes. Unfortunately, after He-song moved away 3 years ago, he had not experienced that feeling again. Now that Now having no choice but to revisit, he unexpectedly found Wei Fan still saying the same thing, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed to refuse. Oh, seeking help for your life. Friend, you are usually so cautious and never offend anyone. Or could it be that some cultivator wishes to oppress you? And further, oh, seeking help for your life. Friend, you are usually so cautious and never offend anyone. Or could it be that some cultivator wishes to oppress you? Hearing He-song's words, Wei Fan was taken aback, his eyes suddenly sparkling with intelligence, but after observing for a while, he found no signs of injury on He-song. Seeing this, his expression turned to one of questioning as he looked at He-song. Simultaneously, a hint of anger rose in Wei Fan's heart. He-song was his friend. Moreover, He-song was always so cautious and never took the initiative to offend anyone. If he were being oppressed in the Immortal Pavilion, what would that say about Wei Fan, a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator? In an instant, fiery blood surged in Wei Fan's chest. Could it be that he, a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had yet to make a move since breaking through, would truly need to act today? In the midst of his emotional turmoil, the spiritual pressure characteristic of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator fluctuated slightly. This was a manifestation of intense emotional fluctuations affecting the spiritual energy within. For He-song, a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, the slight fluctuation of Wei Fan's latest-stage Qi refinement spiritual pressure was not a burden he could not bear. On the contrary, He-song felt merely a gentle breeze brushing against him, yet warmth surged in his heart. That is not the case. This incident is partially my fault, but now that the wood has turned to a boat, I can only seek your assistance. After careful consideration, He-song quickly recounted the events he had encountered to Wei Fan, starting from his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, to later seeking Zhao Lin at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, where Zhao Lin casually helped him acquire 2 acres of spirit fields. And how he encountered Chen Zhou at the spirit fields, where Chen Zhou wanted to exchange 10 spirit stones for the spirit fields. Afterward, he entrusted Zhao Lin to investigate Chen Zhou's background, and Zhao Lin truthfully informed him and noted his speculations on a paper crane. Ultimately filled with concern over Chen Zhou's identity as a loose cultivator, He-song had no choice but to come to Wei Fan seeking help. After recounting everything, He-song took a sip from his teacup to moisten his throat. Beside him, Wei Fan, who had finally figured out the entire situation after listening for a long time now, wore a gradually peculiar expression, pointing at He-song in front of him. Then he pointed towards the direction of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. After several back-and-forth gestures, Wei Fan wore a face that seemed to say, "Are you joking with me?" But he finally understood the whole story. Chen Zhou had suddenly lost his spiritual field, and from now on he would have to run between 2 places every day to perform the Spirit Rain technique. Greatly suppressing a smile as he spoke, the mirth in Wei Fan's eyes could not be concealed. Such an undeserved misfortune would leave anyone feeling dumbfounded. Chen Zhou had suddenly lost his spiritual field, and from now on he would have to run between 2 places every day to perform the Spirit Rain technique, greatly increasing the time wasted. However, since He-song had obtained the spiritual field through a friend's special favor, he could not possibly return it to Chen Zhou. Both parties had their difficulties, making it impossible to return to the past. In this way, the enmity between He-song and Chen Zhou was thoroughly established. One was a loose cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the other was a cultivator from the Immortal Workshop at the same level. It would be clear at a glance whose combat power was stronger. Moreover, He-song was aware of his own limitations and knew he could not win, which was why he sought him out to resolve this trouble. The combat power of an Immortal Workshop cultivator is indeed incomparable to that of a loose cultivator. If Chen Zhou truly wanted to take revenge, He-song would likely have to remain on guard at all times. However, there is no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. What if He-song were to let his guard down? He feared that he might lose his life. The combat power of an Immortal Workshop cultivator is indeed incomparable to that of a loose cultivator. If Chen Zhou truly wanted to take Having understood this, a hint of teasing appeared in Wei Fan's gaze as he looked at He-song. Although it's an undeserved calamity, since you have found me, I assume you already have a plan. Why not share it with me? As long as it is feasible, I would be willing to help. After confirming that He-song was not in any life-threatening danger, Wei Fan relaxed a little. He handed He-song a cup of tea. Wei Fan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After so many years of knowing his friend, he could even guess what He-song would say next. However, even so, he wanted to hear it directly from He-song. After all, this was the first time He-song had come to him for. Then I must ask for Brother Weiss' assistance. At that time, I will have my friends at the Spirit Herb Pavilion remove his name from the list of spiritual herb cultivators, allowing him to revert to being a loose cultivator. Then I must ask for Brother Weiss' assistance. At that time, I will have my friends at the Spirit Herb Pavilion remove his name from the list of spiritual herb cultivators, allowing him to revert to being a loose cultivator, and then Brother Wei can act at your convenience. Taking the cup of tea from Wei Fan, He-song set it aside, without pause, expressing his thoughts to Wei Fan. At this moment Hisong could not determine whether Chenzhou was truly acting cowardly or if he was genuinely timid. Therefore he could only trouble Wei Fan to investigate. If Chenzhou was indeed as cowardly as Hisong had observed, then sparing his life wouldn't be a problem. But if Chenzhou was not cowardly in general, and only put on a facade of fear when meeting him, or if he harbored thoughts of revenge, then Hisong would have to ask Wei Fan to take the initiative. Simultaneously, if action was indeed necessary, Hisong would also ask Zhao Lin for help in removing Chenzhou's name from the list of spiritual herb cultivators. In this way, Chenzhou would no longer be an internal cultivator of the Immortal Workshop, but a mere loose cultivator. Mutual killing among internal cultivators of the Immortal Workshop is strictly prohibited. Once caught, they will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Immortal Workshop. However, if an internal cultivator of the Immortal Workshop kills a loose cultivator, as long as it is not within the Immortal Workshop, no one will pursue the matter. Even if the law enforcement team knows you did it, they won't care. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. The law enforcement team of the Immortal Workshop only ensures the safety within the Immortal Workshop and the prohibition of killings among internal cultivators. Loose cultivators can die in droves, and they won't care at all. No one will care either. Every year, countless loose cultivators perish in the outside world. The loss of one or two more is insignificant. And Hisong had already thought everything through before coming to Wei Fan. Now he just needed to wait for Wei Fan's investigation results to begin. "So, my friend, you are too cautious. If it were me, I would have killed that Chenzhou with a single strike as soon as I sensed something was off." Faced with Hisong's response, Wei Fan clearly disagreed. His original thought was that Hisong would directly let him take action and eliminate the person named Chenzhou with a single blow. That would truly be decisive. But unexpectedly, Hisong wanted him to investigate first and then decide based on the situation. Even taking action required him to have Hisong's other friend remove Chenzhou's name from the list of spiritual herb cultivators first. This was too troublesome. Although this way minimized the chances of mistakenly killing a good person and the subsequent dangers, it seemed overly cautious. This was too troublesome. Although this way minimized the chances of mistake, you should stay in my courtyard for a while. I will go to the spirit building pavilion to check where Chenzhou lives, and then I will investigate. Wait for me to return, my friend. As he spoke, Wei Fan stood up preparing to leave, but soon stopped again. Turning to look at Hisong, he thought for a moment and handed Hisong several defensive spirit talismans. "Take these spirit talismans for now. I am worried that Chenzhou might come to seek you out." Once Hisong accepted the talismans, Wei Fan finally felt at ease to leave. In the small courtyard's loft, watching Wei Fan's departing figure and glancing at the several defensive spirit talismans in his hand, Hisong shook his head helplessly. He recognized at a glance that these defensive spirit talismans were the ones Wei Fan had bought for himself 3 years ago for protection. Unexpectedly, they had not been used back then. Now it was ironic that these talismans had ended up in his hands. Shaking his head and putting away the talismans, Hisong decided to return them to Wei Fan once he came back. These talismans were high-grade talismans, and only cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement like Wei Fan could unleash their true power. Using them for himself would be a waste. At the spirit building pavilion, after leaving his small courtyard, Wei Fan quickly arrived at the spirit building pavilion, ignoring the respectful greetings of the surrounding cultivators. Wei Fan walked straight to the ledger that recorded the residences of the internal cultivators of the Immortal Workshop. Taking the ledger upstairs, his gaze quickly scanned through the entries. Hisong currently residing at No. 13A Chuanyun Street, O Area B on the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop. Su Jin currently residing at No. 31 Oichong Feng Street, O Area A on the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop. Chenzhou currently residing at No. 7 Missouri Xiang Street, A Area D on the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop. As his gaze swept over each name and residence, Wei Fan's eyes quickly stopped at the name Chenzhou. Chenzhou No. 7 Missouri Xiang Street, Area D. After a long while in Wei Fan's small courtyard, Hisong waited for a full hour before he saw Wei Fan returning from a distance. Welcoming the returning Wei Fan into the courtyard, Hisong specially poured him a cup of tea and sat beside him waiting for Wei Fan to speak. Picking up the cup of tea that Hisong had poured for him, Wei Fan took a sip and the frown on his brow finally eased as he let out a long breath before speaking. My friend can inform that one working at the Spirit Herb Pavilion to remove Chenzhou from the position of spiritual planter. As he spoke, a flicker of anger flashed in Wei Fan's eyes before he continued. Chenzhou is not as gentle as one might perceive. Relying on his mid-stage qi cultivation, he often resorts to violence against early-stage cultivators, extorting spirit stones. However, since he hasn't caused any fatalities, the enforcement team cannot intervene. The people of the Spirit Herb Pavilion must be blind. How could such a person be recruited as a spiritual planter? One wonders what the person who brought him into the Immortal Workshop was thinking. Such rogue behavior is truly despicable. Moreover, when I went to investigate, Chunzhou was quietly inquiring about you. By the looks of it, he did not come with good intentions, so I decided not to continue the investigation and returned directly. Let's proceed as you suggested, first stripping him of his status as a spiritual planter, then forcing him to leave the immortal workshop. I will take action at that time. Setting down the teacup, a shadow of gloom crossed Wei Fan's face. His words sounded light, but during his investigation, he found that Chunzhou had brought all the vile practices of rogue cultivators into the immortal workshop, polluting the area around his residence. Rogue cultivators, unrestrained by external authority, naturally develop erratic personalities. They are adept at murder, treasure theft, and extortion, carrying out these deeds with ease. Such behavior is commonplace among rogue cultivators. Unless one is inherently virtuous, they would not regard such actions with concern. However, virtuous rogue cultivators rarely survive long in this sphere unless they possess exceptional fortune. And what about Chunzhou? He was originally a rogue cultivator, but joined the Spirit Herb Pavilion with his mid-stage Qi cultivation, becoming a spiritual planter. If he adhered to the rules of the immortal workshop and remained law-abiding, all would be well. Yet he did the opposite. He brought with him everything he learned from the rogue cultivator community, every last thing, into the immortal workshop. Moreover, he exploited the loopholes in the immortal workshop's laws, bullying the weak and extorting spirit stones, turning the originally peaceful atmosphere into a polluted mess. Thus, when Wei Fan, who had lived in the thick earth courtyard since childhood and had always resided in the immortal workshop, witnessed all this, he was immediately enraged. Such rogue behavior might be overlooked outside the immortal workshop, but Chunzhou had brought it all inside, contaminating Wei Fan's pure land. In light of this, the anger within Wei Fan was all too understandable. He had been nurtured as an outer disciple of the thick earth sect since childhood. Later, due to his insufficient cultivation, he was reassigned to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop as a steward of the Spirit Construction Pavilion. All along, Wei Fan lived in a relatively stable environment. His understanding of rogue cultivators was largely theoretical, confined to the pages of books. Even so, he had looked down upon them before this. However, until today, when Chunzhou's actions truly manifested before him, he finally gained a real understanding of rogue cultivators. Alright, I will inform him right away. After hearing Wei Fan's description, a sense of relief and apprehension flashed through Hisong's heart. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's a good thing I was cautious. Otherwise, if Chunzhou came knocking at midnight one day, I might have been utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, I had Zhao Lin investigate Chunzhou's background. After sensing something was off, he immediately came to Wei Fan. Had any of these steps gone wrong, I might have found myself targeted by Chunzhou, unable to find peace. At the same time, Hisong reminded himself once more. In the future, one must not judge others solely by, even if they appear humble and polite before you like a refined gentleman, one must still investigate their especially those whom you have offended. Their backgrounds must be clarified. Like this time with Chunzhou. He was quite cowardly before me. But unexpectedly, when facing weaker cultivators, he bullied them, extorting spirit stones without scruple. It was only because he was at mid-stage Qi. And with Zhao Lin from the Spirit Herb Pavilion as his backing, Chunzhou did not turn hostile right away. Had my cultivation been weaker, and Zhao Lin not a management figure at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, what Chunzhou was thinking is naturally evident. Letting out a long breath, Hisong's fingers moved slightly, and a piece of white paper What Chunzhou was thinking is naturally evident. Letting out a long breath, Hisong's fingers moved slightly, and a piece of white paper suddenly appeared in his hand. Brother Zhao, that Chunzhou has a twisted personality, bullying the weak, and committing all kinds of evil, guilty of heinous crimes. I have already asked a friend to verify this information. I intended to deal with him directly, but the Immortal Workshop forbids internal conflict, so I must comply. Reluctantly, I can only ask my friend to remove his name from the spiritual planter list, forcing him to leave the Immortal Workshop, and then we will plan further. This matter is of great importance relating to my personal safety. I hope my friend will assist me. Hisong. With a flick of his fingers, spiritual power surged, and soon several lines of text appeared on the white paper. However, just as Hisong was about to fold it into a paper crane to send with the sound transmission technique, Wei Fan, beside him, shook his head, signaling Hisong to wait a moment. Allow me to add a few words, Wei Fan said as he summoned his spiritual power, inscribing a name on the white paper along with a trace of his own aura. Wei Fan. Seeing this, Hisong nodded and did not stop him. This was a good thing. With Wei Fan's aura from the latest stage, Zhao Lin would understand immediately upon receiving the sound transmission paper crane. Hisong had already enlisted a latest stage Qi cultivator preparing to take action against Chunzhou, knowing that Hisong was already prepared. Cooperating with him to remove Chunzhou's name from the spiritual planter list was a trivial matter. Thus Zhao Lin need not worry about Chunzhou seeking trouble later. A latest stage Qi cultivator dealing with Chunzhou, who was at the 4th level of Qi, was certain to lead to Chunzhou's demise. The reason Wei Fan left his name and aura on the paper was precisely for this purpose. He did not know the nature of Hisong's relationship with Zhao Lin, but if his name and aura were present, the likelihood of Zhao Lin helping would be greater. That was all. Releasing the sound transmission paper crane, Hisong and Wei Fan waited for a moment. Soon a sound transmission paper crane came rushing from afar. Unfolding it, he said, "Taoist friend, this matter originated because of me, so it is only right for me to assist you in the aftermath. I thought it would be better to handle it later, but..." Unfolding it, he said, "Taoist friend, this matter originated because of me, so it is only right for me to assist you in the aftermath. I thought it would be better to handle it later, but unexpectedly, you have already investigated Chen Zhou's background. Chen Zhou has a twisted character, bullying the weak, extorting spirit stones, committing all sorts of evil, and is a notorious scoundrel. To have discovered this about Chen Zhou is indeed a significant achievement. I have already removed Chen Zhou's name from the list of spirit cultivators and have requested merit on your behalf. With such an achievement, you should receive commendation from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. I will personally deliver your reward in the future. Zhao Lin." In the letter, Zhao Lin made no mention of how he helped Hisong, nor of Hisong's intention to deal with Chen Zhou. Instead, he removed Chen Zhou's name from the list of spirit cultivators and stated that Chen Zhou's crimes were unforgivable, requesting merit for Hisong after uncovering his misdeeds. This operation was simply classic. Hisong could not help but chuckle upon seeing it. Even Wei Fan, who was furious due to Chen Zhou's actions, had a strange expression upon accidentally glancing at it. This Zhao Lin, as long as it was within his authority, he truly dared to seek benefits for his friends. This Taoist friend is indeed a remarkable person. Wei Fan's expression was peculiar as he softly praised. He had once tried to help Hisong save some spirit stones using his own authority to provide benefits to Hisong. But he never expected Zhao Lin to be even more extreme. He had merely exempted Hisong from over half a month. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, not only assisted Hisong with the spirit field matters, but also provided cover when Hisong intended to kill and even requested merit for him. Clearly there was a conflict between the two parties, one wanting to eradicate the root of the problem. Yet with Zhao Lin, it transformed into Hisong having keen insight, detecting Chen Zhou's poor character and cleansing the Spirit Medicine Pavilion of a malignant tumor. Had he not been a participant in this incident, Wei Fan might have truly believed Zhao Lin's words. This Taoist friend has known me for over 3 years. He was a connection entrusted to me by Old Meng before he left. When Old Meng returns, perhaps we can invite him and increase our gathering by one person. Seeing that Wei Fan had taken an interest in Zhao Lin, Hisong, who had already planned to include Zhao Lin in their small circle, promptly provided an explanation. If a person is friends with any one of 3 people, one can already ascertain the other's character. If he is friends with 2 of the 3, there will naturally be no obstacles to joining the small circle. Hisong, Wei Fan, and Meng Guan. The 3 of them had known each other for so many years and understood each other's temperaments. Anyone who could gain the approval of 2 of them would certainly not have any character issues. Speaking of Old Meng, has he sent you any messages via paper crane recently? Halfway through, Hisong suddenly remembered Meng Guan and quickly asked again. Hisong had not seen Meng Guan for a long time. 3 years ago, Meng Guan sent a paper crane to both Hisong and Wei Fan, and then there was no news since. Hisong and Wei Fan had also attempted to contact him, but the paper crane sent out always received no response. The 2 were anxious but felt helpless. The Qiling gold mine was too dangerous. With their cultivation levels, they dared not go investigate. They could only worry in their hearts. Let's discuss the matter of new members after Old Meng returns. Moreover, Old Meng hasn't sent me a paper crane, but wait a moment, I will have my subordinates drive Chen Zhou out of the Immortal Workshop. Shaking his head, Wei Fan said, releasing a paper crane for communication. Wei Fan was not a powerless person. As a steward of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, his authority was extensive. The Spirit Construction Pavilion was responsible for overseeing all the buildings in the Immortal Workshop. Being a steward in such a powerful department, driving a mere loose cultivator out of the Immortal Workshop was merely a matter of a single command. Now, since Chen Zhou had already been removed from his position in the Spirit Cultivator list by Zhao Lin, it meant he had become a mere loose cultivator. The simplest way to deal with a loose cultivator was to drive him out of the Immortal Workshop and then eliminate him. As a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, Wei Fan had greatly enhanced his combat power 3 years ago, making it exceedingly easy for him to deal with a cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Though Chen Zhou was a loose cultivator, he was merely a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had just broken through to the 4th layer. Facing a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator with excellent magical artifacts, ample spiritual talismans, and proficient spells, he would have little to no ability to resist. Taoist friend, please wait a moment while I go retrieve that scoundrel's head. After sending out the paper crane, Wei Fan smiled slightly at Hisong, and then swiftly dashed towards the courtyard's exit. Judging by his excited demeanor, it seemed he hadn't had the chance to act for quite a while and was feeling a bit restless. However, just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, Hisong's voice echoed behind him. Wei brother, the head is not needed, but remember to burn it and turn the bone. Wei Fan's figure visibly paused for a moment, then he hurriedly sped up and rushed towards the courtyard exit. At the same time, a voice followed. All right, after burning it, it'll bring you back some ashes. With that, Wei Fan's figure disappeared from the courtyard, heading towards Chunzhou's residence. In the small courtyard, watching Wei Fan's figure vanish from sight, Hisong felt speechless, but after some thought, he still did not refuse. After killing him, burning the corpse and turning the bones to ashes should prevent any future troubles. Even if Chunzhou had friends outside, they would probably not trace it back to him. Moreover, after burning the body and turning the bones to ashes, it would prevent Chunzhou from pretending to be dead or escaping. Even if he truly died, he would not become a zombie or a ghostly entity. Once the body was burned and the bones turned to ashes, everything would dissipate into nothing. This Chunzhou would completely disappear from this world. After contemplating, Hisong forcefully suppressed the thought of going with Wei Fan to destroy the body. Outside the immortal workshop, it was still too dangerous for Hisong at this moment. With his cultivation only at the mid-stage chi refinement, and having learned no offensive or defensive spells, his fighting ability was practically zero. In such a situation, if he encountered an enemy, he would likely have to hide behind Wei Fan. This was not what I should wait until I have learned some offensive and defensive spells equipped with good offensive and defensive magical artifacts, and prepared some high-quality spiritual talismans before leaving the immortal workshop. In Wei Fan's small courtyard, Hisong quietly thought about the things he needed to prepare. At this time, Hisong's cultivation had already reached the mid-stage chi refinement, and he earned at least 90 spirit stones each year. This was far more affluent than when he was at the early stage of chi refinement. He felt that if he saved up for a while, he would definitely be able to gather the things he had just thought of. After all, time was something he never lacked. With such thoughts in mind, Hisong quickly began to plan the future use of his spirit stones. First and foremost, spells. A common spell for the chi refinement stage only costs 10 spirit stones. Special spells for the chi refinement stage are slightly more expensive, but should not cost too much. It probably won't take many spirit stones to learn all the spells he wishes to master. With such thoughts in mind, Hisong quickly began to plan the future use of his spirit stones. First and foremost, spells. A common spell for the chi refinement stage only costs 10. For example, the spirit eye technique, the sound transmission technique, and the breath concealment technique are among them. Of course, practicing spells requires a considerable amount of time. However, Hisong has crossed over and his soul is stronger than that of the average cultivator, allowing him to practice spells at a much faster rate. Such a significant advantage would be a waste if not utilized. In addition, there are spirit talismans. Spirit talismans hold immense power during the chi refinement stage. A low-grade earth talisman costing 5 spirit stones can withstand several attacks from early-stage chi refinement practitioners. Even some attacks from mid-stage practitioners can be resisted. A middle-grade earth talisman costing 20 spirit stones can withstand several attacks from mid-stage chi refinement practitioners and can also resist some power from later-stage attacks. A low-grade golden light talisman costing 5 spirit stones has astonishing lethality. If one has no defensive talismans or magical artifacts to block it, a practitioner in the early chi refinement stage would suffer greatly. However, the duration of these talismans is generally short, lasting only a dozen breaths at most. Due to their short duration, they are also relatively expensive. Generally, practitioners carry only a few, with the more cautious ones bringing a dozen for self-defense. But during the chi refinement stage, it's always wise to have more talismans on hand. This is also why many practitioners work as talisman makers on the side. Drawing talismans by oneself is always more cost-effective than purchasing them, and any unnecessary talismans can be sold to supplement household expenses. Talisman makers can be quite profitable. Besides spells and talismans, the next step involves magical art. Low-grade magical artifacts can be purchased from the artifact pavilion in the immortal workshop, with prices fluctuating around 100 spirit stones based on conditions such as age and style. Middle-grade magical artifacts are quite expensive, typically costing around 500 spirit stones. In the cultivation world, practitioners in the early and mid-chi refinement stages generally lack wealth and use mostly low-grade artifacts. Having a set of low-grade offensive and defensive artifacts would already place one above most practitioners during the early and mid-chi refinement stages. After all, Hisong has already reached the mid-chi refinement stage, but possesses no low-grade artifact. Other practitioners in the immortal workshop are mostly the same. Only loose cultivators facing external survival pressures would grit their teeth and acquire protective artifacts in the early chi refinement stage. Practitioners in the late chi refinement stage possess ample spiritual power and primarily use middle-grade artifacts. Wei Fan, for instance, replaced his artifacts 3 years ago with a complete set of middle-grade ones. Other practitioners in the Immortal Workshop are mostly the same. Only loose cultivators facing external survival pressures would grit their teeth and acquire protective artifacts in the early Qi refinement stage. Their prices are exorbitant, and the required spiritual power is too high, making it uncommon for practitioners in the late Qi refinement stage to purchase them. Of course, there are late Qi refinement practitioners who use upper-grade artifacts, but they consume too much spiritual power and are generally kept as trump cards, usable only a few times. Spells, talismans, and magical artifacts. All three methods of protection require a substantial amount of spirit stones. After careful consideration, He-Song decided to first thoroughly comprehend the introductory chapter of formation techniques and set up the simplest spirit gathering formation to enhance his cultivation speed. Afterward, he would spend spirit stones to learn spells and purchase talismans. Once he had ample spirit stones, he would buy magical artifacts. This way he would not delay his cultivation progress, while also enhancing his combat abilities. It was simply perfect. Although his combat power would not improve immediately, the Immortal Workshop is relatively safe, protected by Foundation Establishment Masters, and as long as no major upheaval occurs, safety is quite assured. Once he made his decision, He-Song poured himself a cup of tea and waited in the courtyard for Wei Fan's return. Could it be? A troubling thought flashed through his mind as He-Song looked at the now completely dark sky outside the courtyard, his brows furrowing. Could it be? A troubling thought flashed through his mind as He-Song looked at the now completely dark sky outside the courtyard, his brows furrowing. That shouldn't be the case. Wei Fan is a latest-stage Qi refinement practitioner and has just replaced his artifacts, not lacking in talismans. How could he possibly encounter misfortune against Qinzhou, a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner? That shouldn't be the case. Wei Fan is a latest-stage Qi refinement practitioner and has just replaced his artifacts, not lacking in talismans. How could he possibly encounter misfortune? The two were arm in arm, appearing excited as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. At first glance, He-Song thought they were just two drunkards. However, upon closer inspection, He-Song's face lit up with joy. With hurried footsteps, he quickly approached the courtyard gate. Opening the door, he asked Wei, "Brother, who is this old Meng?" as he welcomed the two into the courtyard. Indeed, the two figures embracing were Wei Fan and Meng Guan. Meng Guan, who had been silent for 3 years in the Qiling gold mine, now stood alive before He-Song. Moreover, he had returned together with Wei Fan. This scene filled He-Song's heart with questions. Naturally, after welcoming the two into the courtyard, he immediately began to inquire. Sit down, let's talk slowly." With a smile on his face, Wei Fan led the two to the attic. Once the three sat down, and a cup of tea appeared before each of them, Wei Fan pointed to Meng Guan and began to explain to He-Song. This time, leaving the Immortal Workshop was not just to deal with Qinzhou. After I sent someone to drive him out of the Immortal Workshop, he fled like a mudfish and disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, he encountered me. I, lacking talent, had just learned a tracking technique 3 years ago. After using the technique, I followed the direction he fled for quite a while. I don't know how far I followed outside the Immortal Workshop until the sky darkened, and I finally caught up and killed him. What a coincidence! Ooh, just as I was about to scatter his ashes as you advised, someone passed by and called me Wei brother. Thus we returned together. Looking at Meng Guan beside him, Wei Fan's expression turned slightly strange as he continued speaking. He hadn't expected that right after he had killed someone and was following He-Song's advice to dispose of the body, he would coincidentally run into Meng Guan, who had just left the Qiling gold mine and was returning to the Immortal Workshop to find him. At that time, Meng Guan had looked confused and asked what he was doing. What else could he be doing but destroying the evidence? It was fortunate that he ran into Meng Guan. Had it been another cultivator, he might have had another life on his hands. Thinking about Meng Guan's expression back then and his spontaneous inquiry, Wei Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Such matters were something he could indeed ask about. However, upon reflection, Wei Fan felt relieved. After all, he and Meng Guan were friends, and it was only natural to inquire when seeing a friend in the act of destroying evidence. Had it been anyone else, Meng Guan would likely have activated his concealment technique and fled upon witnessing the scene. How could he possibly approach to ask about it? At that time, I had just left the Qiling gold mine not more than 100 miles away when I saw someone who looked remarkably like Brother Wei slaying a rogue cultivator with a single sword strike. It startled me so much that I hurriedly activated my concealment technique and hid aside, not daring to acknowledge it. Hearing Wei Fan's words, Meng Guan's old face turned beet red, and after a brief pause he added, "It was only after observing from the shadows for a while and confirming it was indeed Brother Wei that I came out to greet him." Alas, later I learned that the rogue cultivator had enmity with my friend, so his death was of little consequence. As he spoke, Meng Guan shook his head, a trace of ruthlessness flickering across his face. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he wished to grind Qinzhou's bones to dust himself rather than Wei Fan. After hearing their vivid accounts, He-Song was left speechless. Who would have thought that while Wei Fan was off killing for himself, he would also bring Meng Guan back with him? Song had not anticipated this when he first saw Wei Fan and Meng Guan at the courtyard gate. Yet this incredible scenario truly occurred. It can only be described as too coincidental. By the way, I brought back some of Chunzhou's ashes, and they're in his storage bag. After clarifying the situation, Wei Fan quickly pulled out a storage bag from his robe and handed it to Song. Before leaving the small courtyard, he had promised Song that he would bring back some ashes. Now that Chunzhou was dead and his body burned the ashes. Naturally, he brought some back. Not much. As for the storage bag, it was naturally retrieved from Chunzhou's body. It was a small storage bag with a cubic meter of space for storage. At the artifact pavilion, it typically could be bought for 100 spirit stones. The storage bag on Chunzhou's body was of this kind. Although for early and mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, 100 spirit stones could be considered quite a sum. But for Wei Fan, a later-stage Qi refinement cultivator, this storage bag did not pique his interest. Upon receiving the storage bag, Song immediately infused it with a strand of spiritual energy. Instantly, a myriad of items appeared before Song. A small jar, several spirit talismans, a small pile of spirit stones, a few changes of clothes, a thick earth technique manual, and some assorted miscellaneous items. As his gaze swept over the various items, Song's eyes paused momentarily on the small jar. If he wasn't mistaken, Chunzhou's ashes should be in this small jar. As for the other items, Song glanced at them and quickly assessed their worth. The several spirit talismans were all low-grade, valued at around 20 to 30 spirit stones. He counted the small pile of spirit stones, which totaled 54. The clothes were worthless, the earth technique manual had little value, and the assorted items were also not worth much. In summary, Chunzhou's entire fortune, including the storage bag, was valued at around 180 spirit stones. How impoverished, Song thought to himself, shaking his head, feeling that this meager fortune hardly matched Chunzhou's identity as a rogue cultivator. Isn't it said that rogue cultivators are wealthier than those in the immortal workshop? Yet upon seeing this, it didn't seem to be the case. However, after some thought, Song felt somewhat at ease. Rogue cultivators live by the edge of the sword, and the resources they acquire are likely primarily used for their own cultivation. If he hadn't joined the immortal workshop as a spirit plant cultivator and secured a stable income, Chunzhou's assets might not even amount to this much. Reflecting on himself, Song was left speechless. "Dao friend, please accept these spoils. Just remember to owe me a favor in the future," Wei Fan said with a smile upon seeing Song empty the store. "Dao friend, please accept these spoils. Just remember to owe me a favor in the future," Wei Fan said with a smile upon seeing Song empty the storage bag of all its contents. In their small circle, Song had the lowest cultivation level and thus the smallest annual contribution. Now that he had finally broken through to mid-stage Qi refinement, his contribution had only just increased, and he was not particularly affluent. Wei Fan was a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator and had acquired a wealth of resources. Meng Guan, being a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, must have accumulated some wealth after serving as a minor leader in the mining area for 3 years. Only Song had just broken through to mid-stage Qi refinement and had not yet begun to receive this year's contribution. Seeing Song in such a tight spot, he naturally wanted to lend a helping hand. In a few years, when Song began to receive mid-stage Qi refinement contributions, his finances would gradually become more comfortable. By then, such trivial matters would no longer matter. Just over 100 spirit stones was nothing that Wei Fan would concern himself with. In a few years, Song likely would not care about this amount either. The mention of remembering a favor was merely an excuse to encourage Song to accept these items. "Right, Dao friend, you should keep it. Just remember the favor. Now that you've broken through to mid-stage Qi refinement, you'll earn more spirit stones, and in a few years you'll realize that this amount is negligible." Seeing Wei Fan persuade him, Meng Guan also nodded in agreement. Though he was not as high in cultivation or position as Wei Fan, he understood some of the intricacies of the Immortal Workshop. Although the annual contributions of Immortal Workshop cultivators are not substantial, there are other benefits. For instance, Zhao Lin, the Talisman Master, aside from his annual contribution from the Immortal Workshop, can also earn spirit stones through talisman crafting. While the annual contribution from the Immortal Workshop might seem small, when combined with the spirit stones earned from cultivating various skills, the total would significantly increase. This is also the main reason why most mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators can save spirit stones. Regular cultivation, purchasing elixirs, artifacts, talismans, and spells all require expenditure of spirit stones. Without additional income, relying solely on the annual contribution from the Immortal Workshop would lead to financial strain. In just a few years, an ordinary cultivator could practice a skill and rely on it to earn spirit stones. This is why they mentioned a few years later. "Well, then I shall respectfully accept this favor I will surely remember in my heart." After a moment of thought, Song did not refuse. Since Wei Fan and Meng Guan intended to help, he would accept it. After all, as they said, in a few years this little over 100 spirit stones would not matter to anyone. Moreover, Hisong would remember this favor in his heart. However, he was somewhat skeptical about their words. After 3 years, Hisong still had not made any headway with the basics of array formation. Even if he did master the basics of array formation and could set up a spirit-gathering array, he would never risk his life to help others set arrays for spirit stones. Thus, Hisong couldn't guarantee whether he would view 100 spirit stones as insignificant in a few years. However, since both friends have said so, Hisong naturally would not argue against it. If there are benefits, it is best to secure them first. As for the favor, he could repay it slowly in the future. After all, he has lived long enough. If he cannot repay them immediately, he can return the favor to their descendants. With this thought, Hisong casually put away a pile of items in front of him, then cupped his hands to express his gratitude to the two before him. The two waved their hands, indicating that they did not mind. The matter with Chunzhou was settled. Hisong lightly stroked the storage bag on his hand, feeling a great sense of relief in his heart. It is good that he is dead. Only the dead pose no threat to oneself. Someone like Chunzhou who had offended him and was quietly probing into his affairs was now gone. Hisong would certainly not give the other party any opportunity for revenge. He would not allow his enemies to grow stronger and subsequently threaten him. If he cannot defeat them himself, it is also effective to ask a friend for help. Although seeking help from friends requires a price, once his cultivation improves, if he cannot defeat them himself, it is also effective to ask a friend for help. Although seeking help from friends requires a price, once his cultivation improves, and he acquires spirit stones more quickly, this cost will not be significant. Moreover, Chunzhou's death also brought him a storage bag and dozens of spirit stones as benefits. Although he would eventually have to return these items, having them in advance allows Hisong to strengthen himself more quickly. Dozens of spirit stones. If he uses them to purchase spells, Hisong believes his own strength will also increase somewhat. It may not be much and will require time to familiarize himself with the spells, but there will indeed be some improvement. Once his strength is sufficiently powerful and his enemies relatively weak, Hisong will consider taking action in secret to eliminate threats in their infancy. Reflecting carefully on his meeting with Chunzhou and the moment Wei Fan brought back Chunzhou's ashes, Hisong's mind gradually settled. Such a swift resolution of the crisis left Hisong feeling that there was almost no error at this moment. As for Chunzhou, he probably could. Such a swift resolution of the crisis left Hisong feeling that there was almost no error at this moment. As for Chunzhou, he probably couldn't even dream of it. He had just offended someone that morning. And it wasn't even a blatant offense, he merely inquired slightly about the other party's news. Then, by evening, he was already dead. Not only was his body crushed to ashes, but his ashes were also put into a small jar and brought into Hisong's hands. He probably did not know until his death who wanted to kill him. However, now that Chunzhou was dead, Hisong only needed to occasionally pay attention to whether anyone sought revenge for him. With the connections Wei Fan and he had in the Zhushan Immortal Workshop, they would certainly know immediately. There was no need to worry too much. Hisong's brows gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, Wei Fan and Meng Guan began discussing their experiences over the past 3 years. Hisong listened on the side, gaining some understanding of the changes in Zhushan Immortal Workshop and the Qi-Ling Gold Mine over these 3 years. Zhushan Immortal Workshop. What Wei Fan understood was not much different from Hisong's knowledge. Since the return of Master Qingshan 3 years ago, Zhushan Immortal Workshop had begun a large-scale recruitment of loose cultivators. However, because of this, the newly joined members of the Immortal Workshop began to vary widely in quality. Some like Hisong were absorbed into the workshop while they were still at the first level of Qi refinement. Others like Chunzhou were only admitted during the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Many more were loose cultivators at the second to third levels of Qi refinement who were also absorbed into the workshop. There is a distinction among these 3 types of cultivators. First, cultivators like Hisong who joined the workshop at the first level of Qi refinement can quickly adapt to the internal life of the workshop, steadily improve their cultivation, and do not engage in any troublesome antics. 3 years ago, when recruiting cultivators for the workshop, they primarily selected those with pure intentions who had not experienced the life of loose cultivators. If these workshop cultivators are fortunate enough to establish a foundation, a large portion of them will join the Ho-Tu sect, which naturally hopes that they maintain pure intentions so that they can continue their cultivation better after joining the sect. Second, cultivators like Chunzhou who only joined during the mid-stage of Qi refinement, while they may behave more honestly in the workshop than when they were loose cultivators, still carry the temperament of loose cultivators deep down. Taking Chunzhou as an example, his character was irritable, often bullying the weak, extorting spirit stones, and committing all kinds of misdeeds was the daily life of such mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The higher-ups of the workshop have their criticisms of such cultivators, but since they currently need them to work, they turn a blind eye. Perhaps when they no longer need these cultivators in the future, those with irritable characters will meet the fate of the cunning rabbit being killed after its usefulness. Third, the loose cultivators at the second to third levels of Qi refinement. These cultivators have experienced the hardships of loose cultivation and are aware of how bitter life can be and how high the mortality rate is. Moreover, due to their low cultivation level, they tend to be cautious. They have little voice in the workshop, but their numbers are quite large. However, due to having experienced a period of loose cultivation, very few of these cultivators have exhibited abnormal behavior to this day. In these 3 years, there have occasionally been rumors of sinister cultivators appearing outside the workshop, but hardly anyone pays attention. As long as these sinister cultivators do not enter the workshop, no one will bother with them. Wei Fan recounted the changes in Zhushan Immortal Workshop over the past 3 years, which helped Meng Guan gain a better understanding. Only then did he, like Hisong, direct his gaze towards Meng Guan. As the two friends focused their attention on him, Meng Guan naturally understood that it was time for him to speak. Thus, Hisong and Wei Fan quickly learned the hidden secrets within the Qi Ling gold mine. According to Meng Guan, the Qi Ling gold mine is rich in Qi Ling gold. After suffering an attack from several Foundation establishment masters 3 years ago, resulting in heavy casualties among the mining loose cultivators, they have been continuously recruiting loose cultivators for mining ever since. During the 3 years he has served as a miner leader in the Qi Ling gold mine, the mine has been dug deeper and deeper. Loose cultivators often lose their lives upon discovering some strange items. There are also loose cultivators who have been rewarded for finding valuable items. However, more often than not, the deeper they dig, the richer the Qi Ling gold becomes. Fortunately, Meng Guan is a miner leader and does not need to go down into the mine, thus avoiding countless dangers. As he spoke, Meng Guan couldn't help but thank Hisong and Wei Fan. Because when he was about to go to the Qi Ling gold mine, only Hisong and Wei Fan had advised him against it. Wei Fan in particular had done him a great favor by informing him in advance. Had it not been for Wei Fan's advance notice, he wouldn't have become this miner leader. If he had really gone to mine, he might have already been dead by now. 3 years ago, he had already said he would properly thank the two upon his return. However, the matter he mentioned about treating others to flower wine was, as Hisong had guessed, never brought up at all. Seeing this situation, Hisong and Wei Fan exchanged a smile, not taking it to heart. Both understood Meng Guan's character. He would never treat others to flower wine. At least 3 years ago, Meng Guan would not have done such a thing. It seemed he could not do it now either. While he would forego the flower wine, he would certainly express his gratitude in other ways. Since Meng Guan stated he wanted to thank the two, he would surely do so, though the manner might change. This point did not worry Hisong and Wei Fan at all. After verbally expressing his thanks, Meng Guan continued to speak. During the 3 years he had been in the Qi Ling gold mine, meeting some loose cultivator friends, witnessing the hardships of loose cultivators and the terrifying speed at which they earned spirit stones. In the Immortal Workshop, the annual rent alone could take up most of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator's yearly offerings. It was precisely because of this rent that cultivators in the Immortal Workshop were generally poorer than loose cultivators. Loose cultivators do not need to pay rent. A monthly rent of 10 spirit stones seems not much, but annually it amounts to 120 spirit stones. Hisong's annual offerings now only amount to 90 spirit stones available for free use. Being able to save so much spirit stones, loose cultivators generally live better than those in the Immortal Workshop. It's worth noting that the livelihoods available to loose cultivators are basically dangerous, life-threatening ones with high risks and correspondingly high rewards. In this back and forth, loose cultivators indeed live more comfortably compared to the cultivators in the Immortal Workshop. However, the latter have a more stable existence. Loose cultivators are simply more dangerous, yet somewhat wealthier. At this point, Meng Guan could not help but shift his gaze towards Wei Fan. He stood up and performed a respectful bow. I left the Qi Ling gold mine this time precisely because I earned enough spirit stones and wished to invite Brother Wei to accompany me to Qingyuan Immortal City to purchase a Breaking Realm pill. This bow was extremely significant to Meng Guan. Even though he had been friends with Wei Fan for quite some time, he still treated it with utmost seriousness. Even without using a Foundation establishment pill, choosing to forcefully break through given Meng Guan's 5 spiritual roots talent, even if he succeeded with less than 14 years left until the optimal age of 60 to break through Foundation establishment, attempting to advance from the 6th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement in such a short time and obtain a Foundation establishment pill could be described as extremely difficult. Even without using a Foundation establishment pill, choosing to forcefully break through given Meng Guan's 5 spiritual roots talent, even if he successfully advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it would still be exceedingly challenging to reach the 9th layer in such a brief time. But in Meng Guan's view, since he had already resigned from the Immortal Workshop and intended to strive for success, he needed to risk everything. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he would tread this path filled with thorns. As long as he could successfully advance to the late stage of Qi refinement, this time, he was confident he could cultivate to the 9th layer before 60 and challenge the Foundation establishment realm. As for the final outcome, Meng Guan did not want to ponder too much. Since he had decided to risk everything, there was no need to think about anything else. The resolute look in Meng Guan's eyes straightened He-song's posture. In front-facing Meng Guan's solemn bow, Wei Fan's expression also became serious immediately. Old Meng, there's no need for such formality between us. Very well, I will accompany you on this trip. A breaking realm pill is nothing that Wei can't handle. After a long moment, Wei Fan finally agreed. He had contemplated much the dangers of going to Qingyuan Immortal City, the risks involved in purchasing the breaking realm pill. The dangers during Meng Guan's breakthrough, the potential risks in returning to the Immortal Workshop. He considered almost everything and concluded he could shoulder it, and that it wouldn't be too difficult before he finally voiced his agreement. For a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator to buy a mid-stage breaking realm pill, there would certainly be dangers, but they would not be significant. He believed he could handle it. For a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator to buy a mid-stage breaking realm pill, there would certainly be dangers, but they would not be significant. Then I thank Brother Wei. If I were to head to Qingyuan Immortal City alone, it would be somewhat dangerous, but with you here it's no problem. Seeing Wei Fan agree, Meng Guan let out a breath of relief, and a joyful smile immediately spread across his face. Although he anticipated Wei Fan would agree, when Wei Fan truly did, Meng Guan felt a surge of happiness. This meant he had not misjudged his character. It also signified that there would be no further complications regarding his trip to Qingyuan Immortal City to purchase the breaking realm pill. Ultimately, it represented that after 3 years his bond with Wei Fan and He-song still remained. Feeling greatly reassured, he was naturally delighted. However, just as he was immersed in joy, Wei Fan spoke up once more. Although he knew that He-song's combat effectiveness at this moment was nearly zero. However, other cultivators they might encounter on the way would not be aware of this, since he had already promised Meng Guan to accompany him to Qingyuan Immortal City. Bringing someone else along was not a problem. After all, He-song was now a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, and his presence would add to their fighting strength. Although he knew that He-song's combat effectiveness at this moment was nearly zero. However, other cultivators they might encounter on the way would not be aware of this. With more people, they might avoid some troubles. At the same time, it would allow He-song to broaden his horizons. The Zhushan Immortal Workshop was merely a market established under the rule of Qingyuan Immortal City for the convenience of surrounding cultivators to trade. The cultivators coming and going were mostly small Qi refinement cultivators from the surrounding areas, and it was rare to see a foundation establishment cultivator. He-song had stayed in Zhushan Immortal Workshop for nearly 10 years, and had never seen anyone other than the Zhuangshan true person. Such a place could not be compared to the Immortal City. Within the Immortal City, although foundation establishment cultivators were rare, there were at least several residing there. Sometimes foundation establishment cultivators from outside would frequently come and go. The items sold in the Immortal City were also of a higher grade than those in the Immortal Workshop. However, just as Wei Fan thought He-song would definitely agree, He-song shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Forget it, you all go ahead. The Immortal City has its merits, and the Immortal Workshop has its merits too. For now, I still prefer to stay in the Immortal Workshop. While saying this, He-song kept waving his hands, trying to dissuade Wei Fan's thoughts. The Immortal City. Why go to the Immortal City? Here in this small Zhushan Immortal Workshop, I can do whatever I want. Even if someone offended me, I could use my connections to make them disappear without a trace. Why would I want to go to the Immortal City and be at the bottom? Once in the Immortal City, what would my connections mean? Even if Wei Fan were only a 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator, even if he were a 9th layer cultivator, he would still not rank highly in the Immortal City. As a result, the protection he could provide would be greatly diminished. If he were to offend a foundation establishment cultivator in the Immortal City, it might even drag Wei Fan into it, and the two of them might not even be able to escape. A crisp female voice rang in He-song's ear. He-song immediately turned his head towards the direction of the voice. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. At the very least, He-song need not worry about offending someone and being trampled underfoot. Within this small bamboo mountain Immortal Workshop, He-song's foundation was already quite solid, and few would dare to act against him. Rather than entering the Immortal City when his strength was still insufficient, it would be better to wait until his cultivation reached the late stage of Qi refinement, when he needed to advance to foundation establishment, and then go to the Immortal City in search of opportunities for breakthrough. By then he should have some ability to protect himself, and would not need to be overly cautious within the Immortal City. With these thoughts, the look of refusal on He-song's face became even more resolute. As for the Immortal City, those who wish to go may do so. In any case, he would not be going now. Even if it was just to take a look and broaden his horizons, that would not do. Who knows what might happen in the Immortal City? The outside world is far too dangerous. Seeing He-song shake his head repeatedly, his face written with refusal, Wei Fan was not surprised by this demeanor. His friend remained as cautious as ever. Well, if you do not wish to go, I will not press you. However, during the time I am away, I hope you can take some shifts at Lingjian Pavilion for me. As a steward of Lingjian Pavilion, Wei Fan could not just leave the Immortal Workshop without a word. If he dared to leave quietly, Lingjian Pavilion would dare to quietly strip him of his position. Thus, when Mengguan came to seek him out, he could only temporarily entrust his duties to Hisong. This way, he could lead Mengguan to the Immortal City, while also ensuring that the position of steward at Lingjian Pavilion was not left unattended. He was not at ease entrusting it to anyone else. His earlier invitation for Hisong to go to the Immortal City also had a testing intention. If Hisong wished to go, he would have to hand it over to someone else. However, by that time, he would have his own backup plan ensuring that the person could not act recklessly. It's just a small matter. As long as Wei brother informs them of the duties, I can indulge in the experience of being a steward at Lingjian Pavilion. Hisong nodded in agreement. But then, as if recalling something, he hurriedly took out several spirit talismans from his belongings. These talismans were given to Hisong by Wei Fan for protection before he went to kill Qinzhou. Now that Wei Fan had returned, and Qinzhou was already dead, naturally Hisong would return these talismans to their rightful owner. Moreover, Wei Fan now needed to travel to Qingyuan Immortal City with Mengguan. Although one was at the late stage of qi refinement, and the other was a 6th-layer qi refinement cultivator, going to Qingyuan Immortal City together should not pose any unexpected dangers. However, better safe than sorry. Returning these talismans to Wei Fan would also ensure that their journey was a bit safer. These are the spirit talismans you gave me for protection before. Now that Qinzhou is dead, you should take them back. Since you are leaving, it's good to have these talismans for your safety. Hisong handed the talismans to Wei Fan, nodding as he spoke. These were all high-grade spirit talismans, and only cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement could fully unleash their power. Having them with Hisong would only be a waste. Thank you, my friend, for your thoughtfulness. Receiving the talismans, Wei Fan felt warmth in his heart. He had a greater appreciation for Hisong. Although these talismans were originally his own, the fact that Hisong remembered them and returned them before leaving was enough to prove everything. In the following time, the three of them raised their cups and chatted merrily in the pavilion. That night, all three stayed in Wei Fan's small courtyard. The Immortal Workshop had a curfew at night unless one had a special identity. Being caught by the law enforcement team would result in being treated as an evil cultivator. At that time, it would be unavoidable to face some trouble. Wei Fan and Mengguan left early the next day. Hisong went to see them off, but did not go. At that time, it would be unavoidable to face some trouble. Wei Fan and Mengguan left early the next day. Hisong went to see them off, but did not go too far, stopping at the entrance of the Immortal Workshop. Going any further would be somewhat dangerous. He had to stop there. Cultivators moved with incredible speed. After saying goodbye to the two at the entrance of the Immortal Workshop, Hisong saw only two ghostly figures racing away into the distance. Their speed was like lightning. He could not tell what kind of movement technique or evasion method they were using. After sending the two off, Hisong first returned to the spirit field. He managed calmly performing the spirit rain technique for half an hour before turning towards Lingjian Pavilion. Before leaving, Wei Fan had solemnly introduced Hisong to everyone at Lingjian Pavilion and proposed that Hisong take over the duties. Naturally, after taking care of his spirit field, Hisong also needed to go to Lingjian Pavilion for his shift. It is worth mentioning that the position of steward at Lingjian Pavilion did not entail any specific responsibilities. Rather than a position, it was more of a managerial role. The various matters at Lingjian Pavilion were mostly handled by the people below. As a steward, one only needed to ensure that the subordinates did not cause any trouble. Aside from occasionally welcoming the internal cultivators of the Immortal Workshop who came to renew their leases, there was no other work. If he had no interest in welcoming those internal cultivators, Hisong could even close himself off in Lingjian Pavilion every day and no one would dare to disturb him. This made Hisong sigh with emotion. In the world of cultivation, having high cultivation indeed allowed one to do as they pleased. Such an easy position would have been unthinkable in his past life unless he had someone backing him. However, for Hisong, working at Lingjian Pavilion did not affect him much. Every morning, he would leave to practice the spirit rain technique for half an hour in the 7 acres of spirit field he managed. If he did not need to go to Lingjian Pavilion for his shift that day, he would simply return home to continue studying the introductory chapter of formation techniques. If he was required to go to Lingjian Pavilion for his shift that day, he would enter Lingjian Pavilion and stay for the entire day, also studying the introductory chapter of formation techniques. It can be said that holding the position of steward at Lingjian Pavilion had no impact on Hisong. His understanding of the introductory chapter of formation techniques was also increasing day by day. Additionally, having received all of Qinzhou's inheritance, Hisong gained dozens of spirit stones. With these spirit stones, Hisong began to quickly become proficient in the technique of inscribing formation patterns on spirit stones. With the significant consumption of spirit stones, Hisong's technique in inscribing formation patterns became increasingly stable, precise, and skilled. As the spirit stones continued to be consumed, the spiritual energy released from the shattered spirit stones also increased. Additionally, having received all of Chunzhou's inheritance, Hisong gained dozens of spirit stones. With these spirit stones, at Lingjian Pavilion on the second floor, Hisong sat cross-legged on a mat, holding a spirit stone in his hand, with spiritual power surging within him as he carefully inscribed formation patterns into the spirit stone. Inscribing formation patterns requires the use of special techniques, utilizing the spiritual power within to intricately inscribe the profound patterns into the interior of the spirit stone. In this way, once the formation patterns within the spirit stone are completed, it can serve as the foundation for a formation. Once the foundation of the formation succeeds, this spirit stone can be used for arrangement. Of course, different formations require different foundational bases. The foundational base that Hisong is currently carving is the foundation of the Gathering Spirit formation. 5 foundational bases are required for the Gathering Spirit formation. Only after they are all completed can the next step be taken. This involves using special techniques to embed each foundational base into specific positions, linking them together to establish a connection with the heavens and the earth. Only then can a true formation be established. When the patterns within the foundational bases resonate with the power of the heavens and the earth, the formation will manifest. This is an introduction to formations from the entry-level chapter on formation techniques, which Hisong has been pursuing all along. At a certain moment, Hisong, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mat carefully carving the patterns, let out a heavy sigh. At the same time, a look of joy appeared on his face. This feeling is exhilarating. After spending over 3 years, Hisong finally completed the 5 foundational bases needed for the Gathering Spirit formation. This feeling is exhilarating. After spending over 3 years, Hisong finally completed the 5 foundational bases needed for the Gathering Spirit formation. With the 5 foundational bases completed, it signifies that Hisong has made significant progress in setting up the Gathering Spirit formation. Next, he only needs to utilize the special techniques from the entry-level chapter on formations to embed these 5 foundational bases into specific positions and link them to invoke the connection between the formation and the heavens and the earth. After that, with the operation of several spirit stones, he will successfully arrange the Gathering Spirit formation. He has long memorized the special techniques from the entry-level chapter on formations. Over these 3 years, he has been continuously practicing these techniques and has thoroughly understood them. Now, with the foundational bases completed, he only needs to find a place to set up the formation, and he will become a true formation master. However, after glancing at the foundational bases he had just carved, Hisong decided to put them away in his storage bag. He is currently at the Spirit Building Pavilion. Setting up the Gathering Spirit formation at the Spirit Building Pavilion is troublesome, as once Wei Fan returns, he will have to dismantle it and bring the formation back home. Thus, after some thought, Hisong chose to store the foundational bases and decided to arrange the formation after returning home at night. He then sat down to cultivate. In the time that Hisong spent cultivating, time outside passed swiftly. Soon it was dusk. After greeting others at the Spirit Building Pavilion, he returned home alone. In the quiet room, Hisong waved his hand, and 5 special spirit stones appeared in his palm. Each of these spirit stones had patterns carved upon them, no longer ordinary spirit stones, but foundational bases for the formation. These 5 foundational bases only need to be embedded into specific positions using special techniques, and then linked together to invoke the power of the heavens and the earth to form the array. However, Hisong did not rush to set up the formation. Instead, he took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its best before proceeding. He picked up one of the foundational bases, then formed a hand gesture, and the foundational base flew out of his hand, landing steadily in the center of the quiet room, like a returning swallow. Then Hisong picked up another foundational base, and after repeating the hand gestures several times, all 5 foundational bases landed in their designated positions. At the same time, from the positions of the 5 foundational bases, streams of spiritual light began to emerge from the patterns within the bases, quickly linking them together to form a remarkably intricate formation diagram. At the same time, from the positions of the 5 foundational bases, streams of spiritual light began to emerge from the patterns within the bases, quickly linking them together to form a remarkably intricate formation. At this point, Hisong only needs to use special techniques to cast the spell using the formation diagram to invoke the power of the heavens and the earth, and the Gathering Spirit formation will be complete. With the key points of the Gathering Spirit formation flashing through his mind, Hisong promptly performed the hand gestures to cast the spell. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed through the originally dim, quiet room. As the light faded, it seemed as though it had never appeared. Yet in the quiet room, Hisong's expression was already filled with joy. After casting the spell, the formation diagram, he arranged invoke the power of the heavens and the earth, and he successfully set up a Gathering Spirit formation. Setting up the Gathering Spirit formation signifies that Hisong has now become a formation master. Although he can only set up the simplest Gathering Spirit formation, he can now call himself a formation master. This is a transformation of identity and status. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy in the quiet room starting to gradually increase, Hisong's joy intensified, and he felt a wave of exhilaration in his heart. Feeling the concentration of spiritual energy in the quiet room starting to gradually increase, Hisong's joy intensified, and he felt a wave of exhilaration in his heart. It's been over 3 years. Over 3 years have passed. He finally set up the simplest gathering spirit formation. Throughout these 3 years, Hisong has been ceaselessly studying formation techniques. Hisong finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the gathering spirit formation can control the range it covers. As long as I keep the spiritual energy attracted by the formation within the quiet room, I need not worry. With this thought, Hisong's expression turned serious, and he quickly began to cast the spell again. Moments later, after several adjustments, Hisong finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the gathering spirit formation can control the range it covers. As long as I keep the spiritual energy attracted by the formation within the quiet room, I need not worry about being discovered. He secretly sighed, reminding himself that the identity of a formation master should only be used in secret to enhance his own cultivation. It must never be exposed openly. Otherwise, it would certainly attract countless greedy gazes. He just wants to quietly cultivate and does not wish to engage in deadly confrontations with those ruthless cultivators. As a long-living being, one must possess the awareness of a long-living being. Engaging in deadly confrontations is something other cultivators might do to advance further. However, it is definitely not something he can afford to do. After the warning comes the joy. With the gathering spirit formation set up, Hisong's cultivation speed will significantly increase. This also means that Hisong's cultivation speed during the chi refining stage will be much faster than before. Perhaps what used to take 5 years to break through a realm. But while remaining within the gathering spirit formation, absorbing the denser spiritual energy, breaking through a realm might only take 4 years now. This saved time will also prevent Hisong from being seen as an anomaly. After all, during the early chi refining stage, he had never absorbed spirit stones or taken pills. His own cultivation has always relied on slowly cultivating by absorbing spiritual energy. Now reaching the mid-stage of chi refinement, Hisong is currently not in a position to be generous, especially in the coming years when his combat power has yet to reach a certain level. Hisong is unlikely to invest spirit stones into his cultivation. Spirit talismans, spells, magic tools. These 3 methods of protection are what Hisong urgently needs at present. Thus, the speed at which the spirit gathering array enhances Hisong's cultivation becomes particularly important. Practicing daily within the spirit gathering array should allow him to catch up with those cultivators with 4 spirit roots who are using spirit stones and consuming medicinal pills. In fact, compared to those cultivators with 4 spirit roots who do not have abundant resources, Hisong's cultivation speed should be even faster. After all, Hisong is in the spirit gathering array every day, while those cultivators who use spirit stones or medicinal pills do not have access to them every day. In this way, Hisong's cultivation speed can remain at a normal rate. He will not be seen as an anomaly by other cultivators with 4 spirit roots. He will not attract the attention of others. The image Hisong presents to others will become that of an ordinary cultivator with 4 spirit roots. In the absence of any abnormalities, who would pay attention to an ordinary cultivator with 4 spirit roots? After making his decision, Hisong took out 5 spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them into the spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array also requires the consumption of spirit stones. To maintain the spirit gathering array continuously, 5 spirit stones must be spent each year, and after a year the spirit stones must be replaced to keep it operational. After placing the spirit stones, Hisong began to meditate and cultivate. It is worth mentioning that the effectiveness of the spirit gathering array when first set up is not particularly good. After a night of cultivation, Hisong felt that the spiritual power within him was only slightly more than when he was without the spirit gathering array. However, Hisong did not mind it. This kind of situation has already been described in the introductory chapter on formations. After being arranged, the spirit gathering array requires about 10 days to reach its maximum efficiency. By then, the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array is generally significantly higher than that of the surrounding spiritual energy. Even if a spirit gathering array is set up in the mundane world, as long as one is inside the array, the concentration of spiritual energy can rival that of the spiritual energy found in a celestial workshop. In other words, if you are a formation master, you can easily open up another celestial workshop outside. However, will the sect that occupies this area come to trouble you because of this? Or will the evil cultivators in this area come to take advantage of the celestial workshop you opened? That remains unknown. Moreover, to cover such a large area as Bamboo Mountain's celestial workshop, a single spirit gathering array is certainly insufficient. However, opening one or even several spirit fields that belong solely to him has been something Hisong has planned to do from the beginning. the intention to open up a celestial workshop. However, opening one or even several spirit fields that belong solely to him has been something Hisong has planned to do from the beginning. Becoming a formation master is merely the first step of Hisong's plan. Only by becoming a formation master can he set up a spirit gathering array. Only after setting up the spirit gathering array can he utilize the spiritual energy gathered to nourish the fields and transform them into spirit fields. Once the fields are transformed into spirit fields, Hisong can then plant spirit rice within them. When it comes time for harvest, he can sell them at a high price and reap a substantial amount of spirit stones. Opening his own spirit fields outside the celestial workshop has always been part of Hisong's plan. Being a spirit planter in the celestial workshop offers no future. Only by farming for himself can he earn more spirit stones and make his cultivation path smoother. In other words, Hisong has never regarded the identity of a spirit planter in the celestial workshop as his profession. It has merely been a stepping stone in the early stages. To truly acquire a substantial amount of resources, he must rely on his own hands rather than working year after year for others in the celestial workshop. So the matter of opening spirit fields still requires careful consideration. At the very least, I must fully master the mysterious array and the 5 elements array from the introductory chapter on formations before I can truly open spirit fields. In the introductory chapter on formations, there are 3 arrays that can be learned. The first is the spirit gathering array, which gathers spiritual energy to nourish oneself, or spirit fields. Hisong has already set it up and learned it. The second is the mysterious array, which shrouds the area in mist, obscuring reality and illusion, confusing the mind, causing mortals and even cultivators to unknowingly take a detour. It is the most crucial aspect of hiding spirit fields, which Hisong has yet to study. The third is the 5 elements array, which integrates offense and defense, capable of killing enemies when advancing and blocking them when retreating. The 5 elements generate one another endlessly. In the event that the spirit field is discovered, it is the means by which Hisong can defeat enemies and escape, which he has also not studied. Only by successfully studying and setting up all 3 of these arrays can Hisong truly open his own spirit fields. The 3 arrays are interconnected. The spirit gathering array nourishes the spirit fields, the mysterious array obscures vision, and the 5 elements array integrates offense and defense. Thus, Hisong can ensure safety when opening his spirit fields. As thoughts of his plans flashed through his mind, Hisong shook his head and rose to leave the room. Now is not the time to think about these things. He will consider them after his own strength has improved. Upon exiting, Hisong quickly arrived at the spirit fields he managed. After leisurely performing the rain of spirit technique for half an hour, Hisong did not head towards the spirit construction pavilion, but instead turned towards the market area. In the market area of the celestial workshop, Hisong had not visited in a long time. Having lived in Bamboo Mountain Celestial Workshop for nearly 10 years, Hisong had already explored the entire celestial workshop and knew that there were no opportunities left to seize in the market area. He is not a destined child, just an ordinary cultivator. Naturally, knowing that there were no opportunities left, he no longer tried his luck in the market area. Walking through the streets of the market area, Hisong's gaze swept around, and he noticed that some familiar faces had disappeared, replaced by new ones. For instance, the old man Hisong encountered when he first crossed over, who was out buying rice, had now vanished. The original rice stall had been replaced by a burly middle-aged man. Hisong paused to observe for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and continued walking. As for that old man, he did not know if he had died or was enjoying his old age at home. Hisong paused to observe for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and continued walking. As for that old man, he did not know if he had died or was. However, the old man from back then had already disappeared. A fleeting, unknown emotion crossed Hisong's heart as he hurried forward, quickly reaching his destination, the Spirit Technique Pavilion. As soon as Hisong stepped into the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he felt a presence appear beside him. At the same time, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Taoist, it has been 3 years since we last met. Allow me to congratulate you on your significant advancement in cultivation. Foundation establishment is within reach. A crisp female voice rang in Hisong's ear. Hisong immediately turned his head towards the direction of the voice. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. A flash of spiritual light flickered in his eyes, and Hisong immediately cupped his hands in greeting. So it's Miss Pinger. It's indeed been 3 years since we last met, and congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. Foundation establishment is within reach. The person before him was Pinger, who had come to greet Hisong each time he visited the Spirit Technique Pavilion, including this his 3rd visit. At this moment, Hisong's cultivation had progressed from the 1st level of Qi refinement during his 1st visit to the 4th level of Qi refinement. As for Pinger's cultivation, it had also progressed from being unknown during his 1st visit to not paying attention during his 2nd visit to now being at the 4th level of Qi refinement during his 3rd visit. During his first visit, Hisong had not yet learned the spiritual eye technique, so he naturally did not know Pinger's cultivation level. By the second visit, although Hisong had learned the technique, he had not used it on Pinger, so he still did not know. It was only during this third visit, when Pinger first congratulated him on his significant progress, that he used the spiritual eye technique to look at her. Only then did he discover that Pinger's cultivation was also at the fourth level of chi refinement. "May I ask why you have come this time?" Pinger asked with a smile, leading Hisong to a nearby desk to sit. Her gaze remained fixed on Hisong with a hint of barely perceptible surprise in her eyes. 3 years had passed. She had originally thought that the Hisong who had piqued her interest would have perished in that great calamity 3 years ago. Her gaze remained fixed on Hisong with a hint of barely perceptible surprise in her eyes. 3 years had passed. She had originally thought that the Hisong who had piqued her interest would have perished in that great... Even she had survived thanks to the assistance of a benefactor. Otherwise she too might have died in that great calamity 3 years ago. That calamity was terrifying, specifically targeting cultivators above the second level of chi refinement who had no means of self-protection and lived on the outskirts of the immortal workshop. To survive, one had to either leave in advance or have the assistance of a benefactor. How had Hisong managed to survive? "Please, Miss Pinger, could you bring out some spells suitable for the chi refinement stage? I need to select a few." Ignoring the surprise in Pinger's eyes, Hisong quickly stated his request. He had come to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to learn new spells. The Spirit Gathering Array had already been set up. The 5 Elements Array and the Misty Array were not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Naturally, if he wanted to enhance his strength, he was left with only 2 options: purchasing Spirit Talismans or learning spells. Purchasing Spirit Talismans was still too much for Hisong, given his current financial situation. Thus, he could only come to the Spirit Technique Pavilion to learn some spells suitable for the chi refinement stage to strengthen his own abilities. "Alright, please wait a moment," Daoist he. After leaving this sentence, although Pinger looked a bit curious, she still dutifully got up to leave. After Pinger left, another pretty young girl stepped forward to brew Hisong a pot of hot tea. Seeing this, Hisong suddenly realized that Pinger's clothing had changed compared to his previous 2 visits. Upon inquiring with the girl who had come, Hisong learned that Pinger had become one of the attendants at the Spirit Technique Pavilion after breaking through to the mid-chi refinement stage and no longer needed to serve visiting cultivators as she had before. She only needed to manage the people below her and let them attend to the guests. Of course, if she felt inclined, she could personally attend to guests as well, just like how she received Hisong. After inquiring, the girl who had come turned respectfully and left. Hisong was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly realized that perhaps having reached the mid-chi refinement stage, he had become a senior that these early chi refinement cultivators needed to treat with respect. Or perhaps it was because of his familiarity with Pinger that this girl treated him with such respect. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Or perhaps it was because of his familiarity with Pinger that this girl treated him with such respect. He was still at the first level of chi refinement, and when he looked around, almost all the cultivators in the Spirit Technique Pavilion were exuding strong spiritual pressure. Everyone appeared as a senior. He was still at the first level of chi refinement, and when he looked around, almost all the cultivators in the Spirit Technique Pavilion were exuding strong. His own cultivation at the mid-chi refinement stage was actually quite high within the current Spirit Technique Pavilion. Time has flown by, yet the scenery before me has changed. With a silent sigh in his heart, Hisong shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Soon the familiar figure returned. Placing the tray in front of Hisong, Pinger's gaze shifted and quickly landed on the teapot on the table. Her eyes scanned around the Spirit Technique Pavilion, and a hint of understanding flashed, though she did not mind. "Daoist, let me introduce these spells to you first." As she casually picked up a jade slip from the tray, Pinger's voice flowed gently. "This is the Fireball Technique, one of the basic spells that condenses a fireball to attack the enemy, with considerable power valued at 10 Spirit Stones. This is the Light Body Technique, one of the basic spells that increases walking speed essential for long journeys and escape valued at 10 Spirit Stones. This is the Object Manipulation Technique, a mid-grade spell that releases spiritual energy to manipulate surrounding objects with many uses valued at 50 Spirit Stones. This is the Mountain Light Body Technique, a mid-grade spell that is faster than the Light Body Technique, essential for long journeys and escape valued at 50 Spirit Stones. This is the Tracking Technique, a superior grade spell that allows one to condense a tracking mark on an enemy after casting, very difficult to detect, valued at 100 Spirit Stones. This is the Earth Escape Technique, a superior grade spell that allows one to burrow underground and traverse rapidly beneath the soil, but be careful as it is easily countered by the Earthquake Technique, valued at 100 Spirit Stones. This is the Earthquake Technique, a superior grade spell that causes immense destruction, extremely lethal to enemies underground, valued at 100 Spirit Stones. This is the Mountain Suppression Sword Art, a superior grade offensive spell that manipulates flying swords with the object manipulation technique, possessing great power valued at 200 spirit stones. This is... As Pinger continued to introduce one jade slip after another, Hisong's eyes sparkled. However, after sensing the 35 spirit stones left in his storage bag, Hisong felt disheartened. These 35 spirit stones had been taken from Chun Zhou's storage bag. The more than 10 spirit stones Hisong had originally, along with the 50 or so spirit stones taken from Chun Zhou's storage bag, had all been used for inscribing formations. Inscribing formations had a high chance of damaging the spirit stones. All the remaining spirit stones had been spent on this. At this moment, Hisong only had 35 spirit stones left. Daoist, it has been 3 years since we last met. Allow me to congratulate you on your significant advancement in cultivation. Found it. Seeing that Pinger had introduced all the jade slips, Hisong casually handed her a cup of tea, but his mind began to ponder which spells he should choose. However, after much thought, Hisong quickly realized that he seemed to have no options. Originally, Hisong thought that the spells of the Qi refining stage should not be expensive, around 10 spirit stones each. Even the special spells of the Qi refining stage should only be slightly more expensive, not excessively so. However, he did not expect that the prices Pinger quoted were higher than one another, and in the end it even required 200 spirit stones to purchase a sword technique. This. Why don't you just steal them? With a hint of confusion in his eyes, Hisong looked at Pinger beside him. Seeing Hisong's puzzled gaze, Pinger was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. She seemed to understand what Hisong wanted to ask. Friend, basic spells cost 10 spirit stones each, middle grade spells cost 50 spirit stones each, and top grade spells cost 100 spirit stones each. Attack type spells double the original price. For loose cultivators, all spell prices are doubled. This has always been the rule of the Immortal Workshop. As her clear voice rang out, a hint of confusion appeared in Pinger's gaze towards Hisong. Did this person not know about the prices of spells? Did he only know about bitter cultivation with no friends to discuss with? Little did she know that Hisong rarely communicated with others. Several friends he often contacted had never mentioned the issue of spell prices. Those with higher cultivation than Hisong, like Wei Fan, earned a high income and did not care about these matters. Those with cultivation similar to his, like Zhao Lin, who was a talisman master, thought the prices were quite normal and he could afford them. Those with lower cultivation had no access to such information. And Hisong had always thought that the spells of the Qi refining stage should be the same, which is why he felt that spells were not expensive. But now, after listening to Pinger's explanation, Hisong gained a deeper understanding of the exorbitant cost of knowledge in the cultivation world. It turns out that not only does common knowledge in the cultivation world require spirit stones to learn, but even spells, especially higher level spells, also require a considerable amount of spirit stones. At the same time, the gap between the internal personnel of the Immortal Workshop and loose cultivators is enormous. Common knowledge in the cultivation world is free for internal personnel, while loose cultivators need to pay 1 spirit stone per day. Basic spells of the Qi refining stage cost only 10 spirit stones for internal personnel, whereas loose cultivators need 20 spirit stones. Middle grade spells of the Qi refining stage cost 50 spirit stones for internal personnel and 100 spirit stones for loose cultivators. Top grade spells of the Qi refining stage cost 100 spirit stones for internal personnel and 200 spirit stones for loose cultivators. One could say that for loose cultivators, to acquire resources one must risk their life. To improve their cultivation, one must navigate through deceit. The cost required to obtain techniques, spells, and knowledge is also the highest. Even for basic spells of the Qi refining stage, the cost for loose cultivators is twice that of internal personnel. It is not easy being a loose cultivator. Hisong originally had a deep understanding of this. However, only after hearing the prices of these spells from Pinger did he truly realize how difficult it was for loose cultivators. No wonder loose cultivators always find themselves at the bottom of the cultivation world's hierarchy. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes as Hisong silently thanked his previous self. If it weren't for his previous self seizing the opportunity and stepping into the Immortal Workshop, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate steadily like he is now. However, this moment was not the time for such thoughts. After listening to Pinger's introduction, Hisong felt relieved, but could only focus on the 2 basic spells he could afford. Fireball technique, one of the basic spells, condenses fireballs to kill enemies with formidable power valued at 10 spirit stones. Lightness technique, one of the basic spells, can increase walking speed essential for long journeys and escaping valued at 10 spirit stones. As Pinger's descriptions of these 2 basic spells flashed through his mind, Hisong reached out and produced 20 spirit stones on the table. Friend Pinger, I am rather short on funds and can only purchase these 2 basic spells for now. Hisong clasped his hands towards Pinger, his expression unchanged. All right, simply place the jade slips on your forehead to absorb them, Pinger replied. Seeing that Hisong only purchased 2 basic spells, Pinger did not mind too much. After handing the 2 jade slips to Hisong, she collected the 20 spirit stones from the table. As she collected the spirit stones, a flicker of surprise flashed in Pinger's eyes. If she had not seen it incorrectly, Hisong had simply waved his hand, and 20 spirit stones appeared on the table. Although 20 spirit stones were not much, this action indicated that Hisong possessed a storage bag. Only with a storage bag could he perform such a gesture. Looking at Hisong, who was currently placing the jade slips on his forehead, Pinger felt a growing sense of curiosity. He claims to be short on funds, yet possesses a storage bag. Who is this Dao friend truly short on funds, or? After some internal deliberation, Pinger's expression returned to normal, but her gaze towards Hisong now held an indescribable nuance. Soon Hisong engraved all the spells recorded in the 2 jade slips into his memory. With just a thought, he could recall all the techniques for casting these 2 spells. Fireball technique. One of the basic spells. Capable of injuring enemies, it serves as an offensive means and can also incinerate corpses due to its high temperature, making it useful in daily life. Lightness technique. One of the basic spells. It increases walking speed when cast, essential for escaping and traveling, serving daily purposes. With these 2 spells, Hisong would not be defenseless when encountering enemies. Although the fireball technique is not particularly powerful, it is still a stronger offensive means than the spiritual arrow technique. Moreover, with the lightness technique, if he cannot fight back, Hisong can still run away. With the exchange complete, I will take my leave now. Since the matter was settled, Hisong stood up and bid farewell to Pinger with a clasp of his hands. However, just as Hisong was about to turn and leave, Pinger smiled and stopped him. Do not rush, Dao friend. I recently obtained some good tea. Since you love tea, why not take some back? Please wait, I will be right back. Before Hisong could refuse, Pinger's figure had already disappeared. Moments later, Hisong walked out of the Spirit Technique Pavilion, holding a small box filled with tea leaves. Behind him, Pinger smiled charmingly, watching Hisong's figure fade away. Since she had decided to befriend Hisong 3 years ago, she naturally seized the opportunity during their reunion 3 years later. Interpersonal relationships require the prior exchange of goodwill before any interaction can begin. To befriend a young mid-stage chi cultivator, one must offer something in return. Watching Hisong's departing figure, Pinger pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and heading up to the 2nd floor. Her decision to personally receive Hisong was merely a fleeting whim. As one of the stewards of the Spirit Technique Pavilion, she usually spent her time on the 2nd floor. Since the gift had already been given, all that remained was to wait. In the stall area, Hisong walked slowly on his way home, his gaze occasionally drifting to the small box in his hand. The box was exquisite, seemingly carved from some precious earthly wood. Looking at the intricate patterns on its surface, one could imagine that in the mortal realm this small box would fetch a considerable price. Yet this was the realm of cultivation. This delicate little wooden box was merely aesthetically pleasing. The tea leaves contained within were the From Hisong's perspective, the tea leaves in the box were indeed of high quality. At the very least, they were superior to the leaves he typically brewed for himself. He doubt you if drinking tea alone is dull, feel free to invite me. The days spent on duty at the Spirit Technique Pavilion can be quite monotonous. As Hisong walked home, the words Pinger had said after gifting him the tea flashed through his mind. It seemed to be an unintentional remark, yet also felt like a deliberate reminder. Hisong did not fully grasp the meaning. However, since she had given him a gift, he assumed it couldn't have been mere idle talk. Left puzzled, he decided to let it go. He thought to himself that when the time came for him to drink alone, he could simply use a sound transmission technique to invite Pinger to join him. When that time came, he would naturally understand her intention. Upon returning home, Hisong placed the box into his storage bag and entered the quiet room, sitting in meditation amidst the increasingly dense spiritual energy of the gathering spirit array. Thus days passed in a flash. On this particular day, Hisong had just performed the spirit rain technique for half an hour in the spirit field. He managed when he noticed a sound transmission paper crane flying from the horizon, descending right before him in the blink of an eye. The paper crane shimmered with spiritual light. Once Hisong released his aura, it transformed back into a thin sheet of paper, landing in his hand. He Dao you, I have returned from Qingyuan Immortal City. Hurry to the Spirit Construction Pavilion. There is an important matter to discuss. Wei Fan. Glimpsing the characters on the paper, Hisong casually tucked it away and promptly made his way towards the Spirit Construction Pavilion. Wei Fan was back. Although Hisong was unaware of the matter at hand, he assumed it must be related to him. Yet having spent all this time at Jushan Immortal Workshop, what could it possibly be? A hint of confusion flashed through Hisong's mind, but he did not slow his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Spirit Construction Pavilion. On the 2nd floor, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Wei Fan playing with a small object. There was no one else beside Wei Fan. Come sit. This is a gift that Old Ming picked out for you in Qingyuan Immortal City. Take a look. As Hisong stood in a daze, Wei Fan waved him over and revealed what he held. It was a small jade bottle with even the cap displaying a translucent jade quality. Upon closer inspection, the appearance of the elixir inside was clearly visible. Hisong approached and took the jade bottle from Wei Fan's hand. As he opened it, a rich fragrance of elixir instantly filled the air, jolting his senses. At the same time, just by inhaling this scent, Hisong felt a slight boost in the spiritual energy within his body. What is this? Is it a mid-grade elixir gathering chi pill? Closing the lid, Hisong recalled the records concerning elixirs for chi cultivation and became uncertain. There are several elixirs available for chi cultivation. The pill of absorption does not count as a grade. The nourishing chi pill is a low-grade elixir that can be used to enhance cultivation in the early stage. The gathering chi pill is a mid-grade elixir for enhancing cultivation in the mid-stage, while the condensing chi pill is a high-grade elixir for the late stage. Additionally, there is the breaking boundary pill specifically used to overcome bottlenecks between minor realms. Among these elixirs, except for the relatively simple method for refining the pill of absorption, which beginners can manage, all the others can only be produced by alchemists. The condensing chi pill is even pricier, needing a full 100 spirit stones for a single bottle. As for the breaking boundary pill, its price is naturally even higher. The condensing chi pill is even pricier, needing a full 100 spirit stones for a single bottle. As for the breaking boundary pill, its price is naturally even higher. If this bottle of elixirs Hisong held was indeed the mid-grade gathering chi pill, it would be worth at least 30 spirit stones. Old Ming brought him such a substantial gift from Qingyuan Immortal City. This. His thoughts raced, leaving Hisong at a loss for words. It is indeed the gathering chi pill. Old Ming mentioned earlier that he wanted to thank us. He bought me a bottle of condensing chi pills and a gathering chi pill for you, while he himself got a breaking boundary pill. Tisk Old Ming has spent 3 years in the mine, and coupled with his original savings, he must have saved quite a bit of spirit stones. Confirming Hisong's speculation with a nod, Wei Fan sighed as he spoke. It was unclear whether he was lamenting Meng Guan's accumulation of spirit stones only to spend them shortly after. Sitting beside Wei Fan, Hisong examined the jade bottle for a moment before carefully placing it into his storage bag. He had never used a gathering chi pill worth 30 spirit stones before. He had not even used the nourishing chi pill for the early stage. All along, he had been cultivating by absorbing the spiritual energy within the immortal workshop, and elixirs were relatively unfamiliar to him. Now that Meng Guan had gifted him a bottle, it was indeed his first encounter with elixirs in this world. Naturally, he was curious to see something new. Having satisfied his curiosity, he simply put it away in his storage bag. Where is Old Ming? Has he broken through to the late stage of chi cultivation? Why did only you return after going together? Pouring himself a cup of tea, Hisong inhaled the fragrance and asked casually. They had gone to Qingyuan Immortal City together, yet only one of them returned. Were it not for the fact that Wei Fan was a friend, Hisong might have suspected that Wei Fan had secretly killed. However, the gathering chi pill in his storage bag and Wei Fan's unperturbed expression made that thought linger in Hisong's mind for only a moment. It was swiftly cast aside. They had known each other for many years, and each other's character was still trustworthy. Yet he wondered why Meng Guan had not returned with Wei Fan. Could it be that he had become too enchanted in the Immortal City? With this speculation, Hisong looked towards Wei Fan. Old Ming is still in the Immortal City. After successfully breaking through to the late stage of chi cultivation, he told me he wanted to develop in the Immortal City. Zhushan Immortal Workshop is still too small. Only the Immortal City is a place where latest stage chi cultivators should reside. In response to Hisong's inquiry, Wei Fan's expression was ambiguous as he replied quietly. The matter of Meng Guan staying in the Immortal City. When Wei Fan first learned of it, he was somewhat perplexed. He also tried to persuade him, but after Meng Guan expressed his thoughts to Wei Fan fell silent. Wei brother, from the moment I left the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop 3 years ago, my fate was already sealed. I either had to fight desperately to succeed in Foundation establishment or perish on the way there. There was no other way. I am a 5-element root, unlike Wei brother's 4-element root aptitude. Following the regular cultivation path, I could still catch a glimpse of the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 60. Although not using a Foundation establishment pill for a forced breakthrough results in a very low probability compared to my 5-element route, I have a slightly better chance of achieving Foundation establishment. If there are no opportunities, and I do not fight for my life, reaching the late stage of chi refinement would be the limit for me. Therefore, I left the Immortal Workshop and bet everything. Fortunately, I bet correctly. Now, having broken through the bottleneck of the late stage of chi refinement, the road ahead is smooth. I just need to cultivate quickly and reach the 9th layer of chi refinement before the age of 60 to explore the Foundation establishment realm. Unfortunately, I wasted my youth and did not acquire a skill. At this point, it is too late for regrets. The Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop was too small. Only in the Immortal City could I find enough cultivation resources to seek a glimpse of the Foundation establishment realm before the age of 60. Wei brother, take care. I recalled Meng Guan's words during our heartfelt conversation after his breakthrough. Wei Fan let out a long breath. Immediately after he recounted this to He-song. Hearing this, He-song also fell into silence. Ling Jin Pavilion. The second floor. The room became silent enough to hear a pin drop, with only a faint fragrance of tea lingering in the air. He-song never expected that Meng Guan had such a plan 3 years ago. Perhaps from the day he resigned from the management of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and left the Immortal Workshop, Meng Guan had already made up his mind. Either he would break through to the Foundation Establishment realm and become a lofty Foundation Establishment true person, or he would perish on the road to Foundation Establishment, becoming a corpse ignored by others. There is no other path. It seems that old Meng has truly made up his mind. I hope he has a smooth journey in the Immortal City. After a long while, He-song picked up a cup of tea from the table and raised it towards the direction of Qingyuan Immortal City, then took a sip. This cup of tea is a blessing. Wishing Meng Guan a smooth journey in the Immortal City. Currently his cultivation is shallow, and he cannot help Meng Guan. Thus he can only do this hoping that Meng Guan can achieve his desires. After all, Meng Guan was a guide in his past life, and has also done great favors for He-song now. If it weren't for Meng Guan sending that book on spirit plant cultivation techniques, He-song's days as a loose cultivator would not have been easy. While he cannot help for now, He-song will not be stingy with a blessing. I hope so. Seeing He-song like this, Wei Fan shook his head with a smile. Although he felt it was of little use in his heart, he did not voice a single objection. The Foundation Establishment realm is not so easy to achieve. This thought flashed through Wei Fan's mind, but he did not voice it, keeping it within. In the following time, the two, having not seen each other for months, began discussing their experiences over the past few months. He-song also gained some understanding of the distant Qingyuan Immortal City. Qingyuan Immortal City belongs to the Golden Core Great Sect under the jurisdiction of the Ho-Tu sect. It is located north of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, over 2,000 miles away. In Qingyuan Immortal City, the passing cultivators include loose cultivators, sect disciples, family descendants, and Immortal Workshop cultivators, all mixed together. Moreover, Qingyuan Immortal City has even designated a quarter of the city for mortals to reside. It is a city where immortals and mortals coexist. The mortals in the Immortal City are mostly descendants of cultivators, having intricate connections with the cultivators within the city. They usually survive by doing tasks that cultivators are unwilling to do. There are several Foundation Establishment true persons stationed in the Immortal City year-round, ensuring safety. Some of these Foundation Establishment true persons are from the Ho-Tu sect, while others are ancestors from cultivation families, and there have even been rumors of loose cultivators residing here. The presence of several Foundation Establishment true persons greatly enhances the safety of Qingyuan Immortal City. However, it also significantly increases the probability that the cultivators within the city might offend a Foundation Establishment true person. Because no one knows if the person they inadvertently offend has a Foundation Establishment true person. At the same time, it provides an opportunity for cultivators who have reached the late stage of Qi refinement and wish to further step into the Foundation Establishment realm. In the Immortal City, there are many more latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators compared to the Immortal Workshop. There are also quite a few latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators like Meng Guan who wish to establish themselves in the Immortal City and prepare to challenge the Foundation Establishment realm. However, the enormous chasm between Qi refinement and Foundation Establishment has blocked too many. Over the years, these latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators generally operate some shops or similar ventures to earn spirit stones for accumulation. Firstly, if a Foundation Establishment pill appears at the auction house, they can also participate in the bidding. Secondly, if they cannot bid successfully for the Foundation Establishment pill, the spirit stones they earn can be left for descendants with spirit roots, increasing the chances of their descendants breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Thirdly, at the late stage of Qi refinement with no further progress to be made in cultivation, it is easy to develop an inner demon due to prolonged stagnation, so having something to occupy time is also very necessary. Fourthly, thus under the intense competition among countless latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators in Qingyuan Immortal City, it is certainly easier for loose cultivators like Meng Guan to obtain cultivation resources than in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. They do not need to risk their lives ensuring their own safety. In fact, due to the large number of latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators participating, the resources that can be earned in the Immortal City are also greater. Meng Guan staying in Qingyuan Immortal City with his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement should be able to live quite comfortably. At the same time, Meng Guan's cultivation can also improve rapidly. From Wei Fan's description, He-song gained a general understanding of Qingyuan Immortal City and the cultivators. He also had no other opinions regarding Meng Guan's decision to stay in Qingyuan Immortal City. If he wants to stay, then let him stay. After all, he can live quite comfortably there. If anything happens in the future, and he cannot stay in the immortal city, He-song and Wei Fan in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop would also be Mengguan's backup. In the end, after He-song handed over the duties of the Ling Jian Pavilion's steward to Wei Fan, he returned home to continue his cultivation. It had been several days since he returned from the Spirit Technique Pavilion. During these past few days, He-song's mastery of the fireball technique has progressed by leaps and bounds. This is thanks to his stronger soul compared to ordinary cultivators due to his transmigration. This also allowed him to learn spells much faster than ordinary cultivators. Now since Wei Fan has returned, and there is no need to go to Ling Jian Pavilion every day, He-song naturally returned home to continue practicing spells. Time flows swiftly. Days pass by like a shuttle, yet the tasks in He-song's hands show no signs of diminishing. Ever since Wei Fan returned from Qingyuan Immortal City, He-song has immersed himself in the joy of practicing spells. Fireball technique. Lightness technique. He-song spent a total of 20 days mastering these two spells. These foundational spells are quite similar to the Spirit Rain technique and the Spirit Arrow technique. The time spent on practice naturally showed no significant difference. With a stronger soul foundation, He-song's speed in learning spells has always been far ahead of other cultivators. However, even after mastering the fireball technique and lightness technique to the extent that he could cast them normally without losing power, He-song still made sure to set aside time each day for practice. Practicing spells deepens a cultivator's understanding of them. Power increases. The time required for casting decreases. These are the additional effects produced by regular practice. Besides practicing these two spells, He-song's daily training speed is also significantly faster than before. Thanks to the medium-grade Qi gathering pill that Mengguan entrusted to Wei Fan to bring back for He-song, his cultivation speed within the spirit gathering array combined with the pill is simply astonishing. Originally, He-song estimated that it would take him about 4 years to advance from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 5th level. However, being in the spirit gathering array and taking that bottle of Qi gathering pills allowed He-song to successfully break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement in just 3 years. Although the breakthrough was not a major realm, it was still a full year faster than He-song's original estimate. Such a rapid improvement in cultivation left He-song both surprised and delighted. The fully operational spirit gathering array along with that bottle of 10 Qi gathering pills yielded extraordinarily good results. This made He-song consider pouring all of his spirit stones into buying pills to maintain this extremely fast pace of cultivation. With such a rapid speed of cultivation, once he reaches the later stages of Qi refinement, the resources he acquires will surely be even greater. Moreover, he can reside in the small courtyard within the inner circle of the Immortal Workshop, greatly improving his quality of life. However, after contemplating the pros and cons for a while and conducting his own verification, He-song shook his head, dismissing this idea. Qi gathering pills cost 30 spirit stones per bottle. Based on his annual income of 90 spirit stones, he can only afford 3 bottles of Qi gathering pills in a year. 30 Qi gathering pills would barely last him a month. After purchasing 3 bottles, he would have no hope of practicing any other spells. If all the spirit stones are spent on buying pills, where would he find the resources for spell practice? If he buys 3 bottles of Qi gathering pills a year, without saving any spirit stones, he might not even be able to buy common rice later on. Moreover, after finishing the bottle of Qi gathering pills brought back by Mengguan, He-song also discovered that while the pills could accelerate his cultivation speed, they also carried the risk of pill toxicity. After consuming an entire bottle of Qi gathering pills, He-song noticed a certain reduction in the effectiveness of the pills by the time he reached the 10th pill. At the same time, while circulating the spiritual power within his body, he found it more challenging to mobilize the spiritual energy than before. The difference in the manageability of his internal spiritual energy compared to before was significant. There was a vague sense of obstruction. However, within a month after consuming the pills, the spiritual energy in his body returned to its original state. This confirmed for He-song that after consuming a bottle of 10 Qi gathering pills, the pill toxicity in his body would take a month to completely dissipate. The presence of pill toxicity was also the reason He-song abandoned the idea of consuming pills to quickly enhance his cultivation. The inability to operate his internal spiritual energy smoothly and the significant obstruction in its flow is a major taboo for any cultivator. If he were to engage in a battle of spells, such obscure spiritual energy would likely find it difficult to compete, even with cultivators of the same realm. Even during a breakthrough, such obscure energy could become a substantial hindrance. At the same time, due to He-song's continuous presence in the spirit gathering array, the sense of obstruction in his internal spiritual energy would slow down his absorption of spiritual energy. The slowed absorption of spiritual energy would naturally affect the speed at which his internal spiritual. As a result, the rapidly growing spiritual energy from consuming the pills, when counterbalanced by the slowed absorption of spiritual energy, due to the pill toxicity over the course of a month led to Hisong's astonishing realization. He found that his cultivation speed after taking the pills was only slightly faster than the normal speed of absorbing spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array. It simply did not meet his initial expectations. After reaching this conclusion, Hisong completely abandoned the idea of spending all his spirit stones to buy pills for rapid cultivation. Using all spirit stones for purchasing pills yielded a cultivation speed that was not significantly different from simply absorbing the spiritual energy within the spirit gathering array without spending spirit stones. In that case, why should he contribute all his spirit stones to the alchemists? It would be better to use these spirit stones to purchase spells, talismans, magical tools, and so on to enhance his own strength. After all, Hisong has always been in the spirit gathering array, and his cultivation speed is much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. The spirit gathering array is fundamentally the reason for all of this. If Hisong had not successfully set up the spirit gathering array, how could he possibly achieve such an extraordinary speed of cultivation? His usual training speed within the spirit gathering array is far greater than that of other cultivators. However, this also meant that consuming pills for cultivation did not lead to a qualitative enhancement in his cultivation speed. It also saved him the expenses of purchasing pills. Now 3 years have passed, and Hisong has successfully broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. This can be seen as a small step out of the mid-level of Qi refinement. When he breaks through to the 6th level, he will need to contemplate whether to challenge the barrier himself or, like Mingguan, accumulate spirit stones to purchase a breakthrough pill in Qingyuan Immortal City. During these 3 years, Hisong did not forget to continue studying the introductory chapter of Array Formation. After 3 years of time and the experience gained from studying the spirit gathering array, Hisong has thoroughly mastered the illusory maze array within the introductory chapter of Array Formation and successfully inscribed the foundational array needed to set up the illusory maze array. The illusory maze array, with its ability to obscure vision, conceal aura, and confuse the mind, means he need not worry about the spiritual fields he sets up being discovered. He is one step closer to opening up a spiritual field. Having just inscribed the foundational array for the illusory maze array, a hint of a smile appeared on Hisong's face. Over the past 3 years, he has lived a fulfilling life. Cultivation, study, managing spiritual fields, gathering with Wei Fan or other friends, and communicating with distant friends using sound transmission techniques. All these activities made Hisong's 3 years not feel too lonely. Now that he has completed all the foundational inscriptions for the illusory maze array, Hisong feels quite elated. However, the next step is to set up the array. Hisong's expression gradually became serious as he scanned the quiet room, intending to arrange the illusory maze array within his quiet chamber. The mysterious array is arranged within the quiet chamber. This idea was conceived by Hisong after thorough contemplation. Now, as an array master, Hisong is also a practitioner at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Although to outsiders he appears to be an ordinary practitioner of the mid-stage Qi refinement with 4 spiritual roots, his true identity must remain undetected. For example, his identity as an array master is something that cannot be revealed. He has never disclosed this hidden identity even to his close friends, such as Wei Fan, Mingguan, Zhao Lin, and Lin Song. Some matters must be kept to oneself. If disclosed, the risks would multiply. As a long-lived being, Hisong must take responsibility for his own safety. He cannot be like other practitioners who, upon achieving a slight success, wish to reveal it to the world. He is different from other practitioners. The arrangement of the mysterious array in his quiet chamber reflects this consideration. The mysterious array can obscure vision, conceal breath, and confuse the mind. As the one who sets up the mysterious array, Hisong can even control its coverage and the functions he wishes to activate. After contemplating the arrangement within the quiet chamber, Hisong decided to activate only the function for concealing breath for now. As for obscuring vision, he could activate it during his closed-door breakthrough or when needed. Confusing the mind is definitely not something he could use in the Immortal Workshop, as it would attract attention. Obscuring vision is easy to understand. If outsiders were to intrude upon the quiet chamber, they would see nothing but an empty room. Even if Hisong were seated in the quiet chamber, when someone intruded, they would not be able to perceive his presence at all. Concealing breath is similar to the breath concealing technique. The mysterious array can hide Hisong's own breath, preventing intruders from discovering him, while also concealing the aura of the gathering spirit array. The spiritual energy within the gathering spirit array is much denser than in the outside world. Once someone enters the range enveloped by the gathering spirit array, they would likely immediately detect its presence. However, if the mysterious array is set up, even if the spiritual energy in the gathering spirit array is abundant, it would remain undetectable under the coverage of the mysterious array. In this way, after activating both the functions to obscure vision and conceal breath, Hisong would not need to retreat to the inner circle again, even if the calamity from 6 years ago occurred once more. He only needs to sit within the mysterious array to ensure his safety, without fear of being discovered by evil practitioners. Of course, if such a situation were to arise, Hisong would certainly activate the most profound function of the mysterious array. He only needs to sit within the mysterious array to ensure his safety, without fear of being discovered by evil practitioners. Of course, if such a situation were to arise, Hisong would certainly activate. While he cannot guarantee that he won't be discovered, it is unlikely that anyone would notice when unprepared. With all three functions of the mysterious array activated once set up, Hisong can ensure his safety. Even outside the immortal workshop, he can remain safe and sound. It can be said that with his understanding of both the gathering spirit array and the mysterious array, Hisong is now capable of venturing beyond the immortal workshop to cultivate his own spiritual fields. However, after some thought, Hisong ultimately abandoned this tempting idea. With the combination of the gathering spirit array and the mysterious array, he could indeed cultivate his spiritual fields with peace of mind. Yet there is a significant hidden danger. The concealment provided by the mysterious array lacks any offensive or defensive capabilities. With Hisong's current cultivation at the 5th layer of Qi refinement without the protection of the 5 elements array, if an evil practitioner were to accidentally discover his spiritual fields, it would likely mean certain death for him. Moreover, Hisong has yet to master a quick escape technique. If he were trapped within the mysterious array, he would find it impossible to flee. He lacks both offensive and defensive measures. Moreover, he has no quick escape methods. Hisong cannot recklessly leave the immortal workshop. He can only wait until he is capable of setting up the 5 elements array and learns a quick escape technique before he can leave the immortal workshop to execute his plans. It is worth mentioning that once the array is set up, it is not immobile. As an array master, if Hisong needs to move in the future, he can retract all the foundational components of the array he used and then set it up again in his new home. As long as the inscribed foundational components do not encounter powerful attacks, they will generally not be destroyed. Aside from needing close to 10 days for the array to reach maximum efficacy, after being reset, everything else remains the same. Even if he needs to leave temporarily, as an array master, Hisong can instantly dismantle the gathering spirit array or any other formations within the quiet chamber, placing the foundational components into his storage pouch. When he needs to set up the array again, he can retrieve them at any time and quickly arrange them. Thus, setting up the mysterious array in the quiet chamber is not a waste of materials. After making up his mind, Hisong waved his hand, and 9 foundational components of the array appeared before him. These are the foundational components of the mysterious array. After making up his mind, Hisong waved his hand, and 9 foundational components of the array appeared before him. These are the foundational components of the mysterious array. It is precisely because the mysterious array is more complex than the gathering spirit array that it took Hisong a full 3 years to set it up. Having experience with the gathering spirit array, Hisong learned other formations much faster than when he was a novice. Yet even so, it still consumed 3 entire years. Hisong understands the reasons behind this. The gathering spirit array is the simplest formation as described in the introductory texts on formation techniques. Initially, Hisong was somewhat skeptical. But when he set up the gathering spirit array and began to comprehend the mysterious array, he became convinced. It took him 3 full years to start setting up the mysterious array. As he set up the array, Hisong also adjusted the coverage of the mysterious array and the functions to be activated. At one moment, a flash of light illuminated the quiet chamber, using a special technique. As he set up the array, Hisong also adjusted the coverage of the mysterious array and the functions to be activated. At one moment, a flash of light illuminated the quiet chamber. It's done. Feeling the mysterious array enveloping the entire quiet chamber along with the gathering spirit array, Hisong satisfactorily ceased his movements. The mysterious array has been successfully set up, capable of concealing both form and breath. Thus, in the future, whether during cultivation or in closed-door seclusion, when the mysterious array is activated, his safety will be greatly enhanced. Of course, during ordinary times, Hisong will only activate the breath-concealing function of the mysterious array. Once this function is activated and the aura of the gathering spirit array is concealed, even if Hisong invites someone over to his home, the guests will remain completely unaware of the gathering spirit array. The gathering spirit array is always active. However, the gathered spiritual energy is simply confined within the quiet chamber. Once someone steps into the quiet chamber and encounters the incredibly rich spiritual energy, they will immediately discover the existence of the gathering spirit array. It is precisely for this reason. During the 3 years it took to set up the gathering spirit array, Hisong never brought anyone to his home. Now that the Mising array has been set up and the aura of the gathering spirit array is completely concealed, Hisong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now that the Mising array has been set up and the aura of the gathering spirit array is completely concealed, Hisong, who appeared quite ordinary in front of him, would not be suspected as an array master. The Mising array was complete. Sitting down by the desk, Hisong brewed himself a cup of tea. The subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the room, gradually reviving his slightly weary spirit after the array setup. Taking a gentle sip, Hisong felt puzzled by the unusual taste. Suddenly the image of Pinger flashed, Pinger from the Spiritual Techniques Pavilion. 3 years ago she gifted Hisong a box of fine tea. 3 years later he brewed a pot of tea from that very box in his own room. In the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. He wondered if the one who personally presented him with that box of tea had any time to spare today. Could he fulfill his promise and invite her to share a drink during his solitary indulgence? It seemed that a 3-year gap was indeed lengthy. Hisong pondered for a moment, and a thin piece of paper suddenly appeared in his hand. Dear Pinger, 3 years ago you gifted me a box of fine tea for which I am immensely grateful. However, mundane matters have distracted me. When I took out that box of tea again, I realized how swiftly time flies. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if you still have time. Today I am drinking alone, but fear I might let your sincere gesture go unacknowledged. A stream of spiritual energy flowed from Hisong's fingertips instantly, inscribing lines of text onto the thin paper. After confirming its accuracy, he pointed at it carelessly. Immediately a paper crane for sending messages soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Pinger, who was practicing her daily routine, suddenly opened her eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she looked at the paper crane before her. A paper crane. In this immortal workshop, the only people she was familiar with were from the Spiritual Techniques Pavilion. If someone from the pavilion wanted to find her, they could simply come directly. Why would anyone use a messaging technique to contact her? Filled with doubt and confusion, Pinger released a wisp of her aura. Suddenly, the originally radiant paper crane transformed into a piece of thin paper. As the thin paper fell into her hands, lines of text appeared. So he survived. After reading it, a hint of realization flashed in Pinger's eyes. 3 years had passed without a sight of him. She had thought that Hisong had perished in some corner. After all, for 3 years, how could he not contact her? She knew that the small box of tea she had sent was quite valuable. Yet no matter how long she waited, she never received a message from Hisong. However, she felt it inappropriate to contact Hisong directly, lest he think she was trying to repay a favor. Thus, after 3 years, she had almost resigned herself to the idea that her initial gesture might have gone to waste, and that the Hisong she wished to befriend might have long since perished. But now, looking at the paper in her hand and the lines of text, she suddenly realized that Hisong had not died, but simply had not thought of her. Feeling a pang in her heart, she quickly took a deep breath, collected her thoughts, and calmly took out a piece of paper. Dear he, how could I refuse your invitation? Please let me know where you are, and I will come right away. After receiving Pinger's reply, Hisong thought for a moment and decided to choose a tea house in the Immortal Workshop as their meeting place. I will be waiting for you at the Baiwa Tea House. However, after sending out the paper crane, Hisong pondered again and placed a few thick earth talismans in a location where he could easily access them. Let alone the fact that they had only met 3 times, including this one, even if they had met 100 or 80 times, and had become friends, Hisong. Let alone the fact that they had only met 3 times, including this one, even if they had met 100 or 80 times, and had become friends, Hisong would still be cautious about inviting someone to his home. Things were different now. In the past, there were no secrets at home, and inviting someone over was not a problem. Now, with 2 arrays operating in the house, if anyone discovered any signs, countless cultivators would surely converge upon him. Hisong couldn't take that risk. At the Baiwa Tea House, Hisong casually entered a private room, ordered a pot of Baiwa tea to set aside, and then took out the box of tea leaves gifted by Pinger to begin brewing tea slowly. Moments later, the fragrance of tea filled the entire private room. Pinger had also arrived. Today she was not dressed in the Spiritual Techniques Pavilion's uniform, but had changed into a light green robe. The light green robe, adorned with slight embellishments, made Pinger look quite different from Hisong's previous impression of her. This attire made her already beautiful face even more enchanting and her figure more graceful. Clothes make the person, and indeed a change of outfit makes a difference. Hisong silently praised her in his heart, though he did not show any sign on his face. His invitation to drink with Pinger was merely a sudden recollection of an event from 3 years ago, and he wanted to see what she was truly like. As for other matters, there were indeed some things to inquire about. Dear he, I have waited a full 3 years for this pot of tea, just for you. As she sat across from Hisong, Pinger gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, her expression appearing somewhat pitiful. 3 years. How many 3-year spans can one have in life? Watching Hisong leisurely brew tea before her, Pinger felt a mix of emotions. She had never imagined that after sending a gift to befriend someone, she would wait for a full 3 years before finally receiving a response. However, upon seeing Hisong in person, a flash of insight crossed Pinger's eyes, and a hint of dissatisfaction was immediately suppressed. How could this person's cultivation progress so much faster than hers? In just 3 years, he had already broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. But now 3 years have passed, and her cultivation is still at the 4th level of Qi refinement without breaking through to the 5th level. However, Hisong has already advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. What does this represent? It means that Hisong has only taken 3 years to break through from the 4th level to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation made the unusual colors in Pinger's eyes gradually intensify. The speed of cultivation improvement is so fast. Is it possible that the mundane affairs mentioned in the letter are due to him frantically earning spirit stones? If one thinks about it this way, it seems reasonable. After imagining the hardships Hisong must have faced during these 3 years, Pinger's slight dissatisfaction immediately vanished. In its place, however, was a hint of subtle joy. 3 years. 3 years of frenzied cultivation. If it were her, she would have long been exhausted both physically and mentally. Hisong actually remembered the promise he made 3 years ago with her. He specifically invited her to the Baiwa tea house for a meeting. Indeed, she did not misjudge him. I sincerely apologize, my friend. I have been caught up in mundane affairs over the past 3 years, which has consumed too much of my focus. I hope you won't hold it against me. Hisong placed a freshly brewed cup of tea before Pinger and slightly bowed in her direction. Caught up in mundane affairs. It is of course an excuse. But having not seen each other for 3 years, Hisong needed to give Pinger a reason, a way to ease the situation. Such reasoning could also alleviate the grudges in Pinger's heart. It is of course an excuse. But having not seen each other for 3 years, Hisong needed to give Pinger a reason, a way to ease the situation. Such reasoning could also alleviate. That is quite all right. Although I did not receive your invitation during these 3 years, I have not lost anything. Since you have invited me now, I would not dare to hold it against you. Sniffing the fragrant aroma of the tea, Pinger picked up the cup in front of her, took a gentle sip, and then shook her head. Upon realizing that Hisong's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, she had already imagined the circumstances he faced over the past 3 years. It seemed that achieving a breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi refinement must have taken a considerable amount of effort from Hisong. Forgetting for a moment can be considered understandable. Now that an invitation has been issued, her purpose of wanting to befriend Hisong has already been achieved. Naturally, she would not say anything strange. Seeing this situation, Hisong understood that there were no hard feelings in Pinger's heart. Therefore, with Hisong's intention to test her. With Pinger eager to befriend him, their subsequent conversation quickly became harmonious. In the joyful exchange, both felt their relationship with each other had grown closer. As the teapot ran dry, seeing that the moment was right, Hisong also remembered the purpose of inviting Pinger. Do you know any quick escape techniques in the Lingji Pavilion, Pinger? At one moment, Hisong inquired while cupping his hands in respect. Having just set up a distraction formation, he indeed required such a spell. Only by possessing a spell that allows for quick escape could he proceed with his next plan. Since the distraction formation and the gathering spirit formation have already been laid out, he only needed to set up a 5 elements formation, and Hisong would be able to personally head outside the immortal workshop to establish his own spiritual field. Before the 5 elements formation was arranged, Hisong also needed to make preparations for establishing the spirit. Only in this way could Hisong establish his own spiritual field at the fastest speed after setting up the 5 elements formation rather than rushing at the last moment. The question Hisong posed at this moment was also the true purpose of his invitation to Pinger. If it were not for this, it is likely that 3 years from now Hisong might not even remember Pinger before him. The first one is the lightness technique of the Lian Mountain, a medium-grade spell that is faster than the lightness technique essential for long journeys. The first one is the lightness technique of the Lian Mountain, a medium-grade spell that is faster than the lightness technique essential for long journeys and escapes valued at 50 spirit stones. The second one is the earth escape technique, a high-grade spell that allows one to burrow underground and travel at incredible speed, although one must be cautious as it can easily be countered by the earthquake technique valued at 100 spirit stones. The third. These spells are all available in the Lingji Pavilion. If you need, I can take you there. There are spells available. However, even though she is one of the stewards of the Lingji Pavilion, she could not produce them outside the pavilion. The jade slips recording these spells are all created by Foundation Establishment Masters and are incredibly expensive. They are essentially services from the Foundation Establishment Masters sold by the Lingji Pavilion. If she were to lose one, the Foundation Establishment Master would likely hold it against her. Thus, she had no choice but to suggest that Hisong accompany her back to the Lingji Pavilion for further discussion. In that case, I will accompany you, my friend. In the guest hall, Pinger brewed a pot of spiritual tea for Hisong before leaving to retrieve the jade slips. In the guest hall, Pinger brewed a pot of spiritual tea for Hisong before leaving to retrieve the jade slips for him. Hisong poured himself a cup. After taking a delightful sip, he immediately felt a slight increase in the spiritual power within his body. For a moment, Hisong seemed to recall the scene of his first time drinking this tea. This spiritual tea, known as by Xianling Cha, was something Hisong had tasted during his second visit to the Lingji Pavilion and is exclusive to the guest hall. He remembered that during his first visit, Pinger had mentioned that this by Xianling Cha was produced by the Ho Tu sect and cost 10 spirit stones per 2 liang. Not only did he lack the fortune to enjoy it back then, but now Hisong also found himself unable to indulge. It was too expensive. With his current income of 90 spirit stones a year, he could only afford 9 liang of spiritual tea in a year. How many times could he drink 9 liang of spiritual tea? Hisong did not know, but he did not want to find out. Perhaps when he no longer lacked spirit stones in the future, he would buy some by Xianling Cha to enjoy slowly at home, relishing the delightful feeling of drinking tea that could also enhance cultivation, but not now. Soon Pinger returned to the guest hall with a tray. On the tray, several jade slips sparkled, captivating the eye at first glance. My friend, all the quick escape techniques in the Lingji Pavilion are in this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will certainly share everything I know. My friend, all the quick escape techniques in the Lingji Pavilion are in this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will certainly share. Now at the onset of their friendship, she naturally would not hide anything from Hisong. Having long wanted to befriend him, she felt quite satisfied with the current outcome. Then I thank you, Pinger. Pouring a cup of spiritual tea, Hisong placed it before Pinger, then expressed his gratitude. Immediately, Hisong's gaze quickly fell upon the jade slips on the tray. Beside the jade slips in the tray, each slip was accompanied by a small booklet. The booklets recorded the contents of the jade slips. In the past, when he was not yet familiar with Hisong, Pinger would only bring the booklets over. Only when Hisong had decided which item to purchase would Pinger fetch the jade slip itself, rather than, as now, taking every booklet and jade slip out at once. This revealed that Pinger had grown to trust Hisong. If Hisong were truly an evil cultivator and had stolen a jade slip and fled, Pinger might be held accountable by a Foundation establishment Shinran. Such a fate would invite punishment. Hisong understood this well and appreciated Pinger's conduct. He picked up a booklet casually and soon began to read. First, lightness technique, one of the basic spells. It increases walking speed and is indispensable for long journeys and escaping danger. Worth 10 spirit stones. Second, Lianshan lightness technique, a mid-grade spell that grants greater speed than the lightness technique. Essential for long treks and fleeing, valued at 50 spirit stones. Third, Dundee technique, a high-grade spell. Once enacted, it allows the practitioner to dive into the earth and traverse underground at great speed. Be mindful that it can be countered by the Athroking technique. Worth 100 spirit stones. Fourth, Tianshan lightness technique, a high-grade spell. After deployment, it permits a brief suspension in the air and grants extremely rapid flight. Whether for travel or escape, it is among the premier techniques for late chi refinement practitioners. Worth 100 spirit stones. Fifth, he picked up and then put down the booklet from the tray. Repeating this several times, Hisong finally read through all the little booklets and felt he understood these escape techniques. Hisong had long since learned the lightness technique. Its speed was not slow, yet as a basic spell its swiftness was not extraordinary. As for the Lianshan lightness technique, the booklet recorded that it originated from the Hoda sect and was the most commonly used lightness technique among the outer disciples of the sect in the mid-chi refinement stage. It conferred great speed. Although only a mid-grade spell when exerted to its fullest, it could even rival the lightness technique cast by late chi refinement cultivators. However, if a late chi refinement cultivator also practiced the Lianshan lightness technique, the outcome was uncertain. And because of its grade, the Lianshan lightness technique should not match the speed of high-grade spells, such as the Tianshan lightness technique. Of course, the Lianshan technique was cheaper than the Tianshan technique. Then there was the Dundee technique, diving into the earth and traversing beneath the ground at remarkable speed. According to the booklet, the Dundee technique moved swiftly with underground speed, while perhaps not quite on par with the Lianshan lightness technique, was not far behind. And because one traveled beneath the earth if one additionally employed the Lianshi Ju breath-concealing technique, so as not to be detected, it was considerably safer. It was a spell suited for silent rapid escape. Finally, the Tianshan lightness technique. The booklet did not record its origins, yet its brief suspension in midair made it exceptionally popular in the Lingji Pavilion. Cultivators were human, especially those at the chi refinement stage. Without having entered Foundation establishment, they could not learn the sky-traversing techniques of that stage, and could not transform themselves into streaks of light crossing the heavens like a Foundation establishment Shinran. Thus their yearning for the sky was understandable. Unable to become a streak of light themselves, then used the Tianshan lightness technique to fly. Even a brief suspension in the air was a wondrous sensation. Moreover, as a high-grade spell, the Tianshan technique itself was very swift and well suited to late chi refinement cultivators for travel or escape. This was why the Tianshan lightness technique sold so well. Having read through the several little booklets, Hisong pondered briefly before his gaze settled on the Dundee technique. Safety was Hisong's foremost concern. Whether the lightness technique, the Lianshan lightness technique, or the Tianshan lightness technique, he judged that none offered the same degree of safety as the Dundee technique. The Dundee technique allowed subterranean travel. Its speed was neither slow nor dazzling, but with the protection of the earth, it was plainly safer. If performed together with the lianxiju. And so long as no one paid it particular attention, who would notice a cultivator moving beneath the ground? Hisong would certainly need time and again to leave the workshop and go elsewhere to open spirit fields. On those comings and goings, he could not guarantee he would never draw attention. Using a lightness technique made one conspicuous and easy to follow. The Dundee technique was different. One could slip into the earth from home and leave without anyone detecting Hisong's departure. Who could say where he had gone? The Dundee technique was different. One could slip into the earth from home and leave without anyone detecting. Should someone discover a spirit field Hisong trapped within, could buy himself time with a 5 elements array and then silently depart using the Dundee technique. Using the Dundee technique with the lianxiju active, and if there were no preparations against it, one could easily slip away. Though he would lose a spirit field in that event, at least his life would be preserved. After a moment of thought, Hisong brushed his hand lightly across the table. Instantly, 100 spirit stones appeared before him on the table. Pinger, fellow Taoist, I will need the Dundee technique, he said, offering the spirit stones, and then he picked up the jade slip, recording the Dundee technique from the tray. Seeing Pinger nod slightly and accept the 100 spirit stones, Hisong naturally pressed the jade slip to his forehead. The next moment, a vast torrent of information surged from the jade slip into his mind. Fortunately, Hisong's soul was stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator, allowing him to swiftly organize and imprint the knowledge firmly into his memory. Once he returned home, he could begin to contemplate the Dundee technique. Soon Hisong returned the jade slip to the tray and looked to Pinger. Fellow Taoist Pinger, I will also need the Yuwu technique and some other mid-grade spells. Would you kindly fetch them for me? The Yuwu technique. A mid-grade spell worth 50 spirit stones. On his last visit to the Lingji Pavilion, Hisong had heard Pinger introduce it. At that time, Pinger had told him the Yuwu technique was extremely useful. Unfortunately, back then Hisong's purse was thin and he could not afford it. In the end, he had purchased only 2 basic spells and left in low spirits. Now 3 years later, Hisong had some means. He naturally remembered the mid-grade spell and wished to purchase it as well. Besides the Yuwu technique, Hisong wanted to buy several other mid-grade spells and asked Pinger to fetch them together so he could choose. At the side, seeing Hisong still unsatisfied after purchasing the Dundee technique, and now seeking more mid-grade spells, Pinger's gaze toward Hisong changed noticeably. Please wait a moment, I will be back at once, Pinger said. She lifted the tray and turned to leave, though as she departed a small doubt stirred in her mind. This newly acquainted friend Hidalgo is truly difficult to fathom. Though his cultivation level rises rapidly, he seems to possess an abundance of spirit stones. He was able to break through from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 5th level within 3 years. After the breakthrough, he was also able to unhesitatingly produce so many spirit stones to purchase spells. Could it be that Hisong has a powerful backing? Or is it that Hisong is engaged in some nefarious dealings? Or perhaps, some guesses flashed through her mind and Pinger racked her brains, but without crucial information, she was unable to deduce anything. Helpless, she could only take some mid-tier spells and returned once more to Hisong. Hidalgo, the item manipulation technique you wanted along with other mid-tier spells are all here. You can take your time to look through them. As she placed the tray before Hisong, Pinger spoke while her eyes remained fixed on him. It seemed she wanted to glean some information from Hisong's expression. However, at that moment, Hisong's face was as calm as a still pond, giving her no opportunity to discern anything. Hisong casually picked up a few small booklets from the tray, his gaze sweeping across them, until he quickly locked onto 2 spells. The first one, the item manipulation technique. It allows the user to control objects using inner spiritual power, making it extremely useful for offense defense and daily life. Moreover, once Hisong possesses magical artifacts, the item manipulation technique can also be used to control them for attacks. This is a useful method for Qi refinement stage cultivators. The second spell, it is an offensive spell, the open tablet finger. By channeling spiritual power through the fingers and then firing it with a special technique, its lethality is astonishing. Compared to the spiritual arrow technique, Hisong originally learned the open tablet finger as a mid-tier spell has greater lethality and is also faster to execute. With a single finger movement, the special spiritual power can strike from 10 zhong away. With Hisong's current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he can directly shatter the defenses of several low-tier thick earth talismans. As for mid-tier thick earth talismans, due to their incredible defensive power, even Hisong at the 5th level of Qi refinement needs to activate them twice to break through. However, as Hisong's cultivation improves and he becomes more familiar with the open tablet finger, both its power and range will also increase. After acquiring the Earth Escape technique, a swift means of escape, Hisong chose to address his weaknesses and put offensive methods on his agenda. From then on, once Hisong fully mastered the Earth Escape technique and the open tablet finger without loss of power and could cast them normally, his combat ability would greatly improve. For offense, there is the open tablet finger. For escape, there is the Earth Escape technique. For defense, there are mid-tier thick earth talismans. In the Qi refinement stage, unless one possesses a defensive magical artifact, no defensive spell can compare to the thick earth talisman. Thick earth talismans are secret symbols crafted by the thick earth sect and are highly sought after even within the territories of other golden core sects. The defensive capabilities of these secret symbols from major golden core sects can be imagined. Loose cultivators' family members and sect disciples typically possess several thick earth talismans for protection during the Qi refinement stage. Hisong naturally would not be an exception. Pinger Daoyo, I need this item manipulation technique and this open tablet finger. Here are 150 spirit stones. After making his decision, Hisong pointed at the jade slip for the item manipulation technique, then at the jade slip for the open tablet finger, and casually swept his hand across the table. After making his decision, Hisong pointed at the jade slip for the item manipulation technique, then at the jade slip for the open tablet finger, and casually swept his hand. The price of the mid-tier offensive spell, the open tablet finger, changed from 50 spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Together that totals 150 spirit stones. Once Pinger nodded and collected the spirit stones from the table, Hisong then picked up the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Before long, Hisong had engraved all the information of the item manipulation technique and the open tablet finger into his memory. In the future, he would only need to recall them slightly to remember this information. After completing all of this, Hisong no longer wished to stay in the Spirit Technique Pavilion. After casually chatting with Pinger, he took his leave. As he left the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Hisong sensed that he had only a few spirit stones left in his storage bag, and he couldn't help but sigh. 3 years. In 3 years, Hisong had been able to earn 90 spirit stones each year, totaling 270 spirit stones over 3 years. There just aren't enough spirit stones to spend, he sighed internally, turning to glance at the towering Spirit Technique Pavilion behind him, feeling there just aren't enough spirit stones to spend. He sighed internally, turning to glance at the towering Spirit Technique Pavilion behind him, feeling that it would be wise to visit less. There just aren't enough spirit stones to spend. He sighed internally, turning to glance at the towering Spirit Technique Pavilion behind him, feeling that it would be wise to visit less in the future. Over the course of more than 10 years, each visit to the Spirit Technique Pavilion caused his wealth to dwindle significantly. The first time he came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he had initially possessed over 30 spirit stones and directly purchased 3 basic spells, spending a total of 30 spirit stones. The second time he came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he had over 100 spirit stones, purchasing an introductory book on formations, spending 100 spirit stones. The third time he came to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he had over 30 spirit stones and purchased 2 basic spells, spending 20 spirit stones. The fourth time, which is this time coming to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, he had indeed become a bit wealthier, possessing over 200 spirit stones. But what was the result? He bought 3 spells and ended up spending 250 spirit stones. This truly feels like the Celestial Workshop earns and spends, making it impossible to take anything home right. Although his income has increased, now the speed at which he spends spirit stones has also increased. Fortunately, after making ample preparations, he should soon be able to escape such a predicament. Once his spirit field is opened up, his income will surely skyrocket. By that time, life will no longer be as tight as it is now. Finally, after taking one last deep look at the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Hisong turned and walked towards his home. Though the Spirit Technique Pavilion costs spirit stones, it can satisfy Hisong's needs. Whether it be basic spells, mid-tier spells, or high-tier earth escape techniques, they are all essential for him. If he comes again, next time Hisong feels that he must prepare more spirit stones. Returning home, Hisong activated the Misty Array and began to practice spells amidst the rich spiritual energy within the Gathering Spirit Array. After careful consideration, Hisong chose to practice the item manipulation technique first. Prior to this, he had heard Pinger say that the item manipulation technique is immensely useful. Whether for battle escape or daily life, the item manipulation technique can exert considerable influence. Thus, after spending a month mastering the item manipulation technique to the point where he could cast it freely without losing its power, his understanding of the technique deepened to another level. The art of manipulating objects allows one to control their spiritual energy externally, enabling the manipulation of items. Under Hisong's guidance, whether it be tables and chairs or tea leaves and cups, once enveloped in spiritual energy, they can be maneuvered as easily as an arm within a distance of 10 zhang. In the future, when manipulating magical tools, it is likely that the distance will be the same. A cultivator in the mid-stage of Qi refinement can have their spiritual energy extend outward by about 10 zhang. Naturally, the range of attack is also generally within 10 zhang, and as one's cultivation improves, the distance to which spiritual energy can extend will significantly increase. Therefore, Hisong's ability to manipulate items at a distance of 10 zhang is quite normal. 10 zhang is not a far distance, but it is also not considered close. This distance will increase somewhat when one reaches the late stage of qi refinement, likely extending to around 20 zhang. When one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they will manipulate using their divine sense. At the initial stage of foundation establishment, the scanning distance of one's divine sense is roughly about 2 li. Such a vast disparity allows cultivators in the late stage of qi refinement to gain a significant advantage when facing those in the mid-stage of qi refinement. Whether it be ambushes or pursuits, they hold the upper hand. As for the foundation establishment masters, if they encounter an assault from qi refinement cultivators, even if all the assailants are in the late stage of qi refinement, they will have no chance of victory. When attacking with magical tools using divine sense, no matter how many qi refinement cultivators come, they will be killed without exception. Killing a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator is easier than dispatching a small chick. 4 qi refinement cultivators within 2 li of foundation establishment master is akin to a deity. This is also why each celestial workshop typically has only one foundation establishment master guarding it. With a foundation establishment master on guard, evil cultivators do not dare to disturb the celestial workshop, only daring to engage in minor actions outside of it. Naturally, the celestial workshop does not need to set up defensive formations. The cost is too great. In areas beyond the divine sense coverage of the foundation establishment master, it suffices to send out a law enforcement team to patrol. With the foundation establishment master stationed, the celestial workshop remains stable. Any sign of disturbance will invoke the thunderous wrath of the foundation establishment master. Only the celestial city will set up a defense array, but it will not be activated at all times. Of course, what is mentioned here is merely the extreme attack distance. In most cases, even during battles between foundation establishment masters, they would not engage from a distance of 2 li. Even latest-stage qi refinement cultivators would not attack from a great distance. When cultivators engage in combat, precision is also required. Apart from the art of manipulating objects, the second spell that Hisong studied is the opening stone finger. Both the art of manipulating objects and opening stone finger are mid-grade spells. Since Hisong only spent a month mastering the art of manipulating objects to the point of being able to use it freely without losing power, the opening stone finger should not take too long either. As expected by Hisong, after another month, he performed the opening stone finger. A beam of golden light shot out from his fingertip and directly struck the floor of the room. Hisong barely registered the flash of golden light before it vanished into the darkness beneath the floor. Only a small dark hole remained, the depth of which was uncertain. Yet Hisong believed it must be deeper than the small hole made by the spirit arrow technique, which is merely a minor spell used to eliminate pests in the spiritual fields. Hisong barely registered the flash of golden light before it vanished into the darkness beneath the floor. Only a small dark hole remained, the depth of which was uncertain. Purchased from the Spirit Technique Pavilion. The power of these two spells is naturally incomparable. However, residing within the Celestial Workshop, Hisong has no way to test the specific power of the opening stone finger. In desperation, after mastering the opening stone finger to the point of being able to use it freely without losing power, Hisong devoted his remaining time each day to practicing the last upper grade spell, the Earth Escape Technique. The Earth Escape Technique is the only upper grade spell Hisong has purchased. After casting it, one can traverse through the earth at an incredible speed. It is also the key spell for Hisong in opening up spiritual fields. As Hisong began to practice, he instantly found the Earth Escape Technique to be obscure and difficult, likely not something he could master in a short time. However, despite this, he continued to practice the Earth Escape Technique daily, hoping to grasp it swiftly. However, just as Hisong was deeply immersed in the Earth Escape Technique, an unexpected visitor disrupted Hisong's originally peaceful life. It was the third month after Hisong purchased 3 spells from the Spirit Technique Pavilion. One day, Hidayo opened the door. "Quickly, I have come to deliver a reward." Zhao Lin's voice echoed from outside, startling Hisong, who was still practicing the Earth Escape Technique. Zhao Lin is the connection that Meng Guan left for Hisong when he went to dig in the Red Spirit Gold Mine. When Hisong had just broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it was Zhao Lin who kindly helped Hisong handle the newly added spiritual fields, allowing Hisong to save a significant amount of time each day. However, this also led Chun Zhou to resent Hisong, forcing Hisong to send Chun Zhou to meet the King of Hell. Now Zhao Lin came to find him and claimed to bring a reward. What reward? Filled with doubt, Hisong opened the door and welcomed Zhao Lin inside. More than 3 years had passed, and the relationship between Hisong and Zhao Lin had not grown distant. In fact, due to their time at the Spirit Her Pavilion, they had become even more familiar. The two were already friends, and now that their relationship had deepened, Hisong did not reject Zhao Lin from entering the room, especially with the 2 formations hidden within the mysterious array. However, just as Hisong welcomed Zhao Lin into the room, a spark of realization flashed in his mind. Initially, before sending Chun Zhou to meet the King of Hell, Hisong had specifically informed Zhao Lin to remove Chun Zhou's name from the list of spirit farmers and Zhao Lin had mentioned. He said that Chunzhou bullied the weak, extorted spirit stones, and committed all sorts of evil, deserving of severe punishment. Hisong exposing him was a great merit, and Zhao Lin promised to personally deliver the reward. Originally 3 years had passed, and the reward Zhao Lin mentioned had not been applied for causing Hisong to gradually forget about it. He thought Zhao Lin was just lax in his duties. Unexpectedly today, after several years, Zhao Lin actually managed to get the reward approved. This is completely a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Hisong looked at Zhao Lin with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. The reward that was delayed for 3 years has finally arrived today. I just wonder what kind of reward it is. Hisong did not rush to ask. Although he felt curious, he still refrained from directly inquiring. Instead, after welcoming Zhao Lin into the room, he leisurely began to brew a pot of fine tea. Once the rich aroma filled the room, Hisong finally spoke. Dao friend, how should we discuss this reward? Although I am a spirit farmer, I have not made any contributions to the celestial workshop, so how could there be any talk of a reward? Dao friend, how should we discuss this reward? Although I am a spirit farmer, I have not made any contributions to the celestial workshop, so how could there be? This matter cannot be brought to light after all. The reward was personally requested by Zhao Lin from Hisong. Hisong, who had been friends with Zhao Lin for several years, naturally understood a bit of his friend's character. A single word of gratitude from him could bring Zhao Lin joy for a long time. However, it was clearly Hisong who had hired someone to eliminate a cultivator from the immortal workshop who intended him harm. As a result, after Zhao Lin's manipulation, it became Hisong who discovered the hidden evil cultivator within the immortal workshop. He then used this as a reason to apply for a reward. If it weren't for the fact that he was the one orchestrating the matter, Hisong might have even believed Zhao Lin's words. Such self-serving intentions. Hisong would certainly not be stingy in expressing his gratitude. Friend, you are too modest. As a spiritual gardener, your contributions to the immortal workshop will surely be remembered, so there is no talk of having no contribution. Shaking his head, Zhao Lin verbally affirmed Hisong's contributions to the immortal workshop. His right hand then swept across the table, and immediately an exquisite small box appeared before Hisong. Shaking his head, Zhao Lin verbally affirmed Hisong's contributions to the immortal workshop. His right hand then swept across the table, and immediately an exquisite small box appeared before Hisong. Pushing the small box towards Hisong, Zhao Lin smiled, yet he did not mention his own efforts in this matter. 3 years ago, when the sound-sending paper crane sent by Hisong landed in his hands, the trace of latest-stage chi refinement within it caused a great shock to his mind. It was only then that he finally understood why Meng Guan had specifically urged him to interact more with Hisong. It was only then that he finally understood why Hisong had come to him on the day Meng Guan left, bringing gifts to establish a friendship. It was only then that everything seemed to have an answer. This was also one of the reasons he had readily agreed back. Inherently cautious, although he had already been friends with Hisong for 3 years, he naturally became more cautious regarding matters that could affect a person's life and death. He worried about potential retaliation from Chunzhou. He worried about being held accountable by the immortal workshop. He worried. But when he sensed the aura of a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator from the sound-sending paper crane that Hisong had released, all his doubts vanished. With a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator involved, Chunzhou was doomed. There was no need to worry about any repercussions, and he could also strengthen his friendship with Hisong. Even someone as cautious as he could not refuse this matter. This was also why he could agree so decisively, and even specially applied for a reward for Hisong. He knew that with the presence of this latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, this matter would definitely succeed. Now it had indeed come to fruition. So this is the matter. It is all thanks to your assistance, my friend. Without your help, I fear there would have been many obstacles. So this is the matter. It is all thanks to your assistance, my friend. Without your help, I fear there would have been many obstacles. So I must thank you first. Upon hearing this, Hisong immediately displayed a fitting look of astonishment, and while expressing his gratitude, stood up to bow slightly to Zhao Lin. This action was very natural for Hisong. He took the benefit for himself. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude to a friend who helped him. In terms of human relations, if someone gives a real benefit, one must also reciprocate in some way. Without saying much, a grateful demeanor must be displayed. Although he did not know what was in the small box, even if it was just a few spirit stones, he was still profiting. Just expressing a word of thanks could yield a few spirit stones. Such good fortune would surely cause a crowd of cultivators to vie for it. Moreover, the rewards offered by the Immortal Workshop were certainly not as simple as just a few spirit stones. It's a small matter, just a small matter. Being able to help you, my friend, has already made me very happy, Zhao Lin said with a smile, and quickly returned the bow. But seeing the smile in Zhao Lin's eyes, Hisong understood that Zhao Lin was in an exceptionally good mood at that moment. Knowing this, Hisong immediately realized that he had achieved his goal. In the following days, Zhao Lin's mood would likely remain quite good. For this, Hisong naturally was pleased to see. He had gained benefits. His friend was in a good mood. It was a win-win situation. Hisong accepted the small box, and Zhao Lin's purpose for coming was also fulfilled. Next, the two naturally began to chat casually. Do you know, my friend, why this reward came now, not earlier or later? After a few cups of tea, Zhao Lin mysteriously spoke in a low voice. From what he said, it seemed there was some hidden meaning. Hisong was intrigued and responded, indeed. 3 years. During these 3 years, Hisong had almost forgotten this matter. Why did the reward suddenly get? Seeing Zhao Lin's mysterious demeanor, Hisong understood that what Zhao Lin was about to say was certainly related to this matter. However, to get Zhao Lin to elaborate, he first had to ask, I'm not aware of this. Does my friend have any inside news? Shaking his head, Hisong lowered his voice and began to inquire. Meanwhile, upon seeing Hisong playing along with the routine, a fleeting joy appeared on Zhao Lin's face. Since he received this hidden piece of information, he had never shared it with anyone and had kept it bottled up inside. This feeling of knowing a secret, yet being unable to share it with others, was somewhat suffocating. Now, by personally delivering the reward to Hisong, he could finally speak freely. After all, this was the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop, and even if someone overheard the news, it would not hinder anything. With determination, Zhao Lin began to speak. Do you still remember the cultivator named Chen Zhou from 3 years ago? Hisong nodded, signaling Zhao Lin to continue. Since you remember, you should also recall the reasons I provided when I requested merits for you. Raising his teacup, Zhao Lin took a gentle sip, and his voice continued. At that time, I mentioned that Chen Zhou bullied the weak and extorted spirit stones, committing all sorts of heinous acts deserving of great blame. As he spoke, Zhao Lin looked at Hisong with a hint of emotion on his face. Then, shaking his head, he continued to elaborate. This matter actually has its reasons. 6 years ago, after the great calamity of the Immortal Workshop, the lower-level cultivators were nearly wiped out. Most of the survivors had means to escape the disaster. The remaining practitioners at the first layer of Qi refinement are far too few to ensure the normal operation of the Immortal Workshop. Thus, the higher-ups have issued orders to recruit wandering cultivators to join the Immortal Workshop to guarantee its proper functioning. It was at that time that Chen Zhou, through my hands, joined the Immortal Workshop. The matter concerning Chen Zhou is still a fault of mine, which startled my friend. As he spoke, Zhao Lin cupped his hands toward Hisong, taking the blame upon himself. Because of this, he had previously exerted himself to strive for more benefits for Hisong. Although he had also lent a hand in the matter of Chen Zhou, he felt a lingering sense of guilt in his heart. Hisong, however, was unconcerned, waving his hand to indicate that the matter was in the past and need not be mentioned again. This allowed Zhao Lin to relax and continue speaking. My friend should also understand from the incident with Chen Zhou that there is a vast difference between wandering cultivators and us practitioners of the Immortal Workshop. Wandering cultivators tend to be unruly and unscrupulous in their actions, while Immortal Workshop practitioners are quite different. Recruiting wandering cultivators to join the Immortal Workshop is indeed a last resort. Only in this way can the normal functioning of the Immortal Workshop be maintained. However, now that 6 years have passed, an increasing number of newly initiated wandering cultivators have come from the mundane world to enter the Immortal Workshop. At present, the number of personnel within the Immortal Workshop is sufficient to sustain its normal operations. Moreover, the higher-ups have specifically instructed to recruit more wandering cultivators who have just entered the cultivation world. As a result, those wandering cultivators recruited 6 years ago have become unstable factors within the Immortal Workshop. At this point, Zhao Lin paused, glancing at Hisong, only to find him holding his teacup, lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhao Lin did not rush to share the internal news he had learned with Hisong. Instead, he picked up his teacup and began to sip slowly. In the room, a silence fell so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the faint aroma of tea wafted from the teapot, drifting throughout the room. After a long while, Hisong set down his teacup and sighed lightly. It seems that someone intends to take action against these wandering cultivators. Long ago, having learned from Wei Fan that Chen Zhou bullied the weak and extorted spirit stones, committing heinous acts, Hisong had already begun to suspect. Whether it be the Zhushan Immortal Workshop or other immortal workshops, their purpose of existence is solely to serve the sects that reside in their locations. The existence of the Immortal Workshop not only allows the newly initiated wandering cultivators to gather for easier management, but also enables the selection of some virtuous talents from these wandering cultivators to join the Immortal Workshop and become practitioners within its ranks. Wandering cultivators who do not pass the screening will naturally be left to fend for themselves. No matter where they die, it has nothing to do with the Immortal Workshop. This is also the reason why the rent for the Immortal Workshop is so exorbitant. The high-ups of the Immortal Workshop do not care whether wandering cultivators can reside in the workshop or obtain sufficient resources. They only care about the practitioners within the Immortal Workshop. Similarly, the high-ups of the sect do not care about the lives and deaths of wandering cultivators or Immortal Workshop practitioners. In their view, only the disciples of the sect are the hope for its inheritance. One could say that Immortal Workshop practitioners are alternative disciples of the sect. However, compared to disciples with better qualifications, Immortal Workshop practitioners must rely on their own efforts to continue their cultivation, and they have no substantial backing, holding only a bit of power within the Immortal Workshop, which the sect does not acknowledge. Disciples of the sect do not need to set aside time daily for chores, they only need to focus on their cultivation. Once selected as an internal practitioner of the Immortal Workshop, they can cultivate steadily under secure conditions. In the early, middle, and even late stages of chi refinement, when these virtuous talents reach the late stages, they will need to start contributing to the sect alongside those wandering cultivators who have narrowly survived to the late stage. Almost all the cultivation methods released by sects or families will have contingencies after reaching the late stage of chi refinement, requiring the purchase of unique resources from their respective sects to gain rapid advancement. Almost all the cultivation methods released by sects or families will have contingencies after reaching the late stage of chi refinement, requiring whether it be wandering cultivators in the late stage of chi refinement or Immortal Workshop practitioners, both need to purchase spirit stone fragments produced by the Thick Earth sect to accelerate their cultivation speed in this late stage. If they do not buy, then they will watch others advance rapidly while their own cultivation speed remains slow as a tortoise. In this way, they can continually earn spirit stones from wandering cultivators and Immortal Workshop practitioners. There is no need to switch cultivation methods or leave their home. The sect will offer even higher tier methods as gifts. Thus, the allure for wandering cultivators and Immortal Workshop practitioners. There is no need to switch cultivation methods or leave their home. The sect will offer even higher tier methods as gifts. Thus, the allure for wandering cultivators and Immortal Workshop practitioners aspiring for foundation establishment is immense. Under such circumstances, the sect naturally prefers to have a sincere and well-disposed Immortal Workshop practitioner at foundation establishment rather than a wandering cultivator at foundation establishment with an unruly temperament. And under such circumstances, the sect naturally prefers to have a sincere and well-disposed Immortal Workshop practitioner at foundation establishment rather than a wandering cultivator at foundation establishment with an unruly temperament and little sense of belonging to the sect. Now, since the internal practitioners of the Jushan Immortal Workshop are already sufficient to keep the workshop running, those unruly wandering cultivators who continue to act independently after becoming Immortal Workshop practitioners can only be eliminated. We cannot allow one bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. The existence of the Immortal Workshop is the foundation of the sect's power. In the past, they were tolerated because they had not caused significant damage, and the Immortal Workshop had no choice but to resort to such measures to maintain operations. But now the number of Immortal Workshop practitioners is sufficient to support its operations. Therefore, such unhealthy trends must not be allowed to continue. Indeed, this time it is the high-ups of the Immortal Workshop who have applied, with the Qingyuan Immortal City taking the lead, dispatching the law enforcement team of the Immortal City to various Immortal Workshops to thoroughly investigate these notorious practitioners. Seeing that Hisong has guessed, Zhao Lin no longer kept it a secret, but rather expressed everything with a hint of emotion. This is the information he had received. Given the pace of chi refinement practitioners, it seems that the law enforcement team from the Immortal City will soon arrive at the Jushan Immortal Workshop. By that time, the Immortal Workshop may again witness a storm of blood and chaos. However, this could also be a good thing, as at least after that the atmosphere within the Immortal Workshop will surely improve significantly. Moreover, this operation targets those practitioners who joined the Immortal Workshop 6 years ago and have a notorious record. For myself, Hisong, and even those practitioners who abide by the rules after joining the Immortal Workshop, it is not aimed at us. Naturally, he does not need to worry about anything. Notorious practitioners. Hisong exclaimed in surprise after hearing Zhao Lin's words. Immediately, certain images he had seen in his previous life appeared in his mind. There is nothing new under the sun. Such a scene makes it hard for Hisong not to think of something. What kind of cultivator can truly be called one with a notorious reputation? Who will determine this? Who will enforce it? Perhaps only the members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City possess such power. But who can guarantee that those members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City won't be tempted by wealth, killing the innocent, and taking credit for themselves, seizing resources to enrich themselves? It is important to know that they come from the Immortal City wielding immense power, and their cultivation levels are likely not low. If they truly wish to do something, the cultivators living on the outskirts of the Immortal Workshop will likely be unable to resist. By that time, Hisong's expression darkened slightly, feeling a chill of sweat suddenly rising from his back. If such a situation truly occurs, will those wealthy cultivators of the Immortal Workshop, those without powerful backers, or even himself, become the so-called notorious cultivators? With power in hand, the members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City can decide with a word, naturally, who is a notorious cultivator and who is not entirely depends on their whims. Taking this opportunity to seize resources is not an impossible task. He glanced at Zhao Lin beside him. After contemplating for a moment, Song decided to give a reminder. Fellow Taoist, if it comes to that, who will truly be the notorious cultivators? His voice trailed off, yet Song's heart was already filled with the thought of leaving the Immortal Workshop immediately and returning only after the law enforcement team from the Immortal City had departed. Now Song possesses 2 major formations and has also practiced some protective spells. Aside from lacking magical tools and having a slight deficiency in spirit talismans with his cultivation at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he only needs to be cautious while walking outside or lay down a misty formation to hide, thus ensuring his safety. This time he need not hide in a friend's home waiting for fate to decide as he did during the last great calamity, due to his low cultivation and inability to abandon the comfortable life of the Immortal Workshop. This time he need not hide in a friend's home waiting for fate to decide as he did during the last great calamity, due to his low cultivation and inability. Are you suggesting? Zhao Lin's expression changed from surprise upon hearing those words to contemplation and then to fear in just a brief moment. And it was precisely because Zhao Lin was relatively cautious that he could instantly understand Song's meaning. And it was precisely because Zhao Lin was relatively cautious that he could instantly understand Song's meaning after hearing the reminder. Indeed, by that time, who would truly be the notorious cultivators? It could be wealthy wandering cultivators, or it could be those genuinely notorious cultivators. Perhaps it would simply depend on who catches their eye, or if someone could be killed for profit, that person would then be labeled a notorious cultivator. Such an act would not only eliminate the notorious cultivators within the Immortal Workshop, but also allow them to use this hard-won power to quickly fill their own pockets. Which member of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City could resist such temptation? It is important to note that Zhao Lin is a talisman master, and thus his wealth is considerable. If something were to happen, he would likely be the first to suffer. Upon realizing this, Zhao Lin's face, which had originally held a hint of joy, instantly turned grave. Before Song's reminder, he had been immersed in the optimistic expectation that the atmosphere of the Immortal Workshop was about to improve, completely unaware that a crisis was imminent. Only now, upon deeper reflection, did he start to feel an unsettling fear. Fellow Taoist, I will soon leave the Immortal Workshop to wander outside. If you have any connections, could you entrust the management of the spirit fields I oversee to that person? I am willing to offer 30 spirit stones as compensation. Seeing Zhao Lin's expression change rapidly, Song promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Run. I must run. Right now? Immediately run." He has no intention of returning to this cursed place until the law enforcement team from the Immortal City has left. If he continues to stay in the Immortal Workshop, no one knows whether the knife of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City is sharper or if his backer is more formidable. Rather than live in fear, it is better to turn and leave. As long as his spirit fields have someone to manage them, he will not be stripped of his identity as a spirit planter. He can return after the law enforcement team from the Immortal City departs. By that time, life will still go on as usual. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. Regarding the spirit fields, please rest assured, I will make proper arrangements. I will take my leave now. With a deep bow towards Song, Zhao Lin turned and hurriedly departed. His hurried demeanor seemed to suggest that he feared he might not be able to leave in the next moment. Within the room, as Zhao Lin dashed away, Song immediately closed the door. He then went to the quiet room and performed a series of hand seals to cast a spell. At once, streams of light flew from various corners of the quiet room towards Song, landing in his hands. When the light dispersed, Song found that he had acquired 14 foundational formations, 5 gathering spirit formations, and 9 misty formations. He now held a total of 14 foundational formations. As long as these foundational formations are in hand, Song can set up these 2 formations elsewhere. Although re-establishing the formations would take about 10 days to reach maximum efficiency, given the urgency of the situation, Song could not afford to worry about such details. After placing all the foundational formations into his storage bag, Song quickly began to gather other belongings. However, due to the limited space in the storage bag, he could only take some valuable items such as tea sets, tea leaves, spirit rice, and so on. Once he had filled the storage bag, Song produced a thin piece of paper. Brother Wei, I have received news that a law enforcement team from the Immortal City is about to descend upon the Immortal Workshop to eliminate the notorious cultivators. But what constitutes notorious is solely determined by the law enforcement team from the Immortal City. This matter is of great significance, and I plan to temporarily leave the Immortal Workshop and return only after the law enforcement team has departed. I hope Brother Wei prepares early. Song. With a surge of spiritual power, the thin paper in Song's hand transformed into a paper crane soaring into the sky. At this moment, Hisong stepped out of the room. It was the height of the day with the sun hanging high in the sky. The scorching sunlight poured down on Hisong, yet it brought him no warmth. On the contrary, the speculations in his mind sent chills surging through him. This matter is of great importance. If he were to suspect others with a narrow view, then it would be fine, as it would at least mean that the higher-ups of the Immortal Workshop would impose some restrictions on the law enforcement team from the Immortal City. But if it were indeed as he feared, Hisong shook his head, casting aside that chilling feeling deep within. After all, he had already left. What happens in the Immortal Workshop has nothing to do with him. Executing the body technique, Hisong's figure swiftly rushed out of the Immortal Workshop, heading towards the distant, endless mountains. The lightness technique is not particularly fast. However, that is relative to other cultivators. For an ordinary person, a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator utilizing the lightness technique would be much faster than a common steed. Traveling 1,000 miles in a day is merely a trivial achievement. Upon exiting the Immortal Workshop, Hisong's arm was tucked into his sleeve, his fingertips tightly gripping several thick earth talismans, as he swiftly moved towards the northwest with a solemn expression. Qingyuan Immortal City is located directly north of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. If he were to go directly north, he might run headlong into the law enforcement cultivators coming from the Immortal City. At that time, it would likely be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Thus, Hisong chose the northwest direction, which not only lacked any Immortal Workshop, but also had no Immortal City standing tall, making it the best option to avoid other cultivators. Hisong had observed the surrounding maps in the Immortal Workshop's Spiritual Technique Pavilion. The nearest Immortal Workshop to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop is still several hundred miles away. In all directions, there are no Immortal Workshops or Immortal Cities in the northwest. Consequently, Hisong naturally need not worry about running into other cultivators. Moreover, the northwest is the area Hisong had chosen early on for the potential to cultivate spiritual fields. The cultivation world is rooted within the mundane. The mundane world has countless ties to the cultivation world, and most scattered cultivators originate from the ordinary. However, there is generally a mutual non-interference between ordinary people and cultivators. Cultivators seldom enter the mundane world, because the spiritual energy in the mundane world is thin unless one is proficient in formation techniques. To set up a spirit-gathering formation, a cultivator's training speed in the ordinary world would be exceedingly slow, and acquiring spirit stones would become significantly more difficult. Under such circumstances, cultivators who venture into the mundane world often do so for reasons such as having no hope of breakthrough, nearing the end of their lifespan, lacking ambition, or being enamored with worldly riches and glory. Such cultivators are not many, but neither are they few. One can often see such cultivators in the mundane realm. However, it is quite difficult for an ordinary person to meet a cultivator. Cultivators walking in the mundane generally keep to the shadows, enjoying their freedom without much contact with ordinary people. They typically associate with the nobility of mundane dynasties to relish in wealth and luxury. Although Immortal Workshops do not prohibit ordinary people from visiting, they are generally located in deep mountains, making them hard to find, and the deep mountains are inhabited by fierce beasts and venomous creatures, making it difficult for ordinary people to reach there. Naturally, very few ordinary people can enter an Immortal Workshop. Only where Immortal Cities are located can there be a substantial number of ordinary people outside of Immortal Workshops. Hisong continued to advance towards the northwest direction of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, occasionally glancing back. The Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop was becoming smaller behind him. This signifies that Hisong was also moving further away from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. Only after leaving the Immortal Workshop for several miles and stepping onto a small mountain filled with dense forest did Hisong use the object manipulation technique, quickly opening a small cave within the mountain with his internal spiritual energy and instantly burrowing inside. This was his first time leaving the Immortal Workshop. Hisong did not dare to run too far. If he remained closer to the Immortal Workshop in case he encountered a demonic cultivator, he might still have a chance to escape back to the Immortal Workshop under the protection of the thick earth talismans. Once inside the Immortal Workshop, the law enforcement team within could save him. If he went too far, he feared that before he could escape back to the Immortal Workshop, he would already be killed by a demonic cultivator. At that time, everything would be over. This time, leaving the Immortal Workshop, he merely wanted to avoid those law enforcement cultivators coming from the Immortal City, ensuring he would not mysteriously perish at the hands of other cultivators' greed. It wasn't as if he was dodging some great calamity that could affect thousands of miles, so naturally, he did not need to run too far. He merely needed to leave the Immortal Workshop and find a concealed corner not far from it to set up a disguise formation to ensure his safety, then quietly wait for the law enforcement cultivators from the Immortal City to depart. Once they leave, Hisong could naturally return to the Immortal Workshop and continue his peaceful life. Within the cave, after Hisong opened up the space with the object manipulation technique, he did not dare to pause for a moment, and directly took out the foundation for 9 formations from his storage bag. This was the foundation for the disguise formation. As he formed hand signs, beams of flowing light shot out from his hands, quickly falling into their designated positions. Immediately, a bright light flickered slightly in the cave. The disguise formation is set. Only at this moment did Hisong let out a slight sigh of relief, and once again formed hand signs to manipulate the disguise formation enveloping the area within several dozen meters around him. Once he had completely enveloped the area within several dozen meters and concealed his form and breath, Hisong finally felt at ease. Under the cover of the disguise formation, there was no need to worry about being discovered. Even if someone were to look from outside at this moment, they would not notice anything unusual. The mountain remained the same as it was. The forest still looked the same. The cave Hisong had opened up had disappeared, and the mountain looked just as it did before the cave was created. To be absolutely certain, Hisong had fully unleashed the power of the disguise formation, obscuring vision, concealing breath, and confusing the mind, activating all 3 major functions. In this manner, he was naturally safe. Upon leaving the cave with the disguise formation covering the area within several dozen meters, Hisong could walk without fear of being discovered. Thus, after leaving the cave, Hisong quickly cast his gaze into the distance. This was his first time leaving the immortal workshop. He wondered if anyone was following him. If there is, after suddenly opening a cave for himself and hiding inside, that person would likely be preparing to catch him in a trap, right? Thinking this, Hisong employed the spiritual eye technique, continuously scanning his surroundings. However, no matter how much Hisong observed, he saw no traces of any cultivators. All around, only the occasional chirping of birds reminded him that he was no longer within the immortal workshop, but outside of it. After a while, realizing that there was actually no one following him, Hisong finally relaxed and returned to the cave. Under the cover of the disguise formation, Hisong could move within the area of several dozen meters without worrying about being discovered. Even if he expanded the originally small cave to several meters in diameter, sufficient for one person to live and no one would notice. After enlarging the originally small cave into one several meters wide, adequate for a single person to live in, Hisong took out a mat and placed it in the very center of the cave. Just as he was about to set up the spirit gathering formation, he suddenly sensed that the disguise formation had been triggered by something. In an instant, Hisong's heart jolted and several thick earth talismans appeared in his hand. Could it be that someone has come? Yet he had clearly observed outside for so long without seeing any signs of it. Hisong's expression fluctuated. Ultimately, he decided to leave the cave and take a look outside. After all, the area within several dozen meters surrounding the cave had been entirely covered by the disguise formation. Even if he left the cave, as long as the disguise formation was not broken, he would not be discovered. Upon thinking, Hisong grasped several thick earth talismans and left the cave with a serious expression. However, the moment he exited the cave, his demeanor suddenly softened. Not far away, a paper crane for communication lingered at the edge of the elusive formation. Its appearance suggested it seemed unable to locate its target. Hisong quickly reacted. The communication technique allows a practitioner to exchange breaths with a friend, and simply releasing a paper crane or flying creature enables them to connect over long distances. This is the preferred spell for chi refining stage cultivators. Of course, if the other party is within a defensive formation or has activated a breath concealing technique to hide their presence, the communication spell will fail to locate them, remaining at the spot where their breath vanished. Exchanging breaths with a friend is akin to adding each other as friends, allowing them to connect through that faint breath. There is no need to worry about being tracked through this breath. If there is a special spell that alters one's breath, the communication technique will become ineffective. Additionally, once the communication spell is intercepted, its information will instantly self-destruct and the caster will be aware. Indeed, he came from the direction where the paper crane was located. When leaving the immortal workshop, Hisong did not use the breath concealing technique. This was not due to a lack of caution, rather it was precisely because he was overly cautious that he chose not to use it while leaving. Having spent over 10 years in the immortal workshop, Hisong was well acquainted with it. Inside the workshop, there were actually some eyes lurking in the shadows, watching each person who left. These individuals made their living through ruthless means. If they perceived someone using the breath-concealing technique as weak, they might follow and ambush them once they left the workshop. Displaying cultivation at the mid-chi refining stage would deter them from being too reckless. However, if they encountered someone at the early chi refining stage leaving the workshop, they would likely adopt a different approach. It was precisely for this reason that Hisong's breath could be traced by the paper crane all the way to this location and triggered his elusive formation. The elusive formation had the effect of concealing Hisong's breath, so the paper crane could not enter and could only linger at the last point where his breath disappeared. Had he activated the breath concealing technique, when leaving the workshop, the paper crane would have appeared beside Hisong's dwelling instead of here. Seeing this, Hisong continuously observed the surroundings, and after being vigilant for a moment, he walked towards the location of the paper crane. However, during his walk, he kept several thick earth talismans in hand ready to activate them with a mere thought for self-protection. Upon reaching the edge of the elusive formation, Hisong remained alert while extending his hand towards the... As he released a trace of his breath from his outstretched palm, the paper crane transformed into a thin sheet and landed in Hisong's hand. Seeing this, Hisong quickly stowed the paper in his storage bag and withdrew his hand, remaining vigilant. After a while, seeing that there were no abnormalities around, he finally sighed in relief and returned to the cave to examine the paper in his hand. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. As a mid-chi refining stage cultivator and a senior figure in the Immortal Workshop, I need not worry about this matter. Regarding this issue, I actually heard about it early on, but I did not mean to conceal it from you, and I hope you can forgive me. I initially thought I would be able to protect you in time, which is why I didn't inform you. I did not expect that you already had a destination. However, if there are any changes along the way, feel free to communicate, and I will definitely come to your aid. This matter is of great significance, so I hope you will not speak of it outside. Wei Fan. Hisong's gaze scanned the lines of text on the paper, and a warm feeling arose in his heart. Wei Fan was a mid-chi refining stage cultivator. Moreover, he had successfully advanced from the 7th to the 8th layer of chi refining 2 years ago. Such cultivation is quite substantial within the Immortal Workshop, and beyond this, only those at the 9th layer of chi refining on the verge of foundation establishment remain. Coupled with his position as a steward in the Spirit Building Pavilion, he undoubtedly held a high status within the workshop. He had obtained the information early on, but kept it quiet, already planning to provide protection for Hisong. Unfortunately, Hisong had just learned of this news from Zhao Lin, and had already left the Immortal Workshop, directly establishing a cave outside to hide for a while before returning. Thus, Wei Fan's intention to protect Hisong had been completely thwarted. Conversely, Hisong had even informed him of this matter, and urged him to prepare early. One can imagine that Wei Fan's current mood must be quite complex. He had planned to protect his friend, only to find that his friend had run away and had even given him a heads up. He had not only failed to extend a favor, but had even incurred a debt. It is easy to imagine how Wei Fan feels at this moment. Although Wei Fan had already known the information Hisong provided, the fact that Hisong had informed him immediately upon learning it can also be considered a favor. If their relationship were not this good, who would go out of their way to send a message? Initially, after learning of this news, Hisong had indeed considered whether to seek Wei Fan's help. However, after some thought, Hisong ultimately abandoned this tempting idea. Leaving the Immortal Workshop and setting up an elusive formation not far from it, he would likely face no danger. Even if danger arose, he could quickly return to the Immortal Workshop. With a guaranteed safety net, he could evade this disaster. If he sought Wei Fan's help again, the debt of gratitude would only grow heavier. One must remember that 6 years ago, during the Great Calamity, Hisong had sought Wei Fan's assistance. 3 years ago, during the Chunzhou incident, Hisong had also sought Wei Fan's help. If another calamity arose this time, and he sought Wei Fan again, then what about the future? If even more terrifying calamities arise in the future, who could Hisong turn to for help? Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Relying on others can lead to issues. What if that person is unwilling to protect you anymore? Even if Wei Fan is his friend and willing to help him when his cultivation is still weak, hoping to receive help as his cultivation gradually improves. But Hisong cannot go to him for every little problem. Debts of gratitude are hard to repay. Now that he has gained initial self-protection power, relying on himself has become Hisong's first choice. In a situation where he can ensure his own safety, there is no need to rely on a friend's help. If he can utilize his own strength to evade calamities, why incur a debt of gratitude? However, if he truly encounters troubles he cannot resolve, Hisong will not hesitate to seek help. It is essential to reach out to friends when necessary. Since Brother Wei is already aware, I have spoken out of turn. If the law enforcement team from the Immortal City departs, I hope Brother Wei will inform me, so I can return to the Immortal Workshop. Hisong, with a flick of his fingers, spiritual power surged forth, leaving a trace on the paper. Hisong then expelled his spiritual power, transforming the thin paper in his hand into a paper crane that soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye as it passed through the illusory array. The speed of the paper crane was exceptionally fast. A chi refining stage cultivator could not possibly catch up. Even a foundation establishment expert would find it difficult to pursue without mastering advanced evasion techniques. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, the paper transmission technique would be rendered obsolete, and the transmission talisman would become the mainstream method in the immortal cultivation world. The paper transmission technique merely provided a quick way for chi refining stage cultivators who could not afford transmission talismans to contact their friends. The paper cranes exchanged among chi refining stage cultivators would not attract the attention of foundation establishment experts who had better things to do. Cultivators were quite busy, lacking the leisure for such pursuits. Moreover, if such a situation arose, the paper crane would self-destruct instantly, yielding no information. This is also why Hisong released his own aura when receiving the paper crane. Only Hisong's aura could cause the spiritual power within the paper crane to dissipate, preventing self-destruction. If forcibly opened, the paper crane would self-destruct immediately. He released the paper crane. After pondering for a moment, Hisong ultimately decided to remain in this place. Although his aura spread from the immortal workshop to this location, only the paper transmission technique could trace back to this spot using his aura. Furthermore, one could not enter the illusory array. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to locate this. The aura dissipated continuously over time, and after a few minutes, it would nearly vanish, and not every cultivator could track it. Only the paper transmission technique, which carried a trace of Hisong's aura, could locate the last known position of his aura. In this situation, Hisong need not worry about ill-intentioned individuals tracing him here. This place is safe. Upon realizing this, Hisong's hand suddenly produced 5 foundational formations. These were the foundational formations for the Gathering Spirit Array. However, being outside the immortal workshop, the spiritual energy was relatively thin. Even if he set up the Gathering Spirit Array, the concentration of spiritual energy within it would be much thinner than when arranged inside the immortal workshop. Yet even so, it should still be comparable to the spiritual energy concentration in the immortal workshop without the Gathering Spirit Array. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy within the immortal workshop was not obtained without reason. The spiritual energy within the immortal workshop was also gathered by the Gathering Spirit Array. The spiritual energy gathered by the Gathering Spirit Array set up outside should not be inferior to that within the immortal workshop. Thinking of this, Hisong formed a hand seal. Streams of light instantly flew from his hands, landing in their designated positions. As soon as the cave was illuminated, Hisong immediately sensed the originally thin spiritual energy within the cave starting to grow denser. Having previously set up a Gathering Spirit Array, Hisong naturally understood what was happening. After the Gathering Spirit Array was established, it would take about 10 days to reach peak efficiency. At that time, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Gathering Spirit Array would be at its highest. By then, it should also be sufficient for his cultivation. Sitting on the mat, Hisong contemplated this, but then set these thoughts aside to begin practicing the earth evasion, a high-grade technique. The earth evasion technique was quite difficult to master. According to Hisong's estimation, it would take him a year to practice it to the point where he could use it normally, without losing its power, which would be a stroke of luck. It should be noted that Hisong's soul was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to practice techniques faster than them. Even so, it would still take at least a year to cultivate it to the point of normal execution without losing potency. One can imagine that other cultivators would require even more time to learn the earth evasion technique. If high-grade techniques were already this difficult, what of foundation establishment techniques? Would they require even longer? It was only at this moment that Hisong finally understood why cultivators in the immortal cultivation world all lamented their short lifespans. The time spent on cultivation as well as other matters was simply too long. The growth of one's cultivation level required time to accumulate. The enhancement of skills in the myriad arts of cultivation required both time and money. Likewise, the practice of techniques demanded a significant amount of time. In addition to handling trivial matters, seeking opportunities, earning spirit stones, and spending time in closed-door cultivation for breakthroughs, almost all cultivators, whether chi refining disciples or foundation establishment experts, found their time to be grossly insufficient. This is precisely why, when there is hope for a breakthrough in cultivation and an extension of lifespan, cultivators appear so frantic. The struggles and fights for that slim chance of a breakthrough are no laughing matter. Yet when they know their lifespans are nearing an end or they are powerless to break through, many cultivators will venture into the mundane world, leaving behind their techniques and opportunities for future generations. Thus, every year scattered cultivators emerge from the mundane world to become cultivators, once again embarking on this arduous path. In the immortal cultivation world, time is the greatest shackles hindering cultivators from advancing further. Shaking his head to cast aside his thoughts, Hisong quickly calmed himself and resumed practicing the earth evasion. A few days later, while practicing the earth evasion technique within the illusory array's coverage outside the cave, Hisong suddenly saw several people approaching from the distance, heading straight for the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. Since Hisong was within the coverage of the illusory array, those individuals would not notice him. However, upon close observation, Hisong recognized their identities by the clothing they wore. This is the standard robes of the Immortal City Law Enforcement Team. The Qingyuan Immortal City and the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop are in a subordinate relationship. Hisong was familiar with the attire worn by members of the law enforcement team in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. However, the clothing worn by the Immortal Workshop's law enforcement team was merely standard garb, not ceremonial robes. The individuals before him dressed in standard robes were likely members of the law enforcement team from Qingyuan Immortal City here to handle the current incident at the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. Being inside the illusory array, Hisong's aura and form were concealed, so he was not worried about being discovered. Thus, when he noticed these individuals clearly differing from scattered cultivators, he observed them particularly closely. Even the style of their standard robes and their physical characteristics were scrutinized by Hisong, leading to a clear identification of these individuals. I hope I am just overthinking. Once those individuals disappeared from view, Hisong shook his head and sighed. Although he had already distanced himself from the Immortal Workshop, even if chaos ensued there, it would not affect him. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City may very well harbor thoughts of illicit gains here. If the Immortal Workshop truly descends into chaos, some innocent cultivators may meet a tragic end at the hands of the law enforcement team. This signifies that the dark side of the cultivation world finally revealed its brutal visage before Hisong at that moment. Since Hisong traversed here, everything he experienced has been relatively peaceful, though he did endure 2 minor tribulations. Yet the scenes of cannibalism in the cultivation world have never appeared before him. Cultivators are locked in a battle for their lives against the heavens. Struggle, snatch, plunder, seize. This is the main theme of the cultivation world. For over a decade prior, Hisong had remained within the Immortal Workshop with little contact with outside cultivators. Even though he had been cautious enough, Hisong was still unclear about just how dark the hearts of the outside cultivators truly were. His departure from the Immortal Workshop was merely out of caution. As for whether the members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City would act in such a manner, Hisong only held some doubts in his heart. However, if news were to spread that innocent cultivators had tragically perished at the hands of the law enforcement team, Hisong felt that he would need to be even more cautious in the future. The human heart is difficult to gauge. Only through caution can one survive until the end. Regardless, only Wei Fan remains within the Immortal Workshop. The other friends have either fled and Mengguan is in the Immortal City. Since Lin Song has gone to Qingyuan Immortal City after leaving the Immortal Workshop 6 years ago, Wei Fan's strength and status should pose no issues. After pondering for a long time, Hisong shook his head and continued practicing the Earth Escape technique. The arrival of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City had little impact on Hisong. Aside from the lower concentration of spiritual energy outside the Immortal Workshop, it even had some benefit. Since he was within the mysterious array with no buildings or structures around, Hisong could practice the stone finger technique freely. But outside the Immortal Workshop, it was entirely different. There was no need to worry about damaging houses or injuring people. As long as Hisong was within the mysterious array, he could strike wherever. But outside the Immortal Workshop, it was entirely different. There was no need to worry about damaging houses or injuring people. As long as Hisong was within the mysterious array, he could strike wherever he wished. Aside from not being able to disturb the array center, even if Hisong were to demolish the area enveloped by the mysterious array, no one would notice. Within the scope of the mysterious array, countless pits had already formed. All of these were created by Hisong using the stone finger technique to strike the ground. Within the scope of the mysterious array, countless pits had already formed. All of these were created by Hisong using the stone finger technique to strike the ground. In the mysterious array, Hisong unfolded the thin paper in his hand. Instantly, lines of text emerged before him. The members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City have left. Fellow Taoist can return to the Immortal Workshop now. However, if possible, it would be best for fellow Taoist to visit the Spirit Construction Pavilion upon returning to the Immortal Workshop. There are important matters to discuss. Wei Fan. On the message, Crane Wei Fan did not elaborate much, only instructing Hisong to seek him out immediately upon returning to the Immortal Workshop. After putting away the paper, Hisong looked thoughtfully in the direction of the Immortal Workshop. But then he shook his head. Half a month passed. Hisong had been keeping an eye on the movements of the Immortal Workshop. However, due to the distance of several miles, he could not hear any news from there. This left Hisong utterly unaware of what had transpired within the Immortal Workshop. He only knew that during these past half a month many events must have occurred, but exactly what those events were, he would need to wait until he returned to the Immortal Workshop and inquired with Wei Fan to find out. Besides that, Hisong looked around, his expression slightly helpless. Perhaps it was because it was his first time leaving the Immortal Workshop and he could practice spells freely that he unintentionally created a bumpy terrain while practicing the stone finger technique. This won't do. Now that he was about to leave, he needed to restore this place. Otherwise, if he dismantled the mysterious array before leaving, the traces of the damage would instantly be exposed to the public. Hisong did not wish to be discovered having lived here for half a month. Fortunately, there was a method to quickly erase all traces of his presence. Using the object manipulation technique, Hisong swiftly used his internal spiritual power to fill in the pits. Moreover, after retracting the foundational formations of the mysterious array and the spirit gathering array into his storage bag, he also used the object manipulation technique to fill in the cave. After completing all this, Hisong activated the lightness technique and hastily flew towards the direction of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. Soon Hisong's figure stepped into the Immortal Workshop. However, as soon as he stepped into the Immortal Workshop, Hisong noticed something amiss. Inside the Immortal Workshop, cultivators walking on the streets were extremely few. Even when there were, each one appeared hurried, as if they wished to avoid lingering on the streets. Some houses had even lost their roofs and walls had collapsed, exposing various furnishings inside, yet no one had come to repair them. Hisong even spotted traces of blood in certain corners. Some houses had even lost their roofs and walls had collapsed, exposing various furnishings inside, yet no one had come to repair them. Hisong even spotted traces of blood in certain corners. As his gaze swept across the scenes within the Immortal Workshop, Hisong's heart sank. Had he not personally witnessed that several members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City had already left, and received Wei Fan's message confirming that the members of the law enforcement team were no longer within the Immortal Workshop, he might have turned around and left immediately. The scene before him in the Immortal Workshop was starkly different from when he had left. When he left, the streets of the Immortal Workshop were bustling, and in recent years countless wandering cultivators had entered, making the streets crowded with cultivators. As he surveyed the drastically changed scene of the Immortal Workshop, Hisong hesitated slightly, but ultimately walked toward the spirit construction. As he surveyed the drastically changed scene of the Immortal Workshop, Hisong hesitated slightly, but ultimately walked toward the spirit construction pavilion. Since he had returned, he might as well meet Wei Fan first. If the Immortal Workshop remains unsafe, he would probably have to leave for a while after meeting Wei Fan. Unimpeded, Hisong quickly arrived at the spirit construction pavilion. On the second floor of the spirit construction pavilion, as soon as Hisong ascended, he saw Wei Fan waving at him from a small table. Wei brother, why has there been such a drastic change in the Immortal Workshop over the past half-month? Sitting beside Wei Fan, Hisong frowned and inquired. He had clearly left the Immortal Workshop in good condition. Yet after more than half a month upon his return, the Immortal Workshop had already changed dramatically. Could it be that all these changes were brought about by those members of the law enforcement team from the Immortal City? Could it be that the higher-ups of the Xianfang are truly indifferent to the actions of these individuals, just as he initially believed? Did you not suspect this long ago? Why are you still asking me? Wei Fan shook his head with a smile as he handed Hisong a cup of tea. He had been observing the changes in Xianfang over the past half-month. However, the only ones affected were the outer disciples of Xianfang, which had little to do with him, a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, Hisong, who was close to him, had already left Xianfang before the law enforcement team from Xian City arrived. Naturally, although he was concerned about the lives of the outer disciples of Xianfang, he did not care too much. In the mundane world, mortals only knew that lives were not precious. But what they did not know was that in the cultivation world, the lives of cultivators were equally worthless. Hearing Wei Fan's retort, Hisong shook his head, but did not say anything further. Speculation is one thing while facts are another. More than half a month ago, when he learned that the Xianfang law enforcement team was coming, he had already sensed that something would happen in Xianfang. Otherwise, he would not have left Xianfang, directly preferring to go outside to the area with sparse spiritual energy rather than staying inside. However, when the truth actually appeared before him, although Hisong had his suspicions, he still decided to ask Wei Fan to learn about the events of the past half-month. The bodies of the cultivators who had died in Xianfang had probably long been cleared away. After some time, the houses in the outskirts of Xianfang would be repaired, and the once deserted streets would again be. The bodies of the cultivators who had died in Xianfang had probably long been cleared away. After some time, the houses in the outskirts of Xianfang would be repaired, and the once deserted streets would again become bustling. As time passes, everything will fade into oblivion. Rather than inquiring further, it would be better to remind himself to be more cautious in future actions. Only in this way could he avoid crises and prevent himself from dying. As an immortal, he must always be more prudent than ordinary cultivators. Having come to this realization, Hisong cupped his hands towards Wei Fan and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wei, for enlightening me. However, you mentioned earlier that there is something important to discuss. Though he did not obtain any information about the events in Xianfang over the past half-month from Wei Fan, Hisong was not too concerned at this moment. There would be plenty of time in the future for him to learn about it. For now, he should see what matter Wei Fan wanted to discuss. Hisong had not forgotten that Wei Fan mentioned in the message on the paper crane that he should come to find him after returning to Xianfang, as there was an important matter to discuss. What could this important matter be? Do you wish to take a position in the management of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion? In response to Hisong's inquiry, Wei Fan did not directly state the matter, but instead posed a question. Management of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Hisong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but quickly reacted. Why was Wei Fan asking him this question? Could it be that If you wish, I can apply to the higher-ups on your behalf. Given your latest stage chi refinement cultivation and status as a spirit planter, you have a great opportunity. As he spoke halfway, seeing that Hisong seemed to have understood his meaning, Wei Fan added another comment. 3 days ago, a steward of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and 2 managers were killed in the pavilion. Their positions are now naturally vacant. Upon hearing Wei Fan's description, Hisong suddenly realized. No wonder. Wei Fan immediately sent him a message as soon as he saw the law enforcement team from Xian City leave. It turned out that a steward and 2 managers of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion had been killed, leaving their positions open. Having been in the Zhushan Xianfang for over a decade, Hisong naturally understood the rules of Xianfang. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion, the Spirit Technique Pavilion, and the Spirit Construction Pavilion. These places are essential for maintaining the normal operation of Xianfang, and there are naturally regulations regarding the positions within. Spirit planters in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, receptionists in the Spirit Technique Pavilion, and receptionists in the Spirit Construction Pavilion. Any cultivator can hold these positions, which belong to the lowest tier of Xianfang personnel. However, the management of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Spirit Technique Pavilion, and Spirit Construction Pavilion requires a certain status within Xianfang and belongs to the mid-tier. Spirit planters in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, receptionists in the Spirit Technique Pavilion, and receptionists in the Spirit Construction Pavilion. Any cultivator can hold these positions, which belong to the lowest tier of Xianfang personnel. Of course, the highest tier of Xianfang will always be the Foundation Establishment True Person. Below them, stewards and management personnel, as long as their cultivation does not reach Foundation Establishment, can never ascend to the highest tier. For instance, Wei Fan, who is a latest stage chi refinement cultivator and a steward of the Spirit Construction Pavilion, belongs to the high tier of Xianfang. As for the previous Meng Guan, he was a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator and the manager of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, thus belonging to the mid-tier. As for Hisong now, although he is a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, he is only a spirit planter and still at the bottom tier of Xianfang. In addition, there are some exceptions. For example, the bottle from the Spirit Technique Pavilion became a manager while still in mid-stage chi refinement. Hisong was unsure why, but assumed there must be some reason behind it. As for the management within each pavilion, it depends on status. Although Hisong's cultivation is at mid-stage chi refinement, he has mostly been busy with cultivation and practicing spells, making him almost invisible in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. In this way, it is quite normal for him to remain as a spirit planter. However, if Hisong were to successfully break through to latest stage chi refinement, as long as Hisong does not leave Xianfang, he would immediately be promoted to steward regardless of which pavilion, successfully joining the ranks of the new stewards and becoming part of the high tier of Xianfang. As long as Hisong does not leave Xianfang, he would immediately be promoted to steward regardless of which pavilion, successfully joining the ranks of the new stewards and becoming part of the high tier of Xianfang. As long as Hisong does not leave Xianfang, he would immediately be promoted to steward regardless of which pavilion, successfully joining the ranks of the new. What he was more concerned about was why a steward and 2 managers of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion were suddenly killed. A steward is at least a latest stage chi refinement cultivator and belongs. The position of management in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is not much different from that of a spirit planter, otherwise Hisong would have competed for it long ago. Why wait until now? What he was more concerned about was why a steward and 2 managers of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion were suddenly killed. A steward is at least a latest stage chi refinement cultivator and belongs to the high tier of Xianfang. Yet even so, they were still killed, and right inside the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Hisong did not even need to think to know that the law enforcement team from Xian City must have been involved. Yet even so, they were still killed, and right inside the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Hisong did not even need to think to know that the law enforcement team. Not only was there no significant turmoil, but even Wei Fan, a fellow cultivator in the upper echelons of the Immortal Workshop, began to pave the way for his friend. It is easy to imagine that the matter involving that steward from the Spirit Herb Pavilion and the 2 others must have been considerable, even possibly inciting public outrage. Otherwise, such a scene would not have occurred. As members of the Immortal Workshop, they could not just stand by and watch their colleague be killed. That person colluded with the evil cultivators, instructing his subordinates to recruit them into the Immortal Workshop. With irrefutable evidence, he was executed on the spot by the law enforcement team of the Immortal City, along with his 2 accomplices, and the lurking evil cultivators in the Immortal Workshop were all captured. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Wei Fan's eyes. As a latest stage chi refinement cultivator, he was also a member of the Immortal Workshop's upper echelons. Seeing a colleague actually consorting with evil cultivators naturally filled him with wrath. Having stepped out from the Thick Earth courtyard, his heart was always directed towards the Thick Earth sect, and he naturally harbored a deep hatred for evil cultivators. This was also the reason why the steward of the Spirit Herb Pavilion did not stir up much of a commotion after being killed by the law enforcement team in the Immortal City. In the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop. In the Qingyuan Immortal City, under the rule of the Thick Earth sect, colluding with evil cultivators could only lead to one outcome: death. Colluding with evil cultivators and recruiting them into the Immortal Workshop. Repeating what Wei Fan had said, Hisong's brows immediately furrowed. He thought of Qin Zhou, who had also been recruited into the Immortal Workshop 6 years ago. Repeating what Wei Fan had said, Hisong's brows immediately furrowed. He thought of Qin Zhou, who had also been— If Qin Zhou were truly an evil cultivator, and he asked Wei Fan to kill Qin Zhou, the evil cultivators would undoubtedly take action. Yet even 3 years later, the evil cultivators had been completely wiped out by the law enforcement team of the Immortal City, and there had been no retaliatory action from them. Thus it could be confirmed that Qin Zhou should not have much to do with the hidden evil cultivators within the Immortal Workshop. Of course, it was also possible that the evil cultivators had traced it back to Wei Fan without knowing who the true puppet master was. Faced with a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, the evil cultivators ultimately dared not retaliate. At the same time, Hisong also thought of Zhao Lin. If Hisong remembered correctly, Zhao Lin had taken over Meng Guan's position and had become a manager at the Spirit Herb Pavilion with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. And Qin Zhou was also recruited into the Immortal Workshop by Zhao Lin. If there were any issues with Qin Zhou, it was likely that Zhao Lin could not escape responsibility. However, Wei Fan had already mentioned that the hidden evil cultivators within the Immortal Workshop had been completely eradicated, so there should naturally be no fish that escaped the net. As long as Zhao Lin was not dead, he should have no problems. Wei Xiong, is there a list of the deceased from the Spirit Herb Pavilion? I have a friend who is a manager there. Although he knew that Zhao Lin had already left the Immortal Workshop to avoid trouble, Hisong still asked. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if Zhao Lin was caught again? At the same time, Hisong felt very fortunate that he had been cautious, and if he had not left the Immortal Workshop and remained there when the law enforcement team arrived, he would likely have faced constant questioning from them. Although he was not an evil cultivator, how could anyone know if those from the law enforcement team would take a disliking to him and label him as one? By then he would likely suffer greatly even if he did not die. After all, the steward of the Spirit Herb Pavilion had colluded with evil cultivators, and everyone in the pavilion would probably be thoroughly investigated. If nothing happened, it would mean passing the inspection. If there was indeed something, he would probably have been killed 3 days ago. Who was without issues, and who had issues, was never up to oneself. Hisong did not want to leave his life and property in the hands of others, which was also the reason he left the Immortal. You are referring to Zhao Lin from 3 years ago, right? Old Ming had also mentioned him to me before he left, and he was suspected about half a month ago. But after a thorough investigation, his suspicions were cleared. As a talisman master, his future is promising. He usually does not hold grudges against others, and his character is cautious, having no ties with evil cultivators. Thinking for a moment, Wei Fan continued. However, like you, he suddenly said he wanted to go travel before the law enforcement team of the Immortal City arrived, and then he lost contact, not knowing where he is now. As he finished, Wei Fan shook his head, but suddenly seemed to recall something, looking towards Hisong. Your information, it wouldn't be from him, would it? Wei Fan's gaze towards Hisong contained a hint of peculiarity. He suddenly remembered 6 years ago when the Immortal Master Qingshan had not yet left the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop. Hisong had already sensed something was amiss, believing that chaos would ensue in the workshop. And he, as Hisong's friend at that time, had believed Hisong's words. He not only spent a fortune purchasing protective items like magic tools and talismans, but also remained vigilant against the attacks of evil cultivators. The facts proved that Hisong's words were indeed correct. Now, before the law enforcement team of the Immortal City arrived, Hisong had already left the Immortal Workshop in advance, fearing being affected. If Hisong's information was obtained from Zhao Lin, he seemed to understand something. No wonder these two had vanished from the Immortal Workshop. It seemed likely that Hisong had sensed something and discussed it with Zhao Lin. Then the two of them left the Immortal Workshop separately, preparing to hide for a while before returning. As guesses about this incident flashed in his mind, an odd expression appeared in Wei Fan's gaze towards Hisong. Why did this scene feel so familiar? It seemed he had experienced it himself before. However, that time was spent with Hisong, while this time it was Hisong leaving the Immortal Workshop with Zhao Lin. Yes, that day he personally delivered a gift, and then Hisong recounted the instance when Zhao Lin had come to deliver a gift to him, quite calmly. After all, Hisong had sent a message to Wei Fan when he was preparing to leave the Immortal Workshop. Remembering Wei Fan in a time of crisis showed true friendship, and Wei Fan couldn't find a reason to refuse. However, after hearing Hisong's description, Wei Fan's gaze towards Hisong became even more peculiar. Cautious. He was simply too cautious. With even the slightest disturbance, Hisong would seem to know in advance and quickly evade. Such a cautious mindset truly left him in admiration. But it was precisely because of Hisong's caution that he held even greater expectations for him. Alright, enough about him. Two positions in the management of the Spirit Herb Pavilion have suddenly opened up. If you are interested, I can apply for you. If Zhao Lin returns, you could also seek his help. He is also a manager of the Spirit Herb Pavilion and likely has some influence there which could increase your chances. Upon learning that Hisong was inquiring about Zhao Lin, who was not an accomplice of evil cultivators, Wei Fan naturally did not mind too much and instead began to plot benefits for Hisong. The management of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Although the position is not significant, it is much easier compared to that of a spirit planter, and it also offers a higher income. Naturally, Wei Fan is pleased to see Hisong rise from the mire of being a spirit planter. However, he is unaware that for Hisong the position of managing the Spirit Herb Pavilion actually holds little allure. Although it allows one to enter the mid-level of the Immortal Workshop and become a manager. Yet for Hisong, whether he manages or not is a trivial matter. What truly matters is that he won't be disturbed while cultivating. This is the most important point. While it is true that becoming a manager of the Spirit Herb Pavilion would yield a few more spirit stones, the increase is not substantial. Zhao Lin is one of the managers of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, and Hisong is well aware of his income, which is around a little over 100 spirit stones a year. Compared to the 90 spirit stones earned by a spirit planter, it's only a slight increase. For just a few extra spirit stones a year, he would need to run to the Spirit Herb Pavilion every day working like a beast of burden. Hisong is unwilling. He would rather be a humble spirit planter spending half an hour each day practicing the spiritual rain technique while using the remaining time for cultivation or other pursuits. Isn't this better than being a beast of burden? Perhaps I should just let it go. Being a spirit planter is quite good, though I have plenty of time each day for cultivation. If I become a manager, I fear I would have to spend all my time at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, and my cultivation speed would slow significantly. Wei Fan's goodwill is something he naturally wants to accept. However, after some contemplation, Hisong chooses to decline. The reason is simple: he prefers to continue being a spirit planter. He can cultivate every day in the Gathering Spirit Array at home, which will naturally speed up his progress. If he were to take on a managerial role at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, without the support of the Gathering Spirit Array, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly slow. He would absolutely not want to see his progress hindered for just a few extra spirit stones, and having to work shifts at the Spirit Herb Pavilion is something Hisong is unwilling to accept. Rest assured, I have considered everything you are concerned about. The two deceased managers of the Spirit Herb Pavilion had rather easy positions that wouldn't interfere with your cultivation. I have taken all this into account. Seeing Hisong's reluctance, Wei Fan immediately began to explain. The management position I am fighting for you is merely to oversee the herb garden of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. You only need to be stationed there during the day. You won't have to handle any other matters, as the staff below will take care of everything. You simply need to oversee the herb garden during the day and check on it at the end of your shift. Besides that, the concentration of spiritual energy in the herb garden is much higher than in the outside world, so cultivating there will enhance your progress. As Wei Fan explained, Hisong quickly began to understand the role of managing the herb garden. In essence, it is merely that of a supervisor. Tasks such as performing the spiritual rain technique, turning the soil, watering, and fertilizing will be handled by others. If Hisong truly takes on the role of managing the herb garden, he will only need to count the amount of herbs when he arrives and count again when he leaves. Other than that, all of his time can be freely allocated. Moreover, being in the herb garden means that due to the need for rich spiritual energy, the concentration of spiritual energy there is generally much higher than in other places, allowing for faster cultivation. Even compared to the Gathering Spirit Array at Hisong's home, the difference might not be significant. Coupled with the natural spiritual energy emitted by the herbs, the cultivation speed in the herb garden could even be faster. It could be said that the position of managing the herb garden is indeed quite appealing. Even though Hisong has already set up a Gathering Spirit Array at home, cultivating in the herb garden will not be slower than in the array, perhaps even faster. In this way, he can earn more spirit stones and increase his cultivation speed. Why not? After considering this, Hisong finally clasped his hands to Wei Fan in gratitude. In this way, he can earn more spirit stones and increase his cultivation speed. Why not? After considering this, having been friends with Hisong for over a decade, and having helped each other multiple times, he naturally hoped for Hisong to advance his cultivation more rapidly. Only when Hisong's cultivation improves can he genuinely assist him. This behavior can sometimes be seen as forming cliques, but more often it is simply mentoring the younger generation. Once the younger generation grows, the benefits they bring will not be insignificant. Moreover, he has not lost anything, he merely submitted an application. Since the role of managing the herb garden can be undertaken by anyone, why shouldn't it be given to Hisong, whom he has a good relationship with? The discussion concluded. The two chatted idly in the Spirit Construction Pavilion for a while, and Hisong eventually took his leave. After departing from the Spirit Construction Pavilion, Hisong pondered briefly before heading toward his home. Having not returned for over half a month, his room should be tidied up. However, having learned the object manipulation technique, he can now use it to clean his room. While contemplating these matters, He-song walked briskly. However, just as he was heading home, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside his door. It was Zhao Lin, who was currently pacing outside his room, seemingly hesitating on whether to knock. Seeing this, He-song felt a bit puzzled, but quickly approached, inviting him. "Zhao Daoyu, why not come in for a chat?" The sudden voice startled Zhao Lin, causing him to instinctively produce a few thick earth talismans. However, upon realizing that it was He-song speaking, Zhao Lin finally relaxed. Putting away the thick earth talismans, Zhao Lin's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Regardless of how He-song had arrived beside him, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Then I shall heed your invitation and enter for a chat." The two entered the room together. He-song used the object manipulation technique to clean up the dust-covered room before inviting Zhao Lin to take a seat at the table. By the desk, He-song skillfully prepared tea. When guests arrive, mortals cook and cultivators brew tea. It is a matter of etiquette. Although he was unsure of the reason for Zhao Lin's visit, proper hospitality cannot be neglected. While He-song was brewing tea, Zhao Lin stared blankly out the window. It wasn't until the aroma of tea filled the room that He-song placed a cup of freshly brewed tea before Zhao Lin. Only then did Zhao Lin withdraw his gaze from the window and lift the teacup. He then let out a soft sigh. "Daoyu, do you know why I've been lingering outside your door for so long without daring to knock?" Glancing at He-song, Zhao Lin's expression revealed no joy or sorrow. However, before He-song could respond, Zhao Lin's voice rang out again. "Daoyu, more than half a month ago I promised to take care of your 7 acres of spiritual fields. Do you still remember?" As he spoke, Zhao Lin set down his teacup, stood up, and saluted He-song. Seeing this situation, a sudden sense of unease surged within He-song. "I apologize to the readers who have not kept up with the latest chapters. Sorry for writing a story you might not like. This book has a slow pace with no over-the-top scenes or flashy tropes. From the author's personal perspective, I feel it truly falls short, which led to this book only remaining in the recommendation list for 2 rounds, and tomorrow, it will be taken off the shelves. From the author's personal perspective, I feel it truly falls short, which led to this book only remaining in the recommendation list for to embody the concept of survive fully. To cultivate steadily in the face of endless lifespan. To step onto the path of immortality one step at a time. This idea stemmed from my observations last year of numerous novels about longevity and survival, many of which missed the mark. After reading countless novels featuring protagonists causing trouble and defeating opponents far beyond their level, I began to doubt. Is there really no audience for longevity and survival novels? Or do people simply not enjoy true longevity and survival tales? Then why do they not write about longevity and survival instead, opting to sell something misleading? I did not believe it. I decided to put pen to paper. Thus this book came to be. However, perhaps due to my own limitations, the book's performance has not been stellar. I will strive to accelerate the updates, making the subsequent plot move faster. I hope to change some of the evaluations. Lastly, for those who enjoy this book, I shamelessly request a subscription. Without your support, this book would not have made it this far. Thank you. Could it be that? He-song forcibly suppressed the urge to inquire about the reason. He simply stared at Zhao Lin, eager to hear what he would say next. Ahead. After bowing to He-song, Zhao Lin spoke with a heavy heart. "I have broken my promise. The person entrusted to me passed away several days ago, and your spiritual field has gone untended for several days now. In the more than half a month since leaving the Immortal Workshop, everything had been going well. The person Zhao Lin found had diligently managed the spiritual field for He-song in exchange for 30 spirit stones. However, this situation changed several days ago. That person was suddenly killed. It was not until Zhao Lin returned today that he learned everything and discovered that He-song's spiritual field had been unattended for several days. Upon hearing this terrible news, Zhao Lin felt he had betrayed He-song's trust, which is why he came to make amends. Unexpectedly, as he hesitated outside He-song's house, He-song happened to see him just as he returned home. Thus the current scene unfolded. Nevertheless, just as Zhao Lin was bowing and apologizing to He-song after listening to him, He-song let out a sigh of relief. The lack of care for the spiritual field meant insufficient spiritual energy supply, which naturally led to a decrease in yield. If this continued for another 10 days or half a month with inadequate spiritual energy, the reduced yield would be irreparable. Fortunately, only a few days had passed, and if replenished in time, there would be no issues. He thought something serious had happened. Was it just this? This matter is no trouble at all, though it has only been a few days. I will perform the spiritual rain technique for another hour, and the spiritual energy will naturally be restored without causing any loss. You are overthinking this, my friend. Waving his hand, He-song indicated that he did not mind. Since no losses had occurred, the death of the previous person was of no concern to He-song. Naturally, He-song would not be overly concerned. Zhao Lin's reaction seemed a bit excessive to him. Alas, it was my mistake in trusting the wrong person. If any consequences truly arise, please feel free to come to me. I will surely make up for any losses. Hisong did not mind, but Zhao Lin could not afford to be indifferent, so he quickly assured, this matter arose because of me, and I will bear all the losses caused. Though Zhao Lin was usually cautious, he was clear-headed about such matters, and would not let Hisong shoulder these burdens. After all, Hisong had paid him for his services. Though that person was now deceased, and the promised 30 spirit stones no longer needed to be paid since the situation had occurred, the responsibility still lay with him. Beside them, Hisong could only helplessly wave his hand upon seeing this scene. However, he soon recalled what Wei Fan had mentioned to him. If you truly feel guilty, my friend is currently helping me apply for the position of medicinal garden manager. If possible, I would appreciate your kind words to help me with this matter. When he was with Wei Fan had mentioned this point. Although Wei Fan was a deacon and a latest-stage Qi practitioner, he belonged to the Spirit Building Pavilion. It was not impossible to help Hisong apply for the position in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, but if Shaolin also applied for the same position simultaneously, Hisong's chances of becoming the manager would increase. It was not impossible to help Hisong apply for the position in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, but if Shaolin also applied for the same position simultaneously, Hisong's chances of becoming the manager would increase. Hisong had clearly stated that his friend was helping him apply for the position of medicinal garden manager. The identity of the friend was unimportant. What mattered was that someone was taking the lead, and all he needed to do was submit the application. At that time, regardless of whether Hisong became the medicinal garden manager or not, he would owe him a favor. This matter could still be glossed over. Thus, Zhao Lin had no reason to refuse. With the matter settled, the atmosphere between the two naturally grew harmonious. Inside Hisong's house, the two clinked cups and exchanged toasts. Though they were not drinking wine, the aroma of tea was quite pleasant. Time flew by. As the years passed like a shuttle after the arrival and departure of the Immortal City law enforcement team, Hisong returned to his peaceful life. At the same time, he quickly learned from others in the Immortal Workshop what the Immortal City law enforcement team had done during that half-month. At first, when the Immortal City law enforcement team descended upon the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, the vast majority of practitioners were unaware of what was about to happen. Just like Zhao Lin, who initially did not realize he needed to flee. They even thought that the arrival of the Immortal City law enforcement team would improve the atmosphere of the Immortal Workshop. Just like Zhao Lin, who initially did not realize he needed to flee. They even thought that the arrival of the Immortal City law enforcement team would improve the atmosphere of the Immortal Workshop. Covered several evil cultivators. The developments completely took the Immortal Workshop's crowd by surprise. When the Immortal City law enforcement team thoroughly took control of the Immortal Workshop law enforcement team, and after completely eliminating the tumors within the Immortal Workshop law enforcement team, it was their turn next. Under the direction of the Immortal City law enforcement team, the Immortal Workshop law enforcement team scattered to capture people. One notorious individual after another was taken away by them. Any resistance was met with lethal force. In addition, some cultivators from the Immortal Workshop and even wandering cultivators mysteriously disappeared. Among them were some wealthy cultivators from the Immortal Workshop, as well as some wandering cultivators who had enriched themselves through various skills in cultivation. Their residences, some became ruins while others remained intact. But they all had one thing in common. The Immortal City law enforcement team had visited their residences. Originally, all of this was progressing silently. Until that day, the Immortal City law enforcement team and the Immortal Workshop law enforcement team launched a comprehensive operation, executing 1 deacon and 2 managers in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion on the spot and thoroughly examining everyone present. Those with problems were executed on the spot, while those without issues were allowed to leave. The individuals who had previously disappeared were also revealed one by one and executed. On that day, outside the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, heads rolled and blood flowed like rivers. At the same time, a message also spread. A deacon and 2 managers from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion colluded with evil cultivators, deliberately allowing them to infiltrate the Immortal Workshop. The Immortal City law enforcement team, upon receiving orders, managed to capture this group of evil cultivators in one fell swoop. The Immortal City law enforcement team was about to leave. They intended this as a deterrent. The release of this message, along with the slaughter that occurred in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, left a lasting impression on everyone in the Immortal Workshop. However, just as Hisong learned of this news, another explosive piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire Qingyuan Immortal City. The Immortal City law enforcement team, just having left the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop, was ambushed on their way back to Qingyuan Immortal City. 2 mid-stage Qi practitioners were brutally killed on the spot, and 1 latest-stage Qi practitioner was surrounded and killed. The remaining 2 latest-stage Qi practitioners barely escaped with their lives using their escape cards. Yet they also paid the price of being severely injured. Is the evil cultivator so arrogant now? How dare they assault the enforcement team of the Qingyuan Immortal City within its territory? This thought flashed through Hisong's mind, but he quickly calmed down. 6 years ago, taking advantage of the absence of Master Qingshan, the evil cultivators had also besieged the Zhushan Immortal Workshop. If it weren't for Wei Fan's intervention, Hisong might still be struggling in the mundane world at this moment. The reason they are called evil cultivators is that they can commit shocking acts if there are sufficient benefits. Of course, ordinary cultivators can also become evil cultivators at certain times, engaging in acts of murder and treasure snatching as long as no one finds out. As a result, there would be no one to pursue them. This time, the enforcement team of the Immortal City exterminated all the evil cultivators within the Zhushan Immortal Workshop. The evil cultivators could not retaliate within the workshop because there was a Foundation Establishment Master Station there, and any evil cultivator in the Qi refining stage would be killed. However, just because they couldn't act within the workshop doesn't mean they couldn't act outside of it. The enforcement team of the Immortal City would eventually have to leave the workshop, right? Once they left the workshop, the enforcement team would no longer have the protection of the Foundation Establishment Master. At that time, Hisong pondered for a moment and understood the reason behind it. At the same time, he let out a faint sigh in his heart. It seems that the world of cultivation is not short of grievances and vendettas. The incident of the enforcement team being attacked by evil cultivators had little to do with Hisong. Thus, after hearing the news, Hisong merely sighed and brushed it aside. Being in the Zhushan Immortal Workshop, especially with Master Qingshan there, he felt secure. As long as he remained within the workshop, no matter how rampant the evil cultivators were outside, it would not affect Hisong. Evil cultivators and the evil cultivators launching sneak attacks on the enforcement team. When the members of the Qingyuan Immortal City's enforcement team were attacked by evil cultivators, one late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and two mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators were killed naturally. They could not let it go so easily. Naturally, the enforcement team of the Qingyuan Immortal City began to launch an encirclement against the evil cultivators within their territory. Today, the enforcement team executed several evil cultivators in a certain location. Tomorrow, there would be another attack by evil cultivators on the enforcement team, resulting in several deaths and injuries. Back and forth, it seemed neither side had any intention of stopping, and news was frequently coming in. Thus, the days passed one by one. Hisong's life was relatively peaceful. Notably, after returning to the workshop for a few months, Hisong had successfully taken on the position of managing the spiritual herb pavilion. With the assistance of Wei Fan and Zhao Lin, Hisong also successfully secured the position of managing the medicine garden. Since then, Hisong would guard the medicine garden during the day to cultivate, and at night, he would return home to practice or comprehend spells in the Gathering Spirit Array. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Hisong's Earth Escape technique had already been practiced to the point where he could cast it freely without losing its power. However, after more than a year of study, Hisong still had not completed the 5 elements array. According to his estimation, it would take nearly 2 more years to fully set up the 5 elements array. Nevertheless, even so, as Hisong practiced the Earth Escape technique to the point of being able to use it freely without losing its effectiveness, he also began to shift his focus from the workshop to the outside world. With the Earth Escape technique, he could enter and exit the workshop without being detected. Even if he encountered evil cultivators after leaving the workshop, he need not worry about being discovered. After all, Hisong was using both the Earth Escape technique and the breath concealing technique. Being underground, he emitted no aura whatsoever. Such concealment would make it exceedingly difficult for a Qi refining cultivator to detect Hisong's movements. With that, Hisong naturally became bolder. Even though there were exchanges between evil cultivators and the Immortal City's enforcement team outside, Hisong did not need to worry about being detected. Given this situation, with the 5 elements array expected to be arranged within the next 2 years, at this moment, finding a piece or even several pieces of land to set up a Gathering Spirit Array and transform it into a spiritual field for future use became Hisong's goal. A spiritual field is not an ordinary piece of land. Ordinary land cannot grow spiritual rice. A spiritual field requires a continuous supply of spiritual energy day and night to transform from ordinary land into a spiritual field over several years. According to Hisong's estimation, if he set up a Gathering Spirit Array and constrained the spiritual energy within a certain range, it should be possible to transform a piece of land into a spiritual field within 2 years. At that time, as long as he could successfully set up the 5 elements array, he would be able to harvest spirit stones continuously from the spiritual field. However, he was uncertain about how large the area needed to be. If it were larger, he would need to set up fewer formations. If it were smaller, in order to ensure a continuous supply of spirit stones in the future, Hisong would have to set up more formations. Standing up from the meditation mat, Hisong swept his gaze over the quiet room, and without hesitation, he directly dismantled the Gathering Spirit Array and the Misdirection Array within. After collecting the bases of all the formations into his storage bag, Hisong thought for a moment and produced a thin piece of paper. As spiritual power flowed from his fingertips, lines of text quickly appeared on the paper. Brother Wei, I need to enter closed-door meditation for a few days. I hope you can help me check the management of the medicine garden every day. He-song. As He-song released his spiritual power, the paper instantly transformed into a paper crane that shot into the sky, flying far away. The position of managing the medicine garden in the spiritual herb pavilion is of great importance, and He-song was not at ease leaving it to others. Only by asking Wei Fan could he feel more secure. Thus, when he needed to choose the location of the spiritual field, it was better to leave the position to Wei Fan. After all, He-song had also stood in for Wei Fan at the Spirit Construction Pavilion last time. This way it did not seem too unfamiliar. After completing all this, He-song did not immediately use the earth escape technique to leave. Instead, he walked out of the room towards the marketplace area. The marketplace area was still as bustling as when He-song had just crossed over. However, when He-song came this time, he noticed many new faces. Some familiar faces had long since disappeared, replaced by completely unfamiliar ones. Seeing this scene, He-song sighed inwardly. The 2 bottles of pill of abstinence cost He-song a total of 4 spirit stones. 1 pill can suppress hunger for 10 days, and He-song chose to buy 2 bottles. The 2 bottles of pill of abstinence cost He-song a total of 4 spirit stones. 1 pill can suppress hunger for 10 days, and He-song chose to buy 2 bottles before leaving for unforeseen circumstances. With 2 bottles of pill of abstinence on him, he no longer needed to carry spiritual rice when going out. Although spiritual rice is delicious and can enhance cultivation, it takes up too much space when traveling, which He-song did not favor. Aside from the pill of abstinence, He-song pondered briefly before deciding to sell all the low-grade spiritual talismans he possessed, using the spirit stones obtained from their sale to purchase 2 mid-grade earth talismans. The remaining talismans that He-song had, along with those scavenged from Chun-Zhou's storage bag, totaled more than 8. Each talisman was priced at 5 spirit stones, amounting to 40 spirit stones for 8, which was just enough to buy 2 mid-grade earth talismans. The mid-grade earth talismans had exceptionally strong defensive capabilities, and should any accidents occur, having them would ensure his safety. However, 2 mid-grade earth talismans were clearly insufficient. Thus, He-song dug into his pocket once more and spent another 40 spirit stones to purchase 2 additional earth talismans. With a total of 4 mid-grade earth talismans in hand, He-song still felt it was not enough. Unfortunately, he only had a little over 60 spirit stones left, which he needed to use for the foundation of the array. It could be said that if it weren't for the year spent accumulating over 100 spirit stones, He-song wouldn't even be able to prepare the foundation needed for the array. Now, with his finances tight, there was no other choice. Glancing over the stall area, He-song sighed inwardly and turned to head back home. Since he had finished his purchases, it was time to leave the immortal workshop and venture outside to search for a place to cultivate his spiritual field. Upon returning home, He-song performed the earth escape technique and the concealed breathing technique, slipping out of the immortal workshop quietly and heading towards the mountains outside. The earth escape technique, as the name suggests, allows one to burrow underground and traverse through the earth. However, a practitioner must reach the foundation establishment stage to develop divine sense, enabling them to scan their surroundings. During the Qi refining stage, one can only sense the surroundings using their own spiritual energy. Thus, after employing the earth escape technique, if one wishes to scout the surface scene, they must either surface their head above ground to observe with their eyes. Alternatively, they could use the object control technique to utilize detached spiritual energy to sense the area. Observing with the naked eye has many advantages, allowing one to see further, and due to the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations, it also provides decent concealment. Using the object control technique to sense the surroundings with detached spiritual energy generates faint fluctuations, and the sensing range is limited to how far the spiritual energy can extend from the body. Thus, it is common for practitioners during the Qi refining stage to surface from the soil after a period to observe their surroundings. About getting injured underground. In the mundane world, this characteristic of the earth escape technique is ignorantly referred to by commoners as wall crossing technique. Thus, as He-song constantly peered out to observe his surroundings while burrowing forward, he quickly distanced himself from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop. He sped northwest, a direction He-song had long determined for cultivating his spiritual field. This direction saw very few practitioners passing through, meaning the chances of being discovered while cultivating his spiritual field were low. Thus, it naturally became He-song's preferred choice, heading northwest. He-song continued to traverse underground, quickly distancing himself from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Workshop without attracting anyone's attention, and soon encountered a mundane city. Xian City was the name of this mundane city. He-song's figure quietly emerged from the city without drawing any attention. However, soon after, several pieces of silver and some gold beans appeared in He-song's hands. Casually tossing these items into his storage bag, Hisong then stepped out from the shadows and began to wander around this unfamiliar city. As a traveler from another world, Hisong naturally felt a sense of curiosity towards the mundane city. As a practitioner, as long as he activated the concealed breathing technique in the mundane world, he would not need to worry about being discovered as a practitioner while also possessing strong self-protection abilities. He need not fear dangers from the mundane world. Naturally, Hisong also wanted to take a good look at how this world's mundanity truly was. If possible, perhaps he could enjoy some of the mundane life while pursuing his cultivation. After all, he had ample time and did not need to rush to cultivate like other practitioners. These pieces of silver and gold beans were taken from the house of a wealthy family while he was burrowing beneath the city. In the mundane realm, gold and silver were easily obtainable for practitioners. This is also why gold and silver cannot circulate in the immortal workshop. If everyone were like Hisong, directly taking gold and silver from the wealthy families within the city for circulation, the prices in the immortal workshop would likely collapse instantly. Xian City was not large. Although Hisong walked slowly, constantly observing the local customs and culture of this mundane city, to deepen his understanding of this world, he nonetheless completed a thorough exploration of the entire Xian City after several hours. Finally, Hisong arrived at a bookstore, quickly flipping through the books available inside. After a while, Hisong ascended to the most luxurious tavern in Xian City, casually requesting a window seat and ordered a pot of tea to begin enjoying it himself. Hisong had no fondness for drinking. What drink could a practitioner enjoy? It was too vulgar. Tea was the true hobby of a practitioner. The reason he came to the tavern was merely because he thought that in certain scenes protagonists often hear discussions about secret treasures, sect wars, and conflicts in the martial world upon entering a tavern. Thus, with the hope of hearing some news here, as well, Hisong came to this place. Previously, while reading in the bookstore, Hisong had noted down this information, and now was the perfect time to organize it. This place was called Previously, while reading in the bookstore, Hisong had noted down this information, and now was the perfect time to organize it. This place was called Xian City, a city under the rule of the Great Li Dynasty. The Great Li Dynasty spanned thousands of miles, encompassing the Qingyuan Immortal City and several surrounding immortal workshops, making it a vast territory. In this region, the Great Li Dynasty was the ruler amongst the mundane. Qingyuan Immortal City, on the other hand, was a colossal entity that controlled the life and death of the Great Li Dynasty. The scope of control of Qingyuan Immortal City was precisely the territorial range of the Great Li Dynasty. In this world, there are no regulations preventing practitioners from approaching commoners. As long as they are within their sphere of influence, immortal sects or families will support a compliant dynasty to govern the commoners within it. At the same time, they can inspire the commoners within the dynasty to naturally yearn for the lofty practitioners. Should someone have a fortuitous encounter, they would eagerly enter the immortal workshops or immortal cities, becoming fresh blood. This is also the reason why there are always loose cultivators joining the immortal workshops and immortal cities. The Great Li Dynasty, where Hisong currently resides, is more of a puppet dynasty under the control of Qingyuan Immortal City than a mundane dynasty. Its purpose is to supply sufficient loose cultivators to the cultivation world, replenishing the fresh blood. However, working for the thick earth sect, the nobility of the Dali dynasty certainly won't be at a disadvantage. Yet the pleasures of the mundane world are something many cultivators yearn for dearly. The Dali dynasty. Let's head further northwest, find a secluded corner, set up a gathering spirit formation and a disorientation formation, and then return to the immortal workshop. After sorting through the relationship between the Dali dynasty and the Qingyuan Immortal City in his mind, Hisong sighed inwardly and quickly made a decision. The existence of the Dali dynasty gave Hisong a deeper understanding of this world. Within the territory of a sect or a noble family, almost everything is specifically designed to serve that sect or noble family. There are no exceptions, even if it may not seem that way. In truth, the essence remains the same. Everything that exists is meticulously crafted, supported by a complete and highly logical theoretical framework. At the same time, he also understood one thing. The mundane world may not be a safe haven after all. This place is a source of fresh blood for the thick earth sect. If one can conceal their identity and remain undetected, they can enjoy many things that cultivators in the immortal realm cannot. But if there were truly cultivators causing chaos in the mundane world, it wouldn't be long before they came riding their flying swords to behead him, leaving behind a silver ingot. Not caring about the tavern keeper's calls behind him, Hisong left Xian City directly. While he was drinking tea, no useful information had emerged from the tavern. Not caring about the tavern keeper's calls behind him, Hisong left Xian City directly. While he was drinking tea, no useful information had emerged from the tavern. Never mind the emergence of hidden treasures, sect wars, or the grievances of the martial world. In his situation, he should have heard about a certain remote place perfect for developing spirit fields, shouldn't he? Unfortunately, aside from a few drunken patrons causing a ruckus, he heard nothing at all. With no other choice, Hisong had to leave Xian City and continue burrowing northwest. Unfortunately, aside from a few drunken patrons causing a ruckus, he heard nothing at all. With no other choice, finally, in a continuous forested area, he found a location that satisfied him for developing spirit fields. It was a valley surrounded by mountains rarely visited by people. Above the valley, mist lingered enveloping it, as if it were a fairyland. Inside the valley, the terrain was flat, and a clear stream flowed by. Aside from the thin spiritual energy, the scenery here was also exquisite, truly a picturesque place. Hisong burrowed to this point and revealed his head above ground. Seeing this scene, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. This place is just right for developing spirit fields. With a slight smile, a glimmer of light flashed in Hisong's eyes as all the sights in the valley instantly came into view. He found no signs of ferocious beasts, but did discover traces of animals coming here to drink water. There were no signs of any cultivators lingering. Seeing this, Hisong finally felt relieved, withdrawing the earth burrowing technique, revealing himself above ground. The valley was lush with greenery. At this moment, Hisong had no desire to admire the scenery. As soon as he emerged, he suddenly held 2 middle-grade thick earth talismans and 9 bases for formations in his hands. The middle-grade thick earth talismans were to guard against sudden ambushes. The 9 bases for formations were for the disorientation formation. He held the 2 middle-grade thick earth talismans ready to activate them at any moment. With his other hand, Hisong quickly formed seals to cast spells. Soon the 9 bases for formations transformed into streams of light, each landing in their designated positions. Then a beam of light flickered slightly, and the disorientation formation was completed. Once Hisong manipulated the disorientation formation to encompass the entire valley, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking around with a newfound desire to enjoy the scenery. Putting away the 2 middle-grade thick earth talismans, Hisong scanned his surroundings, feeling joyful. The scenery here was absolutely stunning. The mountains were clear, and the waters were beautiful. It's just that the spiritual energy is a bit thin. But for him, thin spiritual energy is actually a good thing, as he doesn't have to worry about other cultivators competing. However, soon the joy in Hisong's eyes faded considerably. He had come here to develop spirit fields, not to enjoy the scenery. No matter how beautiful the scenery in the valley, he would transform it into spirit fields. Shaking his head, Hisong instantly produced 5 bases for formations in his hands, and began to set up the first gathering spirit formation. With a flash of light, the first gathering spirit formation was set up by Hisong. But soon he found himself. After the gathering spirit formation was set up, it required defining a range so that it could gather spiritual energy and firmly lock it within that range. The larger the range, the thinner the spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation. If the range is small, the spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation would be denser. Setting a 10-acre range versus a 1-acre range would yield a completely different concentration of spiritual energy in the gathering spirit formation. It was only at this moment that Hisong finally realized. The gathering spirit formation in the Immortal Workshop was not the one he had set up. It should be a higher grade, perhaps several grades higher gathering spirit formation. The gap between the two is simply too vast. One must understand that the gathering spirit formation in the Immortal Workshop covers the entire workshop and the spirit fields outside the workshop. Such a huge range, and the concentration of spiritual energy is still not low. It seems that only a higher level gathering spirit formation could maintain such a concentration. He sighed inwardly, setting the coverage range of the gathering spirit formation to 10 acres, and then began to sketch out a new gathering spirit formation base. Now is not the time, he can only wait for 10 days. When the gathering spirit formation reaches its maximum power, Hisong will calculate the optimal coverage for maximizing benefits. In 2 years, he aims to transform a barren patch of land into a spirit field rich in spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Now is not the time, he can only wait for 10 days. When the gathering spirit formation reaches its maximum power, Hisong will calculate the optimal coverage for maximizing. The quantity of bases for formations along with the losses incurred cost him over 30 spirit stones. Now only 35 spirit stones remain in his storage bag. These spirit stones cannot be moved. The gathering spirit formation requires spirit stones to operate, and the disorientation formation does as well. The spirit stones he possesses are only enough to sustain these formations for a year. Next year, he will need to replace the spirit stones to maintain the operation of these formations. Fortunately, now that 10 days have passed, Hisong has already calculated the coverage of the gathering spirit formation. A spirit gathering array. When fully operational, it can successfully transform an area of 2.5 acres into a spirit field within 2 years. At the same time, due to the limited coverage of the spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy is excessively. Therefore, as long as the coverage remains unchanged even after planting spirit rice, it can still grow smoothly, without Hisong having to come daily to use the spirit rain technique. to temporarily increase the concentration of spiritual energy. This is the benefit brought by the concentration of spiritual energy. The spirit fields in the immortal workshop barely maintain the concentration of spiritual energy without degradation. Thus, spirit rice grown in the spirit fields requires spirit farmers to cultivate it who will use the spirit rain technique daily to temporarily enhance the spiritual energy contained in the spirit fields for the rice to thrive. For the immortal workshop, the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array will definitely be prioritized for foundation establishment masters, followed by those cultivators in the late chi refinement stage and places like spirit herb gardens that require denser spiritual energy. Then come the cultivators in the mid and early chi refinement stages. Ultimately, the spirit fields receive the lowest concentration of spiritual energy within the immortal workshop. Of course, the immortal workshop could set up a spirit gathering array every 2.5 acres like Hisong. However, doing so would incur excessive costs. The spirit gathering array in the immortal workshop is not like the one set up by Hisong, which can operate at full speed for just 5 spirit stones a year. The spirit gathering array in the immortal workshop is of a higher grade, and the amount of gathered spiritual energy is not comparable to this entry-level spirit gathering array set up by Hisong. Naturally, the consumption would also be terrifying. Hisong believes that increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit fields would definitely cost more than hiring spirit farmers to use the spirit rain technique daily. Otherwise, given the nature of the immortal workshop, they would have done it long ago. They probably wouldn't be recruiting spirit farmers to tend to the spirit fields anymore. After realizing this, Hisong thought for a moment and quickly set up 3 more spirit gathering arrays. Hisong set up a spirit gathering array here, and with the 3 new ones there are now 4 spirit gathering arrays in total, covering an area of 10 acres. 10 acres. After 2 years it can all be transformed into spirit fields. Each acre of spirit fields can yield 1,000 pounds of spirit rice per year, totaling 10,000 pounds. If calculated at a price of 10 pounds of spirit rice per spirit stone, 10,000 pounds of spirit rice can be sold for 1,000 spirit stones. After deducting the annual operating costs of the 4 spirit gathering arrays, 1 illusion array, and 1 5-element array, Hisong can still net over 900 spirit stones. After calculating this in his mind, a flicker of joy flashed in Hisong's eyes. 1,000 spirit stones. If calculated based on his current annual income, it would take him about 10 years to save that much. But now, he only needs to wait for 2 years until he can set up the 5-element array, allowing him to plant spirit rice here, achieving an annual income of 1,000 spirit stones. By then his annual income will match what he currently earns in 10 years. Even more so if he expands to develop several more spirit fields like this in other locations. An annual income of several thousand spirit stones is not impossible, if that time comes with an annual income of several thousand spirit stones. Even the incredibly expensive foundation establishment pills coveted by countless cultivators will be within his grasp effortlessly when that time comes. Hisong quickly reined in his mindset, forcing himself to calm down. It's still early. It's still early. All these things can only begin to materialize 2 years later when he is able to set up the 5-element array. Currently, he is still merely at the 5th layer of chi refinement with an annual income of just over 100 spirit stones. Thinking about so much is pointless. It's better to settle down and slowly comprehend the 5-element array. When everything is right for the opportunity, he can then plan his next steps. His gaze swept around. The 4 spirit gathering arrays had already begun to operate, with wisps of spiritual energy being forcibly contained within the range of the arrays, merging into the soil below. Seeing this, Hisong frowned. The valley was still a sea of green. Previously, he was unaware of how much area the 4 spirit gathering arrays could cover, so he hadn't cleared any fields in advance. But now, having confirmed the coverage of the spirit gathering arrays, it was time to clear out 10 acres of fields. He thought and acted. Using his object manipulation technique, Hisong swiftly turned over a large patch of grass, revealing the dark soil beneath. The dark soil represents fertile land, making it ideal for planting spirit fields. After a moment, Hisong expended spiritual energy to use the object manipulation technique to completely clear out the 10 acres within the range of the spirit gathering arrays. At this point, a 10-acre field emerged in the originally lush valley, surrounded by green grass. Seeing this, Hisong nodded slightly. Next, he just needs to wait for 2 years until the 10 acres are fully transformed into spirit fields. After comprehending the 5-element array, he could come here to begin planting spirit rice. By then he would no longer worry about spirit stones. Nor would he be like now, wishing he could split the spirit stones he has into 2 to spend. After placing all 5 arrays in the valley with spirit stones to ensure their normal operation for a year, Hisong's figure disappeared underground, swiftly heading towards the location of the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop. This place is several hundred miles away from the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop. Song remembered the direction and made some marks, planning to return next year to replenish the spirit stones for the 5 arrays. That day, Song returned to the Zhu Mountain Immortal Workshop and took back the responsibility of managing the herb garden from Wei Fan. No one noticed his departure from the workshop except for himself. Even Wei Fan and the others in the herb garden only knew that Song had been in seclusion for cultivation these days. But that was all they knew. Song's departure from the Immortal Workshop was completely unnoticed. Since leaving the workshop after wandering around a mundane city and clearing out 10 acres of his own spirit fields several hundred miles away, Song's life returned to tranquility. During the day, he kept watch in the herb garden, using its rich spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. After some contemplation, Song decided he still wanted to learn one of these money-making skills. Not for any other reason, but simply to wash. However, even though he was still diligently studying the introductory chapters of array formation, Song's gaze had shifted to other skills: talisman making, alchemy, weapon refining, and beast taming. After some contemplation, Song decided he still wanted to learn one of these money-making skills. Not for any other reason, but simply to wash spirit stones. Yes, spirit stones need washing too. However, the washing referred to here is not the literal washing with water, but rather. Instead, he would stage a performance disguising the profits from his spirit field as spirit stones earned through his craft. By revealing another skill, he could prevent others from suspecting the true source of his spirit stones. Hide the strongest things. Deliberately expose the less important to cover them. Song had seen this tactic many times and could employ it with practiced ease. If he wanted to spend the vast spirit stones from the spirit field without arousing suspicion, learning a craft that appeared normal and unlikely to attract covetous eyes became the ideal choice. After some thought, Song finally chose to be a talisman master. He did not choose it for any other reason than that the talismans a talisman master painted could cooperate with array art. Array art carves formations into a medium. Talisman art, by contrast, inscribes sigils and talismanic script onto a medium. Although array formations and talismanic script do not share the exact same origin, the principle that one method enlightens many holds true. Having already learned to carve formations, Song naturally progressed swiftly when he turned to studying sigils. To master the making of spirit talismans quickly meant Song could soon account for the source of his spirit stones. Keep in mind, within 2 years, Song would fully master the deployment of the 5 elements array. Once the 5 elements array could be successfully deployed, the spirit field he had opened elsewhere would soon yield a vast harvest of spirit stones for Song. At this moment, if he intended to learn another cultivation art to conceal the origin of the spirit stones, speed naturally became Song's foremost concern. Other avenues: alchemy, refining implements, beast taming, would each demand a long time for Song to study to the point of earning spirit stones. Array art, for instance, required at least 3 years to begin producing results. Talisman art, however, because he already had a foundation, might allow Song to enter the field within 2 years and begin to present himself as a talisman master. By that time, Song's first batch of spirit rice would only have just been sown. 1 year later, when it ripened, it would yield 10,000 gene of spirit rice. Meanwhile, his identity as a talisman master would offer the best cover for this sudden windfall of spirit stones. As a talisman master, what harm is there if he carried a few more spirit stones? Those spirit stones would all have been earned through his toil in crafting and selling talismans. Moreover, because there were many talisman masters in the cultivation world, a talisman master at the chi refinement stage would not draw much attention. Besides, the income of a talisman master was fairly substantial, which would not arouse suspicion about Song's spirit stones. Thus, the talisman path became his first choice. As for the other cultivation arts, he could study them in his spare time later. After all, the one thing he lacked least was. However, although he had chosen the talisman master identity for the public, Song glanced at the few spirit stones in his storage pouch with a trace of helplessness. He had no spirit stones left. When he opened the spirit field, he had set up 5 arrays there, 4 spirit gathering arrays, and 1 concealment array. He had brought back the remaining spirit gathering array and concealment array. The Immortal Workshop itself also required arrays for maintenance. Those 5 arrays at the spirit field consumed 25 spirit stones each year. At that time, Song had only a little over 30 spirit stones on him. After returning from opening the spirit field, Song was left with only a dozen or so spirit stones. Of these, 10 had to be allocated to sustain the spirit gathering array and concealment array in the meditation chamber. If Song had not kept a few spirit stones on him, he would have been left destitute. Never mind spirit rice, he might not even have been able to afford ordinary rice. To study talisman art, he would need to buy the talisman primer, which cost 100 spirit stones per copy. Talisman paper, brushes, and ink all had to be purchased. After calculating the purchases in private, Song feared he would need well over 100 spirit stones. He pondered the matter for a long time. Very well, a 2-year delay would do. At worst, he would store the spirit rice he grew and once he learned to make talismans sell it then. He shook his head and sighed softly, a faint look of helplessness on his face. There was no remedy. His annual stipend was simply too meager. When he needed spirit stones, he found that an annual income of just over 100 spirit stones was truly insufficient. He prepared to store the spirit rice after harvest, waiting for a later opportunity to sell. For greater prudence, Hisong ultimately decided to wait. Waiting would reduce the risk to the minimum. Even if his gains were not maximized, it would not. For greater prudence, Hisong ultimately decided to wait. Waiting would reduce the risk to the minimum. Even if his gains were not maximized, it would not matter. After all, as a long-lived cultivator, Hisong lacked nothing more than time. Only those with short lives must seize every passing second. For Hisong, time was never scarce. Whenever a risky matter could be made safer by the passage of time, he would execute it without hesitation. Having made his decision, Hisong settled his mind and began to study the method of deploying the 5 elements array. As the first killing array and first defensive array, he undertook the difficulty of deploying the 5 elements array was clearly far greater than that of the spirit gathering and concealment arrays. This was why, even though Hisong had already learned 2 arrays and had gained insight into array deployment, he still needed 3 years to master the setup of the 5 elements array. Time slipped by like water. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those 2 years, Jushan Immortal Workshop was far from calm. Although Hisong remained within the workshop each day, the occasional news from outside kept him apprised of the situation around Jushan Immortal Workshop. Since 3 years ago, when the city enforcement team left Jushan Immortal Workshop and was ambushed, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries, the enforcement team of Qingyuan Immortal City had launched repeated sweeps against the evil cultivators. Unfortunately, there was no Foundation establishment general stationed within Qingyuan's enforcement team. In many clashes with the evil cultivators, the enforcement team's cultivators suffered heavy losses. Yet the evil cultivators suffered even greater casualties. Now 3 years on, the struggle between Qingyuan's enforcement team and the evil cultivators had still not concluded. It even seemed to be intensifying. This was evident from the enforcement team's move to recruit roaming cultivators within Qingyuan City. The evil cultivators were formidable. If Qingyuan's enforcement team were not stretched thin, how could they possibly resort to recruiting roaming cultivators within the city? When he first heard the news, Hisong was astonished at the number and strength of the evil cultivators. Yet despite his surprise, the matter had very little bearing on him. Having stayed inside the workshop for a full 2 years, Hisong had ventured out only once.